Helen Burns. If you've read Jane Eyre, you remember her, the saintly girl who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. What Charlotte Brontë never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was Charlotte's own sister. And she was only the first. By the time tuberculosis finished with the Brontë family, it would take 5 of the 6 children, while their father watched helpless for 40 years. Welcome to the Sanatorium. I'm your host, and this is where we explore the stories of tuberculosis, the white plague that shaped our history, our culture, and our very understanding of what it means to be human. If you're new here, consider subscribing. We release new episodes regularly, and there are many more stories to tell. Tonight's episode is a long one, over 2 hours. So settle in. Find a comfortable position. Pour yourself some tea, perhaps. We're going to spend the evening with one of the most extraordinary families in literary history. And with the disease that consumed them, one by one, until only silence remained. The house stands at the top of the village. A Georgian parsonage, grey stone, modest but solid. Behind it the moors stretch endlessly, purple with heather in summer, brown and wind-scoured in winter. In the rooms downstairs the air is cold, even with the fire going. It's always cold. The year is 1848. September turning to October. In the dining room 3 women sit with their father. They are not old, these women. The eldest is 32, the youngest 28. But they have the watchful, weary eyes of people who have seen too much death. Upstairs, a man is dying. Their brother, 31 years old, and dying in the room where he was born. The cough. They all know the sound by now. The terrible wet cough that brings up blood. The fever that comes and goes. The wasting. They've been here before. 2 sisters died of this when they were children. Died young and far from home. Their mother died of something else, but she died in this house too. The parsonage has always been a place of death. But it has also been a place of fierce burning life. Of imagination. Of genius. These 3 women who sit together in the cold room have just, in the past year, published 3 of the most remarkable novels in the English language. Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, Agnes Grey. The literary world is still reeling from them. And now this. The brother dying upstairs, and after him. They don't speak of it, but they know. They've always known. Tuberculosis doesn't stop with one. This is the story of the Brontë family. Of 6 children, 5 deaths. Of extraordinary talent that bloomed in the shadow of disease. And of a father who would bury every single one of his children before he died himself, at the age of 84. To understand the Brontes, you have to understand Haworth. This small village in the West Riding of Yorkshire perched on the edge of the moors. In the early 19th century it was an industrial town. Textile mills, poverty, overcrowding. The churchyard was so full of bodies that the ground level had risen above the church floor. Water from the graveyard seeped into the drinking supply. The average life expectancy was 25 years. This statistic deserves emphasis. 25 years. In Victorian Haworth, if you reached adulthood, you were already beating the odds. The main killer was not tuberculosis, though tuberculosis took its share. It was the water. The contaminated, corpse-tainted water that seeped down from the graveyard into the wells. Typhoid fever. Cholera. Dysentery. The dead poisoned the living. Patrick Bronte would later campaign for better sanitation in Haworth. He understood, long before the germ theory of disease was established, that something in the water was killing his parishioners. But his efforts would come too late to save his own family. Into this place in 1820 came Patrick Bronte, an Irish clergyman, ambitious, educated, a published poet. He brought with him his wife, Maria, and their 6 children, all under the age of 7. Maria, the eldest, baptised in April 1814. Elizabeth, born 8th February 1815. Charlotte, born 24th April 1816. Branwell, born 26th June 1817. Emily, born 30th July 1818. And Anne, the baby, born 17th January 1820. Patrick Bronte was a complex man. Stern, often distant, deeply concerned with propriety. He had pulled himself up from rural Irish poverty through education and the church. He believed in learning, in discipline, in the power of literature. He also believed in fresh air and long walks on the moors, which he considered healthful. In this, at least, he was ahead of his time. His wife, Maria Branwell Bronte, was Cornish. Genteel, educated, fond of reading. She had married Patrick in 1812 and followed him north to this cold, unfamiliar country. By all accounts, she never quite adjusted to Yorkshire, to the damp, to the grey skies, to the wind that never stopped. Maria wrote letters home to Cornwall describing her new life. They were cheerful letters mostly. She loved her husband. She loved her growing brood of children. But there was a wistfulness beneath the words. A longing for the warmer country she had left behind. She would never see Cornwall again. The parsonage they moved into was substantial by village standards. 2 stories, several rooms, a garden. But it was cold and damp, built on a hillside where water gathered. The church and graveyard were just beyond the wall. The children's bedroom windows looked out over the tombstones. They grew up counting graves the way other children count sheep. For 1 year, the family was intact. 6 children, 2 parents, all together in the house at the top of the village. And then tuberculosis came. Or perhaps it didn't come. Perhaps it was already there. One of the cruelties of tuberculosis is its long latency. You can carry the bacteria for years without knowing, without symptoms. And then, triggered by stress, malnutrition, another illness, it activates. It blooms in your lungs like a terrible flower. By the standards of the time, what happened to the Brontes was not unusual. Families were decimated by tuberculosis. It was the single greatest killer of the 19th century, responsible for 1 in 4 deaths. But even by those standards, the Bronte toll was extraordinary. 5 of 6 children, all before the age of 40. All, almost certainly, from the same disease. Time just threes. This is not just a story about death, though. It's a story about what people create in the face of death. How genius and disease can exist in the same body, The same family, feeding on each other in ways we still don't fully understand. The Brontes wrote with an intensity that seemed to consume them. And perhaps it did. But what they left behind has outlasted the disease by nearly 2 centuries. There is a temptation when telling this story to make it romantic. To suggest that somehow tuberculosis was connected to genius. That the disease sharpened their minds, purified their art. The Victorians believed something like this. They called tuberculosis the romantic disease. They saw something beautiful in the pale skin, the bright eyes, the ethereal thinness of the consumptive. This is nonsense, of course. And dangerous nonsense at that. Tuberculosis was not romantic. It was slow suffocation, drowning in your own blood, fever and sweating and wasting away until there was nothing left. The Brontes did not write great novels because of tuberculosis. They wrote great novels despite it. The disease was not their muse, it was their executioner. Let's begin. Maria Bronte, the mother, began to feel unwell in January 1821. She was 38 years old. She had borne 6 children in 8 years. She was tired, she said. So tired. The tiredness deepened. She took to her bed. The doctor was called, an expense the family could barely afford, but Patrick was frightened. His wife was slipping away from him and he didn't understand why. The diagnosis, when it came, was internal cancer. There was nothing to be done. No surgery, no cure, no hope. Maria lingered through the spring and summer, in increasing pain, taking laudanum when it became unbearable. The children were kept away. They heard their mother crying at night. She died in September 1821. Maria was 7. Elizabeth was 6. Charlotte was 5. Branwell 4. Emily 3. Anne was just 20 months old. Patrick Bronte was devastated. By all accounts, he had loved his wife deeply. He shut himself in his room for days after the funeral. He wept. He prayed. And when he emerged, he was changed. More rigid. More distant. He ate his meals alone in his study. He saw his children in the mornings and evenings, but otherwise left their care to servants. His sister-in-law, Elizabeth Branwell, came from Cornwall to help with the children. She was a spinster, 50 years old, set in her ways. She took charge of the household with efficiency but little warmth. The children called her Aunt Branwell. They did not love her. So the 6 Bronte children grew up essentially alone. They had each other, and they had the moors, and they had books. Patrick, for all his distance, believed passionately in education. His children would read. They would learn. They would better themselves. He brought them newspapers, magazines, books from his own library. He discussed politics and current events with them over breakfast. He treated them, in this way, almost as adults. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, were particularly precocious. Maria at 7 could read the newspapers and debate their contents. She was thoughtful, serious, deeply religious. Elizabeth was quieter but equally intelligent. Charlotte later remembered them both with a kind of awe. They seemed so much older than their years. So wise. Maria especially seemed marked for something great. She had a quality that Charlotte could only describe as saintliness. A patience beyond her years. A kindness that extended to everyone, even the servants who sometimes treated her roughly. Charlotte watched her elder sister and wondered what she would become. A teacher, perhaps. A writer. Something remarkable. But Maria would not grow up to be anything. Maria would die at 11, and all that potential would be snuffed out like a candle. Charlotte would spend the rest of her life imagining what Maria might have been. What she might have done. How different everything might have been if Maria had lived. In 1824, Patrick Bronte made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He enrolled Maria and Elizabeth in the clergy daughters' school at Cowan Bridge, about 40 miles from Hulworth. It was a charity school designed to educate the daughters of poor clergymen. The fees were low. The curriculum was serious. It seemed like an opportunity. In July 1824, Maria and Elizabeth were sent away. Maria was 10. Elizabeth was 9. In August, Charlotte joined them. She was 8 years old. In November, Emily arrived as well. She had just turned 6. 4 little girls, the eldest barely 10, sent away from home to a school run by strangers. Cowan Bridge was a nightmare. We know this not just from Charlotte's later fictionalisation of it in Jane Eyre, but from historical records and the testimony of other pupils. The school was underfunded, poorly heated, unsanitary. The food was often spoiled or badly cooked. Meals of burned porridge, rancid butter, meat gone off. The girls ate it because they were hungry and then they got sick. The building itself seemed designed to break the spirit. Long, cold corridors, bare stone walls, windows that let in more cold than light. The chapel was unheated, and the girls were required to sit through long services every Sunday, their breath visible in the frigid air. They developed coughs, fevers, chilblains that cracked and bled. The school infirmary was always full. The curriculum was rigorous but inconsistent. The girls studied arithmetic, grammar, history, geography. They sewed. They read the Bible. They were drilled in proper behaviour and deportment. But the teaching was often perfunctory, the books inadequate. The real purpose of the school, it seemed, was not education but reformation. These were the daughters of poor clergymen. They must learn humility. They must learn to endure. The dormitories were unheated. In winter, water in the wash basins froze overnight. The girls slept 2 to a bed for warmth, but it was never enough. They woke shivering, dressed in the dark, walked to the schoolroom with chilblains on their feet. Some mornings, ice had formed on the inside of the windows. The girls scraped patterns in it with their fingernails, trying to find something beautiful in their misery. The regime was harsh. The headmaster, Reverend Carus Wilson, believed that comfort was sinful. That suffering purified the soul. That these charity girls should be grateful for any education at all and not complain about cold or hunger. Punishments were frequent and public. Girls were made to stand on stools for hours. to wear signs around their necks proclaiming their faults, to go without food as penance. Maria Bronte, the eldest sister, bore the brunt of it. She was untidy, the teacher said. Her sewing was poor. She daydreamed. She was punished again and again for small infractions. Charlotte, 8 years old, watched her sister being humiliated and could do nothing. She never forgot it. And then, in the spring of 1825, Maria became ill. She had a cough, a fever. She was weak, so weak she could barely stand. But the school had a policy. If a girl was well enough to be out of bed, she was well enough for lessons. Maria was sent to class. She fainted at her desk. Finally, in February 1825, the school sent her home. She was in the advanced stages of tuberculosis. Her lungs were destroyed. There was nothing anyone could do. Maria died at home on 6 May 1825. He was 11 years old. Patrick brought Elizabeth home 2 weeks later, hoping the fresh air of Haworth might revive her. But she had the same cough, the same fever. The disease was already too advanced. Elizabeth died on 15 June 1825. She was 10 years old. Charlotte and Emily were pulled from the school immediately. They came home to a house of mourning. 4 children left of the original 6. Charlotte, 9 years old. Branwell, 7. Emily, 6. Anne, 5. 2 more small coffins went into the family vault beneath the church floor. Patrick stood over the graves of his wife and 2 eldest daughters. He was 48 years old. He had been in Haworth for 5 years. Half his family was already dead. The children who survived would carry those deaths with them always. Charlotte, especially. She had watched Maria suffer the cruelty of Cowan Bridge. Watched her waste away. Watched her die. 22 years later, when she wrote Jane Eyre, she put Maria in the book. Helen Burns, the saintly, patient girl who endures every punishment without complaint, who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. Helen Burns is one of the most famous characters in Victorian literature. Millions of readers have wept over her death. But she was real. She was Charlotte's sister, and Charlotte couldn't save her. In the novel, Helen speaks of heaven with perfect faith. She tells Jane that death is not an end but a beginning, that they will meet again in a better world. Charlotte put these words in Helen's mouth, but they were Maria's words. Maria, at 11 years old, dying of tuberculosis, had comforted her younger sister with promises of paradise. She had faced death with a calm that Charlotte never forgot, that she could never quite believe. Charlotte was 9 when Maria died, old enough to understand, old enough to remember. For the rest of her life, she carried the memory of her eldest sister, the one who should have led them, the one who was taken first. When Charlotte became famous, when Jane Eyre was celebrated around the world, she must have thought of Maria, of what Maria might have become if she had lived, of the books Maria might have written. After Maria and Elizabeth died, Patrick Bronte made another decision. No more boarding schools. His children would stay home. He would educate them himself with help from Aunt Branwell and occasional tutors. the 4 remaining children would not be separated again. And so began one of the most extraordinary childhoods in literary history. The 4 Bronte children, Charlotte, Branwell, Emily and Anne, spent their days in almost complete isolation. They had no real friends outside the family. No school, no social calls, no parties. The village children were rough, Patrick said. Not suitable companions for his educated offspring. Aunt Branwell was strict about propriety. Young ladies did not wander the streets. They stayed home. So the children had each other, and they had the moors. Every afternoon they went walking, miles and miles across the open moorland. In sun and rain, and wind so strong it nearly knocked them over. They knew every hill, every stream, every outcropping of rock. The moor was their playground, their sanctuary, their whole world. And they had their imaginations. In June 1826, Patrick brought home a box of wooden soldiers for Branwell. The 4 children seized on them immediately. Each child claimed a soldier and gave it a name. Charlotte's was the Duke of Wellington. Emily's was a character called Gravy. And then they began to tell stories. This was the moment scholars believe when the Bronte creative universe was born. A box of toy soldiers and 4 lonely children with no one to play with but each other. From such small beginnings came worlds. Entire continents of imagination. It is hard to overstate how important this moment was. These children, grieving, isolated, half-orphaned, turned inward. And what they found there would eventually change literature. At first the stories were simple games, adventures for the wooden soldiers, but they grew, they deepened, they became entire worlds. The children invented a place called Glasstown, an imaginary African colony. They drew maps. They wrote constitutions, newspapers, histories. They created characters with complex lives and relationships. And they wrote it all down. The manuscripts they produced are extraordinary. Tiny books, some no bigger than a matchbox, written in microscopic handwriting. The children stitched them together from scraps of paper and sugar sacks. The writing is so small you need a magnifying glass to read it. They made them small, scholars think, to mimic real printed books, or perhaps to hide them from adults. These were private worlds, secret worlds. Today, these miniature manuscripts are among the most precious items in the Bronte Parsonage Museum. Scholars have spent years deciphering them. They contain entire novellas, poems, plays, maps of imaginary countries, family trees of fictional dynasties. The children created not just stories but entire civilizations, languages, religions, wars and treaties and romances spanning generations. The miniature scale was part of the magic, time twos. By making the books tiny, the children made them secret. They could slip them into pockets, hide them in drawers, carry their imaginary worlds with them wherever they went. These were not stories to be shared with adults. They were private conversations between siblings. A language only they could speak. Glasstown evolved over the years. Charlotte and Branwell developed it into an elaborate saga called Angria, full of passion, war, intrigue. The Duke of Zamorna became their central character. Dark, brooding, irresistible. He would reappear, transformed in Charlotte's later novels as Rochester. The siblings wrote endless stories of war, betrayal, and forbidden love. Angria was their apprenticeship. Every trope Charlotte later perfected, the mysterious man with a secret past, the passionate but doomed romance, the woman who loves unwisely, first appeared in the tiny pages of the Angrian Chronicles. Emily and Anne, meanwhile, created their own world. Gondal. A bleak northern island with feuding royal families. Where Angria was tropical and passionate, Gondal was cold and fierce. Its landscape was the landscape of Yorkshire, moors and mountains, wild weather, harsh beauty. Its characters were proud and violent, driven by honour and vengeance. Emily would write Gondal poetry for the rest of her short life. The intensity of Wuthering Heights, its wild passion, its cosmic scale, was born in the frozen wastes of Gondal. The split between the pairs is telling. Charlotte and Branwell, the two eldest survivors, wrote together. Emily and Anne, the two youngest, wrote together. The partnerships would last their whole lives. Even as adults, Emily and Anne continued the Gondal stories. They would be walking the moors and suddenly start talking about what Augusta Almeida was doing, or whether Julius Brenzida would survive the war. The imaginary world was as real to them as Holworth. This was their education in writing. Not formal instruction, but obsessive-compulsive practice. By the time Charlotte was 15, she had written more words than most people write in a lifetime. The same was true for the others. They lived half in the real world, half in worlds of their own creation. The line between the two was never quite clear. It was, in some ways, an idyllic childhood. Freedom, imagination, the wild beauty of the moors. But it was also profoundly strange. 4 children growing up in near-total isolation, living more in fantasy than reality. No mother. A distant father. An aunt who cared for them but didn't love them. And always, the memory of the 2 dead sisters. The knowledge that death had already visited their family and might come again. Branwell was the only son, the golden boy. Patrick had great hopes for him. Branwell would be a scholar, a painter, a poet. He would make the family name famous. The sisters were clever, yes, but they were only girls. Their futures were limited. But Branwell had no limits. This was the tragedy of Victorian expectations. The son, given every advantage, every encouragement, every opportunity, would destroy himself with drink and opium. The daughters, told their best hope was to marry or teach, would become some of the greatest novelists in the English language. Patrick invested everything in the wrong child. He could not see the genius under his own roof because it came in the wrong bodies. Female bodies. Bodies that were supposed to be vessels for children, not ideas. The boy himself seemed to believe it. He was brilliant, charming, full of energy. He talked about his future greatness constantly. He would be a painter, like Sir Joshua Reynolds. A poet like Byron, a writer whose name would echo through the ages. His sisters adored him, especially Charlotte, who was closest to him in age. They collaborated on the Angrian stories. They wrote poetry together. They walked the moors and talked about art and ambition. Charlotte believed in her brother. They all did. Emily was different from the others. Even as a child, she was solitary, fierce, independent. She loved the moors more than anyone. She would walk for hours alone, coming home windblown and silent. She was tall for a girl of her time, strong, athletic, uninterested in feminine accomplishments. She hated sewing, hated socializing, hated anything that confined her. There was something untouchable about Emily. A wildness that none of the others possessed. She seemed to belong not to the human world, but to the moors themselves. When she was away from Haworth, at school, at work, she literally could not survive. She would sicken, stop eating, pine away. Only on the moors was she fully alive. Only there was she herself. We have so few of Emily's own words outside her novel and poems. No letters survive. The diary fragments are brief and enigmatic. She remains a mystery. A presence felt, but never fully understood. Perhaps she preferred it that way. Perhaps her privacy was the one thing she would never surrender. Anne was the baby. Sweet-natured, gentle, often overlooked. She was Emily's special companion. The two of them created Gondel together and continued writing about it into their 20s. Where Emily was fierce, Anne was quiet. Where Emily was wild, Anne was careful. But they understood each other perfectly. Anne suffered from a respiratory condition even as a child, possibly asthma, possibly early signs of the tuberculosis that would kill her. She was delicate where Emily was robust. She required care and gentleness. Emily provided both, with a tenderness she showed no one else. When Anne was ill, Emily sat with her. When Anne was sad, Emily walked with her on the moors. They were inseparable. Charlotte was the leader. Small, barely 5 feet tall, but fierce and ambitious. She read voraciously. Novels, poetry, history, anything she could get her hands on. She drew and painted with meticulous care. She wrote endlessly, filling notebook after notebook with tiny cramped handwriting. She was plain, she knew, small and plain and poor. But she had her mind, her imagination, her will. Charlotte's eyes were weak. She was severely nearsighted. To write, she had to hold the paper inches from her face. Perhaps this is why her handwriting was so small. Perhaps this is why she saw the world so intensely. What she could not see clearly, she imagined vividly. Her inner world was more vivid than the blurred reality outside it. She was also painfully aware of her limitations. In a world where a woman's worth was measured by beauty and marriageability, Charlotte knew she had neither. She channeled that awareness into her writing. Jane Eyre is a manifesto for plain women everywhere. A declaration that beauty is not the measure of a soul. That to be small and plain and poor is not to be worthless. The children grew older. Charlotte attended a school called Roe Head for a brief period in the 1830s, a better experience than Cowan Bridge, but still marked by homesickness. Emily tried school as well, but lasted only 3 months before the homesickness became unbearable. She physically pined for Haworth. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. Charlotte brought her home before she died of it. Anne managed school better than her sisters, but she too preferred home. All of them did. The parsonage, for all its coldness and grief, was where they belonged. It was the only place they could breathe. But they could not stay children forever. By the late 1830s, they were young adults. Charlotte was in her 20s. They needed to earn their livings. And for poor, unmarried women of the middle class, there were exactly 2 options: governess or teacher. All 3 sisters tried both. And all 3 hated it. Being a governess meant living in someone else's house, caring for someone else's children. You were neither servant nor family member. You ate alone. You had no privacy, no freedom, no respect. The children were often spoiled and resentful. The parents treated you as a necessary inconvenience. The pay was terrible. Charlotte took a position with a family called the Sidgwicks in 1839. She lasted less than 3 months. The children were undisciplined, the mother critical, the work exhausting. Charlotte was miserable. She wrote desperate letters home. She felt like a slave, she said. Worse than a slave. Anne fared somewhat better. She spent 5 years as a governess with 2 different families. She was conscientious, patient, determined to do well. But she was lonely and often ill. And she saw, up close, the casual cruelty of the wealthy toward those in their power. She would write about it later in The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, one of the first novels to deal honestly with alcoholism and domestic abuse. Emily tried being a teacher at a school near Halifax. She lasted 6 months. She was desperately homesick, barely able to function. She came home thin and silent and haunted. After that, no one tried to send her away again. Emily would stay at Haworth. She would keep house for her father and aunt. She would walk the moors. She would write her poetry and her gondel stories. That was enough. In 1842, Charlotte had an idea. What if she and Emily could study abroad? Learn French, German, music. They could open their own school when they returned. Be their own employers. Have some independence. Aunt Bramwell agreed to fund it. The girls would go to Brussels. In February 1842, Charlotte and Emily enrolled at the Pensionnat Heger, a girls' school in Brussels run by Monsieur and Madame Heger. It was Charlotte's first time leaving England. Emily's too. They were terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. The school was everything Cowan Bridge had not been. Warm, intellectually stimulating, cosmopolitan. Monsieur Heger was a gifted teacher. He recognised Charlotte's talent immediately and pushed her to develop it. He gave her books, discussed literature with her, critiqued her writing. Charlotte, starved for intellectual companionship, bloomed under his attention. She also fell in love with him. Constantine Heger was married, with children. He was not particularly handsome. But he was brilliant, passionate about ideas, and he took Charlotte seriously as an intellect. For Charlotte, 26 years old, plain, poor, convinced she would never marry, this was intoxicating. Nothing happened, of course. Hager was an honourable man. He was kind to Charlotte, but nothing more. Still, Charlotte's feelings deepened. She tried to hide them. She mostly succeeded. But the longing was there, burning beneath her quiet exterior. In November 1842, Aunt Branwell died suddenly. Charlotte and Emily returned to Haworth for the funeral. Emily stayed home after that. She had no desire to return to Brussels. But Charlotte went back. She told herself it was to finish her studies. Time? Ones? Really, it was to be near Hager. The second year in Brussels was miserable. Madame Hager, who had perhaps guessed Charlotte's feelings, grew cold. She kept Charlotte busy with menial tasks, kept her away from her husband. Charlotte was lonely, isolated, desperately unhappy. She stayed until January 1844, and then she came home for good. After she left, Charlotte wrote Hager letters. Passionate, desperate letters. She tried to make them sound casual, but the longing bled through every line. Hager did not respond. Or if he did, his responses were brief and discouraging. Eventually, Charlotte stopped writing. She had been rejected, and she knew it. She channeled the pain into her writing. Years later, in Villette, she would put Hager in her novel as Paul Emanuel, the difficult, brilliant teacher whom the heroine loves hopelessly. It's one of the most psychologically acute portraits of unrequited love in literature. And it's drawn directly from Charlotte's own heart. By 1845, all three sisters were back at Haworth. The school plan had failed. They had advertised for pupils but received no responses. No one wanted to send their daughters to a remote parsonage in Yorkshire run by unknown governesses. The dream was over before it began. Charlotte was 29. Emily was 27. Anne was 25. Unmarried, unemployed, living with their aging father and their increasingly dissolute brother. Branwell's grand dreams had all come to nothing. He had failed as a painter, as a tutor, as everything he tried. He was drinking heavily. The golden boy was tarnished. The sisters might have lived and died in obscurity. Might have become nothing more than footnotes in the history of their famous parsonage. 3 spinsters caring for an aging father in a remote village. It was the fate of thousands of Victorian women. Quiet lives. Invisible lives. Lives that left no mark on the world. But these particular spinsters had spent their childhoods creating worlds. They had written millions of words before they turned 20. They had taught themselves narrative technique through endless practice. They had developed voices that were uniquely their own. The years of isolation had not been wasted. They had been training. Except for one thing. They could write. And they were about to prove it. In the autumn of 1845, Charlotte made a discovery. She found a notebook of Emily's poems. She read them. And she was stunned. Emily's poetry was unlike anything Charlotte had read. Dark, mystical, intensely powerful. Poems about freedom and death, about the moors and the soul, about a fierce inner life that had nothing to do with the quiet, austere woman who kept house for their father. These were the poems of a genius. One poem in particular stopped Charlotte cold. "No coward soul is mine," it began. Emily wrote of a faith beyond conventional religion, of a God that animated all living things, of her own soul, undaunted by death or doubt. The poem was defiant, almost arrogant in its certainty. This was not the voice of a timid Yorkshire spinster. This was the voice of a prophet. Another poem described a prisoner in a dungeon, visited by a wild vision of freedom. The imagery was ecstatic, almost hallucinatory. Scholars still debate whether Emily experienced genuine mystical states. What is certain is that she had access to something most people never touch. Some deep well of consciousness. Some doorway to the infinite. Charlotte showed them to Anne. Anne quietly revealed that she too had been writing poetry. Charlotte looked at her own work, years of poems tucked away in drawers, and suddenly she saw a possibility. Yes, they could publish. Together. A joint volume of poetry by three sisters. Emily was furious when Charlotte suggested it. Her poems were private, not meant for the world. She felt violated by Charlotte's discovery of them. But Charlotte was persuasive. Charlotte was always persuasive. And eventually Emily agreed. On one condition: they would publish under pseudonyms. Male pseudonyms. And so Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell were born. Currer for Charlotte, Ellis for Emily, Acton for Anne. Androgynous names. Names that could be male or female. The sisters used their own money, the small inheritance from Aunt Branwell, to pay for publication. The book came out in May 1846. It sold 2 copies. 2. In the entire first year of publication, exactly 2 people bought the poems by Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell. The reviews were few and lukewarm. The book disappeared without a trace. But the sisters were not discouraged. By the time the poems were published, they were already working on something else. Novels. All 3 of them, simultaneously, were writing novels. Charlotte was working on The Professor, based on her experiences in Brussels. Emily was writing Wuthering Heights, a dark tale of passion and revenge on the Yorkshire moors. Anne was writing Agnes Grey, a quiet, realistic portrait of a governess's life. They wrote at the dining room table, all together in the same room, late into the night. Walking in circles around the table, discussing plot points and character development. They critiqued each other's work. They read passages aloud. They encouraged each other when the work was hard. And upstairs they could hear Branwell, drunk, raving, sometimes weeping. Branwell Bronte's decline had been gradual and sudden. He had taken a position as a tutor with a wealthy family called the Robinsons. And there, he said, he'd fallen in love with his employer's wife. Mrs. Robinson, he claimed, loved him in return. They had an affair. They planned to marry after her husband died. How much of this was true is still debated. Branwell was discovered in some kind of inappropriate relationship with Mrs. Robinson and dismissed from his position in disgrace. That much is fact. Whether it was truly an affair, or whether Branwell had made unwanted advances, or whether he simply fantasized the whole thing, we will never know. What is certain is that Branwell believed it was real. And when Mr. Robinson died, and Mrs. Robinson married someone else, someone rich and age-appropriate, Branwell was shattered. He came home to Holworth in the summer of 845 and never left again. He drank. He took laudanum. He ran up debts at every public house in the village. He raved about his lost love. He threatened suicide. He had fits of delirium, tremens. Patrick was heartbroken. His son, his brilliant son, had fallen so far. The sisters were angry, frustrated, exhausted. They loved Branwell, but he was destroying himself and making their lives miserable in the process. Charlotte wrote bitterly in her letters about her brother. She could not forgive him for wasting his gifts, for choosing drink and self-pity over work. The sisters were writing great novels in the dining room while Branwell sobbed in his bedroom. The contrast was stark, but there was love too beneath the anger. Charlotte had adored Branwell once. They had been creative partners, co-creators of Angria. She remembered the boy he had been, brilliant, funny, full of promise. To see him destroy himself was a special kind of torture. It was like watching her own childhood die. Emily said little about Branwell's condition, but she cared for him dutifully. She brought him food he would not eat. She cleaned up after his episodes. She listened to his ravings with patience she showed no one else. Perhaps she understood something the others did not. Perhaps she saw in Branwell's despair a mirror of her own fierce inner life. They were both extreme people, in different ways. And yet, they must have known on some level what was coming. Branwell was not just drunk. He was sick. He had a cough. A persistent worsening cough. He was losing weight. He had night sweats. Tuberculosis. Family disease. It was back. But before the disease claimed anyone else, the sisters had a triumph. In the spring and summer of 1847, they sent their novels out to publishers. The professor was rejected repeatedly. Charlotte was disappointed but philosophical. She started work on a second novel. But Emily's Wuthering Heights and Anne's Agnes Grey were accepted by a small publisher named Thomas Courtly Newby. They would be published together as a 3-volume set. The books came out in December 1847. By that time, Charlotte's second novel was also out. She had written it in less than a year. A story of an orphan girl, plain and poor but fierce and passionate. A girl who becomes a governess and falls in love with her employer, the dark and difficult Mr. Rochester. The novel was called Jane Eyre. It was published on 19th October 1847. And it was an immediate sensation. The critics raved. Readers devoured it. Who was this Currer Bell? Where had he come from? The novel was passionate, unconventional, psychologically complex in a way Victorian novels rarely were. The heroine was no passive beauty. She was small and plain and angry. She demanded equality, respect, love on her own terms. It was revolutionary. Do you think Because I'm poor, obscure, plain and little. I am soulless and heartless. Jane cries to Rochester. You think wrong. I have as much soul as you and full as much heart. Readers had never encountered anything like it. Here was a woman who refused to be diminished, who demanded to be seen as an equal, who spoke truths that Victorian society preferred to keep silent. The novel touched something deep in its readers. Women especially. Women who had been told all their lives to be quiet, to be grateful, to accept their place. Here was Jane Eyre saying no. Saying I deserve more. Saying I will not be a possession or a convenience or a decoration. The book was a revelation. Jane Eyre became one of the best-selling novels of the decade. Charlotte Brontë at 31 was famous. Except no one knew Charlotte Brontë had written it. They thought Currer Bell was a man. Or possibly a woman. Or possibly multiple people. The speculation was intense. Emily's Wuthering Heights, published 2 months later, received a more mixed reception. Some critics were appalled. The book was violent, dark, morally ambiguous. The characters were cruel and obsessive. Heathcliff was barely human. Catherine was wild and selfish. The whole thing was too strange, too fierce, too much. But others recognised its power. This was not like other novels. This was something new, something almost mythic. The Moors themselves seemed to be a character, wild and indifferent to human suffering. The love story was not gentle or redemptive. It was destructive, all-consuming, eternal. Wuthering Heights would later be recognised as one of the greatest novels in the English language. But in 1847, most people didn't know what to make of it. It was too far ahead of its time. What critics missed was the novel's cosmic scope. This was not a love story in any conventional sense. Catherine and Heathcliff were not lovers who met and courted and married. They were something more primordial. Two halves of the same soul, split apart by class and circumstance. I am Heathcliff, Catherine cries. Not I love Heathcliff. I am Heathcliff. Their love was not romance. It was identity. Essence. Something beyond the material world. Emily took everything she had learned in Gondal, the fierce landscapes, the doomed dynasties, the passion that destroys everything it touches, and distilled it into one novel. She would never write another. She didn't need to. Everything she had to say was in those pages. And Agnes Grey was largely overlooked. It was published in the same volume as Wuthering Heights, but it was quieter, less dramatic. A realistic story of a governess's struggles. No passion, no violence, just careful observation of the small cruelties of everyday life. But Anne was already at work on her second novel. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. A book about a woman who leaves her alcoholic, abusive husband to protect her son. It was based in part on Anne's observations of Branwell. It was unflinching in its portrayal of addiction and domestic violence. And it argued that women had the right to leave bad marriages. In 1848, this was radical. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall was published in June 1848. It sold well, though critics were shocked by its subject matter. Anne Bronte, the quietest and sweetest of the sisters, had written something genuinely subversive. In the preface to the second edition, Anne defended her choice of subject matter. "When we have to do with vice and vicious characters," she wrote, "I maintain it is better to depict them as they really are than as they would wish to appear." She was tired, she said, of novels that made villainy look attractive. That prettified sin. She wanted to show the truth. And the truth about alcoholism, about abusive marriage, was not pretty. Charlotte never fully appreciated the tenant of Wildfell Hall. After Anne's death, Charlotte prevented the novel from being republished. She thought it was a mistake, she said, that Anne had chosen an unsuitable subject. It took more than a century for Anne's reputation to recover from Charlotte's judgment. Today, The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is recognised as one of the first feminist novels. Anne was ahead of her time. Perhaps too far ahead for even her own sister to see. So, by the summer of 1848, all three sisters were published novelists. Charlotte was famous. Emily and Anne were known, if less celebrated. They had done it. They had broken through. Three poor, obscure women from a remote Yorkshire village had made their mark on literature. And upstairs, Branwell was dying. By September 1848, he was bedridden. The cough was constant now. Blood in the handkerchiefs. Fever that came and went. Delirium. He was 31 years old and wasting to nothing. His father sat with him. Patrick Bronte, who had once had such hopes for his only son. The sisters came in and out, bringing water, changing the bedclothes. What did they feel? Grief, certainly. Pity. Anger, maybe, at the waste of it all. Relief that the chaos would soon be over. All of these things at once. Bramwell died on 24th September 1848. His father was with him at the end. Patrick had now buried his wife and three children. He was 71 years old. The funeral was held at the church, just beyond the parsonage wall. The three sisters attended. Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They stood in the cold church and listened to their father perform the service. Another Bronte in the family vault. It was raining. The wind was fierce. Emily stood through the whole service without a shawl. She caught cold walking home. The cold turned into a cough. The cough worsened. Emily Bronte was 30 years old in the autumn of 1848. Tall, strong, capable. She had never been seriously ill in her life. She walked the moors in all weather. She was healthy. She would be fine. But the cough did not go away. And by October it was getting worse. Charlotte watched her sister with growing alarm. She knew that cough. She had heard it from Maria, from Elizabeth, from Branwell just weeks ago. She knew what it meant. Emily refused to admit anything was wrong. She got up every morning at 7. She fed the dogs. She kneaded the bread. She went about her household tasks with grim determination. When Charlotte suggested she rest, Emily snapped at her. When Charlotte suggested calling the doctor, Emily refused outright. Emily Bronte did not believe in doctors. She called medicine quackery. She had seen what doctors did. The bleeding, the purging, the useless remedies that only made people suffer more. She would not submit to that. She would not be prodded and examined and dosed with poisons. If she was going to die, she would die on her own terms. In this, Emily was not entirely wrong. Victorian medicine had almost nothing to offer tuberculosis patients. The common treatments, bloodletting, mercury compounds, opium, did more harm than good. Some doctors prescribed sea air or mountain air. Others recommended complete bed rest. Still others insisted on vigorous exercise. No one knew what caused the disease. No one knew how to cure it. The bacteria that caused tuberculosis would not be discovered until 1882, 34 years after Emily's death. So Emily's refusal of medical help was not simply stubbornness. It was a kind of clear-eyed realism. The doctors could not save her. Nothing could save her. She would spend her remaining time on her own terms, doing the things she loved. Walking the moors, feeding her dogs, living as she had always lived. Until she couldn't anymore. But she was not ready to die yet. So she simply pretended she was not ill. She forced herself through each day. She would not stay in bed. She would not complain. She would not acknowledge weakness. Charlotte and Anne watched helplessly. They could see Emily fading. Time? Wands. Losing weight. Growing pale. The cough was constant now, racking her whole frame. She could barely catch her breath. But still she refused all help. In November, Charlotte wrote to her publisher. She could not write, she said. She could not think about novels or revisions or anything except her sister. Emily was very ill and would not see a doctor. Charlotte was terrified. Anne was terrified too. But Anne was also beginning to feel unwell herself. She had a cough. Not as bad as Emily's yet. But it was there. She said nothing. What good would it do? Emily was dying in front of them. Charlotte was barely holding herself together. Anne would not add to their burdens. December came. Cold, dark December. Emily was still forcing herself to rise, to work. But she was so weak now that she could barely stand. She leaned on furniture to cross a room. She paused for breath every few steps. Her eyes were huge in her wasted face. Charlotte begged her to rest, to see a doctor, to take something for the pain. Emily refused. She was angry now, defensive. She snapped at her sisters when they tried to help. "Leave me alone," she said. "I'm fine." She was not fine. On the morning of 19th December 1848, Emily came downstairs as usual. She fed the dogs. She tried to pick up her sewing. And then she collapsed. Charlotte and Anne carried her to the sofa. For the first time, Emily did not fight them. She was too weak to fight. She lay on the sofa, struggling to breathe, and finally, she whispered that they could send for the doctor. It was too late. The doctor came that afternoon. He examined Emily and shook his head. There was nothing to be done. Her lungs were gone. She was drowning in her own body. It was a matter of hours now, not days. Emily died at 2 o'clock that afternoon. She was 30 years old. She had been ill for less than 3 months. Charlotte was with her at the end. So was Anne, Time, Hans, and their father. Emily died on the sofa in the dining room, the room where she had written Wuthering Heights. The dogs lay at her feet. She reached down to touch them one last time. And then she was gone. Charlotte wrote to a friend that night. Her letter to him was brief and stark. Emily was dead. She had suffered terribly. She had refused all comfort to the end. Charlotte's grief was beyond words. The funeral was held 3 days later. December 25th, 1848. Patrick performed the service again. Another daughter in the vault. Another coffin next to Maria, Elizabeth Branwell. Emily Bronte, who loved the moors more than anything, was buried beneath the stone floor of the church. She never saw the open sky again. Keeper Emily's dog, a fierce mastiff she had tamed with her bare hands, attended the funeral. Charlotte wrote later that he lay at Emily's bedroom door for weeks afterward, whimpering. He seemed to understand that his mistress was gone, that she would not come back. He grieved, as dogs grieve, silently, loyally, with a broken heart. The parsonage was so quiet after Emily died. She had been the one who kept the household running. She had done the cooking, the baking, the cleaning. She had been the centre of the house, even if she rarely spoke. Now there was just absence. An Emily-shaped hole in every room. Charlotte and Anne came home from the funeral and looked at each other. They were the only ones left. 2 sisters out of 6 children. And Anne was coughing. Anne had been coughing for weeks. She'd hidden it as well as she could. But now, with Emily dead, there was no hiding it anymore. Charlotte heard the cough and felt her heart break. Not again. Please, not again. But it was the same cough, the same fever, the same slow wasting. Tuberculosis. Anne did not fight it the way Emily had. She was different from Emily in every way. Where Emily had been fierce and defiant, Anne was gentle and resigned. She knew she was dying. And scared. She accepted it. But she was only 28 years old and she did not want to die yet. She saw a doctor. She took the medicines he prescribed. She rested. She tried to eat, even though she had no appetite. She did everything Charlotte asked of her. She wanted to live. She fought for life in her own quiet way. January passed. February. March. Anne grew weaker. Cough was constant. She could not sleep lying down anymore. She sat propped up in bed, struggling for breath. Charlotte sat with her through the long nights. They were alone now, the two of them. Branwell had died in September, Emily in December. It was now April, and Anne was dying. 6 months. 3 deaths in 6 months. Charlotte was 32 years old and felt ancient. She'd watched her mother die, the 2 elder sisters, her brother, Emily, and now Anna. How much grief could one person bear? Anne knew she was dying. She could feel it. But she had one wish. She wanted to see the sea. She had only seen the ocean once as a governess years ago. She had loved it. The vastness of it. The clean salt air. The sound of the waves. She wanted to see it one more time before she died. Charlotte thought this was madness. Anne was far too ill to travel. The journey would kill her. She should stay home, stay in bed, conserve her strength. But Anne was gentle, not weak. She insisted. She would go to the sea. She would breathe the sea air. She would die by the ocean if necessary. But she would not die in the parsonage. Not in that cold, dark house where everyone died. Not in Holworth. Charlotte gave in. She arranged for them to go to Scarborough, a seaside town on the east coast. Anne's former employer, the Robinson family, had a house there. It was May now. The sea air might help. Charlotte did not believe it. But she would give Anne this one thing. They left Haworth on 24th of May 1849. Anne, Charlotte and their friend Ellen Nussey, who came along to help. Time? Sir, the journey was difficult. Anne had to stop frequently to rest. She could barely walk. Charlotte and Ellen supported her between them. But Anne was determined. She wanted to see the sea. They arrived in Scarborough on 25th of May. Anne was exhausted, feverish, barely conscious. But the next morning Charlotte took her to the window. And there it was. The sea. Anne looked at it for a long time. The light on the water. The gulls. The sound of the waves. She smiled. She died 2 days later. On 28th of May 1849. 3 days after arriving in Scarborough. Charlotte was with her. So was Ellen Nussey. Anne's last moments were peaceful, unlike Emily's fierce struggle. She asked to be moved to a chair by the window so she could see the sea one last time. She said a prayer. She thanked Charlotte for bringing her. And then she closed her eyes. Anne Bronte was 29 years old. She had published 2 novels. She had seen the ocean. She was ready. Charlotte wrote to her father that night. The letter was brief and stark. Anne was dead. She had died peacefully. Charlotte could not come home yet. She needed time. She stayed in Scarborough for a few more days, walking on the beach, staring at the sea. Trying to understand how she was supposed to go on. Charlotte arranged for Anne to be buried in Scarborough. She could not bear the thought of bringing another coffin back to Holworth. Could not bear another funeral in that church. Anne would stay here, by the sea she loved. So Anne Bronte is the only one of the Bronte children not buried in the family vault. She lies in St Mary's Churchyard in Scarborough, overlooking the ocean. Alone. Charlotte came home to Holworth on 1st June 1849. She came home alone. The parsonage was silent. Her father was there, of course. 72 years old now. He had buried his wife and 5 children. Only Charlotte remained. She walked through the empty house. The dining room where they had all written their novels together, walking in circles around the table. The stairs where Emily had struggled up and down, refusing help. Branwell's room. Anne's room. All empty now. Charlotte was 33 years old. She was the last of her generation. The sole survivor. And she was utterly, completely alone. How do you go on when everyone you love is dead? Charlotte Bronte did not know. In the months after Anne's death, she barely functioned. She moved through the parsonage like a ghost. She could not write. She could not read. She could barely speak. Her father worried about her. Patrick Bronte, who had always been so distant, tried to comfort his last remaining child. But what comfort could he offer? He had lost 5 children. He understood grief. But understanding did not make it easier to bear. Charlotte's publisher wrote to her. Her friends wrote to her. They urged her to work. To write. Work, they said, would save her. It would give her something to live for. Charlotte did not want to be saved. She wanted her sisters back. She wanted to sit at the dining room table with Emily and Anne walking in circles, discussing their stories. She wanted to hear Emily's fierce opinions about plot structure, Anne's gentle suggestions about character. She wanted the life she had lost. But that life was gone. And slowly, painfully, Charlotte began to accept it. She had been working on a novel before the death began. Shirley. She'd started it when everyone was still alive, when there had been hope. Now she picked it up again. Writing Shirley nearly destroyed her. Every page was agony. She had based one of the characters on Emily. Shirley Keeldar, strong, independent, uncompromising. Emily in fiction. Writing her felt like bringing Emily back to life, and then having to let her go again every time she set down the pen. But Charlotte finished it. Shirley was published in October 1849, a year after Emily's death. The critics were lukewarm. It was not as passionate as Jane Eyre, not as immediate. But it sold well. Charlotte Bronte was an established novelist now. Currer Bell was famous. By this time, the secret of the Bell pseudonyms was out. Charlotte had been forced to reveal herself to her publisher in 1848, and word had gradually spread. People knew now that Currer Bell was Charlotte Bronte, that Ellis and Acton Bell had been her sisters, that all 3 were now dead except Charlotte. The revelation caused a sensation. 3 sisters from a remote Yorkshire parsonage had written Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, and The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. And 2 of them were already dead. It was romantic. Tragic. The public was fascinated. Charlotte hated the attention. She was shy, private, uncomfortable with fame. But she was also lonely. So when her publisher invited her to London, she went. The literary world embraced her. She met William Makepeace Thackeray, whom she admired enormously. She met Elizabeth Gaskell, who would become a friend and eventually her biographer. She went to dinner parties, galleries, the opera. She was treated as a literary celebrity. The meeting with Thackeray was particularly memorable. Charlotte had dedicated the 2nd edition of Jane Eyre to him. She considered him the greatest living novelist. When they finally met, Thackeray was charmed but somewhat overwhelmed. Charlotte was intense, serious, unwilling to engage in small talk. She wanted to discuss literature, truth, morality. Thackeray wanted to be witty and amusing. They talked past each other. Thackeray later wrote that Charlotte gave me the impression of being a very little and a very fierce woman. This was accurate. Charlotte was small and fierce, She had survived the death of almost everyone she loved. She had no patience for triviality. And she was miserable. Charlotte was small, plain, poorly dressed. She had a strong Irish accent from her father. She was painfully shy in company. She didn't know how to make small talk. At parties she sat silently in corners, overwhelmed and anxious. People stared at her. They whispered, "Is that really Currer Bell? She's so small. Time for ones and so plain." Charlotte went back to Holworth as soon as she could. London was exciting, but it was not home. Home was the parsonage, the moors, the quiet, the ghosts. Elizabeth Gaskell became a genuine friend. The two women corresponded frequently, and Gaskell visited Haworth several times. She was shocked by what she found there. The isolation, the coldness, the graves visible from every window. How had Charlotte survived this place? How had genius flourished in such barren soil? After Charlotte's death, Gaskell would write her biography. The Life of Charlotte Brontë, published in 1857, became one of the most influential literary biographies ever written. It shaped how generations would understand the Brontës. It created the myth of the tragic sisters on the moors. Some of it was accurate. Some of it was romanticised. All of it was written with genuine love for a woman who had died too young. She began work on another novel, Villette. Based on her experiences in Brussels, her unrequited love for Constantin Léger. It was the most psychologically complex thing she'd written. Dark, introspective, full of loneliness and longing. The heroine, Lucy Snow, was Charlotte herself. Isolated. Watching life happen to other people. Never quite belonging. Villette was published in January 1853. It was acclaimed as a masterpiece. Charlotte's reputation was secure. She was one of the great novelists of her generation. But she was still alone. Charlotte had never expected to marry. She was plain, poor, no longer young. She was famous now, yes. But fame did not make her beautiful. It did not erase her poverty or her shyness. She had resigned herself to spinsterhood, to living with her aging father until he died, to being alone. And then Arthur Bell Nicholls proposed. Nicholls was her father's curate. He had been at Haworth for years. A quiet, serious man. Earnest, devout, utterly conventional. He had loved Charlotte for a long time. Silently. Hopelessly, he thought. He proposed in December 1852. Charlotte was stunned. She'd never thought of Nicholls that way. He was just there. Part of the furniture of her life. She said no. Patrick Brontë was furious that Nicholls had even asked. His curate marry his daughter? His famous daughter, the celebrated novelist? It was presumptuous. Insulting. Patrick forbade Charlotte from even speaking to Nicholls. Nicholls, heartbroken, left Haworth. He took a position in another parish. Charlotte thought that was the end of it. But Nicholls continued to write to her. And slowly Charlotte's feelings began to change. He was steady, kind. He genuinely cared for her. Not for Currer Bell, the famous author. For Charlotte. The small, plain woman who had lost everyone she loved. She began to think that perhaps she could marry him. Perhaps she did not have to be alone. It took more than a year to convince her father. Patrick railed against the match. He would lose his curate and his daughter. He would be left alone. But eventually he gave in. Charlotte would marry Nichols. Nichols would return to Holworth as curate. They would all live together in the parsonage. Charlotte Bronte married Arthur Bell Nichols on 29th June 1854. She was 38 years old. The marriage was, by all accounts, happy. Not passionate. Not the wild romance of her novels. But comfortable. Companionable. Nichols was devoted to her. He protected her from intrusions. He encouraged her writing. He made her feel safe. Charlotte began to hope that she might have a future after all. That there might be life after so much death. And then, in early 1855, she became pregnant. Charlotte was 38, which was considered old for a first pregnancy even by Victorian standards. She was also small and frail. The pregnancy was difficult from the start. She suffered from terrible nausea. Hyperemesis gravidarum, we would call it now. Constant severe vomiting. She could not eat. She could not keep down water. She grew weaker and weaker. By March, she was bedridden. Doctors were called. They prescribed various treatments, none of which helped. Charlotte was wasting away. She also had a cough. Whether it was tuberculosis or simply the weakness brought on by starvation, we will never know for certain. But Charlotte was dying. She knew it. Nichols knew it. Her father knew it. Charlotte died on 30th March 1851. She was 38 years old. She'd been married for 9 months. Her last words, whispered to her husband, were, "Oh, I am not going to die, am I? He will not separate us. We have been so happy." But she did die. In the parsonage where she was born. In the bed where she had slept all her life. The last of the Bronte children. The death certificate listed the cause as phthisis, tuberculosis. Modern scholars have debated this. Some believe Charlotte died of severe dehydration from the pregnancy-related vomiting. Others suggest typhus or another infection. Perhaps it was a combination. Perhaps the tuberculosis bacteria, dormant in her body for decades, reactivated when her immune system was compromised by the pregnancy. We will never know for certain. What we know is that Charlotte Bronte, who had watched her mother, her sisters, her brother all die in this house, died in it too. The parsonage that had been the cradle of so much genius became, finally, its grave. Patrick Bronte buried his last child on 4th April 1858. Another service in the church. Another coffin in the family vault. Charlotte joined her mother Maria Elizabeth Branwell and Emily beneath the stone floor. Only Anne was missing. Anne, far away in Scarborough, alone by the sea. Patrick was 78 years old. He had outlived his wife and all 6 of his children. He would live another 6 years. Alone in the parsonage except for his son-in-law Nichols, who stayed with him out of duty. Patrick went blind, He grew frail, but he did not die. He lived in a house full of ghosts. The dining room where his daughters had written their masterpieces. The stairs where Emily had dragged herself up and down. The bedroom where Charlotte had died. He heard their voices in every room. Saw their shadows on the walls. Patrick Bronte died on 7th June 1861. He was 84 years old. He had lived in Holworth for 41 years. He'd come there with a wife and 6 children. He left it alone. After his death, Arthur Bell Nicholls returned to Ireland. He took with him the Bronte memorabilia, letters, manuscripts, personal effects. He remarried eventually. He lived to be 88. He rarely spoke of Charlotte in his later years. Some griefs are too deep for words. The parsonage passed to a new incumbent. For decades it was simply a working vicarage, home to successive clergy and their families. But pilgrims came. Readers who had been moved by Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights. They wanted to see where the Brontes had lived, to walk the moors they had walked, to touch the stones they had touched. In 1928, the parsonage was purchased by the Bronte Society and turned into a museum. Today, it is one of the most visited literary sites in Britain. Hundreds of thousands of people come each year to stand in the dining room where the novels were written. To see Charlotte's wedding bonnet, Emily's writing desk, the tiny books they made as children. To pay homage to a family consumed by tuberculosis but immortalised by genius. The story of the Bronte family and tuberculosis is not just about death. It is about what people create in the face of death. All 3 sisters knew they were dying. They had seen it happen to Maria and Elizabeth, to Branwell, to each other. They knew the signs. Cough, the fever, the slow wasting. They knew there was no cure. That once the disease took hold, death was certain. And still they wrote. Emily wrote Wuthering Heights knowing she might not live to see it published. Anne wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall while caring for her dying brother and sister. Charlotte wrote Shirley in the months after watching Emily and Anne die. They wrote because they had to. Because the stories were in them and had to come out. Because writing was what they were born to do. Tuberculosis shaped their literature in profound ways. Illness and death are everywhere in their novels. Helen Burns dying of consumption in Jane Eyre. Catherine Earnshaw wasting away in Wuthering Heights. The sick children, the dying mothers, the characters who fade and vanish. Death is never far from the surface of these books. But there is also fierce life, passion, defiance, refusal to submit. Jane Eyre demanding equality and respect. Catherine Earnshaw declaring that she is Heathcliff. Helen Huntingdon leaving her husband to protect her son. These are not quiet, resigned heroines. They are fierce, angry, alive. The Brontes wrote as if their lives depended on it. Because in a sense they did. Writing was how they made sense of the world, how they processed grief, how they fought back against death. The tuberculosis bacteria might be destroying their bodies, but their minds were free. Their imaginations were infinite. No disease could touch that. And in the end, the books outlasted the disease. The bacteria that killed the Brontes are long gone. But Jane Eyre is still read. Wuthering Heights is still taught in schools. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is still in print. The sisters created something that death could not destroy. This is, perhaps, the only victory over tuberculosis that was possible in the 19th century. Not a medical victory, not survival, but a kind of immortality. The Bronte sisters died young, but their work lives on. And as long as people read their books, they are not really gone. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have followed a family through 40 years of loss. From the mother's death in 1821 to the father's death in 1861. We have watched 6 children grow up in a cold parsonage on the edge of the moors. We have seen 2 of them die as children, taken by the disease they caught at a charity school. We have seen the survivors create imaginary worlds together, their only escape from isolation and grief. We have watched them try to make their way in the world. As governesses, as teachers, as students in Brussels. We have watched them fail and fail again. And then we have watched them succeed, spectacularly and possibly, as novelists. 3 sisters, writing together at the dining room table, producing masterpieces that would outlast them by centuries. And we have watched them die. One by one. Branwell first, destroyed by addiction and despair. Then Emily, fierce to the end, refusing all comfort. Then Anne, gentle Anne, who only wanted to see the sea one last time. And finally Charlotte, who survived the longest and grieved the hardest. Who found love at the end, only to have it taken from her. The Bronte family has become, in our cultural imagination, the quintessential consumptive literary family. When we think of tuberculosis and genius, we think of them. The remote parsonage on the moors, the brilliant doomed children, the books written in the shadow of death. It has become a kind of myth. Like all myths, it contains truth and distortion in equal measure. The truth is that the Bronte children did die young. That tuberculosis devastated their family in a way that is almost unimaginable today. That they lived with the constant presence of death and still created extraordinary art. This is real. This happened. But the myth obscures as much as it reveals. It makes the Bronte seem passive, victims of fate, beautiful martyrs to disease and genius. And they were not that. They were fighters. Emily fighting until her body literally gave out beneath her. Anne fighting for the chance to see the sea one last time. Charlotte fighting to finish her novels even as grief threatened to overwhelm her. These were not passive, ethereal creatures. They were tough, practical, determined women. They had to be. Survival in 19th century Yorkshire required it. Consider what it meant to be a woman writer in the 1840s. There were successful female novelists, certainly, but they were often looked down upon. Women cannot write, the critics said. Their minds were too small, their emotions too weak. They could manage sentimental romances, perhaps, but real literature, that was for men. The Brontes proved them wrong. Jane Eyre was more psychologically complex than most novels by men. Wuthering Heights was more daring. The tenant of Wildfell Hall was more morally courageous. These were not women's novels in the diminishing sense the critics meant. They were simply great novels. And they were written by women who had been told they could not write. The myth also suggests that their genius was somehow a product of their illness. That tuberculosis made them creative. That suffering was necessary for art. This is nonsense, of course. Dangerous, romantic nonsense. The Brontes were geniuses despite tuberculosis, not because of it. Imagine what they might have written if they had lived. If Charlotte had survived to 60. If Emily had had 20 more years. If Anne had been able to write more than 2 novels. We lost whole libraries when they died. Tuberculosis did not create their genius. It destroyed it before its time. And yet, there is something about the Bronte story that continues to haunt us. Something that speaks to our deepest fears and desires. We are afraid of death. All of us. Always. And we want to believe that death can be defeated. Not literally. We know we all die eventually. But symbolically. We want to believe that what we create can outlast us. That we can leave something behind. That our lives will have meant something. The Brontes did that. They died. All of them. Young and in pain and too soon. But their books remain. And in those books, they are still alive. Still fierce. Still brilliant. Still themselves. This is why we make pilgrimages to Haworth. Why thousands of people every year visit the parsonage, walk the moors, stand at the graves. We are not just paying tribute to dead writers. We are participating in their victory over death. We are proof that they succeeded, that they made something that lasts. The parsonage is a museum now. You can walk through the rooms where the Brontes lived, the dining room where they wrote, Charlotte's tiny dresses in glass cases, the miniature books on display. It is carefully preserved, meticulously maintained. A shrine to literary genius. But if you go early in the morning before the tourists arrive, you can almost feel them there. The ghost of the family. Charlotte walking in circles around the dining room table. Emily coming in from the moors, windblown and silent. Anne sitting in the corner with her sewing, thinking about Gondel. Branwell upstairs, young and hopeful still. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, just shadows now. Barely remembered except in Charlotte's writing. The church is still there, of course. St. Michael and All Angels, where Patrick preached for 41 years, where he buried his entire family. The family vault is beneath the floor, near the altar. A simple brass plaque marks the spot. Maria Branwell Bronte and her 5 children. Not Anne. Anne is still in Scarborough, by the sea. The graveyard is full. Crowded with Victorian tombstones, many of them for young people. Tuberculosis victims, most of them. Haworth was a place where people died young. The Brontes were not exceptional in that. They were only exceptional in what they left behind. If you walk out behind the parsonage, you can take the path to the moors. The Brontes walk this path every day. It is not much changed. The same hills, the same stone walls, the same wind. In summer, the heather blooms purple. In winter, the landscape is brown and bare and beautiful in its bleakness. You can walk for miles and see no one. Just the sky and the moor and the wind. This is what Emily loved. This wild, empty space. She put it in Wuthering Heights, not as setting, but as character. The moors in that novel are alive, indifferent, eternal. They were there before the Brontes. They are there still. They will be there when we are all gone. There is something comforting in that. The idea that some things endure. The moors, the books, the stories we tell about the people who wrote them. Tuberculosis could destroy the body. It could end a life. But it could not destroy the imagination. It could not silence the voice. It could not erase what had been written. We live in a time when tuberculosis is curable. When antibiotics can stop the disease in its tracks. When people who contract TB can expect to survive. This is an extraordinary gift of modern medicine. We should never take it for granted. The antibiotics that cure tuberculosis were not developed until the 1940s. If they had existed in the 1840s, the Brontes might have lived. Maria and Elizabeth might have survived Cowan Bridge. Branwell might have recovered from his illness. Emily, diagnosed early, might have been cured. Anne might have seen many more summers by the sea. Charlotte might have raised the child she was carrying when she died. A century separated the Brontes from a cure. 100 years. So close, and yet impossibly far. They lived and died in the gap between the disease and its remedy. Millions did. The tuberculosis epidemic of the 19th century was a tragedy on an unimaginable scale. The Brontes are famous, but they were not unique. They were just 6 people among the tens of millions who died. But we have lost something too. Or perhaps not lost, but forgotten. The Victorians lived with death in a way we do not. It was immediate, constant, unavoidable. Everyone knew someone who had died of tuberculosis. Every family had buried children. Death was not abstract. It was not something that happened to other people in hospitals, out of sight. It happened at home, in the bedroom, in the family. This intimacy with death shaped how people lived. It made them conscious of time in a way we are not. They knew that life was short, that opportunities might not come again, that there was no time to waste. The Brontes knew this. They had seen their sisters die young. They knew their own lives might be short. And so they wrote. Not someday. Not when they had more time or more money or more encouragement. But now, immediately, urgently, as if their lives depended on it. And perhaps they did. Perhaps writing was what kept them alive as long as they lived. The thing that gave their lives meaning and purpose. The thing that made the suffering bearable. Charlotte wrote about this in Villette. Lucy Snow, the narrator, speaks of the creative impulse as a kind of possession. Something that seizes you and will not let go. Something you have to express or die. This was Charlotte's own experience. She wrote because she had to, because not writing would have been a kind of death in itself. Emily seems to have felt the same way. We have so little of her personal writing, no letters, no diary except brief fragments. She was intensely private, but her poetry reveals a fierce inner life, a mystical sense of connection to something larger than herself. The moors, nature, the infinite. She wrote to capture that feeling, to make it permanent, to hold on to something that was always slipping away. Anne wrote with a different purpose. Moral purpose. She wanted to tell the truth about things people did not talk about. Alcoholism, domestic abuse, the exploitation of governesses. She wrote to expose injustice, to make people see, to change things. 3 sisters, 3 different motivations, but all of them writing with the same urgency. The same sense that this work mattered, that it had to be done, that there might not be time to do it later. They were right about that. There was not time. Emily died at 30, having published 1 novel. Anne died at 29, having published 2. Charlotte lived the longest, 38, and published 4 novels. 4. In a writing life of about 10 years. What would they have written if they had lived? If Emily had survived to Charlotte's age or beyond? If Anne had been able to develop her talent over decades instead of years? If Charlotte had lived to be an old woman, writing into her 60s and 70s? Consider what Charlotte accomplished in just 10 years of serious writing. Jane Eyre, Shirley, Villette, The Professor. 4 novels plus a fragment of a 5th. If she had lived another 30 years, she might have written 20 novels. She might have become one of the greatest novelists in English history, rather than merely one of the greatest. And Emily. Emily, who wrote 1 novel and a handful of poems that changed literature forever. What would a second Wuthering Heights have looked like? A third? Where would her mystical vision have taken her if she had lived another decade? We can only imagine. The disease that killed her killed possibilities as well as flesh. Anne too deserves more than she has received from history. She is often overlooked, the quiet sister, the youngest. But the tenant of Wildfell Hall was revolutionary. It dealt with subjects, alcoholism, domestic abuse, a woman's right to leave a bad marriage, that Victorian society preferred to ignore. Anne was braver than her sisters in some ways. More willing to confront uncomfortable truths. If she had lived, she might have become a voice for the voiceless, a champion of those who suffered in silence. We will never know. Tuberculosis took that future from them. From us. But what they did leave us is extraordinary. 3 of the most important novels in English literature. Jane Eyre, which revolutionised the way novels portrayed women's inner lives. Wuthering Heights, which pushed the boundaries of what a novel could be. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, which dared to address subjects no one else would touch. These books changed literature. They changed how we think about women, about passion, about morality, about the self. And they did it all in the shadow of death. Knowing that time was short, that the cough they heard in the next room might soon be their own, that the disease was in their blood, in their lungs, waiting. This is what makes the Bronte story so powerful. Not the death itself. Death comes to everyone eventually. But what they did in the face of death. They did not give up. They did not surrender to despair. They did not decide that since life was short, nothing mattered. Instead, they decided that since life was short, everything mattered. Every word, every page, every story. They wrote as if their lives depended on it. And in a very real sense they did. Not their physical lives. Tuberculosis was going to take those regardless. But their legacy, their meaning, their immortality. There is a photograph of the Bronte sisters. Or rather, there is a painting made by Branwell that is often reproduced. It shows 3 young women, Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They are dressed plainly, sitting close together. Their faces are serious, intelligent, watchful. Originally, Branwell had painted himself in the centre, but he was unsatisfied with the result, so he painted himself out. Now there is just a ghostly pillar where his figure used to be. The 3 sisters grouped around an absence. It is an eerily prophetic image. Branwell, who was supposed to be the genius of the family, reduced to a ghost. The sisters, who were supposed to be secondary, taking centre stage. And all of them gone now. All of them dead before their time. But the painting remains, and the books remain, and the story remains. We tell this story because it matters. Not as a romantic tragedy, not as a cautionary tale, but as evidence. Evidence that even in the face of death, even when everything is taken from you, you can create something that lasts. Something that matters. Something that death cannot touch. Every year, scholars discover new connections between the Brontes and their work. New ways that their lives shaped their art. The pain of Cowan Bridge became Lowood School. The loneliness of Brussels became Villette. The wild freedom of the moors became Wuthering Heights. Their lives were short, but they lived every moment with an intensity that most people never achieve. And that intensity pours off every page they wrote. The Bronte sisters were not special because they died young. They were special because they lived fully. Because they took their small lives in a remote parsonage and made them infinite. Because they turned their pain and isolation and grief into art. Because they refused to be silenced. Tuberculosis killed them. But it did not defeat them. If you go to Haworth today, you can stand in the parsonage, dining room, the room where the Bronte sisters walked in circles discussing their novels. The table is still there, the chairs, the window overlooking the graveyard. It is a small room, plain, cold, even in summer. Nothing about it suggests genius or immortality. It is just a room in a house in a small Yorkshire village. And yet, in this room, Charlotte Bronte wrote Jane Eyre. Emily Bronte wrote Wuthering Heights. Anne Bronte wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. In this small, cold room, 3 women created works of art that would outlast them by centuries. That would change literature. That would change the world in small but permanent ways. They knew they were dying. All of them. They had seen it happen to their sister, to their brother. They knew the signs. They knew there was no cure. And still they wrote. Not someday. Not when things were easier. But now, today, in this moment. This is what we can learn from them. Not that suffering creates art. It does not. Not that death is romantic. It is not. But that time is precious. That we do not know how much of it we have. That if there is something we need to say, something we need to create, something that matters to us, we should do it now. Not when we have more time, more resources, more courage, but now. While we can. The Bronte sisters died. Tuberculosis took them one by one until the parsonage was silent. But their books endure. And in those books they are still alive. Still fierce. Still brilliant. Still themselves. Death is not the end. Not when you leave something behind. Not when your words still speak to people 200 years later. Not when your story still matters. If you visit Anne's grave in Scarborough today, you will find it marked by a simple headstone. The original inscription contained an error. It listed her age as 28 instead of 29. Charlotte, in her grief, had made a mistake. She could not bring herself to return to correct it. The Bronte Society eventually added a new memorial, but the original stone still stands. A testament to grief. To human error in the face of a loss. To the impossibility of getting everything right when your heart is breaking. Tonight, we have spent time with the Bronte family. With Maria and Elizabeth, who died as children. With Branwell, who wasted his gifts. With Emily, who refused to surrender even at the end. With Anne, who wanted only to see the sea one last time. With Charlotte, who survived the longest and mourned the hardest. And with Patrick, who buried them all. Their story is sad. Of course it is. How could it be anything else? 6 children, 5 dead before the age of 40. A father left alone. So much talent, so much life cut short. But it is also a story of triumph. Of creativity in the face of death. Of meaning snatched from meaninglessness. Of 3 women who took their small constrained lives and made them infinite. We remember them. We read their books. We visit their home. We tell their story. And in doing so, we participate in their victory. We prove that they were right. That the work mattered. That they mattered. That they still matter all these years later. If you have found this episode meaningful, please consider sharing it. The stories we tell about tuberculosis are important. They help us understand our past. They help us appreciate what we have now. They remind us that we are not the first people to face death, and we will not be the last. But we can face it with courage, with creativity, with the determination to leave something behind that matters. The Brontes faced their deaths as they had faced their lives, together, supporting each other, creating beauty even in the darkest moments. Emily died with her dogs at her feet and her family around her. Anne died looking at the sea she had travelled so far to see. Charlotte died in the arms of a husband who truly loved her. They were not alone. In the end, that may be what matters most. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for listening to these stories. There are more to come, more episodes, more histories, more forgotten voices. I hope you will join me for them. For now, rest well. Think of the Brontes walking the moors. Think of them gathered around the dining room table, writing by candlelight. Think of them young and alive and full of stories. Think of them not as victims, but as victors. People who lived fully, loved deeply, and created work that death could not destroy. The wind still blows across the Yorkshire moors. The heather still blooms purple in the summer. The parsonage still stands at the top of the village, looking out over the graveyard where 5 of the Bronte children lie. The church bells still toll, as they tolled for Maria and Elizabeth, for Branwell and Emily and Charlotte. But the stories live on. Jane Eyre still demands to be treated as an equal. Heathcliff still haunts the moors, searching for Catherine. Helen Burns still faces death with impossible courage. And somewhere right now, someone is opening one of these books for the first time. Falling into the world the Brontes created. Being changed by it, as millions have been changed before. This is the only immortality we can hope for. Not the preservation of our bodies, which will all fail eventually, but the preservation of our words, our stories, our truths. The Bronte sisters are gone, but they're also still here, still speaking to us across nearly 2 centuries, still alive in the only way that matters. Good night. In the spring of 1912, a German novelist visited his wife at a Swiss sanatorium. She was being treated for tuberculosis. He planned to stay for 3 weeks. A doctor examined him during his visit. "I found a moist spot on your lung," the doctor said. "You should consider remaining here for treatment, perhaps 3 months." Thomas Mann refused. He returned to Munich. He began writing. 12 years later, he published a novel about a young man who visits his cousin at a Swiss sanatorium. The young man plans to stay for 3 weeks. He remains for 7 years. Here is the strangest part of this story. When doctors later re-examined his wife's original X-rays, they found no evidence of tuberculosis. She had never had the disease at all. The greatest tuberculosis novel ever written. A book that would win its author the Nobel Prize, that would define an entire era, that would be called one of the most important works in the history of literature, was born from a misdiagnosis. From an illness that wasn't real. From a cure that didn't work. From 3 weeks that became 12 years. And here is something stranger still. The novel would predict with uncanny precision the catastrophe that was about to engulf Europe. It would diagnose a civilization's sickness before the symptoms became visible to anyone else. It would see the war coming, the World Festival of Death, and describe it in terms that would haunt readers for the next century. This is the story of the Magic Mountain, of Thomas Mann and his Enchanted Mountain, of a young engineer named Hans Castorp, who went to visit a sanatorium and never came home. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of literature's greatest novels, a book about time and death and disease, about love and philosophy and the collapse of European civilization. A book that was intended as a short comedic novella and became a 1,200-page epic. A book written in the shadow of one world war and published in the ruins of another. If you've journeyed with us before to Davos, to that alpine town that Tuberculosis built, then you already know the world we're entering tonight. The same cure terraces, the same mountain air, the same patients wrapped in blankets, breathing deeply, watching the snow fall on the peaks above. But tonight, we're not just visiting the sanatoriums, we're entering the mind of the man who immortalized them. We're following Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the balconies of Davos, from the outbreak of the First World War to the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm. We'll walk the corridors of the Berghof Sanatorium where Hans, Kastrup, spent 7 enchanted years. We'll listen to the great debates between reason and passion, between life and death. We'll stand with hands in the snow, lost in a blizzard, dreaming of paradise and horror. And we'll follow Thomas Mann himself through the darkest chapters of the 20th century, through exile and loss, through the rise of fascism and the destruction of everything he loved, through the long years of speaking across an ocean to a homeland that no longer wanted him. It is a long journey, but the night is long, and the fire is warm, and there is nowhere else we need to be. So settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, let the mountain air fill your lungs, that thin, cold, impossibly clear air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis, but instead created something far more lasting. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train climbing through the Swiss Alps. It is May of 1912. The narrow gauge railway winds upward through tunnels and across viaducts, the locomotive labouring against the grade. Outside the windows, the world transforms. The green valleys of the lowlands give way to pine forests, then to rocky meadows where the last patches of winter snow still cling to sheltered hollows. The air grows thinner with each passing mile. Passengers who board at Lanquos at the base of the mountains find themselves yawning, their ears popping as the train climbs higher. The ordinary pressure of sea level gives way to something else, something lighter, stranger, more intoxicating. In one of the passenger carriages sits a man of 36. He is impeccably dressed, his moustache carefully groomed, his bearing that of a successful bourgeois gentleman. He carries with him the quiet confidence of someone who has already achieved what he set out to achieve, who has, against considerable odds, made himself into one of the most celebrated authors in the German language. His name is Thomas Mann, and he's travelling to Davos to visit his wife. Katja has been at the Wald Sanatorium since March, nearly 3 months now. Her doctors in Munich had detected what they believed was tuberculosis, and they had recommended the mountain cure, the same cure that Dr. Alexander Spengler had pioneered half a century earlier, the same cure that had transformed this remote valley into one of the most famous medical destinations in the world. Thomas has been worried. He and Katja have been married for 7 years now. They have 4 children, Erika, Klaus, Golo, and Monica, with 2 more still to come. The household in Munich depends on Katja's management. Without her, everything has been more difficult. But it is more than inconvenience that troubles him. It is fear. Tuberculosis kills. It killed Chopin and Keats, the Bronte sisters and Chekhov. It is the White Plague, the captain of death, the disease that has shaped the 19th century more than any other. And now it has come for his wife. He has been at home with the children, writing as he always writes, with the disciplined regularity of a factory worker. Every morning at his desk by 9 o'clock, every afternoon with his correspondence, tea at 4, a walk before dinner, the life of a German author, ordered and productive. But the work has not gone well. He has been distracted, anxious. The letters from Davos bring mixed news. Katia is comfortable, the doctors are optimistic, but the cure takes time, months, perhaps a year or more. And now he is ascending into her world, a world where time moves differently, where the healthy and the sick live side by side, in elegant buildings perched on mountainsides, where conversations about philosophy and death and the meaning of existence fill the long hours between meals. He does not know it yet, but this 3-week visit will change the course of his career. It will give him the setting and the atmosphere for a novel that will consume the next 12 years of his life. It will introduce him to a world suspended between life and death, a world that will prove irresistible to his literary imagination. The train pulls into the station at Davos-Platz. The air that greets him as he steps onto the platform is thin and cold and impossibly clear. He can see for miles in every direction, the peaks sharp against the blue sky, the snowfields brilliant in the May sunshine. The altitude hits him immediately. His heart beats faster, his breath comes shorter, colours seem more vivid than they should be. There is something intoxicating about this air, something that makes the ordinary world below seem impossibly distant. Somewhere above him, on one of those elegant terraces, his wife lies wrapped in blankets, breathing this same air, waiting for him to arrive. Thomas Mann has just completed a novella about death and desire in Venice, a story about a celebrated author who travels to a foreign city and falls under a spell from which he cannot escape, a story that ends with a cholera epidemic and a death on the beach. He has come to Davos thinking he might write something similar, a companion piece, a light satirical treatment of the same themes, death and enchantment, but set in a tuberculosis sanatorium rather than a plague-ridden city. Something short, something he can finish in a few months. He has no idea that the short story he's imagining will become a novel of over 1,000 pages. He has no idea that the First World War will erupt before he can finish it. He has no idea that by the time he writes the final sentence, Europe will have torn itself apart. This is his story, and theirs. To understand Thomas Mann, we must first understand where he came from. He was born on the 6th of June 1875 in the ancient Hanseatic city of Lübeck, a city of brick churches and merchant houses of trading families whose roots stretched back centuries, a city where respectability and commerce and Protestant virtue formed the bedrock of existence. The Hanseatic League had made Lübeck rich. For centuries it had been one of the great trading centres of northern Europe, a city of ships and warehouses, of merchants who grew wealthy on grain and salt and timber. The city's coat of arms proclaimed it the Queen of the Hanse, and even in the late 19th century, long after the League had faded into history, Lübeck's leading families still carried themselves with the dignity of merchant princes. The Mann family was one of these merchant dynasties. His father, Johann Heinrich Mann, was a grain trader and senator of the city, a pillar of the community, respected and prosperous. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Lübeck citizens before him. The family business, Johann Siegmund Mann, had celebrated its centenary during Thomas's boyhood. The family home stood on the Bäckergrube, one of the finest streets in Lübeck. It was a grand house, filled with heavy furniture and family portraits, with servants and silver and all the trappings of bourgeois success. Young Thomas grew up surrounded by respectability. But his mother was different. Julia da Silva Bruns had been born in Brazil, the daughter of a German plantation owner and a Portuguese Creole mother. She had been brought to Germany at the age of 7, raised by relatives, educated in the European manner. But she carried within her something that her husband's Lübeck relatives never quite understood, a love of music, of art, of the life of feeling rather than commerce. She was beautiful and dark-eyed, With an artist's temperament hidden beneath the proper exterior of a senator's wife, musicians frequented their house. The piano was never silent for long. The world of art and beauty existed alongside the world of grain prices and merchant ledgers. It was through his mother that the young Thomas Mann was exposed to music, especially the operas of Richard Wagner. He would remember those evenings all his life, the music washing over him, the sense of being transported to another world. Wagner would remain his great passion, his troubling love, the composer whose genius and whose dangerous politics would haunt his work for decades. Thomas was the second son. His older brother Heinrich would also become a writer, and eventually a rival whose political views would lead to years of estrangement. But in childhood, the two boys shared their mother's artistic temperament, her sensitivity, her sense that there was more to life than the counting house. There were also sisters, Julia and Carla, and a younger brother, Victor, but it was Thomas and Heinrich who would carry the family's artistic aspirations into the world. Thomas loathed school. He failed to meet its requirements with what he later described as an innate and paralysing resistance to any external demands. The Catharineum, Lübeck's venerable gymnasium, could make nothing of him. He was not stupid, far from it, but he refused to perform. He dreamed and wrote poetry and waited for his real life to begin. He was designated to take over the family grain firm, but everyone who knew him understood that this was impossible. He was not made for commerce. He was made for something else. The question was whether that something else would ever amount to anything. In 1891, when Thomas was 15, his father died. Senator Mann left careful instructions in his will. The grain business was to be liquidated. He knew his sons. He knew they would never carry on the family tradition. Better to sell than to watch them destroy what generations had built. The family moved to Munich, a centre of art and literature, a city where a young man with artistic ambitions might find his way. Julia Mann took her children south, away from the grey skies and brick churches of Lübeck, into a world of cafes and galleries and bohemian possibility. And find his way Thomas did. The Munich years were formative. He worked briefly at an insurance company, a disaster. He attended lectures at the university, however sporadically. He read voraciously. He wrote stories and sent them to magazines. Slowly, painfully, he learned his craft. He also travelled to Italy with his brother Heinrich, spending months in Rome and Palestine. Italy would become one of his great subjects. The South, the sun, the sensuality that both attracted and frightened his northern Protestant soul. At the age of 26, Thomas Mann published his first novel. It was called Buddenbrooks, and it told the story of the decline of a merchant family in Lübeck over the course of 4 generations. It was, quite openly, the story of his own family. The slow decay of commercial energy, the rise of artistic sensitivity, the transformation from prosperity to decadence. The novel drew on everything he knew: the family home on the Becker Gruber, the senator father with his public dignity and private doubts, the artistic mother who didn't quite belong, the children who couldn't carry on the tradition, the long, slow decline from merchant, vigour to aesthetic refinement to collapse. The Lübeck patricians were not pleased. They recognised themselves in its pages, or thought they did. They called it a scandalous Roman éclat, a betrayal of their caste. For years, Mann would receive angry letters from Lübeck, from people who claimed he had libelled their families. But the rest of Germany embraced it. Buddenbrooks became a bestseller, then a classic. It would eventually help earn its author the Nobel Prize, the young man who had failed at school, who couldn't hold down a job at an insurance company, had written one of the great novels of the German language. By 1912, When Thomas Mann boarded that train to Davos, he was already famous. He had married Katia Pringsheim in 1905, the daughter of a wealthy Munich family, a woman of intelligence and beauty who would become his lifelong partner and the mother of his 6 children. Katia was remarkable in her own right. Her father was a distinguished mathematician. Her mother came from the wealthy Dome family, known for their progressive politics. Katia herself had been one of the first women to audit university lectures in Munich. She was brilliant, cultured, and devoted to her difficult, demanding husband. He had published short stories and novellas that had established him as a master of German prose. Tonio Kröger, a story about an artist torn between his bourgeois origins and his artistic calling. Tristan, a darkly comic tale set in a sanatorium, a hint of things to come. Most recently he had completed Death in Venice. This novella told the story of Gustav von Aschenbach, a celebrated writer who travels to Venice and becomes obsessed with a beautiful Polish boy named Tadzio. As Aschenbach's obsession grows, a cholera epidemic sweeps through the city. He refuses to leave, refuses to tear himself away from the object of his desire. Eventually he dies on the beach, watching Tadzio wade into the sea. Death in Venice was partly autobiographical. Mann and his wife had vacationed in Venice the previous year, staying at the Grand Hôtel des Bains on the Lido. There he had encountered a young Polish boy who fascinated him, the same boy who would become Tadzio in the novella. He had also witnessed the early stages of a cholera outbreak. The authorities were covering it up, afraid of scaring away tourists. But the disease was there, lurking in the canals and alleyways. He had turned these experiences into literature, into a meditation on beauty and death, on desire and dissolution. The novella was received as a masterpiece, but Mann was already thinking about his next project, something lighter perhaps, something that would revisit the same themes: enchantment, death, the spell of illness, but in a more satirical mode. He was thinking about tuberculosis, about sanatoriums, about those strange mountain communities where the sick and the healthy live together in a world apart. And now, as the train climbed toward Davos, he was about to experience that world firsthand. The Wald Sanatorium had opened just the year before, in 1911. It was one of the newest and most modern of Davos's many medical institutions, a palace of healing perched on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his progressive methods and his belief in the curative power of mountain air. Katia Mann had been among its first patients. She had arrived in March with what doctors believed was tuberculosis. For nearly 3 months she had followed the prescribed regimen: rest on the cure terrace, rich food, hours of stillness in the mountain air. She had written letters to her husband describing daily life in the sanatorium. The meals, 5 enormous meals per day, designed to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, the fellow patients, a strange mix of nationalities and temperaments, united only by their illness. The strange atmosphere of a community where death was always present but rarely discussed. These letters are lost now, but their influence remains. They gave Thomas Mann his first glimpse into a world that would obsess him for the next 12 years. A world where time seemed to stand still, where conversations about death were as common as conversations about the weather, where the healthy became infected not just with disease, but with a certain way of thinking, a certain enchantment. When he arrived at the sanatorium in May, Thomas Mann did not simply visit his wife. He immersed himself in the sanatorium life. He sat on the balcony beside her, wrapped in the same kind of camel hair blanket that all the patients used. He breathed the thin, alpine air. He observed the doctors and nurses going about their rounds. He listened to the conversations between patients. He noted the rituals and routines. He absorbed the peculiar atmosphere of this place. what he would later call a mixture of death and amusement. And then, as we have heard, a doctor examined him and found a moist spot on his lung. Would he like to stay for 3 months? Would he like to take the cure himself? Thomas Mann said no. He had children waiting for him in Munich, books to write, a life to live. He could not surrender to the mountain spell, however seductive it might be. But the question stayed with him. What if he had said yes? What if he had surrendered? What if he had stayed? The novel he would write imagined the answer. The novel that Thomas Mann began writing in 1913 opens with a young man on a train. His name is Hans Castorp. He's 23 years old, an engineer from Hamburg, and he is travelling to the Swiss Alps to visit his cousin Joachim Siemsen. Joachim has been at the Berghof Sanatorium for several months, being treated for tuberculosis. Hans plans to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to keep his cousin company, before returning to the flatlands to begin his career. 3 weeks, 21 days, a brief interruption in the orderly progression of a young bourgeois life. Hans will visit, he will rest, he will breathe the famous mountain air, and then he will descend to the real world below, to engineering projects and business concerns and all the productive activities of modern life. This is what Hans believes. This is what the reader believes, at least at first. But the mountain has other plans. Mann introduces his protagonist with careful irony. Hans Castorp is ordinary, thoroughly, deliberately ordinary. He is not particularly intelligent or gifted. He has no great passions, no burning ambitions. He is simply a young man of his class and time, a product of Hamburg's merchant culture, destined to build ships and make money and live the respectable life his family expects. He has recently passed his engineering exams and is about to take a position at the shipyard of Thunder and Wilms. Everything is prepared. His future is mapped out. All he needs to do is follow the path that has been laid before him. But first, this brief holiday in the mountains. 3 weeks to visit his cousin, 3 weeks to see the sanatorium that everyone talks about, 3 weeks to breathe the famous air. The journey itself is significant. Mann devotes pages to Hans's ascent from the flatlands to the mountain. The train climbs and climbs. The air grows thinner. The landscape becomes more dramatic. It is as though Hans is travelling not just to a different place, but to a different world entirely. From the moment Hans arrives, something is different. The air is thinner, his heart beats faster. Colours seem more vivid, sounds more distinct. Even time itself seems to move differently. The hours stretch and compress in ways that the flatlands never permitted. His cousin Joachim meets him at the station. Joachim is a soldier, or would be, if only he could get well. His greatest desire is to leave the sanatorium, to descend to the flatlands, to begin his military career. But the doctors keep finding reasons for him to stay. His fever persists. His lungs are not yet healed. Just a few more months, they tell him. Just a little longer. Hans is struck by how natural this all seems to Joachim. The routine of the sanatorium has become his cousin's entire world. The morning rest cure, the 5 enormous meals per day, the temperature taking, the x-rays, the consultations with doctors. Joachim speaks of these things as if they were the normal substance of existence. And indeed, at the Berghof they are. The sanatorium itself is like a grand hotel perched on the mountainside with views in every direction. It has elegant public rooms and private balconies, a library and a dining room, gardens and walking paths. The patients live in comfort, even luxury. But beneath the elegance lies the ever-present reality of illness and death. Hans is shown to his room, a pleasant chamber with a balcony overlooking the valley. The furniture is solid and comfortable. The walls are thick enough to muffle the sounds of the neighbouring patients. It could be a room in any good hotel. Except that the room's previous occupant died here just 2 days ago. The sheets have been changed and the room has been aired, but the death still lingers somehow. It is the first of many deaths that Hans will encounter at the Berghof. The sanatorium has its own customs, its own hierarchies, its own way of measuring time. New patients are called horizontal. They must spend their days lying on the cure terraces, forbidden from walking or exerting themselves. More advanced patients are granted increasing freedoms, allowed to walk in the gardens, to take excursions into the surrounding mountains. But no one, it seems, ever truly leaves, or if they do, they often return. The mountain has a way of claiming its own. Hans meets the chief physician, Hofrat Behrens, a tall, melancholic, wryly humorous man who has lived at the sanatorium for years. Behrens' own wife died here of tuberculosis, and he stayed on when he discovered that he too was infected. Now he presides over this community of the sick with a mixture of professional competence and dark humour. Behrens paints in his spare time, portraits of the patients mostly. He has painted Klavdia Shosha, the Russian woman who will become Hans's obsession. His medical eye and his artist eye see the same things: the signs of illness, the pallor of the skin, the particular beauty that consumption sometimes gives its victims. There is also Dr. Krakowski, who handles the psychological aspects of treatment. He is a bearded man with a penetrating gaze, given to wearing sandals and speaking in suggestive terms about the unconscious. He believes that illness has its roots in repressed desires, that physical disease is often the manifestation of psychological conflict. His lectures are well attended by the patients, who have little else to occupy their time. The lectures are about love, mostly, about the hidden workings of desire and repression. The patients listen, fascinated and uncomfortable, wondering what their own illnesses might reveal about their secret selves. Hans intends to observe all of this as an outsider. He is healthy after all. He is just visiting. In 3 weeks, he will return to Hamburg, to his uncle's shipping firm, to the life that awaits him in the flatlands. But on the very first evening, something happens. During dinner, he notices a woman across the dining room. She has high cheekbones, slightly slanted eyes, and a peculiar habit of letting doors slam behind her. Her name is Klavdia Shosha. She's Russian, married but alone, and she has been at the sanatorium on and off for years. Hans watches her. He cannot stop watching her. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves, that reminds him of someone from his past. A boy named Pribislav Hipper from his school days, a friend with whom he shared a single charged encounter. He does not understand this fascination. He does not want to understand it. But from this moment forward, Klavdia Shosha will become his obsession. And then, within days of his arrival, Hans develops symptoms. A cold, perhaps, a mild infection. His face feels flushed. His heartbeat is irregular. There is a strange taste in his mouth, the taste of blood, perhaps, though he cannot be sure. Hofrat Behrens examines him and discovers what the real Thomas Mann's doctor had discovered in 1912, a moist spot on his lung. Would Hans like to stay for treatment? Would he like to take the cure? Unlike Thomas Mann, Hans Castorp says yes. What does it mean to stay on the mountain? The first thing Hans discovers is that time moves differently here. In the flatlands, time is marked by activity, by work and appointments, and the forward progress of a career. But at the Berghof, there is no work to be done. The patient's only job is to rest, to eat, to breathe, to wait. The days blur together. Monday becomes indistinguishable from Wednesday. The weeks accumulate without marking. The seasons change. Summer gives way to autumn, autumn to the deep snows of winter. But the routine remains constant. Rest cure at 9, lunch at noon, rest cure at 2, dinner at 7. The same balcony, the same blankets, the same view of the mountains. Thomas Mann called his novel a Zeitraman, a novel about time, not just because it was set in a particular historical era, but because time itself is the novel's subject. The sanatorium exists outside of ordinary time. It is a place where the normal rules do not apply. The novel's structure mirrors this distortion. The first day at the Berghof takes over 100 pages to describe. The second day takes almost as long, but later, entire years pass in a single chapter. Time expands and contracts according to the logic of experience rather than the clock. Hans begins to lose track of how long he has been at the Berghof. Was it 3 weeks, 3 months, longer? His letters home grow less frequent. His thoughts of Hamburg, of his engineering career, of the life that awaits him in the flatlands grow dimmer and more distant. The mountain is casting its spell. Part of this spell is the routine itself. The 5 meals per day are enormous, intended to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, to provide the calories needed to fight the disease. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, rich foods, heavy foods, milk and eggs and butter and meat. The patients eat and rest, their bodies growing softer even as their lungs struggle to heal. There is something almost obscene about this abundance of food in the midst of wasting disease. But the logic is medical. The body needs fuel to fight the bacillus. Part of the spell is the enforced stillness. During the rest cure, patients are forbidden to read, to talk, to do anything that might agitate the mind or body. They must simply lie there, wrapped in blankets against the mountain cold, breathing the thin air, staring at the sky. And part of the spell is the obsession with symptoms. Every patient takes their temperature multiple times daily, keeping the thermometer in their mouth for exactly 7 minutes. One of many 7s that recur throughout the novel. Every fluctuation is noted, analysed, discussed. A rise of a few tenths of a degree becomes a matter of intense concern. A decline is cause for celebration. The body becomes the sole focus of attention. Normal life, with its distractions and diversions, falls away. There is only the body, the temperature, the hope of healing. Hans finds himself drawn into this obsession. He purchases his own thermometer, an expensive precision instrument, and monitors his temperature with growing fascination. He learns to read the subtle signs of his body, to interpret every flush and chill. His moist spot becomes the centre of his existence. But is he really sick? This is the question that hovers over the novel, just as it hovered over Katja Mann's actual diagnosis. The doctors at the Berghof find evidence of illness. They prescribe treatment. They find reasons for Hans to stay. But the reader begins to wonder whether the illness is real, or whether it is an excuse, a reason to stay on the mountain, to escape the demands of life below. Perhaps Hans wants to be sick. Perhaps illness is a form of freedom. For there is something seductive about illness, something liberating about being excused from the normal obligations of existence. At the Berghof, Hans has no responsibilities, no work to complete, no career to build. He can spend his days in contemplation, in conversation, in the slow accumulation of experience. The German word for this state is Krankheit, sickness. But there is another word that applies, Versuchung, temptation. The sanatorium offers the temptation of withdrawal, of escape from life's demands. It is a temptation that many of the patients have succumbed to. The flatlands come to seem impossibly distant. When letters arrive from Hamburg, they feel like messages from another world, a world of commerce and industry and practical concerns, a world where time marches forward, where things get done, where life has purpose and direction. His uncle writes, asking about his plans. His friends write, wondering when he will return. The engineering firm writes, reminding him that his position cannot be held indefinitely. But these communications seem increasingly irrelevant. They belong to a life that Hans is no longer sure he wants. But on the mountain, there is no forward movement. There is only the eternal present of the cure. There is only the routine, the meals, the rest cure, the conversations, the temperature taking. There is only the waiting. 3 weeks becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes a year. Hans stops mentioning his departure date. He stops thinking about Hamburg. The mountain has claimed him. This is the enchantment that Thomas Mann experienced during his 3-week visit in 1912. He could have stayed. The doctor had invited him to stay. He had felt the mountain's pull, the seductive promise of illness, the strange peace of a world where normal life was suspended. He chose to leave. His character does not. And in not leaving, Hans Castorp opens himself to experiences that would never have been possible in the flatlands. He opens himself to philosophy, to ideas, to the great debates that will consume the rest of the novel. He opens himself to questions about life and death, about the meaning of existence, about the nature of time itself. He opens himself to love and to death. If time is the novel's structure, ideas are its substance. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man, well-meaning but intellectually unremarkable. He has received the standard education of his class, but he has never thought deeply about philosophy or politics or the meaning of existence. He has accepted the world as he found it. The mountain will change this. His first educator is Lodovico Settembrini, an Italian man of letters who has been at the Sanatorium for years. Settembrini is a humanist, an apostle of the Enlightenment, a believer in reason and progress and the dignity of man. He speaks in elaborate, beautifully constructed sentences. He quotes the classics. He sees himself as a representative of civilization itself. Settembrini comes from a distinguished Italian family. His grandfather fought with Mazzini for Italian unification. His father was a classical scholar and freethinker. Settembrini himself works on a great encyclopedia of suffering, a catalogue of all the ways that human beings have been oppressed and tortured throughout history, compiled in order to prevent such suffering from ever happening again. He is, in his way, an idealist. He believes that education can improve humanity. He believes that reason can triumph over superstition. He believes that the future will be better than the past. Settembrini takes Hans under his wing. He warns him about the dangers of the mountain, not just the physical dangers of tuberculosis, but the spiritual dangers of enchantment. The sanatorium, Settembrini believes, encourages a kind of moral lassitude. It makes people fall in love with death rather than life. It seduces them away from the active, productive existence that gives human life its meaning. Flee this place, Settembrini urges. Return to the flatlands. Take up your work, your career, your responsibilities. Do not let the mountain claim you. His favourite word is placet, the Latin for it is pleasing. It pleases him when Hans shows signs of intellectual awakening. It displeases him when Hans falls under the mountain's spell. Hans listens, fascinated. He has never met anyone like Settembrini. No one who speaks with such passion about ideas, who sees the world as a battleground of competing philosophies. the Italian opens doors in Hans's mind that have never been opened before. But he does not flee, he stays. And in staying, he encounters Settembrini's opposite. Leo Nafta is a Jew who has converted to Catholicism and been educated by the Jesuits. His story is extraordinary. Born into poverty in a Galician village, he witnessed his father's murder by a pogrom when he was a child. The Jesuits took him in, educated him, converted him. Now he lives in Davos, too ill to continue his work as a teacher, but still formidably intelligent. Where Settembrini represents the Enlightenment, Nafta represents its opposite: authority, tradition, the rejection of humanist optimism. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that reason without faith leads to chaos, that humanity needs the discipline of absolute truth. He is small, sharp-featured, and dressed always in elegant black. His rooms are filled with religious art, a pieta, crucifixes, images of suffering and martyrdom. He takes a dark pleasure in argument, in reducing his opponents to confusion and despair. The two men despise each other. Settembrini calls Nafta a terrorist and a nihilist. Nafta calls Settembrini a windbag and a fool. They cannot be in the same room without arguing. And yet they are drawn together, locked in endless debates that Hans witnesses with growing fascination. These debates form the intellectual heart of the novel. Settembrini argues for democracy, for tolerance, for human rights. Nafta argues for hierarchy, for discipline, for the submission of the individual to higher powers. They debate war and peace, art and commerce, life and death. What is progress? Settembrini believes in it absolutely. The forward march of reason, the gradual improvement of humanity. Nafta calls this a delusion. History is not a line but a circle. Civilizations rise and fall. The idea that modern humanity is superior to its ancestors is merely arrogance. What is freedom? For Settembrini, it is the highest value, the right of individuals to determine their own destinies. For Nafta, it is a curse. Freedom without guidance leads only to chaos and despair. Human beings need discipline, hierarchy, truth imposed from above. Neither wins, neither can win. That is the point. Thomas Mann wrote much of this material during the First World War, when the ideas that Settembrini and Nafta represent were tearing Europe apart. The novel became a battlefield for the same conflicts that were playing out in the trenches of France and Belgium. Reason versus tradition. Progress versus authority. The Enlightenment versus its enemies. Mann's own sympathies were complicated. At the start of the war, he had sided against the Enlightenment. He had written essays defending German culture against what he saw as the shallow rationalism of the West. He had quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who supported the democracies. But as the war dragged on, as the carnage mounted, his views began to shift. The novel reflects this internal struggle. Neither Settembrini nor Nafta is simply right or wrong. Both articulate genuine insights. Both are also deeply flawed. Settembrini's humanism can seem naive and self-satisfied. His faith in progress seems increasingly hollow in a world preparing for industrial slaughter. Nafta's authoritarianism leads ultimately to nihilism, a worship of death that negates everything he claims to believe. Hans listens to them both. He absorbs their arguments. He is educated by their conflict. But he is never simply a student. The novel's great achievement is that Hans Castorp, this ordinary young man, this unremarkable engineer from Hamburg, becomes wiser than his teachers. He finds a position between their extremes, a synthesis that neither of them can achieve. This synthesis will be articulated most clearly in the novel's central chapter, a chapter called Snow. But before we reach that moment, we must speak of love. For Hans's education is not only intellectual, it is also emotional, and at its centre is Klavdia Choshal. For months, Hans watches Klavdia from across the dining room. He does not speak to her. He does not introduce himself. The social conventions of the sanatorium do not permit such forwardness. Patients are introduced formally or not at all. A young German engineer cannot simply approach a married Russian woman and declare his interest. So, he watches. He learns her schedule. He positions himself where he will see her. In the dining room, in the corridors, in the gardens. He becomes, in his quiet way, obsessed. What is it about her? She is not conventionally beautiful. Her face is too broad, her cheekbones too pronounced. She has what the Germans call Kyrgyz eyes, slightly slanted, suggesting something Asiatic, something foreign, something other. And yet Hans cannot look away. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves that holds him captive. It is as though he has known her before, in some previous life or some forgotten dream. He realizes gradually what this feeling means. Klavdia reminds him of someone, a boy named Pribislav Hipper whom he knew in school, a boy with the same Kyrgyz eyes, the same high cheekbones, a boy with whom he shared a single, charged encounter. This is one of the novel's most daring elements. Hans's love for Klavdia is bound up with a memory of boyhood desire, of feelings that were never acknowledged or expressed. He once borrowed a pencil from Pribislav Hipper, and the exchange was invested with an intensity that he never understood and never forgot. The mountain, which suspends normal rules of time, also suspends normal rules of propriety. It allows Hans to feel things that Hamburg would never have permitted. It allows him to acknowledge desires that the flatlands would have kept hidden. Settembrini warns him. Stay away from the Asiatic, he says, using a word that reveals his own prejudices. He sees Klavdia as a representative of everything he opposes, the irrational, the sensual, the Eastern. She is disorder in female form. She is ill, he says. She is soft, she is lax. She lets doors slam behind her because she has no discipline, no self-control. She will drag you down into her softness. Hans cannot stay away. He borrows a pencil from her, an act that echoes his long-ago encounter with Pribislav Hipper. He learns her routines. He listens for the sound of her door slamming. He becomes, in his quiet way, her devotee. And then comes carnival night. Once a year the Berghof celebrates Fasching, the carnival that precedes Lent. Patients don costumes and masks. The normal hierarchies are suspended. Wine flows freely. For one night, everyone pretends to be someone else. It is a dangerous night. The sick pretend to be healthy. The proper pretend to be wild. Rules that govern daily life are temporarily suspended. Anything might happen. Hans approaches Klavdia at last. They speak. He uses the intimate form of address, du rather than sie, a liberty that would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. In German, to use du with a stranger is either an insult or an intimacy. Hans means it as intimacy. They speak in French, neither's native language, but a language in which difficult things might be said more easily. Hans tells her of his love, of his months of watching, of the dreams that have consumed him. She is not surprised. She has known. Perhaps she has been waiting. That night they consummate their passion. The details are not given. Mann was a discreet writer, and the scene unfolds largely through implication, but the implication is clear. Hans enters her room. He does not leave until morning. It is the only night they will have. The next morning, Klavdia leaves the sanatorium. She's been planning this departure for weeks. She returns to her husband, to whatever life awaits her in Russia. She leaves Hans only a memento, an X-ray photograph of her diseased lungs, which he will treasure like a love token. Hans is devastated, but he does not follow her. He does not leave the mountain. Instead, he waits. He waits for 3 more years. This is the strange mathematics of love on the mountain. One night becomes an eternity. 3 years of waiting become a mere interlude. Time stretches and compresses according to its own logic. During these years, Hans continues his education. He reads books from the sanatorium library, books on anatomy, on physiology, on the nature of life itself. He listens to the debates between Settembrini and Nafta. He observes the other patients, watching as some recover and descend to the flatlands, watching as others decline and die. His cousin Joachim finally leaves. He can wait no longer for the doctor's permission. He descends to the flatlands, takes up his military career, becomes the soldier he always wanted to be. But the mountain is not finished with him. Within months, Joachim returns. His illness has flared again. This time there will be no recovery. Hans watches his cousin die, watches him slip away in a scene of terrible pathos, still trying to salute, still the soldier at the end. It is the death that affects Hans most deeply. Joachim was his connection to the flatlands, his link to normal life. With Joachim gone, the mountain's hold on Hans is complete. And then, years after her departure, Klavdia Chosha returns. But she is not alone. The man who accompanies Klavdia is unlike anyone Hans has encountered at the Berghof. His name is Mynheer Peperkorn. He is Dutch, a former coffee planter from Java, and he is enormously wealthy. He is also old, sick, and possessed of a personality so overwhelming that everyone around him is drawn into his orbit like planets around a sun. Peperkorn is massive, a great bear of a man with a leonine head and piercing eyes. He dominates every room he enters, not through force or aggression, but through sheer presence. When he speaks, everyone listens, even though he rarely finishes a sentence. This is the strangest thing about him. Peperkorn cannot complete a thought. His speech trails off into fragments, into gestures, into inarticulate but somehow eloquent silences. He raises a finger, makes a gesture, and everyone nods as though he has said something profound. Life, gentlemen, he begins. Life is, that is to say, in short, but enough. And somehow this is enough. His presence fills in what his words leave out. Where Settembrini and Nafta are all words, all ideas, Peperkorn is pure life force. He represents something that cannot be captured in arguments or philosophies, the irrational vitality that makes existence worthwhile. Thomas Mann based this character partly on Gerhard Hauptmann, a famous German poet whom Mann both admired and resented. Hauptmann was a towering figure in German letters, a Nobel laureate, a literary celebrity, a man who commanded attention wherever he went. But Mann found him intellectually disappointing, a great presence with little substance. The portrait in the novel is affectionate but also satirical. Peperkorn is magnificent but also absurd, a giant who cannot express the simplest thought. He is the critic's nightmare, a man who cannot be analysed because there is nothing to analyse, only presence. Hans should hate him. This is the man who has taken Klavdia. This is his rival. For 3 years Hans has waited for her return, dreaming of their one night together, treasuring the X-ray of her lungs, and now she returns on the arm of another man. But Hans finds himself drawn to Peperkorn instead. The two men become friends. They drink together. Peppercorn drinks enormously, a connoisseur of wines and liquors. They talk, or rather Peppercorn speaks in fragments while Hans listens, trying to decipher meaning from gesture and intonation. There is something generous in this friendship. Hans has learned during his years on the mountain to set aside jealousy. He has learned that love is not possession, that people cannot be owned. Klavdia belongs to no one, not even to herself. She moves through life like a force of nature, taking and leaving as the spirit moves her. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps Peppercorn is simply impossible to resist. His personality is a force of nature, as irresistible as gravity. Even Settembrini and Nafta fall silent in his presence, their arguments suddenly seeming petty and abstract. But Peppercorn is dying. The vitality that animates him is flickering. He feels it failing, feels himself becoming impotent, a word that has both sexual and existential meaning. He can no longer be the life force he has always been. His body is betraying him. His spirit is dimming. He speaks of this to Hans, in his fragmentary way. The greatest sin, he says, is failure of feeling. To be alive and not feel alive, this is the unforgivable thing. Better to die than to lose the capacity for life. One day, he gathers a small group of friends for a picnic by a waterfall. It is a beautiful day. The water crashes over the rocks. Nature displays itself in all its overwhelming power. Peppercorn leads them to the waterfall's edge and begins to speak, but the roar of the water drowns out his words. No one can hear him. His gestures become more and more emphatic, but his voice is lost in the thunder of the cascade. It is perhaps the perfect image of his life. All presence, no content. All gesture, no words. Magnificent and absurd at once. That night Peppercorn kills himself. He has chosen to end his life while he still can, before the vitality drains away completely. It is an act of will, a final assertion of control over a body that has begun to betray him. He uses a clever device of his own invention, a kind of spring-loaded poison needle. Even his death is elaborate, theatrical. Hans grieves, Klavdia grieves, and then, once again, she leaves. This time, Hans knows she will not return. This time, he does not wait. Before Peppercorn's arrival, before Klavdia's return, there is a moment that stands at the centre of the novel. Hans has taken up skiing. It is one of the few physical activities permitted to the patients, a way to exercise the lungs in the cold mountain air. Day after day, he ventures into the snowfields above the sanatorium, exploring the wilderness that surrounds the Berghof. The skiing is solitary and meditative. Hans glides across the snow, alone with his thoughts, the sanatorium shrinking to a speck below him. Up here, the debates of Settembrini and Nafta seem very far away. There is only the snow and the sky and the rhythm of his movements. One afternoon he goes too far. A storm blows in without warning. Within minutes he is lost in a whiteout, unable to see more than a few feet in any direction, unable to find his way back to the sanatorium. He skis in circles, though he does not know it. The storm grows worse. His strength begins to fail. The cold seeps into his bones. He knows, with growing certainty, that he is going to die. He takes shelter against a hay barn, a rough structure used by farmers in summer, now half buried in snow. He sits there, his back against the wooden wall, feeling the cold claim him. He is dying. He knows this. The cold is too intense, the storm too severe. No one knows where he has gone. He will freeze to death within hours. And as he sits there, waiting for death, he falls asleep. He dreams. The dream is the most remarkable passage in the novel. It is the moment toward which everything has been building, the synthesis that Hans achieves, the wisdom that goes beyond both Settembrini and NAFTA. At first, Hans finds himself on a Mediterranean shore. The sun is warm, the sea is blue. Beautiful people move through a classical landscape. Young men and women of perfect form, engaged in games and conversations and gentle love. It is paradise. It is everything the mountain is not. He sees children playing on the sand. He sees mothers nursing infants. He sees old people sitting in the shade, watching the young with benevolent eyes. It is a vision of human life as it might be, harmonious, beautiful, at peace with itself. But the dream changes. Hans is drawn toward a temple at the edge of the landscape. It stands apart from the sunny scenes below, its columns casting deep shadows. Something compels him to enter, something he does not understand. Inside, he finds something terrible. Two old women crouch over a child. They are tearing it apart. They are eating its flesh. Blood stains their mouths, their hands, the floor beneath them. The horror is indescribable. Hans wants to flee, wants to wake, wants to unsee what he has seen. But he cannot move. He can only watch as the hags continue their terrible feast. And then he understands. The beautiful people outside know about this horror. It is part of their world. They live their graceful, harmonious lives in full knowledge of the temple and what happens within it. The paradise and the horror exist together, inseparable. Hans wakes from this vision with a single insight. It is the most important sentence in the novel, set in space-type in the German original, to emphasize its significance. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. This is Hans's synthesis. This is what he has learned from Settembrini and NAFTA, from Klavdia and Pieperkorn, from all his years on the mountain. Death is real. Horror is real. The temple and its horrors cannot be denied or wished away. But life must not be governed by them. Love must not be conquered by them. We must acknowledge death and still choose life. We must know the horror and still act with goodness and love. The storm clears. Hans finds his way back to the sanatorium. He has survived. But here is the strange thing. Within days, Hans forgets his vision. The insight fades. The words that seemed so clear in the snow become confused and uncertain in the warmth of the Berghof. The mountain reclaims him. Its spell is unbroken. This forgetting is perhaps the most honest thing in the novel. Epiphanies rarely last. Insights fade. We return to our habitual ways of being, even when we have glimpsed something higher. The vision in the snow was real, but it could not survive the return to ordinary life. Hans will not remember his vision when he needs it most. Let us step back from the novel for a moment and consider the real Davos, the town that Thomas Mann visited in 1912, the place that would become the Berghof in his imagination. Davos sits at an altitude of 1,500 metres in the Graubünden Alps, high enough that the air is thin and cold, low enough that life is still possible. In the 19th century it was a small farming community, its people scraping a living from the rocky soil and sparse pastures. Everything changed when Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived. If you have travelled with us before to Davos, to the episode about that alpine town that tuberculosis built, you know Spengler's story. He was a German doctor who came to Davos in 1853, suffering from tuberculosis himself. The mountain air seemed to help him. He began to wonder if it might help others. Spengler became convinced that the particular combination of altitude, dry air and sunshine in Davos could benefit tubercular patients. He began recommending it to his patients. Others followed. By the 1860s, the first sanatoriums were being built. The Davos that Thomas Mann visited in 1912 was the product of this medical gold rush. The town had been transformed. Where once there were scattered farmhouses, now there were grand sanatoriums, buildings like ocean liners run aground on the mountainside, their balconies facing south to catch the sun. The Schatzalp, opened in 1900, was one of the grandest. Built in the Art Nouveau style, it, perched on a ridge above the town, accessible only by funicular railway. Its patients were wealthy, its facilities luxurious. It is the model for Mann's fictional Berghof. The Waldsanatorium, where Katja actually stayed, was newer, opened just in 1911. It was a forest sanatorium, set among pine trees on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his modern methods. Life in these sanatoriums followed a strict routine. Patients spent hours each day on the cure terrace, lying in reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. They ate enormous meals, 5 per day, rich in fats and proteins, designed to build up their wasted bodies. They took their temperature obsessively. They submitted to X-rays and examinations. They lived suspended between hope and fear, never knowing whether they would recover or decline. The sanatoriums were also social worlds. Patients came from across Europe, from Germany and Russia, from England and France, from Italy and Austria. They were thrown together by their illness, united by their common fate. Romances flourished, friendships formed. The boundary between patient and visitor, between sick and healthy, was permeable and uncertain. Mann captured all of this in his novel. The 5 meals per day, the cure terraces, the obsessive temperature taking, the strange society of the sick. But he transformed it too, making the sanatorium into a symbol of something larger, a microcosm of European civilization before the catastrophe. By 1912, that catastrophe was only 2 years away. The world that Mann observed at the Waldsanatorium, the elegant society of the sick, the debates between humanists and authoritarians, the enchantment with death, was about to be swept away by war. The sanatoriums themselves would survive for another 4 decades, until antibiotics made the mountain cure obsolete. But the world they represented, the world of pre-war Europe, with its certainties and its illusions, would end in August of 1914. Mann did not know this when he visited. He could not have known, but by the time he finished his novel 12 years later, the catastrophe had happened. The novel that began as satire had become prophecy. We must now consider the man behind the novel, consider the circumstances in which it was written. Thomas Mann began writing The Magic Mountain in 1913, just over a year after his visit to Davos. He intended it to be a short satirical piece, a companion to death in Venice, exploring similar themes in a more humorous mode. Perhaps 100 pages, perhaps he could finish it in a year. Then, in the summer of 1914, the world exploded. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo set in motion a chain of events that would destroy the Europe Thomas Mann had known. Austria declared war on Serbia, Russia mobilized, Germany declared war on Russia and France. Britain entered the conflict. Within weeks, millions of men were marching toward trenches where they would die in numbers that defied comprehension. Mann, like many German intellectuals, initially supported the war. He saw it as defense of German culture against what he perceived as the shallow materialism of the West. Germany represented depth, inwardness, the life of the spirit. France and England represented surface, commerce, the life of mere reason. This is a position that seems incomprehensible now, but it was common among German intellectuals in 1914. They believed that German culture was superior to Western civilization, that Germany represented something deeper and more authentic than the democracies of the West. Mann threw himself into this argument. He wrote essays defending Germany, defending the war, defending what he saw as German values. He quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who opposed the war and embraced the democratic values of France. The brothers stopped speaking. Their estrangement would last for years. It was a painful rupture. Two brothers who had grown up together, who had shared their mother's artistic temperament, now divided by politics and war. And still Mann worked on his novel, though the work was interrupted constantly. He wrote political essays, gave speeches, engaged in the conflicts of the day. The Magic Mountain lay unfinished, its characters frozen on their mountain while Europe burned. The war dragged on, 4 years that seemed like 40. The trenches became charnel houses. The dead piled up in numbers that numbed the mind. 10 million soldiers would die. 20 million more would be wounded. The flower of a generation was destroyed. By the time the war ended in 1918, everything had changed. The German Empire had fallen. Revolution had swept through the country. The old certainties had been swept away. Mann's own views had begun to shift. The carnage of the war had shaken his confidence in German exceptionalism. The failure of the old order made him reconsider his opposition to democracy. Slowly, painfully, he was coming to see that his position had been wrong. When he returned to the novel, he brought these new perspectives with him. The Magic Mountain became not just a story about a young man in a sanatorium, but an allegory for European civilization itself, a civilization that had been enchanted by dangerous ideas, that had fallen under the spell of death, that had descended into the madness of war. Once. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA took on new meaning. They were no longer abstract philosophical discussions. They were the ideas that had torn Europe apart. The novel's final pages are among the strangest in literature. For 7 years, Hans Castorp has lived on the mountain. 7 years of rest, cures and debates, of love and death, of time suspended. 7 years while the world below prepared for catastrophe. And then, in August of 1914, the spell breaks. The word comes up the mountain. War has been declared. The European powers are mobilizing. Young men are needed to fight. The sanatorium empties. Patients who have been too sick to leave suddenly find themselves cured, or cured enough to fight. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA reach their terrible conclusion. They quarrel, they challenge each other to a duel, and NAFTA, in a final gesture of nihilism, shoots himself rather than his opponent. Hans descends. After 7 years, he finally leaves the Berghof. Not because he is cured. We never know whether his illness was real. Not because he has chosen to leave. He could have stayed. He descends because history has summoned him. The final scene finds him on a battlefield somewhere in Flanders. Shells are falling. Men are dying around him. He stumbles forward through the mud and smoke, singing a German song. A love song, oddly, in the midst of all this death. The song is The Linden Tree from Schubert's Winterreise, a song about rest, about the tree that promises peace, about the traveller who is tempted to stop and sleep forever. It is a song about death, and Hans sings it as he marches toward what may be his own death. Thomas Mann does not tell us what happens next. The novel ends with Hans disappearing into the chaos of battle. Will he survive? The narrator offers little hope. Adventures of the flesh and in the spirit, while enhancing thy simplicity, granted thee to know in the spirit what in the flesh thou scarcely could have done. Moments there were, when out of death, and the rebellion of the flesh, there came to thee as thou tookest stock of thyself a dream of love. Out of this universal feast of death, out of this extremity of fever, kindling the rain-washed evening sky to a fiery glow, may it be that love one day shall mount. The World Festival of Death. This is man's phrase for the war. The war that ended the world he had known. The war that killed millions. The war that made the enchantments of the sanatorium seem almost innocent by comparison. Hans Castorp, who spent 7 years learning to think about death, now faces death itself. Not as philosophy, but as artillery shells and poison gas and bodies piled in. Trenches. The abstract debates of Settembrini and NAFTA have become horribly concrete. It is an extraordinary ending, frustrating for readers who want resolution, who want to know whether Hans lives or dies, but true to the novel's vision. The mountain protected its patients from the world, but the world eventually comes for everyone. The enchantment ends, the spell breaks, history claims its own. Thomas Mann finished The Magic Mountain in the summer of 1924. He had worked on it for over 12 years, longer than Hans Castorp spent at the Berghof. The novel that began as a short satire had grown into over 1,000 pages, one of the longest and most complex works of German literature. He was pessimistic about its reception. Germany in 1924 was a wounded nation, defeated in war, convulsed by revolution, devastated by hyperinflation. The economy was only beginning to stabilise. Hitler had just been released from prison after his failed beer hall putsch. Would anyone have the patience for a 1,200-page meditation on time and death? Would anyone expect, Mann wrote, that a harassed public, economically oppressed, would take it on itself to pursue through 1,200 pages the dreamlike ramifications of this figment of thought? The answer surprised him. The Magic Mountain was an immediate success. The first printing sold out almost immediately. Critics hailed it as a masterpiece. Readers devoured it despite its length and difficulty. Within months, it was clear that Mann had written something that would endure. The novel spoke to its moment. The Europe of 1924 was living in the aftermath of the catastrophe that the novel predicted. Readers recognised their world in Mann's pages, the intellectual conflicts, the seductions of death, the enchantments that had led to disaster. The book was both diagnosis and autopsy, explaining how the catastrophe had happened even as it mourned what had been lost. But the novel also transcended its moment. Its themes were universal enough to speak to readers in any era. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between life's demands and the desire to withdraw from them. These are permanent human concerns not bound to any particular place or time. In 1929, Thomas Mann was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. The Swedish Academy cited Buddenbrooks as the primary reason for the award, but everyone understood that The Magic Mountain had sealed his reputation. He was now officially one of the greatest writers in the German language. The prize ceremony was held in Stockholm in December. Mann gave his acceptance speech in German, speaking of the relationship between art and democracy, between literature and politics. He was beginning to engage more openly with political questions, questions that would consume the rest of his life. He used the prize money to build a summer cottage in Lithuania, on the Curonian Spit, a narrow strip of land between the Baltic Sea and the Curonian Lagoon. There, in a simple wooden house overlooking the dunes, he worked on his next great project, the tetralogy Joseph and his Brothers, which would occupy him for the next 16 years. But The Magic Mountain remained his central achievement. When readers thought of Thomas Mann, they thought of the sanatorium, the Cure terraces, the debates between Settembrini and NAFTA. Hans Castorp, lost in the snow, glimpsing a truth he could not hold. The mountain had claimed not only Hans but his creator, and through his creation it had claimed millions of readers as well. The 1920s were good years for Thomas Mann. He was wealthy, famous, honoured. He lived in a grand house in Munich with his wife and 6 children. He travelled, lectured, received prizes and honorary degrees. He was by any measure a successful man. But storm clouds were gathering. The Weimar Republic, the democratic government that had replaced the Kaiser after the war, was struggling. Economic instability, political extremism, the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty. All of these undermined confidence in the democratic order. The Republic had enemies on all sides. And a new political movement was rising. The National Socialists, led by Adolf Hitler, offered a vision of national renewal that appealed to many Germans. They promised to restore Germany's greatness, to avenge the defeat of the war, to build a new Reich that would last 1,000 years. Thomas Mann watched this rise with growing alarm. His political views had evolved since the war. He had come to see democracy not as a foreign imposition, but as the best hope for German civilization. He had reconciled with his brother Heinrich. He had begun to speak out against the forces that threatened to destroy everything he valued. In 1930 he gave a speech in Berlin. He called it an appeal to reason. It was a plea for the educated middle class and the working class to unite against the Nazis, against what he called the inhuman fanaticism of the National Socialists. The speech was courageous. It was also dangerous. The audience was hostile, filled with Nazi sympathizers who heckled and interrupted. The newspapers attacked him. The Nazis marked him as an enemy. 3 years later, in 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The democratic experiment was over. The 1,000-year Reich had begun. Thomas Mann was not in Germany when it happened. He and Katja were on vacation in Switzerland, enjoying the Alps that had inspired the Magic Mountain. They had planned to stay a few weeks and then return home. They received word from their children. Do not come back. Your writings have been blacklisted. Your home has been searched. You are not safe. Their eldest children, Erika and Klaus, who had already fled to France, confirmed the warning. The Nazis were arresting their enemies. Mann's name was on the list. They never returned to Germany, not for decades. Not until after the war, after Hitler was dead, after the Reich lay in ruins. The house in Munich, with its library and manuscripts, its memories and possessions, was lost to them. At first, Mann tried to remain apolitical. He published cautiously. He did not denounce the regime openly. He feared for his property, for his books, for the German audience he had cultivated his entire life. Perhaps he thought he could wait out the madness. Perhaps Germany would come to its senses. But silence was impossible. In 1936 he published an open letter to the University of Bonn, which had stripped him of his honorary doctorate. The letter was a declaration of opposition. He would no longer be silent. The Nazi regime responded by revoking his German citizenship. Thomas Mann, author of Buddenbrooks and the Magic Mountain, was now officially stateless. When asked whether he found exile difficult, whether he felt lonely without his homeland, Mann gave an answer that has become famous. Where I am, there is Germany. I carry my German culture in me. In 1938, Thomas Mann emigrated to the United States. He settled first in Princeton, New Jersey, where the university offered him a position as a visiting lecturer. Later, he moved to Pacific Palisades, California, a community of German exiles near Los Angeles that included other refugees from fascism, Bertolt Brecht, Arnold Schoenberg, Theodor Adorno. These were strange years for the great German writer. He was in exile from the culture that had produced him. living in a country whose language he spoke imperfectly, watching from across an ocean as his homeland committed crimes that defied comprehension. America was good to him. He was honoured, celebrated, welcomed. Universities invited him to lecture. Publishers published his books. The American public, in its generous way, embraced this distinguished refugee. But he never felt at home. The California sunshine, so different from the grey skies of Northern Europe, seemed false to him. The American way of life, so optimistic and practical, was foreign to his temperament. He longed for the culture he had lost, for the German language, for European complexity, for the world he had known. And yet he was not passive. During the war, Mann made a series of radio broadcasts addressed to German listeners. They were called Deutsche Hörer, German listeners, short speeches recorded in California, transmitted to Europe by the BBC, aimed at reaching those Germans who might still be reached. In these broadcasts, Mann pleaded with his countrymen to reject the Nazi regime. He described the crimes being committed in Germany's name. He reminded Germans of their better traditions, of Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven, of the culture that had once been the glory of Europe. German listeners, he would begin. A German writer whom you know speaks to you. One whose work and person have been banned in Germany, whose books, though born of a German soul and German education, are forbidden and hunted there, while in all other parts of the world people can read them in their own language. How many Germans heard these broadcasts we cannot know. How many were moved by them we cannot know. But Mann continued throughout the war, month after month, speaking across the ocean to a homeland he could not visit, hoping that his words might make some difference. In 1944, on the 6th of June, D-Day, the Allied invasion of Normandy, Thomas Mann became an American citizen. It was also his birthday. He was 69 years old. He was now officially American, but in a deeper sense he remained what he had always been, a German writer in exile carrying his culture with him wherever he went. The war ended the following year. Germany surrendered in May of 1945. The Reich that was supposed to last 1,000 years had lasted 12, the same span of time it had taken Thomas Mann to write The Magic Mountain. There was terrible irony in this. The novel had predicted catastrophe. It had diagnosed the sickness of European civilization, the seduction of death, the enchantments that led to destruction. And then, with uncanny precision, that catastrophe had occurred. Hans Castorp had descended from the mountain into the First World War. Thomas Mann had descended from the fame of the 1920s into the exile of the 1930s and 40s. The mountain could not protect anyone forever. After the war, Thomas Mann faced a question. Should he return to Germany? The country was in ruins. Cities had been bombed to rubble. Millions were dead. Soldiers and civilians, Germans and their victims. The crimes of the Holocaust had been revealed in all their horror. And yet it was still Germany. It was still the land of Goethe and Bach, of the culture Mann had spent his life serving. Many of his fellow exiles planned to return. Bertolt Brecht would go back to East Germany. Others would return to the West. Mann chose a middle path. He visited Germany several times after the war, but he never lived there again. Instead, he settled near Zurich in Switzerland, the same country where the Magic Mountain was set, the same mountains where Katia had taken her cure so many years before. In 1949, he made a particularly significant visit. He travelled to both Germanys, the Federal Republic in the west and the German Democratic Republic in the east, to receive Goethe prizes from both Frankfurt and Weimar. It was the 200th anniversary of Goethe's birth, and Mann was chosen to give the commemorative address. This decision was controversial. The Cold War had begun. Americans viewed the Communist East with deep suspicion. Some accused Mann of being too sympathetic to the Soviet bloc, of lending legitimacy to the communist regime. But Mann refused to choose sides in this new conflict. He had seen what happened when nations divided against each other, when ideologies demanded absolute loyalty. He had watched one catastrophe. He did not wish to participate in another. "I know only one Germany," he said. "Goethe belongs to all of Germany. I cannot recognize a division of German culture." The Goethe address was remarkable, a meditation on the German genius and the German catastrophe, on the culture that had produced both the greatest art and the greatest crimes. Mann spoke of Goethe's complexity, his darkness as well as his light. He spoke of Germany's need to reckon with its past, to understand how the catastrophe had happened. The final years were peaceful, though not without sadness. His son Klaus, who had struggled with depression and addiction, took his own life in 1949. It was a blow from which Mann never fully recovered. He continued to write Dr. Faustus, a novel about a German composer who sells his soul to the devil, Felix Krull, a comic novel left unfinished at his death, essays and letters and speeches. He watched his remaining children grow and scatter. He corresponded with admirers around the world. His health was good for a man of his age. The moist spot that the doctor had found in 1912 had never developed into anything serious. Whatever it was, it had not killed him. On the 12th of August, 1955, Thomas Mann died in Zurich. He was 80 years old. He had lived through 2 world wars, through the rise and fall of empires, through revolutions in art and politics and technology. He had written some of the most important novels of the 20th century. He had won the Nobel Prize. He had become what he set out to become, a writer of permanent significance. And it had all begun, in some sense, with a train ride to Davos, with a 3-week visit that became a 12-year project, with a novel about a young man who could not leave the mountain. What does the Magic Mountain mean? What is it about? These are questions that have occupied scholars for a century. The novel is so rich, so complex, so layered with meaning that no single interpretation can exhaust it. At its simplest level, it is a story about education. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man. He leaves, if he leaves at all, him as someone transformed. He has been exposed to ideas, to experiences, to ways of thinking that the flatlands would never have offered. This makes the novel a Bildungsroman, a German term for a novel of formation, a story about the development of a young person into maturity. The genre has a long history in German literature, going back to Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and before. But the Magic Mountain is also a satire of the Bildungsroman. Hans's education leads him not to productive citizenship, but to a battlefield. The wisdom he gains does not save him. It may not even survive him. At another level, the novel is an allegory. The sanatorium represents European civilization before the First World War, a community enchanted by death, seduced by dangerous ideas, suspended in a false peace that cannot last. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA are the debates that were tearing Europe apart. Reason versus tradition, progress versus authority, the Enlightenment versus its enemies. These ideas did not stay on the mountain. They descended into the trenches and the gas attacks and the mass graves. At yet another level, the novel is a meditation on illness and mortality. What does it mean to be sick? What does it mean to live in the shadow of death? These are questions that every human being must confront. Hans Castorp confronts them with unusual intensity. His 7 years at the Berghof are 7 years of thinking about death, observing it, discussing it, preparing for it. The novel asks whether this is wise or foolish, whether we should engage with death or flee from it. The answer Hans glimpses in the snow, that love must not be conquered by death, is one answer, but it is not the only answer, and Hans himself cannot hold on to it. Perhaps this is the deepest meaning of the novel. Wisdom is fragile, insights fade, we glimpse truths and then forget them. The mountain casts its spell, and we forget what we learned in the storm. Thomas Mann knew this. He had seen it in his own life. He had supported a war and then repented. He had opposed democracy and then embraced it. He had believed things that turned out to be wrong. The Magic Mountain does not offer easy answers. It offers instead a journey through time and ideas and experience, a journey that each reader must make for themselves. If you visit Davos today, you will find a different world from the one Thomas Mann described. The sanatoriums are mostly gone. When antibiotics appeared in the late 1940s, they made the mountain cure obsolete. Streptomycin could kill the tuberculosis bacillus in a matter of months. The fresh air cure, which required years of rest, could not compete. Within a decade, the sanatoriums that had dominated Davos for nearly a century began to close. Some were converted into hotels, others became conference centres or apartment buildings. A few were demolished entirely. The patients went home, those who survived, and the elaborate culture of the cure disappeared. But some traces remain. The Schatzalp, the grand sanatorium that was one of the models for Mann's Berghof, still stands. It is now the Berghotel Schatzalp, a historic hotel built in the Art Nouveau style. Guests can stay in the same rooms where tuberculosis patients once lay. They can look out at the same views that Hans Castorp contemplated. The building has been preserved almost exactly as it was. The cure terraces are still there, though now guests use them for sunbathing rather than treatment. The proportions and the atmosphere remain. The funicular railway that once carried patients up from the town now carries tourists and skiers. If you know what you are looking for, you can feel the history. The ghosts of the consumptives are still there, in some sense, lying on those terraces watching the clouds drift past, waiting for a cure that might or might not come. The walled hotel, formerly the walled sanatorium where Katia Mann stayed, still exists as well. It has been renovated and modernised, but something of its sanatorium past remains. Visitors can walk the corridors where Thomas Mann walked, can stand on the balconies where he stood. There is also the Thomas Mann Trail, a walking path that connects the walled hotel to the Schatzalp above. Visitors can retrace the author's steps, ascending from the town to the mountain, following the route that Hans Castorp might have taken. Along the way, plaques quote passages from the novel. And every January Davos fills with visitors for a very different kind of gathering. The World Economic Forum brings together presidents and billionaires, prime ministers and CEOs. They meet in conference centres that stand where sanatoriums once stood. They discuss the future of the global economy in the same mountain air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis. There is something darkly comic about this. The town that tuberculosis built has become the town where the powerful meet to shape the world. The invalids have been replaced by elites. The cure terraces have been replaced by reception halls. Thomas Mann would have appreciated the irony. His novel was partly about the isolation of a privileged class, about people who withdrew from the world into a comfortable cocoon of illness and philosophy. The World Economic Forum is also, in its way, an isolated gathering of the privileged. People who meet on a mountain to discuss problems that seem distant from ordinary life. Perhaps the magic of the mountain takes different forms in different eras. The Magic Mountain has been read in dozens of languages by millions of readers for over a century. The first English translation appeared in 1927, just 3 years after the German publication. It was made by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter, who would translate most of Mann's major works over the following decades. Mann admired Lowe Porter's dedication. He called her Di Lowe, the Lioness. She worked tirelessly to bring his work to English readers, wrestling with his complex sentences and dense philosophical passages. Her translation shaped how an entire generation of English-speaking readers experienced Thomas Mann. But scholars later found problems in her translations. She had simplified passages, smoothed out difficulties, sometimes misunderstood the German. Her Magic Mountain, though readable, was not quite Mann's Magic Mountain. In 1995, a new English translation appeared. John E. Woods produced a version that was acclaimed for its accuracy and energy. It won the Helen and Kurt Wolff Translators Prize. It made the novel more accessible to English readers than ever before, while remaining faithful to Mann's intricate style. New translations continue to appear. Each generation of translators brings new perspectives, new sensibilities. The novel remains challenging, over 1,000 pages of German philosophical prose, but it continues to find translators willing to take on the task. Why does it endure? Perhaps because its themes are eternal. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between engagement and withdrawal. These are questions that every generation must face. Perhaps also because the novel is so generous. It offers so many ideas, so many perspectives, so many ways of thinking that readers can find their own meanings within it. The reader who comes to the novel at 20 finds one book. The reader who returns at 40 finds another. The reader who reads it in old age finds something different still. Settembrini's humanism speaks to some readers. Nafta's dark skepticism speaks to others. The love story between Hans and Claudia touches hearts across cultures and eras. In 2024, the novel celebrated its centennial. Events were held in Davos and around the world. Scholars published new studies. Readers returned to the text, finding it as relevant as ever. A century is a long time for a novel to remain in print, to remain in readers' minds. Many books that were celebrated in 1924 have been forgotten. The Magic Mountain has not. It continues to cast its spell. There is a darker dimension to the novel's legacy. Thomas Mann wrote The Magic Mountain as a diagnosis. He was trying to understand what had gone wrong with European civilization, what enchantments had led to the catastrophe of the First World War. The diagnosis was accurate. The novel identified the dangerous ideas, the seduction of death, the intellectual conflicts that were tearing Europe apart. It ended with its protagonist marching into battle into the World Festival of Death. But the diagnosis did not prevent the disease from recurring. Less than 20 years after the novel's publication, Europe was at war again. The second catastrophe was even worse than the first. More deaths, more destruction, more horror. The ideas that NAFTA represents, authoritarianism, irrationalism, contempt for liberal values, did not die in the trenches of the First World War. They came back stronger. They conquered Germany. They nearly conquered the world. Thomas Mann spent the second half of his life fighting these ideas. His radio broadcasts, his essays, his public appearances, all were aimed at combating the darkness he had diagnosed so precisely in his novel. Did it matter? Did his words make any difference? This is not a question we can answer with certainty, but the fact that he spoke, that he refused to remain silent, that he used his fame and his talent in the service of humanity, this matters. It is an example of what a writer can do in a time of crisis. And the novel itself remains a warning. It shows how intelligent people can be seduced by dangerous ideas. It shows how the enchantments of death can capture minds that should know better. It shows what happens when civilizations forget to choose life. Every generation must learn these lessons for itself. The Magic Mountain is one of the texts from which they can learn. Today, a century after the novel's publication, its warnings feel newly urgent. The intellectual conflicts it diagnoses have not gone away. The tension between reason and authority, between openness and closure, between life and death. These tensions persist. The Magic Mountain is always there. The enchantment is always waiting, and the choice between life and death must be made anew by each generation. We began with a misdiagnosis. Let us end with one as well. Katia Mann was treated for tuberculosis. She spent months at the Wald Sanatorium. She followed the prescribed regimen: rest, rich food, mountain air. She was treated as though she had the disease. But when her X-rays were later examined, doctors found no evidence of tuberculosis. Whatever she had suffered from, it was not the White Plague. She lived to be 97 years old, dying in 1980, far outliving her husband, far outliving the disease she never had. This means that The Magic Mountain, the greatest tuberculosis novel ever written, was inspired by an illness that was not tuberculosis. There is something fitting about this. The novel is, in part, about the uncertain boundary between sickness and health. Hans Castorp may or may not be ill. His symptoms are real, but their meaning is unclear. The doctors find what they expect to find. Perhaps all illness is partly constructed. Perhaps the categories we use to understand our bodies are always partly imaginary. We name our sufferings and thereby give them power over us. The naming makes them real. Or perhaps the misdiagnosis points to a different truth. The power of the sanatorium was never really about medicine. It was about something else, about community, about ritual, about a way of life that made meaning out of suffering. Whether or not the mountain air could cure tuberculosis, it provided something that the flatlands could not. A place to rest, a place to think, a place to confront mortality without the distractions of ordinary life. A place where time moved differently, and the questions that mattered could finally be asked. Thomas Mann understood this. His novel captures not the medical reality of the sanatorium, but its psychological and spiritual reality. The enchantment was real, even if the cure was not. And so, a misdiagnosis gave birth to a masterpiece. An illness that wasn't became a novel that will never fade. A 3-week visit became 12 years of writing. A doctor's invitation that was refused became a work of art that has shaped how we think about time and death and love. This is the alchemy of art. It transforms everything it touches, even error, even confusion, even the mistakes of doctors reading X-rays in the alpine light. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have followed Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the Cure terraces of Davos. We have watched him board a train in 1912, intending a 3-week visit, carrying in his mind the first glimmers of a novel. We have seen him return to Munich, reject the doctor's invitation to stay, begin writing a short satirical piece. We have seen that piece grow and transform over 12 years, interrupted by a world war, shaped by the catastrophe of European civilization. We have met Hans Castorp, that ordinary young man who became, through 7 years on the mountain, something extraordinary. We have watched him fall under the spell of the Berghof, under the spell of Claudia Chauchat, under the spell of ideas that would shape his thinking forever. We have listened to the great debates between Settembrini and Nafta. Debates that were also the debates of Europe, debates that would be settled not by words but by guns. We have stood with hands in the snow, glimpsing a truth about love and death that he could not hold on to. We have watched him descend the mountain finally into a war that would destroy the world he knew. And we have followed Thomas Mann through his own descent, into exile, into America, into the long years of fighting fascism from across an ocean. We have seen him return to Europe, to Switzerland, to the mountains where it all began. This is not a simple story. It is a story about how art is made, about how life becomes literature, about how a 3-week visit can reshape the course of literary history. It is also a story about ideas and their consequences, about the seductions of death and the claims of life, about what happens when civilizations forget to choose. What does all of this mean for us now, more than a century after man boarded that train to Davos? The Magic Mountain is often called a novel about its time, a portrait of pre-war Europe, a diagnosis of civilizational sickness, and it is all of these things. But it is also a novel about our time. The questions it raises have not been answered, the tensions it diagnoses have not been resolved. We still face the conflict between reason and unreason, between liberal values and authoritarian temptation. We still face the seduction of withdrawal, the desire to escape from the demands of the world into some protected space where normal rules do not apply. We still face the question that Hans Castorp faced, whether to engage with the world or withdraw from it, whether to descend to the flatlands and take up the work of living, or to remain on our own mountains, enchanted by our own illusions. The pandemic years made this question newly urgent. We too experienced a suspension of normal time. We too were forced to confront mortality in ways we usually avoid. We too discovered the strange seductions of withdrawal, the way that isolation can become a kind of refuge. There are no easy answers. There never were. This is what the novel teaches us, that wisdom is not a destination but a journey, that truth is not possessed but pursued. Hans glimpsed something in the snow. He forgot it. Perhaps the lesson is not that we should try to remember what he glimpsed, but that we should try to glimpse something ourselves. The novel invites us into its world. It invites us to think, to question, to engage with ideas that may be uncomfortable. It does not tell us what to believe. It shows us what belief costs. This is the gift of great literature. It does not simplify. It complicates. It does not answer. It asks. What do we carry forward from this story? Perhaps the knowledge that great art can come from unlikely sources, a misdiagnosis, a 3-week visit, a doctor's invitation that was refused. Perhaps the understanding that time works differently than we expect. 12 years to write a novel, 7 years on a mountain, a century of readers finding new meanings in the same text. Perhaps the warning that enchantment is dangerous. The mountain casts its spell. The ideas that seem harmless in isolation can, when taken to extremes, tear civilizations apart. And perhaps the hope that Hans Castorp glimpsed in the snow, that for the sake of goodness and love, we might refuse to let death have sovereignty over our thoughts. This is not easy. Hans himself could not hold on to it. Thomas Mann, for all his insight, could not prevent the catastrophes of the 20th century. But the attempt matters. The effort to understand, to engage, to choose life over death. This is what literature calls us to. The Magic Mountain does not offer solutions. It offers company. It offers the companionship of a great mind struggling with the questions that haunt all of us. And that companionship, across a century, across languages and cultures and catastrophes, that is something worth having. We read and we are less alone. We read and we are connected to others who have read before us, and who will read after. We read and we join a conversation that has been going on for a century and will continue for centuries more. This is the magic of the mountain. Not the cure, not the fresh air, but the conversation, the ideas, the attempt to understand what we are and what we might become. Let us return one final time to that train climbing through the Alps. It is May of 1912. A man of 36 looks out the window at the mountains. He is travelling to visit his wife. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He does not know what awaits him. He does not know that he will find the setting for his greatest novel. He does not know that the world is about to tear itself apart. He knows only that the air is thin and clear, that the peaks are beautiful, that somewhere ahead his wife lies on a balcony, breathing, waiting. This is how great art begins, not with grand intentions but with small circumstances. A train ride, a visit, a doctor who finds a spot on a lung. Thomas Mann took what life gave him and transformed it. He spent 12 years shaping his experiences into a novel that would outlast empires. And now we too have made the journey. We have climbed the mountain and descended again. We have encountered the ideas and the characters, the love and the death, the enchantment and the breaking of the spell. The Wald Sanatorium still stands in Davos. It is called the Wald Hotel now. Guests can stay where Katja stayed, look out at the same mountains, breathe the same air. The Schatzalp still stands too, its Art Nouveau elegance preserved, its Cure terraces open to the sun. And the novel stands, perhaps the most lasting monument of all, more permanent than buildings which can crumble, more lasting than empires which can fall. 1,000 pages, 100 characters, 12 years of writing, a century of reading. And at its heart a simple question: how should we live knowing that we must die? The novel does not answer this question, but it helps us ask it. It helps us ask it with depth, with seriousness, with the kind of attention that the question deserves. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. Hans forgot this. We need not. The fire has burned low now. The mountain air drifts through an open window, thin and cold and clear. Somewhere, in a sanatorium that no longer exists, a young man lies on a Cure terrace watching the snow fall on the peaks above. He's thinking about time and death and love. He's wondering whether he will ever descend to the flatlands below. Somewhere else, an old man sits at his desk writing the final pages of a novel that has consumed 12 years of his life. He's wondering whether anyone will read it. He's wondering whether it matters. And somewhere else still, in a library, in a bedroom, in a quiet corner of a busy life, a reader turns the final page of a 1,000-page book and sits in silence, letting the story settle, letting the meaning emerge. This is the chain that connects us, the writer to the reader, the past to the present, the mountain to the flatlands below. Thomas Mann died in 1955. Hans Castorp disappeared into the mud and smoke of Flanders more than a century ago. The sanatoriums are gone, the war is over, the world has moved on. But the novel remains, and as long as it remains, something of that world survives, something of those questions persists, something of that struggle continues. Next time on the Sanatorium we'll explore another corner of this history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of the mountain air carry you into sleep. Let the questions Hans Castorp asked, questions about time and death and love, fade into the background of your dreams. You do not need to answer them tonight. You need only rest. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it, someone who has their own mountains to climb, their own enchantments to escape. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking this journey through a novel and a life, through the sanatoriums and the snow, through a century of reading and rereading. The mountain will still be there tomorrow. The novel will still be waiting. The questions will still be asking themselves, as they have for 100 years. But for now, let them go. Let the spell of the mountain release you gently into sleep. For the sake of goodness and love, good night. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in a small Swiss town for the World Economic Forum. Presidents, billionaires, prime ministers. They meet in buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches wrapped in blankets, gasping for breath in the thin mountain air. Davos, the town that tuberculosis built. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight, we're travelling to the Swiss Alps, to a valley nearly a mile above sea level, where the air is thin and cold and supposedly miraculous. A place where thousands of people came to fight for their lives, breathing the mountain air that doctors believed could heal what no medicine could cure. A place that transformed from a quiet farming village into one of the most famous destinations in the world, all because of a single disease. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. It is a disease that changed the way we build buildings, the way we think about health, the way we imagine what it means to be sick. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. There are many more stories to tell, stories of patients and doctors, of scientists and artists, of desperate hope and remarkable transformation. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, perhaps pull a blanket closer the way the tuberculosis patients once did on those famous cure terraces. We have a long journey ahead, through snow-covered peaks and grand sanatoriums, through the pages of one of literature's greatest novels, through the remarkable transformation of a town that learned to turn death into an industry, and then transformed again when the industry collapsed. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a valley in the Swiss Alps. It is the year 1853, and you have travelled for days to reach this place. From Zurich, you took what roads existed, climbing through forests and across streams, always upward, always toward the peaks that seemed to float above the world like islands in the sky. The final leg of your journey was on foot, or perhaps by mule, climbing steep paths that wind through forests of pine and spruce. The trees grow smaller as you ascend, stunted by the altitude. The meadows give way to rock and snow, and all the while, the air grows thinner with every step. Your breath comes harder, your heart beats faster, labouring to supply oxygen to your body in this rarefied atmosphere. But something else happens too, something you notice almost without realising it. Time, twos. The air tastes different here, cleaner somehow, sharper, cold as spring water even in summer. There is a clarity to it, a purity that you have never experienced in the crowded cities of the lowlands. Each breath seems to fill your lungs more completely than any breath you have taken before. The village that greets you is modest, a few hundred souls perhaps, farmers mostly, and their families. They have lived in this valley for generations, their ancestors having climbed these same paths centuries ago, seeking refuge from wars and plagues and the turmoil of the flatlands. Their lives are hard, alpine winters that last half the year, summers too brief for bountiful harvests. The growing season is short, the cold is relentless, isolation is complete. In winter the passes are blocked by snow, and the village is cut off from the world below. The wooden chalets cluster together as if for warmth, their roofs steeply pitched to shed the heavy snow that can accumulate to depths measured in meters. Smoke rises from chimneys, wood fires burning to keep the cold at bay. This is Davos, and in 1853, no one outside these mountains has any reason to have heard of it. It is not on any major trade routes. It produces nothing of particular value to the outside world. It is simply a village, one of hundreds scattered through the Alps, where hardy people live hard lives and the modern world seems impossibly far away. But a young doctor has just arrived. His name is Alexander Spengler, and he has come here not by choice but by necessity. A political refugee fleeing the failed revolutions that have swept through Germany in 1848. He had been a student of law in Mannheim, caught up in the revolutionary fervour of that hopeful doomed year. When the revolutions failed, when the old order reasserted itself, many of his fellow revolutionaries were imprisoned or executed. Spengler fled across the border to Switzerland, where he started over. He is trained in medicine at the University of Zurich, a second career for a man whose first career was destroyed by politics. And he has accepted a position as the rural physician for this remote community, a job that no one else wanted, in a place that no one else would choose. What Dr. Spengler will observe in this village will change not only Davos, but the entire world's understanding of how to fight the deadliest disease of the age. He will notice something peculiar, something hiding in plain sight, something that his colleagues in the great medical centres of Europe had never thought to look for because they had never visited a place like this. The villagers of Davos do not get tuberculosis. To understand why this observation was so remarkable, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in the 19th century. It was, quite simply, the greatest killer of the age. In cities across Europe and America, tuberculosis, also called consumption, or the White Plague, was everywhere. In some urban centres, 1 in every 7 deaths was caused by tuberculosis. In others, the proportion was even higher. Entire families would be wiped out, one member after another succumbing to the disease. The wealthy died, the poor died, the young and talented seemed to die with particular cruelty, their lives cut short just as they were beginning to flourish. The disease progressed slowly, which made it all the more terrible. A patient might linger for months or years, gradually wasting away. The cough would grow worse, the fevers would come and go, weight would fall away, leaving skeletal figures who had once been robust. And then, eventually, the hemorrhage, the blood coughed up from destroyed lungs, would signal the final act. Tuberculosis had many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume its victims from within. The White Plague, because of the pallor it brought to the skin. Phthisis, the old Greek term, the captain of all these men of death, as one writer called it. The disease struck indiscriminately. It killed in the slums, where crowded conditions and poor nutrition created perfect breeding grounds for contagion. But it also killed in wealthy drawing rooms, in artists' studios, in the chambers of royalty. John Keats died of tuberculosis at 25, Frédéric Chopin at 39, the Brontë sisters, Franz Kafka, The list of writers and artists and musicians claimed by the disease reads like a who's who of 19th century culture. The cause of tuberculosis was unknown. Some believed it was hereditary, a weakness in the blood that passed from parent to child. If your mother had died of consumption, the thinking went, you carried that weakness within you. Others thought it was caused by unhealthy passions, by artistic temperament, by the stresses of modern life. There was even a romantic mythology around the disease. Consumption was associated with sensitivity, with creativity, with a burning inner fire that consumed the body even as it fueled artistic genius. Pale skin and flushed cheeks, symptoms of the disease, became fashionable. Young women powdered their faces white and rouged their cheeks in imitation of the consumptive look. The idea that tuberculosis might be contagious, that it might be caused by something as mundane as a germ, would not be proven until 1882, when Robert Koch would announce his discovery of the tuberculosis bacillus. Even then, many doctors resisted the idea. They had built their practices and their theories around heredity and constitution. They did not want to believe that their patients were spreading the disease with every cough. Without knowing the cause, doctors had little to offer their patients. Rest was recommended, good food, fresh air. But in the crowded, polluted cities of the Industrial Revolution, fresh air was in short supply. The factory smoke hung over the tenements. Whole families crowded into single rooms. Windows were kept closed against the cold. The conditions that allowed tuberculosis to spread were everywhere. And so Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived in Davos, a refugee who had traded the revolutionary fervour of Mannheim for the quiet isolation of an alpine village. He had studied medicine at the University of Zurich, but his original training had been in law. It was only after the failed revolution of 1848, when many who had participated were imprisoned or exiled, that he turned to medicine as a new career. Perhaps this background in law helped him. Lawyers are trained to notice patterns, to gather evidence, to build cases from observation. And almost immediately after arriving in Davos, Dr. Spengler noticed something that his colleagues in the lowlands would have found astonishing. The villagers were healthy. Not just healthy, remarkably, robustly healthy. Despite their hard lives, despite the harsh winters, despite the limited diet and primitive conditions, tuberculosis was virtually unknown among them. Dr. Spengler, who had seen the disease claim so many lives in the lowlands, found himself treating farmers for broken bones and childhood fevers and the ordinary complaints of rural life. He asked the villagers about their family histories. He examined their chests. He listened for the telltale sounds of lungs compromised by disease. He found nothing. But tuberculosis, never. The contrast was stark. In the cities he had left behind, tuberculosis was everywhere. In Zurich, in Mannheim, in every crowded urban centre, the disease claimed its victims by the thousands. But here, in this remote valley, in this village so isolated that news from the lowlands might take weeks to arrive, nothing. This observation would consume Dr. Spengler's thinking for years. Why should this remote alpine valley be spared the scourge that was decimating the cities below? What was different about Davos? He considered various theories. Perhaps it was genetic. Perhaps the people of Davos had some hereditary resistance to the disease. But when he traced family histories, he found no evidence of this. Some villagers had moved to Davos from the lowlands. They seemed equally protected. Perhaps it was diet. The villagers ate well, at least by their own standards. Fresh milk and cheese, meat from there, livestock, vegetables from their gardens in the brief summer months. But this diet was not so different from what people ate in healthy rural areas of the lowlands, where tuberculosis still struck. The answer, he came to believe, was the air itself. At an altitude of more than 1,500 metres, or nearly a mile above sea level, the air in Davos was unlike anything in the lowlands. It was dry. It was cold. It was, Spengler theorised, somehow purifying. The intense alpine sunshine, the lack of humidity, the absence of the miasmas and pollutants that hung over industrial cities, all of these factors combined to create an environment in which the consumption simply could not thrive. The theory made a certain intuitive sense. Everyone knew that tuberculosis flourished in crowded, poorly ventilated spaces. Everyone knew that fresh air seemed to help patients feel better, at least temporarily. What if the air of Davos was simply the freshest, cleanest air available? Fresh air concentrated and purified to an extreme degree. If this was true, Dr. Spengler reasoned, then perhaps the answer to tuberculosis was not to be found in medicine at all. Perhaps the answer was geography. Perhaps the cure was the mountain itself. It was a revolutionary idea. It was also, as we now know, largely wrong. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis, which was caused by bacteria that no amount of fresh air could kill. But it was wrong in a productive way. It was wrong in a way that would save lives and transform a village and shape the course of medical history. It would transform a remote farming village into one of the most famous destinations on Earth. Dr. Spengler's theory remained just that, a theory, until he began to test it. In the early 1860s, he started recommending that tuberculosis patients from the lowlands travel to Davos for treatment. The journey alone was an ordeal. From Zurich, travellers would take a train as far as the rail lines extended, then transfer to a horse-drawn carriage for the steep, winding climb into the mountains. The final approach to Davos could take an entire day. Hours of bumping along rutted mountain roads, the air growing thinner with every switchback, the temperature dropping as the altitude increased. For patients already weakened by tuberculosis, this journey was exhausting. Some arrived barely able to stand. Others had to be carried from the carriage to their rooms. A few died on the way. But those who survived the journey faced something unexpected. They faced hope. The treatment itself was almost absurdly simple. Patients were to rest. They were to spend long hours outdoors, wrapped in blankets, breathing the mountain air. They were to eat well, rich foods, plenty, of milk from the alpine cows, fresh butter and cheese from the alpine meadows, and a glass or two of Veltliner wine with their meals. They were to sleep in rooms with windows thrown open to the cold mountain night. The daily routine was precise. Patients would rise early, take a light breakfast, then proceed to the cure terrace for their morning rest period. They would lie perfectly still, breathing deeply, watching the sun climb over the eastern peaks. Conversation was discouraged. The lungs needed rest as much as the body. At midday, there would be a substantial meal, meat, vegetables, rich sauces, all designed to build strength in bodies that had been wasting away. The Victorian belief was that tuberculosis consumed the body from within, and that the cure required rebuilding what had been lost. Patients who had arrived skeletal were encouraged to gain weight, to eat until they could eat no more. The afternoon brought another rest period, and then, as evening approached, a light supper. Patients retired early. Sleep was considered essential to recovery. That was it. No medicines, no surgeries, just rest, food, and air. To modern ears, this sounds like barely a treatment at all. But we must remember that in the 1860s there was no effective treatment for tuberculosis. Patients were dying by the tens of thousands, and doctors had nothing to offer them but platitudes and morphine to ease their final hours. Dr. Spengler's patients, by contrast, sometimes got better. Not all of them, not even most of them, perhaps. But some patients who arrived in Davos expecting to die found themselves over months of rest and mountain air slowly regaining their strength. Their fevers subsided, their coughs lessened, the blood that had flecked their handkerchiefs grew less frequent, then stopped altogether. Word began to spread. Slowly at first, through medical journals and professional correspondence, then faster as doctors told their patients, and patients told their families, and the network of information expanded outward from this alpine valley. There was a doctor in the Alps, they said, a German refugee. He had discovered something remarkable. His patients were improving, some were even recovering, actually recovering from tuberculosis, the disease that everyone knew was incurable. In 1860, the first guest house specifically for tuberculosis patients opened in Davos. It was a modest establishment, nothing like the grand sanatoriums that would come later, but it represented something new. It was the beginning of what would become a global industry. Patients began to arrive from the lowlands. They came by carriage and on foot, making the long climb into the mountains, hoping that the air that had protected the villagers might also protect them. They came with their families, they came alone, they came expecting to die, and hoping desperately that they might not. In 1865, the first winter guests arrived. Until then, Davos had been a summer destination only. No one imagined that patients could survive, let alone benefit from, the brutal alpine winters. The conventional wisdom held that cold air was dangerous for consumptives, that they should be kept warm, sheltered from drafts, protected from the elements. But Dr. Friedrich Unger and Hugo Richter from Germany came in February of that year, determined to test the opposite theory. They underwent treatment on a bed made from a hay sledge covered with boards, essentially sleeping outdoors on a modified farm implement surrounded by snow. Imagine the scene. 2 men, already weakened by disease, lying motionless on wooden platforms as the temperature dropped below freezing, their breath visible in the air, frost forming on their blankets, the stars wheeling overhead, impossibly bright in the thin atmosphere. It must have seemed like madness. But they did not die. They improved. The news that tuberculosis patients could be treated in winter, that the cold alpine air might actually be more beneficial than the milder seasons, was revolutionary. It contradicted everything the medical establishment believed about respiratory disease. The logic, as Dr. Spengler and his followers understood it, went something like this. The tuberculosis bacillus thrived in warm, moist environments. The hot, humid air of the lowlands provided ideal conditions for the disease to spread and multiply. But the cold, dry air of the alpine winter was hostile to the bacteria. By exposing patients to this environment, the body's natural defences were given a fighting chance. We know now that this explanation was incomplete. The true advantage of the alpine cure lay partly in the isolation it provided. Tuberculosis patients, gathered in sanatoriums far from crowded cities, were less likely to spread the disease to others and less likely to be reinfected themselves. The rest and good nutrition allowed some patients' immune systems to successfully contain the infection, walling it off in calcified nodules that could remain dormant for decades. But in the 1860s, no one knew about bacteria or immune responses. What they knew was that some patients who came to Davos in winter got better. That was enough. It meant that Davos was not just a summer retreat but a year-round destination, and it meant that the stream of patients seeking the cure would never have to stop. Dr. Spengler was a physician, not a businessman. But he was about to meet someone who was. Willem Jan Holspoor was a Dutchman, born in 1834 in Zutphen in the Netherlands, the son of a cotton manufacturer who also served as mayor. Holspoor had travelled to Davos for the same reason so many others did. His wife was sick. She had tuberculosis, and the mountain cure represented her best hope for survival. Holzbohr's wife did not survive. Many patients came to Davos to die. The mountain air offered hope, not certainty. But something unexpected happened to Holzbohr himself. Rather than return to the Netherlands after his wife's death, he stayed. He saw something in this small alpine village that others had missed. He saw opportunity. Where others saw only snow and sick people, Holzbohr saw the makings of an industry. Tuberculosis was everywhere. The wealthy were desperate for any treatment that offered hope. And Davos had something unique, a reputation, building year by year as a place where the dying sometimes lived. In 1868, Holzbohr and Dr. Spengler joined forces. Together they founded the Kranstalt Spengler-Holzbohr, the Spengler-Holzbohr Sanatorium. It was one of the first purpose-built facilities for tuberculosis treatment in the Alps, and it would become the model for dozens more to come. The sanatorium was not just a medical facility, it was a complete environment for living with illness. There were dining rooms where patients could take their meals together, maintaining the social rituals of civilized life, even as they battled for survival. There were reading rooms and music rooms, spaces for conversation, and quiet contemplation. There were gardens where patients could stroll during the warmer months, and heated interior corridors for the depths of winter. And of course there were the cure terraces, long balconies where rows of reclining chairs faced the mountains, where patients would lie for hours at a time, wrapped in blankets, breathing the air that was supposed to save them. But Holzbohr's vision extended far beyond a single sanatorium. He was a businessman, not a physician, and he thought in terms of systems and infrastructure. He understood that for Davos to truly flourish as a health resort, it needed more than good air and dedicated doctors. It needed hotels, it needed banks, it needed shops and restaurants and all the amenities that wealthy invalids would expect. Above all, it needed a way to get there. In 1888, Holzbohr proposed something that many considered impossible, a railway line from Landquart in the lowlands up to Davos. The terrain was forbidding, steep mountain passes, deep valleys, rivers that flooded in spring. A standard gauge railway, the kind that connected the great cities of Europe, was out of the question. But a narrow gauge line might work. On the 29th of June, 1888, a groundbreaking ceremony was held. Local dignitaries gathered. Speeches were made about progress and prosperity. Few could have imagined what the railway would bring. The construction took 2 years. Workers blasted through rock, bridged gorges, and laid track through some of the most challenging terrain in Europe. The narrow-gauge locomotives would have to climb gradients that would defeat ordinary trains, navigating curves so tight that the front and rear of the train could sometimes see each other. And in 1890, the first train pulled into Davos. The railway changed everything. A journey that once took days could now be completed in hours. Patients who might have died on the road could arrive fresh enough to begin their treatment immediately. Families could visit their ailing relatives. Supplies could flow in, news could flow out. Holzbohr would rename his company the Rheitische Bahn, the Rhaetian Railway, reflecting his ambition to extend the network throughout the region. He founded the Bank of Davos to finance further development. He established an electrical power company to bring modern conveniences to the growing town. The railway exists to this day. Tourists and business travellers take it without thinking about its origins, about the sick and dying people whose need to reach the mountain justified its existence. The transformation of Davos was astonishing. Within a generation, the village went from a few hundred farmers scratching a living from the alpine land to a boomtown of hotels, sanatoriums and villas. Grand buildings rose where cattle had once grazed. Restaurants and shops catered to an international clientele. By the early 1900s, the town was recording 700,000 overnight stays per year. 700,000 in a place that, 50 years earlier, had been so remote that most Swiss people had never heard of it. All because of tuberculosis. All because of the air. As the sanatoriums multiplied, a distinctive architecture began to emerge, one that would eventually influence building design far beyond the Swiss Alps. The logic was simple. If mountain air was the cure, then patients needed maximum exposure to that air. Buildings were designed not as protective barriers against the elements, but as frameworks for delivering the healing atmosphere directly to the sick. This was a radical departure from traditional architectural thinking. For centuries, buildings had been conceived as shelters, as barriers between the fragile human body and the hostile forces of nature. Walls were thick, windows were small. The interior was a refuge from the outside world. But the sanatorium architects turned this logic on its head. For tuberculosis patients, the outside world was not hostile, it was healing. The enemy was not the cold mountain air, but the stuffy, overheated interiors of conventional buildings. The goal of architecture was not to exclude the environment, but to embrace it. The most distinctive feature was the cure terrace. Broad balconies or porches where patients could recline for hours at a time, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. These terraces faced south, maximising exposure to the alpine sunshine, which was also believed to have healing properties. The patients would lie in neat rows, their reclining chairs positioned to catch the most sunlight. From a distance, it must have looked like a strange kind of worship. Rows of figures facing the sun, motionless, silent, breathing deeply of the thin mountain air. Inside the sanatoriums, large windows flooded the rooms with light. The traditional steeply pitched chalet roof, designed to shed heavy alpine snow, gave way to something new, the Davos flat roof. These flat roofs, slightly angled toward the centre to drain snowmelt through internal gutters, created additional space for rooftop terraces. The flat roof was a technical challenge in the alpine climate. Snow could accumulate to tremendous depths. Traditional roofs solved this problem by shedding snow before it could cause damage. The flat roof required a different solution. The slightly angled surface channeled snowmelt to interior drains, which carried it away through heated pipes that prevented freezing. The architects Otto Flieghardt and Max Häferli, based in Zurich, became the master builders of this new architectural form. Their Queen Alexandra Sanatorium, designed from 1905 onward, exemplified the philosophy. The building was conceived not as a protective shell, but as a machine for inhabiting the atmosphere. Walls seemed almost secondary. The real architecture was the mountain air itself. The building existed to organise space, to position patients correctly in relation to the sun and the breeze. It was architecture in service of medicine, form following function, with an intensity that would later become the hallmark of modernist design. One innovation was the Lieghalle, the lying hall or rest hut. These were small revolving shelters, designed by Dr. Karl Turban, just large enough to accommodate 1 or 2 beds. Patients could be wheeled inside, and the entire structure could be rotated to follow the sun or to shield against the wind. The rotating mechanism was ingenious. A patient could be positioned to catch the morning sun as it rose over the eastern peaks, then gradually turn to follow the light across the sky when the wind shifted, as alpine winds often do. The shelter could be repositioned for protection. The patient never had to move, the building moved around them. These shelters reduced architecture to its most elementary purpose, creating a space for a human body to exist in specific relationship to the environment, There were no unnecessary ornaments, no social pretensions, just a roof, walls that could be opened or closed, and a mechanism for reorientation. By 1900, many of these shelters had been installed in the grounds of the larger sanatoriums. Patients would spend entire days in them, sometimes sleeping outdoors even in winter, wrapped in wool and fur, their breath visible in the freezing air. It is a striking thought that people who were desperately ill, whose lungs were compromised by disease, would voluntarily expose themselves to sub-zero temperatures in the belief that the cold would heal them. The physicians documented everything. Temperature readings were taken multiple times daily, not just of the patients' bodies but of the air itself. Humidity was measured, wind direction was noted, the angle of the sun was calculated, everything was recorded in meticulous case files, as if by accumulating enough data the secret of the cure might finally be revealed. Patients learned to speak a specialised vocabulary. They discussed their morning temperatures and afternoon readings. They compared coughs and noted hemorrhages. They knew the names of the different winds and could predict weather changes by the way their symptoms responded. But we must remember that there were no alternatives, no antibiotics, no effective medicines of any kind. The mountain air was all they had. And so they lay on their cure terraces, these desperate people, breathing the cold air, watching the sun move across the sky, measuring their temperatures, recording their symptoms. They built lives in the shadow of death. They formed communities of the sick. They created an entire culture of illness, with its own rituals and its own vocabulary, and its own strange mixture of hope and resignation. Some recovered, many did not, but the sanatorium gave them structure, gave them purpose, gave them something to do while they waited to learn their fate. It gave them, in a word, hope, and hope, even when unfounded, has value. Dr. Alexander Spengler died in 1901, having lived nearly half a century in the village he had helped transform. He arrived as a refugee with nothing. He departed as a pioneer, his name synonymous with the Alpine cure. He had seen the population of Davos multiply many times over. He had seen the first guest houses give way to grand sanatoriums. He had seen the railway arrive, bringing patients by the thousands. He had seen his theory that mountain air could cure tuberculosis, accepted as medical orthodoxy across Europe. Whether he ever doubted that theory, we do not know. Whether he ever wondered if the patients who recovered might have recovered anyway, or if the patients who died might have been saved by some treatment not yet discovered, these questions are lost to history. What remains is the legacy. A town transformed, an industry created, an idea that shaped medicine for nearly a century. But the Spengler name would continue to shape Davos long after his death. His son, Dr. Carl Spengler, inherited both his father's medical practice and his devotion to the Alpine town. Carl Spengler had grown up in the sanatorium world. He had watched the sick arrive by train, had seen them wheeled onto cure terraces, had observed the slow rituals of the mountain cure. He knew better than most what tuberculosis meant, the fear and the hope, the long waiting, the uncertain outcomes. He was also an enthusiastic supporter of the local ice hockey club HC Davos, which was founded in 1921. Ice hockey had come to Davos along with the international community of sanatorium patients. Young men who were well enough to exercise but not well enough to return home had taken up the sport during their long convalescence. And in 1923, Carl Spengler had an idea that would create one of the most enduring sports traditions in the world. The First World War had ended just 5 years earlier, and Europe remained bitterly divided. Nations that had been enemies still viewed each other with suspicion. The wounds of the war, the millions dead, the empires collapsed, the old order destroyed, were still raw. Carl Spengler believed that sport could help bridge these divides. He had seen, in his father's sanatoriums, how illness could unite people who might otherwise have been enemies. German and French, English and Russian, they had all come to Davos seeking the cure, and they had found themselves lying side by side on the cure terraces, sharing their hopes and fears. If disease could unite enemies, why not sport? He donated a trophy, a challenge cup, and invited ice hockey teams from across Europe to compete in Davos during the Christmas holiday. His explicit intention, stated in the original charter, was to give the once hostile nations an opportunity to rediscover mutual understanding and trust through fair and friendly competition, and to extend a hand of camaraderie. It was an idealistic vision, perhaps naive, but it worked. Teams came from countries that had been at war with each other just years before. They competed fiercely on the ice, but they met peacefully off it. The tournament became a symbol of reconciliation. The first Spengler Cup was won by the Oxford University Ice Hockey Club, a team composed largely of Canadians studying at Oxford. In the early years, HC Davos and the Czechoslovak team LTC Prague dominated the competition, each winning 7 titles. The tournament was played outdoors on an alpine rink until 1978. Players competed in the freezing air, their breath visible, the mountains looming above them. It must have been a spectacular sight. The bright uniforms against the white snow, the clatter of sticks on ice, the roar of the crowd echoing off the peaks. The tournament continues to this day, now the oldest invitational ice hockey tournament in the world and the second largest sporting event in Switzerland. Team Canada has dominated in recent decades, winning 16 times since 1984. But the original spirit endures, international competition as a path to international understanding. It is a fitting legacy for the Spengler family, a tournament born from the conviction that even enemies could find common ground in the thin mountain air. The same conviction, in a sense, that had driven Alexander Spengler to build his sanatoriums, the belief that something about this place could heal what seemed unhealable. As Davos's reputation spread, it began to attract not just the wealthy sick, but the famous sick. Writers and artists, politicians and nobility all made their pilgrimages to the mountain, seeking the cure that conventional medicine could not provide. One of the earliest and most celebrated visitors was Robert Louis Stevenson. In November of 1880, the Scottish author arrived in Davos with his American wife Fanny and her son Lloyd. Stevenson was 30 years old and had been battling lung disease for most of his adult life. His doctors had recommended the Alpine cure, and so he found himself, as winter descended on the Alps, checking into the Hotel Belvedere. Stevenson would spend 2 winters in Davos, and he hated it. The confinement drove him nearly mad. Here was a man who had roamed the Cevennes with a donkey, who would eventually sail the South Pacific and settle among the people of Samoa. The Hotel Belvedere, however comfortable, was a prison. The cure terraces were cells. The endless routine of rest and measurement and rest again was torture for a restless spirit. In his essays, he described the health resort as a claustrophobic trap. He compared the desolate alpine wilderness to Lapland, Labrador and Alaska. He wrote bitterly of patients condemned to death by gradual dry rot, or else drowning in their own blood during hemorrhages. His letters from this period are filled with longing for escape. He dreams of warmer climates, of adventure, of anywhere but this beautiful, suffocating valley. And yet he remains, because the alternative, the crowded, smoky cities where his lungs would surely fail, is worse. It is a remarkably bleak portrait, especially from an author known for tales of adventure and romance. But Stevenson understood something that the promotional literature of the sanatoriums tried to obscure. Many patients came to Davos not to be cured, but to die. The mountain air might slow the disease, but it could not always stop it. He wrote about his fellow patients with a mixture of compassion and horror. Young men and women in the prime of life, reduced to counting their heartbeats and measuring their fevers. Some put on brave faces at dinner, discussing their symptoms with the clinical detachment that sanatorium life encouraged. Others withdrew into private despair. And some inevitably died. Stevenson watched them carried away, their rooms quickly cleaned and prepared for the next occupant. The cycle continued without pause. Despite his misery, Stevenson remained productive. Perhaps he wrote to distract himself from his illness. Perhaps the mountain air, however much he despised it, gave him just enough strength to work. In Davos, he completed what would become one of the most beloved adventure novels ever written. Treasure Island had begun as a story told to his stepson Lloyd, accompanied by a hand-drawn map of an imaginary island. Stevenson had started writing it back in Scotland, but the story had stalled. The fog and rain of home seemed to drain the adventure from his imagination. In Davos, during that first brutal winter, he picked it up again. Perhaps it was the contrast. Here he was, trapped in the snow, confined to his room for days at a time, breathing the cold, thin air that was supposed to save him. And on the page he could escape to warm Caribbean waters, to islands where treasure lay buried, where adventure waited around every corner. He wrote the final 14 chapters in 14 days. Long John Silver, Jim Hawkins, the Hispaniola, the Black Spot, all of it flowing from the pen of a sick man, wrapped in blankets in an Alpine hotel, while the snow fell outside and his lungs rattled with each breath. Think of it. One of the most beloved adventure stories ever written, created by a man who could barely walk to the end of his corridor. Tales of sailing ships and sword fights and buried gold, conjured from the imagination of an invalid who spent his days lying on a cure terrace, watching the mountains and waiting for his temperature readings. Lloyd later recalled the excitement of those winter evenings when Stevenson would read aloud the day's new chapters. The stepson who had inspired the story listened as it came to life, chapter by chapter, in the most unlikely of places. It is one of the strange gifts of Davos. This place of illness and death also became a place of remarkable creativity. Perhaps there was something about the thin air, the isolation, the proximity to mortality, that sharpened the minds of those who came seeking the cure. When death is near, every moment becomes precious. Every word carries weight. Stevenson did not find a cure in Davos. The mountain air, however thin and pure, could not heal whatever was destroying his lungs. He would eventually leave Switzerland, driven out by the very isolation he had come to endure. He travelled to the milder climates of France and England, seeking relief, seeking change, seeking anything that might help. But the disease, or what everyone believed was the disease, followed him. Finally, he made a radical decision. He would travel as far from the cold, the damp, the civilization of Europe as he could possibly go. In 1888, he and his family set sail for the South Pacific. It was an astonishing journey for a man who had been told repeatedly that he was dying. He sailed from island to island, living on boats and in tropical huts, surrounded by peoples whose lives were utterly different from anything he had known in Scotland or Switzerland. He settled eventually in Samoa, on the island of Upolu, where he built an estate called Vailima. The Samoans called him Tusitala, the teller of tales. He wrote prolifically, producing novels and stories and essays until the very end. He died in 1894 at the age of 44, not from lung disease but from a cerebral hemorrhage. He was dictating a letter when he suddenly complained of a pain in his head. asked, "What's that?" and lost consciousness. He died within hours. Modern medical historians have suggested that Stevenson may not have had tuberculosis at all, that his symptoms were more consistent with bronchiectasis or sarcoidosis. But in the 1880s, any persistent lung disease was likely to be diagnosed as consumption. Whether the misdiagnosis saved his life by sending him to the tropics, or whether he would have lived longer had he stayed in Davos, we will never know. What we know is that he spent 2 miserable winters in the Alps, hating every moment of it, writing some of his greatest work to distract himself from his confinement, and then fled to the farthest place on earth. 13 years after Stevenson's departure, another famous British author arrived in Davos. His name was Arthur Conan Doyle, and unlike Stevenson, he had come not for his own health, but for his wife's. Conan Doyle was already famous by then. Sherlock Holmes had made him wealthy and celebrated, even though he sometimes resented the detective who overshadowed his more serious literary work. He was 34 years old, at the height of his creative powers, with a comfortable life in London, and then his wife fell ill. Louisa Hawkins, called Tui by her family, had been diagnosed with tuberculosis. The doctors gave her only months to live. Conan Doyle, trained as a physician before becoming a writer, understood what the diagnosis meant. He had seen patients waste away from consumption. He knew the statistics. Desperate to save her, he learned that the Swiss mountain climate offered hope for consumption patients. Davos was the most famous of the alpine resorts, the place where the mountain cure had been pioneered, where sanatoriums had been treating patients for 3 decades. And so in 1893, the creator of Sherlock Holmes gathered his wife and their 2 young children and travelled to Davos. They rented a house in the town where Louisa could take the cure while the children played in the snow. They would remain for 4 years. The mountain air did help Louisa. She did not die within months as the doctors had predicted. Whether this was because of the cure, or because the original prognosis had been too pessimistic, or simply because tuberculosis was unpredictable, impossible to say. What matters is that she survived. She survived with periods of relative health and periods of decline. She survived to see her children grow older, to see her husband become ever more famous, to enjoy years that the doctors had told her she would not have. She lived until 1906, 13 years after her diagnosis, dying at last of the disease that had shadowed her for so long. Those 13 years were a gift. The mountain gave them to her, or seemed to. But for Arthur Conan Doyle, those years in Davos were not simply a time of anxious waiting by his wife's bedside. He was, after all, a man of enormous energy and curiosity, a man who had boxed, played cricket, investigated real-life crimes, campaigned for justice. He could not simply sit and wait while his wife rested on the cure terrace. And in Davos he discovered something that would help launch an entirely new industry. He discovered skiing. And in doing so, he would help transform the future of this town far more profoundly than any medical treatment ever could. Conan Doyle was not a man to sit idle. While his wife rested on the cure terraces, he grew restless. The mountains beckoned. The endless snow-covered slopes seemed to demand exploration. He had first encountered skis during a visit to Norway several years earlier. The Norwegians used them for transportation, a practical way to move, through deep snow in the long winter months. He had only observed the sport then, but the image had stayed with him. Now, in Davos, surrounded by snow-covered mountains that rivaled anything in Scandinavia, he realized that the same techniques might work here. He ordered a pair of skis to be sent from Norway, 8-foot Norwegian wooden boards, primitive by modern standards with simple leather bindings that offered little control. These were not the engineered marvels that modern skiers use. They were essentially long planks, shaped at the front to glide over snow. To learn how to use them, he hired local instructors, the Branger brothers, Tobias and Johannes. The Branger brothers had been skiing in the mountains around Davos for over a year, but they had taken to practicing at night, to avoid the ridicule of the locals who thought the whole enterprise was absurd. Sliding down mountains on wooden planks, it seemed the height of foolishness. The farmers of Davos had lived with these mountains for generations. They knew how to survive the winter without strapping boards to their feet. Conan Doyle did not share this prejudice. To him, the mountains were not obstacles to be endured but challenges to be conquered. He learned to ski, falling and rising again, until he could navigate the slopes with reasonable confidence. The falls were frequent and sometimes spectacular. Conan Doyle was a large man, powerfully built, and when he lost control on those primitive wooden skis, he went down hard. He later wrote humorously about his many tumbles, the snow packed into every crevice of his clothing, these slow and laborious climbs back up to try again. And then he convinced the Branger brothers to attempt something more ambitious. On the 23rd of March, 1894, at 4:30 in the morning, while most of Davos still slept, Conan Doyle and the two Branger brothers set off from the town. The early start was necessary. They needed to complete the most difficult climbing before the sun softened the snow. They carried their skis on their backs, strapped over their shoulders, as they ascended on snowshoes through the silent pre-dawn darkness. The climb was exhausting. Hours of trudging upward, the altitude making every step harder than the last. Conan Doyle, despite his robust constitution, felt his lungs burning in the thin air. The Branger brothers, more accustomed to the mountains, set the pace. At last they reached the top of the Mayenfelder Furka, a peak 8,000 feet above sea level. The Alps stretched out around them, an endless sea of white peaks catching the morning light. Below, invisible in the valleys, the world went about its business, unaware of the three men standing at the edge of something new. They switched from snowshoes to skis. The bindings were primitive, simple leather straps that held the boot to the ski. There was no modern release mechanism. If you fell badly, your ankle broke before the binding gave way. And then they descended. Down through the snow and ice and thin mountain air, they glided toward the town of Arosa on the other side. The descent was thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. The long wooden skis gathered speed on the steep slopes. There was no way to brake except by falling deliberately or turning sharply. It was the Mayenfelder Furka crossing, one of the first documented ski descents in Switzerland. Conan Doyle wrote about the experience for the Strand magazine, the same publication that serialized his Sherlock Holmes stories. His article, titled An Alpine Pass on Ski, introduced the English-speaking world to the strange new sport. He described the sensation of gliding over snow, the freedom of movement, the exhilaration of the descent. The time will come, Conan Doyle predicted, when hundreds of Englishmen will come to Switzerland for a skiing season. He vastly underestimated. Today, millions come. The Swiss Alps are one of the great ski destinations of the world, generating billions of dollars annually. The tourism infrastructure that supports this industry, the hotels, the restaurants, the mountain railways, the ski lifts, can trace its origins in part to that dawn crossing in 1894. In Davos, there is a bronze plaque dedicated to Conan Doyle. It honours him as the man who crossed the Mayenfelder Furka from Davos to Arosa on skis, thereby bringing this new sport and the attractions of the Swiss Alps in winter to the world. The plaque does not mention his wife. It does not mention tuberculosis. It does not mention the sanatoriums that brought him to Davos in the first place. It speaks only of sport, of adventure, of the future, not the desperate past that brought him to that moment. It is one of the quieter ironies of history. The man who followed his dying wife to a tuberculosis sanatorium helped invent modern ski tourism. The town that was built for the sick would eventually thrive on the healthy. Conan Doyle could not have known this, of course. When he strapped on those skis and climbed the mountain, he was simply looking for something to do, some way to fill the long hours while his wife rested on the Cure Terrace. He was not thinking about the future of alpine tourism. He was thinking about survival, his own and hers. And yet his adventure helped create a future that would outlive the sanatoriums by many decades. The ski resorts that now cover the Alps, the billions of dollars in winter, tourism, the millions of people who come each year to experience the mountains, all of it owes something to that dawn crossing in 1894. The sanatoriums are gone, the patients are forgotten, but the mountains remain, and people still come, not to be cured, but to play. In the spring of 1912, a German novelist named Thomas Mann received troubling news from Davos. His wife Katja had gone to the Alps for treatment of a respiratory condition. The diagnosis was not tuberculosis, or at least not confirmed tuberculosis, but her doctors were concerned enough to recommend the mountain cure. She was staying at the Sanatorium, the forest sanatorium, which had opened just the year before. The sanatorium was run by Dr. Friedrich Jessen, and it offered the standard cure: rest, mountain air, and rich food. Katja came from an artistic and intellectual family. Her father was a renowned mathematician, her twin brother a physicist. She had given up her own academic pursuits to marry man and raise their children. Now she lay on a Cure terrace in the Alps, separated from her family, uncertain when she would return. Man, 47 years old and already a celebrated author, decided to visit his wife. He planned to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to ensure she was comfortable and to see for himself the famous Davos cure. He had just completed work on a novella called Death in Venice, a dark, atmospheric tale of an aging writer's obsession with beauty and mortality. The story had been difficult to write, emotionally draining. Perhaps he was still thinking about those themes when he boarded the train for Switzerland. The journey itself was significant. Man travelled from Munich through increasingly dramatic scenery, the train climbing into the Alps, the air growing thinner and clearer. By the time he arrived in Davos, he had already begun to feel the strangeness of the place. What he found in Davos would consume his imagination for the next 12 years. Man spent his 3 weeks sitting on the balcony beside Katja, breathing the alpine air, watching the strange rituals of sanatorium life. He was a keen observer. His earlier novels had demonstrated his gift for capturing social nuance, and the sanatorium offered a wealth of material. He observed the patients wrapped in blankets on their cure terraces, their faces turned to the sun like flowers following the light. He listened to the polite dinner conversation, discussions of temperature readings and sputum tests conducted with an air of almost absurd normality, as if tracking the progress of a fatal disease were no different from discussing the weather. The dining room fascinated him. Here were people who knew they might be dying, gathered in elegant surroundings, eating rich food, maintaining all the forms of civilized society. They discussed politics and art. They flirted. They formed alliances and rivalries. Death was the elephant in the room that everyone pretended not to see, or rather, that everyone saw so constantly that they had learned to look through it. Man would later describe this atmosphere as a mixture of death and amusement. It was the perfect phrase. The sanatorium was both a hospital and a hotel, both a place of desperate medical treatment, and a social gathering place for the European upper classes. And then something unexpected happened. Man developed a cold. He consulted a local doctor, perhaps out of hypochondria, perhaps out of genuine concern, perhaps simply out of curiosity about the diagnostic rituals he had been observing. The doctor examined him and immediately discovered what he called a moist spot on man's lung. Would Herr Man care to stay for 3 months, just as a precaution, to take the cure? Man was 47 years old, a successful novelist, with a family and obligations waiting in Munich. The suggestion that he might himself become a sanatorium patient, that he might join the ranks of blanket-wrapped figures on the cure terraces, must have been unsettling. He refused. He returned to Munich, leaving his wife behind in the sanatorium, but he carried with him the germ of something more lasting than any respiratory infection. He carried a novel. Man originally conceived the work as a short, humorous tale, a pendant to Death in Venice, exploring similar themes of time and mortality in a lighter key. Where Death in Venice was dark and tragic, the new story would be ironic and observational. He called the sanatorium in his story the Berghof, drawing on his impressions of the real sanatoriums of Davos, particularly the Wald Sanatorium where Katja was being treated, but also the Grand Schatzalp and other establishments he had observed. But the story refused to stay small. As Mann wrote, he found himself drawn deeper and deeper into the world he was creating. The sanatorium became not just a setting, but a symbol, a microcosm of European civilization itself, suspended in the thin air above the ordinary world. Year after year, man continued to add to it. What had begun as a novella grew into a sprawling philosophical epic. The First World War interrupted the writing. Man set aside his sanatorium novel to focus on political essays, grappling with the catastrophe that had engulfed Europe. The world he had known was collapsing, the old certainties were being swept away. When he returned to the Magic Mountain, the novel had taken on new dimensions, time ones. The collapse of the German Empire followed, then the rise of the Weimar Republic, with its fragile democracy and simmering resentments. Through it all, man kept returning to his novel of life in an alpine sanatorium, a world that had itself been transformed while he wrote about it. Finally, in November of 1924, 12 years after that 3-week visit to Davos, Der Zauberberg was published, The Magic Mountain. It was nearly 1,000 pages long. The novel tells the story of Hans Castorp, a young engineering student from Hamburg who travels to Davos to visit his cousin Joachim, a patient at the Berghof Sanatorium. Castorp is an ordinary young man, solid, practical, unremarkable, the kind of person who might be expected to become a respectable businessman and live an unremarkable life. He plans to stay for 3 weeks, exactly as long as man himself had stayed. But Castorp does not leave after 3 weeks. He develops a slight fever. The doctors discover a moist spot on his lung. He is persuaded to stay, just for a while longer, just until his health improves. The pattern will be familiar to anyone who knows the history of sanatorium treatment. The 3-week visit becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes 6, and slowly, imperceptibly, the patient stops thinking about the flatland below. 7 years pass. 7 years in which Castorp lives in the strange, suspended world of the sanatorium. 7 years of cure terraces and temperature readings, of intellectual debates and romantic entanglements, of watching fellow patients recover or decline or die. 7 years of meals in the elegant dining room, of walks in the mountain air, of endless conversations about ideas that seem to matter enormously in this rarefied atmosphere. time moves differently in the Berghof. Days blur into weeks, weeks into months, months into years. The outside world, the flat land, as the sanatorium patients call it, becomes increasingly unreal, like a half-remembered dream. The only reality is the mountain, the cure, the endless present of illness. The patients exist in a kind of bubble, separated from the world below by altitude and by their shared condition. News from the flatland arrives, but it seems distant, irrelevant. What matters is the morning temperature reading. What matters is whether the cough has worsened or improved. The Magic Mountain is not merely a story about tuberculosis. It is a vast philosophical novel, an examination of European culture on the eve of its greatest catastrophe. Mann uses the sanatorium as a microcosm. The patients and staff of the Berghof represent different strands of European thought, gathered together in this isolated setting where ideas can be debated without the distractions of ordinary life. There is the Italian humanist Settembrini, who champions reason and progress, and the Enlightenment values of the French Revolution. He believes in human perfectibility, in the power of education to overcome barbarism, in the inevitable march of civilization toward a brighter future. And there is the Jesuit Nafta, who defends tradition and authority and ultimately violence in service of higher ideals. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that the liberal faith in progress is an illusion, that only through spiritual renewal, forced if necessary, can humanity be saved. These two men argue endlessly, brilliantly across the pages of the novel. Their debates range over politics and religion, art and science, the nature of time and the meaning of death. Neither can convince the other. Neither can be silenced. Castorp listens to their arguments, never quite committing to either side. He is the new European man, educated, prosperous, uncertain. He finds himself drawn first to one position, then to the other. He cannot choose between the competing visions because he cannot see a way to reconcile them. This is, of course, the condition of Europe itself in the early 20th century. The old certainties were crumbling. New ideologies were rising. The question of what the modern world should believe, what it should value, what it should fight for, had no clear answer. The novel was published in 1924. 10 years later, the Nazis would come to power. Mann, who was of Jewish descent through his wife Katia, would flee Germany and eventually settle in the United States. Looking back, the Magic Mountain seems almost prophetic. The debates that consume the sanatorium patients, nationalism versus internationalism, faith versus reason, civilization versus barbarism, would soon consume all of Europe. The suspended artificial world of the Berghof, where time seems to have stopped, was about to end. History was about to resume with terrible force. The argument between Settembrini and Nafta ends not with agreement but with violence. Unable to resolve their differences through words, they resort to a duel. It is a small-scale preview of what is to come. The novel ends with Castorp finally leaving the mountain, not because he has been cured, but because the First World War has begun. He descends to the flatland to join the fighting. The last we see of him, he's charging into battle singing a German folk song. The song he sings is significant. It is a German folk song about a linden tree, about home and peace and the comfort of rest. He sings it as he runs toward almost certain death, as the shells explode around him, as the world he has known collapses into chaos. Mann does not tell us whether Castorp survives. The question seems almost beside the point. The young man who arrived at the Berghof as a simple engineering student, planning a 3-week visit, has been transformed. 7 years on the mountain have educated him, in ideas, in love, in the proximity of death. Whether he lives or dies in the war, He's no longer the person he was. The world of the sanatorium, thus that strange, timeless, death-haunted world, is over. Whatever comes next, there will be no going back. The suspended reality of the Berghof, where time seemed to have stopped, has been shattered by history. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA have been rendered irrelevant by the guns of August. Or have they? In many ways, the First World War was the bloody resolution of exactly those debates. The clash between nationalism and internationalism, between tradition and progress, between competing visions of what Europe should become. The arguments that seemed so abstract on the Cure terraces of the Berghof were being decided finally and terribly on the battlefields of France and Belgium. The Magic Mountain is both a great novel and a document of historical transition. It captures a world that was about to end. The world of the sanatoriums, yes, but also the world of pre-war Europe, the world of confident assumptions and leisurely intellectual debate. Everything that seemed stable and permanent was about to be swept away. 5 years after The Magic Mountain was published, Thomas Mann received the Nobel Prize in Literature. The novel he had conceived as a short, humorous tale had become one of the landmarks of 20th century fiction. Nearly 1,000 pages long, packed with philosophical debates and medical details and psychological insight, it was everything a popular novel was not supposed to be. And yet it found readers. It found passionate readers, readers who returned to it again and again, who saw in its pages something that spoke to their own experience. And Davos, the real town that had inspired the fictional Berghof, was now famous not only as a health resort but as a literary destination. Visitors came to see the sanatoriums that Mann had described. They walked the paths he had walked. They breathed the same thin mountain air. They looked up at the Schatzalp gleaming on its mountainside and imagined the Berghof. They dined in restaurants that might have served Hans Castorp. They rode the same funicular railway. Literary tourism became part of the Davos economy. The sanatoriums had been closing, but the literary pilgrims kept coming. They wanted to experience what Mann had experienced. They wanted to feel, if only for a moment, what it was like to live in that suspended world, above the ordinary. But the novel's lasting power comes from its treatment of the sanatorium as metaphor. The Berghof is not just a place where sick people go to be cured. It is a world apart, a place where the normal rules of time and society are suspended, where the proximity to death changes everything. Consider how time works in the novel. The first 3 weeks of Castorp's stay are described in immense detail. Every conversation, every meal, every medical examination. Then months pass in a few pages. Years vanish in a sentence. Mann deliberately plays with the reader's sense of duration, making us feel the strange time dilation that sanatorium patients experienced. In the Berghof, time loses its meaning because the patients have stepped outside of history. They are no longer participants in the rush of modern life. They are observers, watchers, people who have been placed on pause while the world continues below. In the sanatorium, small gestures acquire enormous significance. A flush of fever, a glance across the dining room, a cough in the night. Life becomes simultaneously more intense and more absurd. The patients know they may be dying, and yet they continue with their petty rivalries and their elaborate social rituals. Castorp falls in love, obsessively, inappropriately, with a Russian woman named Klavdia Shosha. He barely speaks to her for months. His love is expressed through glances, through the way he positions himself to see her enter the dining room, through the fever that rises whenever she's near. In the ordinary world, this infatuation would seem absurd. In the sanatorium, where every emotion is heightened by mortality, it becomes the central drama of his existence. This is what Mann captured so brilliantly. The strange mixture of death and amusement that he had observed during those 3 weeks in Davos, the way that even in extremity, even in the shadow of mortality, human beings continue to be human, foolish, vain, hopeful, alive. We do not stop being ourselves when we are faced with death. If anything, we become more intensely ourselves. Our desires sharpen, our fears crystallize, our need for connection, for meaning, for love. All of it becomes more urgent, not less. Davos gave man his setting, but his genius was to see in that setting a reflection of something much larger, the condition of modern Europe, suspended between an old world that was dying and a new world struggling to be born. The sanatorium was Europe itself, sick, confused, debating endlessly, unable to choose a path forward. We should not forget, amid the literary and philosophical grandeur of the Magic Mountain, that real people were dying in the sanatoriums of Davos. Not all of them. The mountain cure did help many, patients, extending their lives by years or even decades. But tuberculosis remained a deadly disease, and for many who came to the Alps the journey was a final one. The death rate varied from sanatorium to sanatorium from year to year. The statistics were carefully kept, though not always honestly reported. A sanatorium with too high a mortality rate would lose its reputation. Patients would choose to go elsewhere. Some establishments developed a macabre practice. When a patient was clearly dying, they would be encouraged to leave, to go home, or to a less prestigious facility. This kept the death statistics low. It also meant that families sometimes received their dying relatives back, transported down from the mountain to expire in the lowlands, their final hours spent not in the alpine air, but in the crowded cities they had travelled so far to escape. The sanatoriums tried to maintain an atmosphere of normality. Patients dined together in elegant restaurants, they attended concerts and lectures, they formed friendships and sometimes romances. But the cure terraces told another story. Row upon row of reclining chairs, each holding a figure wrapped in blankets staring out at the mountains. Some would rise from those chairs and return to the flatland, others would not. There was a particular kind of friendship that formed in the sanatoriums, intense and immediate, born of shared proximity to death. Patients who might never have spoken to each other in ordinary life became intimates. They shared their fears and their hopes. They watched each other's symptoms with the same attention they gave their own. And when one of their number died, they mourned, briefly because there was always another death coming, and because the living had to focus on their own survival. The wealthier sanatoriums offered private rooms and personal nurses, fine wine and rich food. The less exclusive establishments were more Spartan, but still clean and orderly. There was a rough democracy of illness. Tuberculosis killed rich and poor alike, but the accommodations varied enormously. What all shared was the strange rhythm of sanatorium life, the daily temperature readings, the regulated rest periods, the careful monitoring of symptoms. Patients learned to read their own bodies with obsessive precision, tracking the progress of their disease with the same attention a stockbroker might give to market fluctuations. They developed their own vocabulary. A good day meant the fever was down and the cough was manageable. A bad day meant the opposite. The word hemorrhage was spoken in hushed tones. A major hemorrhage often meant the end was near. And always, the mountain was there. The thin air, the intense sunlight, the cold that was supposed to heal. By the early 20th century, Davos had one of the greatest concentrations of sanatoriums in Europe. Hotels, clinics, and private villas dotted the valley, all catering to the same clientele, the sick, the dying, and those who hoped they might be saved. For nearly a century, Davos thrived on tuberculosis. The disease that was killing millions in the lowlands was sustaining an entire economy in the Alps. Doctors, nurses, hoteliers, railway workers, shopkeepers all depended on the steady stream of patients seeking the cure. It was a strange symbiosis. The bacterium that destroyed lungs also built hotels. The disease that shattered families also created jobs. The death that haunted the cure terraces also filled the cash registers. And then, in the 1940s and 50s, that economy collapsed. The cause was not a change in climate or a shift in fashion. The cause was a group of antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis. In 1944 and 45, the antibiotic streptomycin was discovered. It emerged from soil bacteria samples collected in a New Jersey laboratory, an unlikely origin for a medicine that would transform global health. It was the first medicine that could genuinely combat the tuberculosis bacillus, not merely slow the disease, but kill the bacteria that caused it. The initial results were almost miraculous. Patients who'd been given weeks to live recovered. Fevers that had burned for months suddenly broke. Coughs that had rattled through sanatorium halls fell silent. Then came para-aminosalicylic acid, also discovered in 1945. When combined with streptomycin, it greatly reduced the development of drug resistance, a problem that had emerged almost immediately when streptomycin was used alone. And in 1952, isoniazid arrived, inexpensive, well-tolerated, and devastatingly effective. A patient could swallow a pill at home and achieve what months of mountain air had never managed: a genuine cure. The modern era of tuberculosis treatment had begun. For the sanatoriums of Davos, these discoveries were a death sentence. Not for the patients. For the first time, patients could actually be cured, but for the institutions themselves. The logic of the mountain cure had rested on the absence of alternatives. Patients came to Davos because there was nothing else. Rest and fresh air could not cure tuberculosis, but they could sometimes slow its progress, buying time that patients desperately needed. Now there was something better. Pills that could be taken at home. Treatment that did not require years of exile in an alpine valley. In 1956, a study called the Madras experiment confirmed what many already suspected. Researchers in India compared tuberculosis patients treated at home with those treated in sanatoriums. The patients received the same antibiotic medications. The only difference was where they took them. The results were devastating to the sanatorium industry. There was no advantage to institutional care. Patients who stayed at home, taking their pills in familiar surroundings, recovered at the same rate as those who spent months in specialised facilities. The Madras experiment was conducted in India, where the expense of sanatorium care was especially prohibitive. But its implications were universal. If home treatment was equally effective, then why maintain the elaborate infrastructure of sanatoriums? Why send patients away from their families, away from their communities, to lie on cure terraces breathing mountain air that, it now seemed clear, contributed nothing to their recovery? The mountain air had never been the cure. It had only seemed that way because the sanatoriums provided rest and good nutrition and freedom from the crowded, infected environments of the cities. The air was incidental. The isolation was what mattered, and isolation could be achieved anywhere. The sanatoriums had become obsolete. Through the late 1950s and into the 60s, the sanatoriums of Davos began to close. The decline was gradual at first. Fewer new patients arrived. The cure terraces grew less crowded. Some sanatoriums tried to adapt, offering wellness treatments, repositioning themselves as resorts for the stressed rather than hospitals for the sick. But the fundamental logic had changed. Why would anyone travel to the Alps and spend months lying on a cure terrace when they could take a pill at home? The Berghotel Schatzalp, that Art Nouveau masterpiece built by Willem Jan Holzboer, one of the inspirations for Thomas Mann's Berghof, ceased operating as a sanatorium in 1953. It became a resort hotel, catering to healthy tourists instead of dying patients. Other sanatoriums followed. Some were converted to hotels. Some became general hospitals treating conditions that had nothing to do with tuberculosis. Some were simply abandoned, their grand cure terraces empty and silent, their elegant dining rooms echoing with nothing but the mountain wind. The staff dispersed. Doctors who had specialised in tuberculosis had to retrain or retire. Nurses who had spent their careers caring for consumptive patients found themselves without employment. The support industries, the dairies that provided fresh milk, the farms that supplied rich food, the shops that sold warm blankets and books for invalids, lost their customers. By the late 1960s, the sanatorium era was essentially over. By 1972, most specialised tuberculosis treatment facilities across Europe and America had closed. For Davos, the collapse of the sanatorium industry might have been catastrophic. The entire economy had been built around tuberculosis. Hotels, railways, shops, services, all had catered to the needs of the sick and their families. What would happen when the sick no longer came? But Davos had something else. It had the mountains themselves, and it had the infrastructure of us, the railways, the hotels, the international reputation that the sanatorium era had built. The transition from health resort to ski resort was almost seamless. The same trains that had brought tuberculosis patients from the lowlands now brought skiers. The same hotels that had housed the dying now hosted the vigorously healthy. The same mountains that had promised miraculous cures now promised exhilarating recreation. The cure terraces were enclosed and converted to restaurants, serving fondue and glühwein to guests who had no idea that people had once lain dying in those very spaces. The Lehrhallen were dismantled. The temperature charts and sputum samples were replaced by ski passes and trail maps. In a single generation, Davos reinvented itself. The town that tuberculosis had built would survive tuberculosis's defeat. But the transformation was not complete. One more reinvention lay ahead. In 1971, a German economist named Klaus Schwab organised a conference. Schwab was born in 1938 in Ravensburg, Germany. Too young to have fought in the war, but old enough to have grown up in its shadow. He had become a professor at the University of Geneva, and he had invited 450 business leaders from across Europe to discuss competing in a global marketplace. He needed a venue, somewhere atmospheric, somewhere memorable, somewhere that would encourage the participants to relax and engage with one another outside the formal sessions. The city hotel would be too sterile, too ordinary. He wanted something that would create a sense of special occasion. He chose Davos. The choice was not random. Davos offered more than just mountain scenery. It offered a connection to culture, to Thomas Mann and the Magic Mountain, to a certain idea of European intellectual life. The sanatoriums might have closed, but the literary and historical associations remained. It offered, in Schwab's words, an opportunity to create a magic meeting place. There was a deliberate echo in that phrase. Mann's novel was about a place set apart from the ordinary world, where the normal rules of time and society were suspended, where people could engage with ideas that seemed impossible to address in the rushed and crowded flatland below. Schwab envisioned something similar, a space where business and political leaders could step back from their daily concerns and think about the larger questions. The conference was a success. Schwab renamed his organisation the European Management Forum. the annual January meeting in Davos became a fixture of the international business calendar. In 1987, the organisation was renamed again, the World Economic Forum. By then, it had evolved from a business conference into something larger, a gathering of political leaders, business executives, academics, and activists, all convening in the small Swiss town to discuss the great issues of the day. The timing was significant. The Cold War was ending. The Berlin Wall would fall in 1989. A new era of global economic integration was beginning. Davos positioned itself as the place where this new world would be discussed, debated, and shaped. In 1981, Time magazine dubbed Davos the magic meeting place, a direct reference to Mann's novel. The phrase stuck. It captured something essential about what Schwab was trying to create. Today, every January, the most powerful people on Earth make their pilgrimage to Davos. Presidents and prime ministers, billionaires and bankers, CEOs and celebrities. They come by helicopter and private jet, their security details swarming the town. They meet in buildings that still bear the architectural signatures of the Sanatorium era, the flat roofs, the large windows, the terraces that once held rows of dying patients. The transformation is complete. The town that was built for death now hosts the masters of the global economy. The buildings designed to cure tuberculosis now incubate deals that shape the world. The sanatoriums are gone, but their influence remains, not just in Davos, but in the very foundations of modern architecture. The architects who designed the tuberculosis sanatoriums were solving a specific medical problem, how to maximize patients' exposure to light and air. But in solving that problem, they developed forms and techniques that would revolutionize building design. Consider the challenges they faced. Traditional buildings of the 19th century were designed to protect against the elements. Thick walls, small windows, steeply pitched roofs. They were fortresses against the weather. But for tuberculosis patients, this protection was precisely the problem. What they needed was exposure, not shelter. And so the sanatorium architects invented a new kind of building. The flat roof, the Davoser Flatscherdach, which allowed for rooftop terraces where patients could recline in the sun. The roof was slightly angled toward the centre, with internal gutters to drain snowmelt, solving the practical problem of alpine weather while creating new space for therapeutic use. The large windows that flooded interiors with light, not decorative flourishes, but medical necessities. Sunlight was believed to have germicidal properties, and even if this belief was overstated, the psychological benefit of bright, airy spaces was real. The balconies and verandas that brought the outdoors in, the cure terraces that became the signature feature of every sanatorium, the long galleries where patients could walk in fresh air even during inclement weather. The clean, unornamented lines that emphasized function over decoration. Why add ornament to a building when every service should serve the purpose of healing? The stripped-down aesthetic of the sanatoriums anticipated the minimalism of 20th century modernism. These elements would become the hallmarks of modernist architecture. Le Corbusier, one of the founders of modern architecture, had a direct association with the Davos flat roof experiments of the 1870s and 80s. His famous 5 points of architecture, pilatus, free facade, open floor plan, ribbon windows and roof garden, all find their antecedents in sanatorium design. Modern architecture, one critic noted, has more to do with a campaign for health than with anything else. It was not an exaggeration. The sanatorium was in many ways the laboratory of modern architecture. The demands of tuberculosis treatment, light, air, exposure to the sun, pushed architects to develop new forms that would come to define the built environment of the 20th century. The first reinforced concrete building in Switzerland was a tuberculosis sanatorium. The material allowed for large spans and open interiors that traditional construction could not achieve. The structural innovations driven by medical necessity would transform how buildings were made. Walk through any modern city and you are walking through the legacy of the tuberculosis sanatoriums. The glass-walled office towers, the apartment buildings with their balconies, the hospitals with their patient rooms flooded with natural light, the schools designed to maximise fresh air circulation. All of it traces back, in one way or another, to the experiments conducted in places like Davos, places where architects were trying to save lives by letting in the sun. The disease is largely conquered, at least in the wealthy nations where these architectural forms first emerged, but the buildings remain, and every time we step onto a rooftop terrace or bask in the light of a floor-to-ceiling window, we are, in a sense, taking the cure. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a small valley in the Swiss Alps, a place that has been many things over the past 2 centuries. A farming village, isolated and unknown, a health resort, famous throughout Europe, a literary landmark immortalised in one of the great novels of the 20th century, a ski destination, drawing millions of visitors each winter, a gathering place for the global elite, where the future of the world economy is debated. Through all of these transformations, one thing has remained constant: the mountain itself. The air is still thin in Davos. At 1,500 metres above sea level, every breath contains less oxygen than in the lowlands. The effect is subtle, visitors barely notice it, but it is real. The body must work slightly harder, the heart beats slightly faster, there is a faint lightheadedness, especially in the first few days. The sunlight is still intense. At this altitude, with the clear mountain air filtering less of the ultraviolet radiation, the sun feels stronger than it should for such northern latitudes. Skiers burn on winter days. The brightness after a snowfall can be almost painful. The winters are still long. The snow still falls on rooftops that were designed to melt it through internal gutters, that ingenious Davos flat roof that helped birth modern architecture. The cold still bites. The nights still come early. The geography that Dr. Alexander Spengler noticed in 1853, that strange, healthy geography where tuberculosis seemed unable to take hold, has not changed. What has changed is human understanding. In Spengler's time, no one knew what caused tuberculosis. The germ theory of disease was still decades away. Doctors could only observe patterns and hope to find correlations. Spengler observed that the villagers of Davos did not get tuberculosis, and he concluded that something about the mountain, the altitude, the air, the sunshine, must be responsible. He was not entirely wrong. The dry alpine air may indeed have slowed the spread of the disease. The intense sunlight, rich in ultraviolet radiation, may have killed bacteria in the environment. The isolation of the sanatoriums may have reduced transmission. But he was not entirely right either. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis. It could only, at best, slow its progress. The patients who came to Davos seeking a cure were often disappointed. Many died far from home, in beautiful rooms with magnificent views, their lungs failing despite all the fresh air and rich food. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. From researchers in laboratories who identified the tuberculosis bacillus and eventually developed the antibiotics that could kill it. And yet we should not be too quick to dismiss the sanatorium era as mere superstition. The sanatoriums of Davos offered something that mattered deeply to their patients: hope. In an age when tuberculosis was a death sentence, when doctors had nothing to offer but resignation, the sanatoriums promised action. Come to the mountain, take the cure, fight the disease. The alternative was simply to wait for death, to cough and waste and fade, surrounded by family members who could do nothing but watch, to measure out your remaining days in a sick room, knowing that each sunset might be your last. The sanatoriums offered something different. They offered a journey. The trip to the Alps was itself a kind of pilgrimage, a transition from the ordinary world into a special place where different rules applied. They offered a regimen. The cure terraces, the temperature readings, the prescribed rest periods gave patients something to do, a routine to follow, a sense that they were taking action against their disease. And they offered community. In the sanatoriums, patients were surrounded by others who understood their situation. They did not have to explain their symptoms or justify their fears. Everyone knew. Everyone was fighting the same battle. This hope was not always realistic. Many patients died. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis, only, at best, slow its progress. But some survived, and their survival was attributed to the mountain cure. Word spread. More patients came. The industry grew. We might call this exploitation, profiting from the desperation of the dying, and there was undoubtedly an element of that in the sanatorium business. The wealthy could afford the best facilities. The poor were left to die in tenement apartments. The sanatorium owners grew rich while their patients often did not survive. But we might also call it human resilience. In the face of a disease they did not understand and could not cure, doctors and patients refused to surrender. They built institutions, they developed rituals, they created communities where the sick could support one another. The sanatorium was not just a medical facility, it was a social structure, a way of organising the experience of illness, of giving shape and meaning to what would otherwise be mere suffering. Consider what it meant to be diagnosed with tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was no treatment, there was no cure. You might live for years, or you might die within months. All you could do was wait and wonder and slowly decline. The sanatorium transformed this experience. Instead of passive waiting, there was active treatment. Instead of isolation, there was community. Instead of meaningless suffering, there was a narrative, the journey to the mountain, the taking of the cure, the hope of recovery. Even if the treatment did not work, and often it did not, the experience itself had value. Patients felt they were doing something, they felt they were fighting. And when the end came, it came in a place of beauty, among people who understood, rather than in a cramped and smoky city flat. Thomas Mann understood this. His Magic Mountain is not primarily a story about medicine. It is a story about how human beings create worlds, how even in the shadow of death, we build societies, debate ideas, fall in love, pursue petty rivalries, and insist on living. There is something deeply human about the pilgrimage to Davos, both in the sanatorium era and today. The tuberculosis patients who travelled to the Alps in the 19th and early 20th centuries were seeking something beyond mere survival. They were seeking transformation. The journey itself was part of the cure. The long train ride, the climb into the mountains, the passage from the crowded, diseased lowlands into the clean, thin air above. Think of what that journey meant. You left behind your ordinary life, your home, your work, your friends. You said goodbye to family members who knew they might never see you again. You boarded a train that would carry you across borders, through landscapes increasingly dramatic, until at last you arrived at a place unlike anywhere you had been before. The altitude changed you, the air changed you, the removal from everyday concerns changed you. Whatever happened next, whether you recovered or declined, you were no longer the person you'd been in the flatland. Today's pilgrims to Davos are not sick in body, but they come seeking something similar, a chance to step outside their normal lives, to ascend to a special place where different rules apply, to engage with others in an atmosphere of heightened significance. The World Economic Forum is, in its way, a kind of secular sanatorium. The participants retreat from the flatland, from the ordinary world of business and politics, to spend a few days in an elevated environment where they can focus on the big questions. Like the tuberculosis patients of the past, they wrap themselves in rituals. They attend sessions, they network, they are seen at the right parties, they line up for photographs and exchange business cards and participate in panel discussions. The content of the discussions matters, but so does the fact of being there, of having made the pilgrimage to the mountain. To attend Davos is to signal membership in a certain club, to demonstrate that you matter enough to be invited, to participate in a ritual that validates your importance. This is not meant as criticism. Human beings have always made pilgrimages. We have always been drawn to places that seem to offer something beyond the ordinary. Healing, insight, transformation. The medieval pilgrims who walked to Santiago de Compostela, the Hindu devotees who bathe in the Ganges, the millions who visit Mecca each year, all are responding to the same deep human need. The form changes, the impulse remains. We climb mountains, literal and metaphorical, because we believe that something awaits us at the top. If we listen carefully, we can still hear the ghosts of Davos. They are everywhere, these ghosts. In the architecture itself, the cure terraces converted to restaurants, the flat roofs now holding solar panels instead of reclining invalids. In the streets that were laid out to accommodate horse-drawn carriages carrying the sick. In the railway that still climbs the same route it travelled in 1890, when the first train brought new hope to a valley of the dying. The coughing patients on the cure terraces, wrapped in blankets, watching the sun set over the mountains. They came from across Europe, from Germany and England, from Russia and France, from Austria and the Netherlands. They spoke different languages, held different beliefs, came from different social classes. But they were united by their illness, by their hope, by their presence on that mountain. The nurses in their starched white uniforms making their rounds, taking temperatures, recording symptoms, offering what comfort they could to those who were slowly slipping away, rejoicing quietly when a patient showed improvement, preparing grimly when the end was near. The doctors with their stethoscopes and their hopeful theories about altitude and air. They were trying their best, these men. They did not know about bacteria or antibiotics or immune systems. They only knew that some patients who came to the mountain improved, and that was more than could be said for any other treatment available. Robert Louis Stevenson, miserable in the Hotel Belvedere, writing Treasure Island to distract himself from his fears, creating adventure because he could not have it, conjuring warm seas and buried gold while the snow fell outside his window and his lungs ached with every breath. Arthur Conan Doyle, strapping on his 8-foot Norwegian skis, determined to find some adventure in this place of illness and death. His wife lay dying, slowly, on a cure terrace, and he could not simply wait. He had to do something. He had to move. He had to climb the mountain and race down the other side, if only to prove that he was still alive. Thomas Mann, sitting on a balcony beside his wife, observing the mixture of death and amusement that would inspire his greatest novel. Taking notes, perhaps, watching, storing up impressions that would take 12 years to fully process. The patients of the Berghof, or rather, the real patients of the real sanatoriums, debating philosophy and falling in love and measuring their fevers, all while the disease slowly consumed them. They did not know they were characters in a novel not yet written. They only knew that they were alive for now, and that the mountain was beautiful, and that tomorrow they might learn their fever had broken, or that it had not. Dr. Alexander Spengler, arriving as a refugee with nothing but his medical training, noticing the one fact that would transform this valley forever. The villagers do not get tuberculosis. A simple observation, a question that demanded an answer, a theory that would build an empire. Willem Jan Holspoor, grieving his dead wife, deciding to stay anyway, seeing opportunity where others saw only mountains. He could have returned to the Netherlands. He could have resumed his ordinary life. Instead, he stayed in the valley where his wife had died, and he built something that would outlast them both. Carl Spengler, donating his trophy, hoping that sport could reunite nations that war had divided. He had seen what hatred could do. He believed that competition, fair and friendly, might heal some of the wounds. 100 years later, the tournament he founded still runs. All of them are gone now. The patients, the doctors, the nurses, the visionaries, the writers, they lie in graveyards across Europe, or their ashes have scattered on the wind. But the town they built remains. The railway still runs, the hotels still stand, the flat roofs still catch the alpine sun. What does Davos teach us about the history of tuberculosis? Perhaps this, that human beings, faced with forces beyond their control, will find ways to respond. We build institutions, we develop theories, we create hope, even when hope is irrational. The sanatorium movement was, in many ways, a vast exercise in collective wishful thinking. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis, but the belief that it could, the organisation of resources and rituals around that belief, gave structure to the experience of illness and sometimes extended lives. We might smile condescendingly at the naive faith of 19th century doctors in mountain air. They believed so earnestly in their cure. They built entire industries around it. They wrote papers and gave lectures and trained generations of physicians in the practice of altitude therapy. But we should also recognise that they were doing their best with the knowledge they had. They did not have microscopes powerful enough to see the tuberculosis bacillus until Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. They did not have any effective medication. They only had observation and inference and hope. And we should ask ourselves, what are we believing today that will seem equally naive to future generations? Every era has its blind spots. Every generation is certain of things that later generations will discover to be wrong. The physicians of Davos were wrong about the curative power of mountain air, or at least they were wrong about how and why it worked, but they were trying. They were responding to a crisis with the tools they had. Medicine advances, understanding deepens. What seemed like wisdom becomes superstition. What seemed impossible becomes routine. The antibiotics that destroyed the sanatorium industry would have seemed like magic to Dr. Spengler. He would not have believed that a simple pill could accomplish what his elaborate alpine cure could not. And yet some things do not change. The human desire for healing, the search for special places that promise transformation, the impulse to ascend, literally and metaphorically, above the ordinary. We still believe in the healing power of nature. We still retreat to mountains and beaches when we are stressed or ill. We still feel that something about elevated places, the thin air, the spectacular views, the removal from everyday concerns, can heal us in ways that city life cannot. Perhaps this belief is not entirely wrong. Perhaps the sanatorium doctors, for all their mistakes about bacteria and lungs, understood something true about human beings, that we are creatures of environment, that place matters, that the context of our lives shapes our health in ways that pure medicine cannot address. Davos endures because it answers that impulse. The specific content changes, tuberculosis cure, ski resort, global economic summit, but the underlying pattern remains. Humans climb the mountain, they seek what lies above. And sometimes they find it. The mountain waits. It has been waiting for millions of years. It will wait for millions more. The humans who climb its slopes, seeking cures, seeking adventure, seeking power, are brief visitors, passing through on their way to somewhere else. The mountain does not judge them. The mountain does not heal them. The mountain simply endures. But for those brief visitors, the experience of the mountain can be transformative. Whether they come as tuberculosis patients or as skiers or as participants in the World Economic Forum, they all share something. The sense of having stepped outside ordinary life, of having ascended to a place where different rules apply. That is the gift of Davos. That is what Dr. Spengler discovered. Even if he understood it imperfectly, the mountain offers a kind of perspective that the flatland cannot provide. From those heights, the problems of ordinary life seem smaller. The air is clearer. The view extends to the horizon. The sanatoriums understood this. The ski resorts understand this. The World Economic Forum understands this. They have all, in their different ways, capitalized on the human need to climb, to rise, to see from above. Tuberculosis brought people to Davos, but something more than tuberculosis kept them coming back. Let us return one final time to that moment in 1853. A young doctor arrives in a remote alpine village. He's a refugee, a man who has lost his country and his profession, and nearly everything he once thought certain. The political upheaval that swept through Germany has cast him out, and he is washed up in this high valley like driftwood on a distant shore. He carries only his medical training, and whatever hope remains. He does not know that he's about to change the world. He only knows that he needs work, and that this village needs a doctor. He looks around at the villagers, healthy, ruddy-faced farmers who work the harsh alpine land. Their lives are difficult. They struggle against the mountains, against the weather, against the isolation, but they are alive. They are strong. He thinks of the cities he's left behind, where 1 in 7 deaths is caused by tuberculosis, where families are wiped out generation after generation by a disease no one understands. He remembers patients he could not save. He remembers the coughing and the blood and the slow, terrible wasting. And he notices something. These villagers do not get tuberculosis. Why? It is such a simple question. Why are these people healthy when so many others are sick? What is different about this place? That question, asked in ignorance, would transform a village into a city. It would draw the sick and the famous and the powerful from across the world. It would inspire one of the great novels of the 20th century. It would leave its mark on the very shape of modern buildings. It would create a railway and a hockey tournament and a global economic summit. All from one question, all from one observation, all from one man's refusal to simply accept that tuberculosis was everywhere, inevitable, unstoppable. The answer Dr. Spengler arrived at was incomplete. The mountain could not truly cure tuberculosis. The air, however thin and pure, could not kill the bacteria that were destroying his patient's lungs. But the question itself, the simple, stubborn human refusal to accept death without a fight, that was the real achievement. That impulse to ask why, to notice patterns, to seek explanations, to try something new, that is what built Davos. That is what built modern medicine. That is what continues to drive human progress against disease. And so, as the night deepens and the alpine wind fades into memory, we leave Davos behind for now. But its legacy remains. In the architecture of our hospitals, with their large windows and their balconies, and their flood of natural light. in the shape of our cities, with their flat-roofed buildings and their modernist aesthetic, in the very idea that geography might heal, that where we are matters as much as what we take. The sanatoriums are closed, the patients are long dead, but something of what they built endures. The Rhaetian Railway still climbs into the mountains, following the same route that Willem Jan Holspoor laid out more than a century ago. Tourists take it without thinking about its origins, about the sick and dying people whose need to reach the mountain cure justified the enormous expense of construction. The Schatzalp still stands, now a hotel instead of a sanatorium, but the building is the same. The Art Nouveau details, the grand public spaces, the views that once consoled the dying, all remain. Guests sleep in rooms where patients once measured their fevers and waited to learn whether they would live or die. The flat roofs still catch the alpine sun. The cure terraces, now enclosed and converted to restaurants and bars, still face the same magnificent view that patients once contemplated as they fought for their lives. The architecture remains, even as the purpose it was designed to serve has vanished. And every January, when the world's most powerful people gather in Davos to discuss the future, they walk streets that were laid out for the dying. They meet in buildings that were designed to heal. They breathe the same thin air that was once considered miraculous. They probably do not think about the ghosts. They probably do not imagine the cure terraces, the temperature readings, the slow parade of patients who came seeking life and sometimes found death instead. They are focused on the future, not the past. But the past is there, encoded in every building, in every street, in the very shape of the town. Davos was built by tuberculosis. Without the disease, it would still be a farming village, unknown to the world. Everything that makes it what it is today, the hotels, the railway, the international reputation, can be traced back to Dr. Spengler's observation in 1853. The mountain does not care about human purposes. It simply is. It was there before Dr. Spengler arrived, and it will be there long after the World Economic Forum has ended. The peaks will catch the sun, the snow will fall, the air will remain thin and cold and clear. What changes is human understanding. What changes is human need. What changes is what we seek when we climb. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll travel westward to the American frontier, where an entire city would be built on the promise of the climate cure. Denver, Colorado, the world's largest tuberculosis camp, a city where 1/3 of the population, at the height of the sanatorium era, had come seeking the cure. A city that would transform itself just as Davos did when antibiotics made the climate cure obsolete. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the distant memory of alpine wind carry you gently into sleep. Let the thin air of the mountain fill your imagination. The peaks stand patient and eternal, their snow-covered summits catching the last light of stars. Somewhere, in the buildings that remain, the ghosts of Davos still rest on their cure terraces. They watch the sun set over the mountains, they measure their temperatures, they hope. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. If you're new to the sanatorium, consider subscribing. There are many more stories to tell, many more places where tuberculosis left its mark on our world. The mountain will be here when you return. Thank you for being here. Good night. In the 19th century, women swallowed arsenic. Not by accident, not in desperation. They ate it on purpose. Little white wafers sold openly, advertised as perfectly harmless, because arsenic gave them the look they craved. The look of someone dying of tuberculosis. Because in Victorian England, dying was beautiful. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore one of the strangest chapters in the history of beauty, a time when the symptoms of a deadly disease became the height of fashion, a time when pale skin, flushed cheeks and an impossibly thin waist weren't just desirable, they were aspirational. A time when looking like you were dying was the best way to look alive. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to architecture, from music to the clothes we wear. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through ballrooms and dressing rooms, through fashion plates and poison cabinets, through an era that dressed for death. Let's begin. London, an evening in 1845. The ballroom of a great house blazes with candlelight, hundreds of flames reflected in mirrors, in crystal, in the polished floor. The orchestra plays a waltz, and across the room, arranged on gilded chairs, wait the debutantes. Look at them. Their skin is impossibly pale. Not the healthy glow of exercise, but the translucent pallor of a hothouse flower. Their waists are impossibly narrow, 18 inches, perhaps less, compressed by corsets so tight that breathing comes in shallow gasps. Their cheeks carry a delicate flush of pink, their lips a hint of rose, their eyes shine with an almost feverish brightness. They are beautiful. Every man in the room agrees. Every dowager mother approves. This is the ideal, the template of femininity that a generation of young women aspires to match. And the template is killing them. Not metaphorically, not slowly, over decades. The corsets damage their internal organs. The cosmetics they use contain lead and arsenic, and the look they're trying to achieve, that perfect consumptive pallor, is in many cases a sign of actual consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1840s kills 1 of every 7 Europeans. It kills the poor in cramped tenements and the rich in country estates. It kills slowly, over months or years, wasting the body until the victim becomes a pale, ethereal shadow of themselves. And somewhere along the way, that wasting became beautiful. The pallor caused by anemia, the flushed cheeks caused by fever, the bright shining eyes caused by chronic illness, the thin fragile frame caused by the body consuming itself. All of these symptoms, all of these signs of a fatal disease, became the markers of feminine beauty. Tonight, we trace how a plague became a fashion, how the look of death became the look of desire, how tuberculosis shaped not just bodies but beauty itself. This is consumptive chic. To understand consumptive chic, we must first understand consumption. Tuberculosis, known throughout most of history as consumption, or the White Plague or Ptisis, is one of humanity's oldest companions. Archaeological evidence suggests it has been killing us for at least 9,000 years. In the 19th century, it reached what may have been its historical peak. The Industrial Revolution had packed millions of people into cramped, poorly ventilated cities. Factories, tenements, workhouses, anywhere that people breathed each other's air became a breeding ground for the bacteria. By the 1880s, tuberculosis was responsible for 1 of every 7 deaths in Europe and America. In some cities, the rate was even higher. But consumption did not strike at random, or so it seemed. It appeared to choose its victims, and its choices fascinated the romantic imagination. The disease killed poets and musicians, novelists and artists. John Keats, dead at 25, Percy Bysshe Shelley's first wife Harriet, and later his own son, Emily Bronte, dead at 30, Anne Bronte, dead at 29, Chopin, dead at 39, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, fragile and bedridden for years. Edgar Allan Poe's young wife, Virginia, dead at 24. The list went on and on. The disease seemed to prefer the creative, the sensitive, the spiritually refined. This was, of course, an illusion. Tuberculosis killed labourers and servants in far greater numbers than it killed poets, but the labourers died anonymously, while the poets left behind immortal works. And so a mythology grew up around consumption, a mythology that saw the disease not as random bacterial infection, but as a kind of spiritual ordeal. The consumptive was dying, yes, but they were dying beautifully. The ancient Greeks had a term for this, spes tisica, the hope of the consumptive. They observed that tuberculosis patients often experienced an unusual optimism, an earnest hope of recovery even as the disease ravaged their bodies. This hope, the Greeks believed, drove heightened sensitivity and great creativity despite overwhelming illness. The Romantics embraced this idea wholeheartedly. They saw in consumption not merely a disease but a kind of divine selection, a mark of artistic destiny. The symptoms of tuberculosis, in their advanced stages, created a striking appearance. The victim grew thin as the body wasted away, but this thinness was ethereal rather than starved, suggesting spiritual refinement rather than material want. The skin grew pale as anemia set in, but this pallor was translucent, almost luminous, like fine porcelain. The chronic low-grade fever of the disease produced a persistent flush in the cheeks, a rosy glow that mimicked the blush of emotion. The same fever caused the eyes to shine with unusual brightness. The lips too remained red even as the rest of the face grew pale. And then there was the temperament. Contemporary observers believed that consumption produced a heightened state of consciousness. The dying were said to become more creative, more passionate, more spiritually aware. This was probably a combination of confirmation bias and the stimulating effect of fever, but it became part of the mythology. Lord Byron, the most famous poet of his age, the definition of romantic celebrity, captured the attitude perfectly. "I should like, I think, to die of consumption," he said, "because then the women would all say, 'See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying.'" Byron was joking, probably, but he wasn't wrong about the cultural moment. In early 19th century Europe, consumption was interesting. It was romantic. It was, in its terrible way, beautiful. No death better illustrated the romantic mythology of consumption than that of John Keats. In September 1820, Keats left England for Rome. He was 24 years old, and he knew he was dying. His brother Tom had died of tuberculosis 2 years earlier, and Keats, trained as a surgeon, had recognised his own symptoms immediately when he first coughed blood onto his pillow in February 1820. "I know the colour of that blood," he told his friend Charles Brown. "It is arterial blood. That drop of blood is my death warrant." He travelled with his friend Joseph Seven, a young painter who had volunteered to accompany him to a warmer climate in hopes of recovery. They took lodgings at 26 Piazza di Spagna in Rome, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps. There, over the next 3 months, Seven watched his friend die. Seven's letters from that period are devastating documents. By January 1821, Keats's condition was hopeless. His stomach and lungs were compromised. He could no longer digest food. He coughed constantly, bringing up what Seven described as clay-like expectoration, blood-streaked fluids that built up in his throat until Seven had to lift him to prevent choking. Keats wanted to die. He had brought laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, and hoped to end his suffering quickly, but Seven refused to give it to him. The doctor took it away, and so Keats endured what Seven called dreadful agonies with nothing to ease the pain at all. Dr. James Clark, the English physician who treated Keats in Rome, placed him on a starvation diet, an anchovy and a piece of bread a day, intended to reduce blood flow to his stomach. He also bled the poet, a standard treatment of the day that almost certainly hastened his death. On the day before Keats passed away, Seven wrote that his intellects and health are breaking down, and that Keats had sunk in the last 3 days to a most ghastly look. On February 23rd, 1821, at about 2 in the afternoon, John Keats died. He was 25 years old. An hour before midnight, Seven wrote, "His eyes looked upon me with extreme sensibility but without pain." Keats was buried in the Protestant cemetery in Rome. His tombstone, at his own request, bears no name, only the words, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." He believed his work would be forgotten, that he had failed as a poet. He was wrong about that. The point of this story is not merely the tragedy of a young poet's death. It is the way that death was received, the way it became part of the mythology of genius. Percy Bysshe Shelley, devastated by the news, wrote Adonais, one of the great elegies in English literature, in which Keats's death is transformed into something transcendent, almost beautiful. "He has outsoared the shadow of our night," Shelley wrote, "envy and calumny and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight, can touch him not and torture not again." The reality, the starvation diet, the bleeding, the agonizing cough, the friend begging for opium that was denied him, disappeared into mythology. What remained was the image of the dying poet, pale and beautiful, consumed by genius as much as by disease. This was the template. This was what consumptive death was supposed to look like. And if dying was beautiful, then looking like you were dying must be beautiful too. This is where fashion enters the story. The beauty standards of any era reflect that era's anxieties and aspirations. In a time when death was everywhere, when consumption could claim anyone, at any time, regardless of wealth or status, the culture developed a strange relationship with mortality. It aestheticized it. It made it beautiful. And in doing so, it transformed the symptoms of a plague into the markers of ideal femininity. The women in the fashion plates of the 1840s do not look healthy. They look wasted. They look fragile. They look to a modern eye like they might collapse at any moment. Their waists are impossibly narrow, their skin is impossibly pale. Their expressions carry a melancholy that borders on morbidity. This was not an accident. This was the consumptive ideal translated into commercial imagery. And women, particularly upper-class women, who had the time and resources to pursue fashion, did everything in their power to achieve it. The consumptive body became the ideal body. This was not entirely new. European beauty standards had long favoured pale skin and delicate frames over tanned skin and muscular builds. Pallor was the mark of the aristocrat who didn't labour in the fields. Thinness was the mark of the lady who didn't perform manual work. But consumption intensified and refined these preferences. The ideal woman was no longer merely pale, she was translucent. She was no longer merely thin, she was waifish, fragile, seemingly weightless. She was no longer merely delicate, she was visibly, almost ostentatiously, weak. Contemporary fashion plates, the magazine illustrations that showed women how to dress, depicted figures that would be impossible for a healthy person to achieve. Waists measured 18 inches or less. Arms were thin as reeds. The chest was hollow, the collarbones prominent. These were not merely idealized bodies. They were bodies in the grip of disease. And the fashion industry rose to meet the demand. The corset was the engine of consumptive fashion. Corsets, in some form, had been worn for centuries, but the corsets of the mid-19th century were something new. Precision instruments of bodily control, engineered to compress the female form into the consumptive ideal. In 1793, the German physician Samuel Thomas von Soemmerring had published a treatise called On the Effects of the Corset, warning that these garments constituted a serious health hazard by compressing the ribs and internal organs. His warnings went largely unheeded. Fashion, it seemed, was more powerful than medicine. By the 1840s and 1850s, tight lacing had become both an art and a cult. These were not the relatively flexible stays of earlier eras. They were heavily boned, with whalebone, later with steel, and designed to be pulled tighter and tighter over time. A properly fashionable woman might have her waist compressed by 6, 8, even 10 inches from its natural circumference. The effect was dramatic. A tiny waist emphasizing the relative width of skirts and shoulders, creating the appearance of fragile, almost insect-like proportion. The health consequences were severe. Tight lacing compressed the ribcage, limiting lung capacity. Medical journals of the era documented cases of collapsed lungs, bruised and fractured ribs. It displaced internal organs, the stomach, the liver, the intestines, pushing them down and distorting their function. It weakened core muscles by doing their work for them. It restricted blood flow to the lower body. The medical establishment recognised these dangers. The Lancet published numerous articles on the subject. Death from tight lacing in 1890, effects of tight lacing in 1892, civilization and the corset in 1909. Doctors identified a condition they called chlorosis, a complex of symptoms including fatigue, shortness of breath, digestive problems, and a distinctive greenish pallor, and attributed it directly to corset wearing. Chlorosis was sometimes called the green sickness. It primarily affected young women. It almost entirely disappeared in the 1920s, when women stopped wearing tightly laced corsets. Chlorosis deserves a closer look because it reveals how deeply consumptive beauty had penetrated Victorian medicine itself. The disease was first described in 1554 by German physician Johannes Langer, who called it the disease of virgins. By the 19th century, it had become one of the most commonly diagnosed conditions affecting young women. Doctors described patients with bodily weakness, dietary disorders, heart palpitations, fainting spells, pallor, and an absence of menstruation. The skin, they claimed, took on a greenish hue, hence the name green sickness. The treatment was curious. Physicians prescribed iron tonics, cod liver oil, and, yes, arsenic. They also prescribed marriage, because chlorosis was believed to be a disease of virgins, cured by the consummation of matrimony and the bearing of children. Modern historians have examined chlorosis with considerable skepticism. Some scholars argue that the disease was largely a cultural construction, a medicalised version of the consumptive ideal. Young women learned to have the disease from family, friends, the popular press, and their doctors themselves. Physicians expected to see chlorosis in adolescent girls, and so they did. The symptoms of chlorosis overlapped remarkably with the effects of tight lacing, malnutrition, and iron deficiency anemia. The standard treatment, iron tonics, inadvertently addressed the anemia, which masked the underlying misdiagnosis. Women who were effectively starving themselves to achieve the consumptive ideal were diagnosed with a mysterious disease and given treatments that partially counteracted the damage they were doing to themselves. In 1898, Catherine van Tussenbroek, the first female Dutch gynecologist, pointed to the social factors at the root of the disease. She argued that chlorosis reflected the lack of perspective for young girls in Victorian society. The disease, she suggested, was not really about blood or iron. It was about the impossible position of young women, trapped between the demands of fashion and the demands of survival. The disappearance of sclerosis in the 1920s was not merely due to improved diagnostics. It coincided with changes in the social position of women. The right to vote, increased access to education, greater independence. As women's horizons expanded, the green sickness simply vanished. The disease had been real, in a sense. Young women really did faint and lose their appetites and turn pale, but the framework that made sense of those symptoms, the narrative that said, this is sclerosis, a disease of virgins cured by marriage, that framework was cultural. It was a story the Victorians told themselves about young women's bodies, and it was a story built on the consumptive ideal. And yet women kept wearing them, not because they were unaware of the dangers, but because the alternative, appearing unfashionable, appearing healthy, appearing robust, was socially unacceptable. Some women became so dependent on their corsets that they could not hold themselves upright without them. Their back muscles had atrophied from lack of use. Others reported that removing their corset caused dizziness and faintness as blood rushed through vessels that had been constricted for hours. Some women even slept in their corsets, unable to endure the sensation of their own unsupported body. But here is the strange truth. The suffering itself became part of the appeal. A woman who could barely breathe, who felt faint from lack of oxygen, who moved slowly and carefully to avoid losing consciousness, she embodied the consumptive ideal. Her laboured breathing mimicked the shallow respiration of the tubercular patient. Her pallor, induced by restricted blood flow, matched the anemic pallor of disease. The corset was not just shaping bodies to look consumptive, it was making bodies feel consumptive, creating a kind of artificial illness in the service of beauty. Not everyone accepted the corset's dominion. In 1881, a group of women in London founded the Rational Dress Society. Their motto was uncompromising. The Rational Dress Society protests against the introduction of any fashion in dress that either deforms the figure, impedes the movements of the body, or in any way tends to injure the health. The society specifically targeted tight lacing. They also objected to high-heeled shoes, heavily weighted skirts that made walking difficult, and any garment that restricted movement of the arms. Their alternative proposals included divided skirts, looser bodices, and clothing that allowed women to breathe, walk, and even, scandalously, ride bicycles. One of the Society's founding members was Viscountess Florence Wallace Pomeroy, known as Lady Harberton. She championed what she called reformed dress, baggy pantaloons worn beneath knee-length skirts. She invented the divided skirt, and she was widely ridiculed for it. The dress reform movement had its greatest success in the reform of women's undergarments, which could be modified without exposing the wearer to public mockery. Reformers also influenced athletic clothing, the specialised garments women wore for bicycling, swimming and gymnastics, activities that would be impossible in a tightly laced corset. But everyday fashion proved resistant to change. The consumptive ideal was too deeply embedded in the culture. To reject it was to reject beauty itself, and few women were willing to make that sacrifice. Florence Nightingale, herself treated for what may have been tuberculosis, and famous for her practical approach to health, wrote extensively about the damage that fashionable dress did to women. Yet even she, when photographed for official portraits, wore conventional dress with a corseted waist. The pressure to conform was overwhelming. If the corset shaped the body, cosmetics shaped the face. The consumptive complexion was very specific. Pale skin with flushed cheeks and red lips. This combination, pallor plus flush, was the distinctive signature of tuberculosis fever. and women who didn't have tuberculosis wanted it anyway. The challenge was that respectable women weren't supposed to use obvious cosmetics. Makeup was associated with actresses and prostitutes, women of dubious morality who needed to attract attention. A proper lady was supposed to be naturally beautiful. So Victorian cosmetics were designed to be invisible. They weren't meant to look like makeup. They were meant to look like disease. Women whitened their skin using a variety of methods, many of them dangerous. The most traditional was ceruse, white lead paint, the same substance that Queen Elizabeth I had famously worn in the 16th century. Ceruse gave the skin a smooth, porcelain appearance. It also caused lead poisoning, with symptoms including hair loss, rotting teeth, skin lesions, and eventually death. Others used zinc oxide or rice powder, which were less toxic but also less effective. Some washed their faces with ammonia solutions, which bleached the skin over time but caused chemical burns. Some drank vinegar, believing it would lighten their complexion from within. And then there was arsenic. Rose's arsenic complexion wafers and similar products like Dr. James P. Campbell's safe arsenic complexion wafers were sold openly throughout the Victorian era. They were little white tablets containing small amounts of arsenic trioxide, small enough not to kill immediately, but enough to produce visible effects on the skin. The advertisements promised a deliciously clear complexion. They claimed the wafers were absolutely harmless, perfectly safe, used by thousands. This was, of course, a lie. But the lie had a kernel of truth that made it believable. In 1851, a Swiss physician named Johann Jakob von Tschudi published a remarkable account of the peasants of Styria, a mountainous region of what is now Austria. These peasants, he reported, regularly ate arsenic, and not only survived but thrived. The Styrian arsenic eaters, known as toxicophagi, had been consuming the poison for centuries. They obtained it from local mines and springs. They began with tiny amounts, a piece the size of a lentil, and gradually increased their doses over time. Some reportedly consumed what would normally be lethal quantities with no apparent ill effects. The reasons they gave were twofold. First, they believed arsenic improved their appearance, giving them clear skin and robust figures. Second, they claimed it helped them breathe more easily in the thin mountain air. The medical world was fascinated. Scottish physician Craig MacLagan travelled to Styria in 1864 to investigate. He watched two arsenic eaters consume doses that should have killed them. Neither showed any ill effects the following day. How was this possible? The answer seems to be a combination of factors. The arsenic the Styrians consumed was in a relatively coarse form that was poorly absorbed by the digestive system. Their bodies developed some degree of tolerance through gradual exposure, and their gut microbiomes may have evolved mechanisms to detoxify the poison. But the cosmetics industry didn't care about the science. They cared about the marketing. Reports of the clear and blooming complexions of Styrian peasant women became selling points for arsenic beauty products across Europe and America. If Austrian peasants could eat arsenic and glow with health, surely refined English ladies could do the same. They couldn't. The arsenic wafers sold in pharmacies were not the same as the arsenic consumed in Styria. The doses were different, the delivery method was different, and the consumers had none of the gradual tolerance that the Styrians had built up over generations. Long-term arsenic consumption caused hair loss, it caused kidney damage, it caused nerve damage, producing numbness and tingling in the extremities. It caused distinctive skin growths called arsenical keratoses. Users developed a tolerance, requiring ever-increasing doses to achieve the same effect. Those who survived long enough developed a greenish pallor, not the translucent white they sought, but the unmistakable colour of arsenic poisoning. And yet women kept buying them. The desire for consumptive beauty was strong enough to justify the risk. Some women died. We don't know how many. Victorian death certificates rarely listed arsenic poisoning from cosmetics as a cause of death. The shame would have been too great. But the medical literature of the era contains enough case studies to suggest that arsenic wafer deaths were not uncommon. The consumptive look required more than pale skin and flushed cheeks. It required bright, luminous eyes, the feverish shine that marked the tubercular patient. For this, Victorian women turned to belladonna. Belladonna, from the Italian for beautiful lady, is another name for deadly nightshade, one of the most poisonous plants in the Western world. Its berries can kill a child who eats them. Its name, according to legend, comes from its use by Italian women to dilate their pupils, making their eyes appear larger and more alluring. Victorian women continued this tradition. Belladonna drops, applied directly to the eyes, caused the pupils to expand dramatically. The effect mimicked the wide-eyed look of fever, or of emotional arousal. It made the eyes seem darker, deeper, more mysterious. It also caused blurred vision. It caused increased heart rate and blood pressure. It caused sensitivity to light so severe that many users could not go outdoors during the day. With prolonged use, it caused permanent damage to the iris muscles. Some users went blind. And still they used it, because bright eyes were beautiful, because consumption was beautiful, because the look of dying was the look of life. The clothing of the era completed the consumptive picture. Dresses were designed to emphasize the fragility of the wearer. Necklines dropped off the shoulders, exposing the collarbones and the pale expanse of the chest, areas where the wasting of consumption was most visible. Sleeves were wide and drooping, suggesting weakness rather than strength. Fabrics were thin and light, muslin, silk, fine cotton, even in cold weather. The effect was ethereal. A fashionable woman looked as if a strong wind might carry her away, and this was precisely the point. She was supposed to look too delicate for the rough business of life. She was supposed to look like she might faint at any moment, like she needed constant care and protection. The fainting couch became a standard piece of Victorian furniture, or rather, what we now call a fainting couch did. The Victorians themselves called them daybeds, but whatever the name, they served a practical purpose, providing a place for corseted, malnourished, arsenic-poisoned women to collapse when their bodies could no longer sustain the demands placed upon them. Some critics of the era made the connection between fashion and illness explicit. The woman of fashion displays her skeleton at her assemblies and crushes herself to death in the ballroom, wrote one observer. Another noted that fashionable woman and consumptive woman have become almost synonymous terms. The irony was not lost on everyone, but knowing that fashion was killing women did not stop women from following fashion. The social costs of nonconformity were simply too high. Perhaps no one embodied the consumptive ideal more completely than Marie du Plessis. She was born Alphonsine Rose Plessis in 1824 in a small village in Normandy. Her childhood was brutal. Her father was violent, her mother fled, and at the age of 14 her father sold her to a 70-year-old man who took her to Paris. There, in the capital, she remade herself. She changed her name to Marie du Plessis. She learned to read, to write, to dress, to carry herself with the elegance of a noble woman. By the time she was 16, she had discovered that wealthy men would pay handsomely for her company. She became a courtesan, one of the most celebrated in Paris. Marie du Plessis was, by all accounts, extraordinarily beautiful. Contemporary descriptions emphasise her pale, delicate features, her slender figure, her dark hair and her remarkable eyes. She dressed always in white, and she carried white camellias, partly because their lack of scent would not aggravate her condition. For Marie Duplessis had tuberculosis. She knew it, everyone knew it, and somehow it only added to her allure. Among her many admirers was a young writer named Alexandre Dumas Fils, the son of the author of The Three Musketeers. He was 20 years old when they met in September 1844. Their affair lasted less than a year, but it would make them both immortal. Marie Duplessis grew increasingly ill. She knew she was dying, and she seemed determined to outrace death. She gambled excessively. She spent more money than ever. She took new lovers, including, reportedly, the composer Franz Liszt, who wished to live with her. She died on February 3rd, 1847. She was 23 years old. Alexandre Dumas Fils was devastated. Within months of her death, he sat down to write. In 8 days, he completed a novel. He called it La Dame aux Camélias, the Lady of the Camellias. The heroine, Marguerite Gautier, was Marie Duplessis in all but name, a beautiful courtesan dying of consumption who sacrifices everything for love. The novel was published in 1848 and became an immediate sensation. Dumas adapted it into a play in 1852. The play inspired Giuseppe Verdi's opera La Traviata in 1853. Later, it would inspire countless films, including the famous 1936 production starring Greta Garbo as Camille. One woman's death from tuberculosis became one of the most retold stories in Western culture. And the story always made the same point. The consumptive woman was not merely pitiable, she was beautiful, she was romantic. She was, in her dying, somehow elevated above ordinary mortality. Marie Duplessis was buried in Montmartre Cemetery. Alexandre Dumas Fils is buried there too, about 100 metres away. They remain together in death, as they briefly were in life. In 1850, a young woman named Elizabeth Eleanor Siddal was discovered working in a millinery shop in London. The artist Walter Deverell described her as magnificently tall, with a lovely figure and a face of the most delicate and finished modelling. She has grey eyes, and her hair is like dazzling copper and shimmers with lustre. She became a model for the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, a group of English artists who sought to revive the detail and intensity of early Renaissance painting. She was Ophelia drowning in the famous Millet painting, floating in a river with flowers scattered around her. She was the Virgin Mary, Beatrice, countless romantic heroines. She was also, by most accounts, consumptive. Whether Elizabeth Siddal actually had tuberculosis has been debated by historians. Some suggest she had an intestinal disorder. Others point to her addiction to laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, which she took to relieve chronic pain. The author Bill Bryson has suggested she may have suffered from arsenic poisoning, noting that she was a devoted swallower of Fowler's solution, an arsenic-based complexion improver. Whatever the precise cause, she was perpetually ill, and this illness became central to her appeal. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, the leader of the Pre-Raphaelites, made her his muse and then his wife. He painted her obsessively, as Beatrice, as various saints and angels, as the embodiment of ethereal beauty. Her pale skin, her thin frame, her perpetually melancholy expression were exactly what the consumptive ideal demanded. In 1862, Elizabeth Siddal died of a laudanum overdose. She was 32 years old. Her husband found her unconscious in their bed. 4 doctors could not save her. The coroner ruled it accidental. But there are suggestions that Rossetti found a suicide note, which his friend Ford Maddox Brown told him to burn. Overcome with grief and guilt, Rossetti placed a handwritten book of his unpublished poems in her coffin. 7 years later, he had her exhumed to retrieve them. His most famous painting of her, Beata Beatrix, was completed after her death. It shows her in a trance-like state, her head tilted back, her eyes closed, her face otherworldly in its pallor. A dove carries an opium poppy in its beak, a reference to the drug that killed her. The painting is usually described as beautiful. It is also a monument to the consumptive ideal, to the belief that there is something transcendent, something artistic, in the death of a beautiful woman. The consumptive ideal did not merely shape fashion and art, it shaped the stories the Victorians told themselves. Literature of the era is filled with consumptive heroines, pale, fragile women who die beautifully while those around them weep. These characters served multiple purposes. They allowed authors to explore mortality, they provided opportunities for pathos and sentiment, and they embodied the feminine ideal of the age. Charlotte Brontë knew consumption intimately. She had lost her older sisters, Maria and Elizabeth, to the disease in childhood. Her brother Branwell would die of it in 1848, and within months of Branwell's death, tuberculosis would claim both Emily and Anne. This family tragedy runs through Charlotte's fiction. In Jane Eyre, published in 1847, the character of Helen Burns, the saintly schoolgirl who befriends Jane at Lowood, dies of consumption. Helen faces death with perfect serenity, her faith unshaken, her character unblemished. She is too good for the world, and consumption carries her gently away. What Charlotte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was based on Maria Brontë, Charlotte's own sister, who died of tuberculosis at the age of 11. The fictional death that moved so many Victorian readers was a memorial to an actual child, actually dead, her suffering transformed into something that could be admired on the page. Emily Brontë, in Wuthering Heights, takes a darker approach. Tuberculosis stalks the novel, claiming Frances Hindley and threatening others. The disease is not romanticised in Wuthering Heights. It is present as a grim reality, part of the harsh world Emily depicts. But even Emily could not escape the consumptive aesthetic entirely. Catherine Earnshaw, in her final illness, becomes increasingly pale and ethereal, her beauty intensified by her suffering. Emily herself would die of consumption just a year after Wuthering Heights was published. She refused to see a doctor. She refused to take medicine. Charlotte watched helplessly as her sister declined, writing anguished letters about Emily's hard, short conflict with the disease. On the morning of December 19th, 1848, Emily's condition worsened. With her last audible words, she said to Charlotte, "If you will send for a doctor, I will see him now." But it was too late. She died that same afternoon. She was 30 years old. Anne Brontë died of tuberculosis 5 months later in Scarborough, where she had travelled hoping that sea air might save her. She was 29. The Brontë sisters, all 3 of them, wrote about consumption because consumption was their family attendant, as the historians have called it. The disease that killed them also shaped their art, and their art in turn shaped how generations of readers thought about dying young. The cult of consumptive beauty was in the end a cult of suffering. The Victorians were not unique in finding meaning in suffering. Most cultures do in one way or another, but they developed a particularly elaborate aesthetic around female suffering. The beautiful woman was the suffering woman. The admirable woman was the woman who bore her suffering gracefully. Consumption fit this template perfectly. The consumptive woman suffered beautifully. She wasted away without complaint. She maintained her sweetness and her grace even as her body failed. She was patient, uncomplaining, spiritually prepared for death. She was, in short, the ideal Victorian woman, taken to its logical extreme. The imagery of the era reflected this. Paintings showed consumptive women as almost angelic figures, their illness visible but somehow ennobling. Literature celebrated the consumptive heroine who died young, her beauty preserved in memory forever. The message was clear. Women were most beautiful when they were dying. Female beauty was inseparable from female vulnerability, from female suffering, from the female body in decline. This was not a healthy ideal, but it was, for several generations, the dominant one. The consumptive ideal was fundamentally a matter of class. The physical markers of tuberculosis, thinness, pallor, fragility, happened to align perfectly with the physical markers of upper-class status. A thin woman didn't work in the fields or the factories. A pale woman didn't labour in the sun. A fragile woman had servants to do the heavy lifting. Working-class women, by contrast, displayed the opposite characteristics. They were strong from physical labour. They were tanned from outdoor work. They had the calloused hands and muscular arms of people who earned their living with their bodies. These characteristics, strength, tan, visible musculature, were considered ugly, not because they were inherently unattractive, but because they marked their possessor as common. Beauty, in Victorian terms, was inseparable from class. And so the consumptive ideal served a double purpose. It defined beauty in terms that excluded the working class, and it encouraged upper-class women to embrace their own fragility, to see their weakness as a virtue rather than a problem. The iconography of the era is striking. The fashionable woman reclines on her couch, too weak to stand. The fashionable woman is carried in her sedan chair, too delicate to walk. The fashionable woman swoons in her lover's arms, overcome by emotion that her frail body cannot contain. These images were romantic. They were also images of incapacity, of women who could not function independently, who required constant male support. The consumptive ideal was, in this sense, an ideal of dependence. Before we speak of how the Victorians died beautifully, we must understand how they mourned. The 19th century has been called the cult of death, and not without reason. Queen Victoria herself set the tone. After Prince Albert died in 861, she wore black for the remaining 40 years of her life. She surrounded herself with his possessions, his photographs, locks of his hair. She made mourning into an art form, and her subjects followed her example. Victorians bought and sold clothing specifically for mourning, black crepe dresses, jet jewellery, mourning stationery with thick black borders. There were rules about how long to mourn, what to wear in each stage of grief, when colours could gradually return. The commercialisation of death became a major industry. And then there were the photographs. Post-mortem photography, the practice of photographing the dead, became widespread in the Victorian era. When the daguerreotype made portraiture affordable in the 1840s, families who had never been able to commission painted portraits could suddenly preserve the images of their loved ones, including their dead loved ones. The practice was especially common for children. Infant mortality was devastating. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before their 5th birthday. For many families, a post-mortem photograph was the only image they would ever have of their child. The photographers went to great lengths to make the dead appear alive. They posed corpses in lifelike positions, seated in chairs, propped up with hidden supports, surrounded by living family members. They painted rosy colour onto pale cheeks. Some even painted open eyes onto the finished photograph, or opened the eyes of the deceased and held them in place. The goal was not to document death, but to deny it, to create an image that captured the person as they had been, or as they were imagined to have been. The consumptive, with their pale skin and peaceful expressions, were particularly well suited to this kind of memorialization. They looked, in death, very much as they had looked in their final days. This intimacy with death, this willingness to sit with the dead, to photograph them, to keep locks of their hair in jewellery, to surround oneself with memento mori, shaped how the Victorians thought about dying. Death was not hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes. It happened at home, surrounded by family. It was witnessed, mourned, and commemorated in elaborate rituals. And consumption, more than any other disease, fit the Victorian ideal of the good death. The appeal of consumption went beyond appearance. It extended to death itself. Tuberculosis was, in the romantic imagination, the good death. Not quick and violent like accident or murder, not ugly and degrading like cholera or typhus. Consumption was slow, gradual, almost gentle, a fading rather than an ending. The consumptive patient had time to prepare, time to say goodbye to loved ones, to put affairs in order, to make peace with God. The disease typically ran its course over months or years, allowing for an extended period of invalid existence, a kind of living death during which the patient became increasingly ethereal, increasingly detached from worldly concerns. Contemporary accounts of consumptive deaths emphasized their beauty. The dying were said to become more spiritually aware, more creative, more loving in their final months. They experienced moments of unusual clarity and insight. Their appearance, though marked by illness, remained attractive, pale and wasted, but somehow pure, as if the flesh were burning away to reveal the soul beneath. The moment of death itself was described in almost ecstatic terms. "She looked beautiful beyond anything I had ever seen," wrote one observer of a consumptive death. "There was a brightness about her that I cannot describe, as if her spirit was already shining through her skin." Another described a look of perfect peace that came over the dying face. These accounts were probably exaggerated or invented. The reality of tuberculosis death, the hemorrhages, the fevers, the agonizing cough, was far uglier than the romantic imagination wanted to admit, but the myth was powerful enough to reshape how people thought about dying. Consumption became the death that everyone wanted, if they had to die at all. It was respectable, even glamorous. It carried none of the shame associated with venereal disease, none of the horror associated with cancer. To die of consumption was to die, interestingly. Byron's quip about wanting to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting was more than a joke. It reflected a genuine cultural attitude, that certain kinds of death were desirable, that certain kinds of suffering were romantic. On March 24, 1882, Robert Koch addressed the Berlin Physiological Society with news that would change how humanity understood tuberculosis, and eventually, how it understood beauty. Koch was a country doctor turned bacteriologist, obsessed with proving that infectious diseases were caused by specific microorganisms. He had already identified the bacteria that caused anthrax. Now he announced that he had isolated Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the bacterium responsible for consumption. The implications were revolutionary. If tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium, then it was not inherited, not constitutional, not a sign of spiritual refinement or artistic temperament. It was an infection. You caught it from other people. The romantic mythology that had surrounded the disease for a century was, in scientific terms, nonsense. And crucially, if tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives were not ethereal spirits touched by beauty. They were sources of infection. They were dangerous. Koch would go on to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1905 for his tuberculosis research. March 24th is still commemorated as World Tuberculosis Day, but the immediate effect of his discovery was to begin dismantling the romantic mythology that had made consumption beautiful. The cultural shift did not happen overnight. Mythologies die hard, especially when they serve powerful social functions. But gradually, over the decades following Koch's discovery, the romantic attitude toward consumption gave way to something more fearful. The consumptive was no longer admired. They were avoided. The consumptive sick room was no longer a sacred space. It was a site of contagion that needed to be sanitized. Public health campaigns emphasized the dangers of tuberculosis. Spitting, a major vector of transmission, as was banned in public spaces. Cities installed spittoons and posted signs warning of the dangers of expectorating on sidewalks. Consumptives were increasingly isolated in sanatoriums, away from the general population. The intimate deathbed scenes celebrated by romantic literature became medical hazards. And the beauty standards began to shift. If pallor was the mark of disease, then health required colour. If thinness was the mark of wasting, then health required flesh. If the corseted, fragile, fainting woman was the tuberculosis ideal, then the new ideal would be different. Not immediately, not completely. Beauty standards don't change overnight, but the seeds were planted in the 1880s and 1890s. By the early 20th century, the consumptive look had lost much of its appeal. Koch's discovery led to the rise of a new institution, the sanatorium. If tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives needed to be isolated. If fresh air and rest helped recovery, then special facilities were needed to provide them. Beginning in the 1850s, sanatoriums began appearing across Europe and America, medical retreats where tuberculosis patients could take the cure. The first was established in 1854 by Hermann Bremer, a German doctor who believed he had cured himself of tuberculosis during an expedition to the Himalayas. He founded a treatment facility at Gerbersdorf in the mountains of Silesia, where patients breathed cold mountain air and rested for months at a time. But it was in Switzerland, in a small alpine town called Davos, that the sanatorium culture reached its fullest expression. Davos sits high in the Swiss Alps, at nearly 5,000 feet. In the 1860s, a physician named Alexander Spengler began promoting it as a treatment destination for tuberculosis. The theory was that the thin mountain air, the sunshine and the cold would somehow heal damaged lungs. Within decades, Davos had transformed from a remote farming village into an international health resort. By 1940, Davos had around 40 medical institutions. The town's architecture was distinctive. Hotels and sanatoriums with long, wide balconies covering their fronts. On these balconies, patients lay for hours, wrapped in blankets, breathing the alpine air, watching the mountains, waiting to heal or waiting to die. The daily routine was rigorous. Patients followed strict schedules, prescribed mealtimes, prescribed rest periods, prescribed moderate exercise. The diet was rich: milk, eggs, butter, designed to counteract the wasting effects of the disease. Some patients stayed for months, some stayed for years, some never left. The sanatorium became its own kind of world, with its own social hierarchy, its own rituals, its own strange beauty. In 1912, the German writer Thomas Mann visited his wife Katja at a sanatorium in Davos. She was there being treated for a lung infection. Mann spent 3 weeks at her bedside, breathing the alpine air, observing the peculiar atmosphere of the place. He caught a cold during his visit. A local doctor examined him and discovered what he called a moist spot on Mann's lung. The doctor suggested he stay for 3 months to take the cure as a precaution. Mann declined, but he remembered. Over the next 12 years, he transformed his experience into one of the great novels of the 20th century, Der Zauberberg, The Magic Mountain. The novel follows Hans Castorp, a young German engineer who visits his cousin at a sanatorium in the Swiss Alps. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He stays for 7 years. The sanatorium in Mann's novel is a place where time moves differently, where the outside world fades into irrelevance, where patients become absorbed in the seductions of disease, introspection, and death. The tuberculosis patients form a self-described half-lung club, united by their illness, defined by their proximity to death. Mann described the atmosphere as a mixture of death and amusement. The sanatorium was elegant, luxurious even. Patients dressed for dinner, they had love affairs, they debated philosophy and politics, all while the disease slowly consumed them. The Magic Mountain is not a celebration of consumptive chic. It is a critique of it, a diagnosis of European society as morally decadent. Davos becomes a symbol, Mann said, of concentrated physical decay. But the novel also captures something true about the sanatorium era, the strange beauty that people found in their own illness, the way that proximity to death intensified experience, the seductiveness of a world where nothing was expected of you except to rest and, perhaps, to recover. The sanatorium was the last gasp of consumptive chic, romantic mythology, adapted for the age of scientific medicine. One of the curious consequences of Koch's discovery was a revolution in attitudes towards sunlight. Victorian beauty standards had prized pallor above almost everything else. Pale skin was the mark of the lady who didn't labour outdoors. It was also, as we've seen, one of the markers of tuberculosis. To be pale was to be both wealthy and romantically consumptive. But in the late 19th century, doctors began prescribing sunlight as a treatment for tuberculosis. In 1893, Danish physician Niels Ryberg Finsen discovered that light had therapeutic properties. He noticed that his own chronic illness improved with sun exposure. He developed an ultraviolet treatment for lupus vulgaris, a form of skin tuberculosis, that met with remarkable success. In 1903, he won the Nobel Prize for his work. The treatment had 2 branches: heliotherapy, using natural sunlight, and phototherapy, using artificial light. In 1903, Swiss physician Auguste Rollier opened a tuberculosis clinic at Liesen, in the Swiss Alps, that used sunbathing as a primary treatment. Patients lay on terraces for hours, building up their sun exposure gradually, turning brown under the mountain sun. And it worked, to some extent. Sunlight does have antibacterial properties. More importantly, sun exposure increases vitamin D production, which supports immune function. Tuberculosis patients who lay in the sun often improved. The implications for beauty were significant. If sunlight cured tuberculosis, then tanned skin was healthy skin. If pale skin was the mark of the consumptive, then perhaps it should be avoided. The equation between pallor and beauty, which had held for centuries, began to weaken. The transformation of tanning from mark of labour to mark of leisure was not instant, but it was thorough. Part of the change was economic. The Industrial Revolution had moved the working class indoors. Factory workers, not field workers, now formed the majority of the labour force. They were pale from lack of sunlight, exhausted from long hours in poorly ventilated spaces, the association between pallor and labour had weakened. Meanwhile, the wealthy were discovering leisure. They had time and money to travel, to the French Riviera, to Mediterranean beaches, to places where the sun shone and the air was clean. A tan became a sign that you could afford a vacation. By the 1920s, the shift was complete. The transformation is often credited to Coco Chanel. In 1923, the story goes, she returned from a Mediterranean cruise on the Duke of Westminster's yacht with an accidental suntan. Photographs of her disembarking at Cannes, her skin glowing brown, circulated widely. If Chanel, the most fashionable woman in the world, was tanned, then surely tanning was fashionable. How much Chanel actually influenced the trend is debatable, but by 1928, the tide had clearly turned. Magazines that had once urged women to protect their skin from the sun now featured articles on how to get the best tan. In 1927, French designer Jean Patou launched the first commercial suntan oil. In 1929, Chanel herself declared, "The 1929 girl must be tanned." The consumptive ideal of pallor had lasted for over a century. It ended in less than a decade. If the preference for pallor faded in the 20th century, the preference for thinness proved more durable. The consumptive ideal had celebrated extreme thinness. The wasted body of the dying patient translated into the corseted waist of the fashionable woman. And while corsets eventually gave way to other garments, the ideal of the thin female body persisted. The flappers of the 1920s were thin, deliberately boyish, with flattened chests and narrow hips. Some women bound their breasts with bandages to achieve the flat-chested silhouette that fashion demanded. The curves of the Victorian era were suddenly unfashionable. Thinness was modern. The models of the 1960s were thin. Twiggy, the most famous model of the decade, was famously underweight, her angular frame the opposite of the curves that had briefly been fashionable in the 1950s. Born Leslie Hornby, she adopted the nickname Twiggy because of her stick-thin limbs. At the height of her fame, she weighed 91 pounds. She was 16 years old. Twiggy's look was described as childlike, waif-like, ethereal. The language was almost identical to the language used to describe consumptive beauty a century earlier. The template had barely changed. The models of the 1980s were taller but still thin. The supermodels of the early 1990s were athletic but lean, and beneath the surface, eating disorders reached epidemic proportions. The clinical diagnoses, anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, became household terms. Karen Carpenter, one of the most successful pop stars of the 1970s, died in 1983 from heart failure caused by anorexia. She was 32 years old. Her death brought eating disorders into public conversation for the first time. Studies conducted in the 1990s found that eating disorders had increased tenfold since the 1950s. Young women were starving themselves, purging, exercising compulsively, all in pursuit of an ideal that had its roots in the consumptive aesthetic of the 19th century. The mechanisms had changed. Women no longer ate arsenic wafers or wore corsets so tight they damaged their organs, but the underlying message was the same. The natural female body was too large, too fleshy, too alive. It needed to be diminished, wasted, made to look like something dying. And then, in the mid-1990s, something shifted again. The sanatorium era ended not with a cultural shift, but with a scientific breakthrough. In 1944, researchers at Rutgers University, led by Selman Waxman, discovered streptomycin, the first antibiotic effective against tuberculosis, For the first time in human history, the disease could be cured. Not managed, not slowed, but actually cured. The impact was revolutionary. Within a decade, tuberculosis mortality in wealthy countries plummeted. Sanatoriums that had been filled for decades began to empty. By the 1960s, most had closed. The great sanatoria of Davos were converted into luxury hotels or conference centres. Today, Davos is known not for tuberculosis, but for the World Economic Forum. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in those same buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches. The balconies are still there. The views are still beautiful, but the dying has moved elsewhere. Tuberculosis still kills over 1 million people each year, but almost entirely in the developing world, where antibiotics remain inaccessible and public health infrastructure is weak. In wealthy countries, consumption has become a historical curiosity, a disease of the past. But the beauty standards it shaped have proved far more durable than the disease itself. In the early 1990s, a new fashion aesthetic emerged. It was called heroin chic. The characteristics were familiar: pale skin, extremely thin bodies, dark circles under the eyes, an overall appearance of physical decline. The look was popularised by photographers like Corinne Day and David Sorrenti, and by models like Kate Moss, who rose to fame through her collaboration with Calvin Klein. The name heroin chic was not metaphorical. The look was explicitly associated with heroin use. The wan pallor, the sunken eyes, the emaciated frame, these were the physical markers of addiction, and for a few years in the mid-1990s they were the height of fashion. Kate Moss was discovered at age 14 at JFK Airport in New York. Within a few years she had become one of the most photographed women in the world. Her look, thin to the point of emaciation, with prominent cheekbones and a hollow, waifish appearance, defined the decade. She was called the anti-supermodel, a rebuke to the athletic glamour of Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell. The 1993 Calvin Klein campaign that made Moss famous featured her looking pale, vulnerable, and almost childlike. The photographs were stark, unglamorous, in a way that was itself a new kind of glamour. Critics called them porno chic and heroin chic. Both labels stuck. The aesthetic spread through fashion magazines, through advertising, through the grunge music scene of Seattle. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, both struggling with heroin addiction, became icons of the look. Glamour and self-destruction merged into a single aesthetic. The parallel to consumptive chic was obvious, and commentators drew it immediately. Once again, a deadly condition was being aestheticized. Once again, the physical markers of decline and death were being presented as beautiful. Once again, women were being encouraged to see their own wasting as desirable. The backlash, when it came, was fierce. In 1997, photographer David Sorrenti, one of the architects of the heroin chic aesthetic, died of a heroin overdose at age 20. President Bill Clinton condemned the fashion industry for glorifying death. He said, "This is not about art, it's about life and death, and glorifying death is not good for any society." The industry retreated, at least publicly. Heroin chic as an explicit aesthetic faded, but the underlying preference for extreme thinness persisted. What does it mean that we keep returning to the aesthetics of death? Consumptive chic and heroin chic are the most explicit examples, but they are not the only ones. Throughout history, beauty standards have repeatedly incorporated elements of illness, vulnerability, and decline. In the Renaissance, belladonna drops were used to create the wide-eyed look that we now associate with consumptive fever. In 18th century France, elaborate powdering gave aristocrats the ghostly pallor of the dying. In the 2010s, corpse bride makeup became a trend on social media. There seems to be something in us that finds beauty in suffering, or at least something in our culture that teaches us to find it there. The reasons are complex and probably not fully knowable. Part of it may be biological. The features associated with illness, thinness, pallor, large eyes, sometimes overlap with features associated with youth or femininity. Part of it may be cultural. In societies where women are valued primarily for their vulnerability and dependence, signs of weakness become signs of desirability. And part of it may be a kind of memento mori, a reminder of death that makes beauty more poignant. The beautiful consumptive was beautiful, partly because she was dying. Her beauty would not last. It could be appreciated now in this fleeting moment, but it was destined for the grave. There is something in human psychology that finds transience poignant, that values things more when they're passing away. The consumptive ideal was specifically a female ideal. Men died of tuberculosis too, in enormous numbers. Keats, Chopin, Branwell Bronte, Robert Louis Stevenson, Anton Chekhov. But male consumptives were romanticized differently. The male consumptive was interesting rather than beautiful. He was tragic rather than fragile. His wasting was the destruction of potential, not the perfection of form. When Byron said he wanted to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting, he was using the word interesting advisedly. He didn't expect them to find him beautiful. For women, the equation was different. Female beauty was specifically tied to the appearance of illness. Women were expected to look like they were dying, to cultivate the pale skin and thin body and flushed cheeks that marked the consumptive. And this expectation persisted long after the Romantic era. The fainting woman, the thin woman, the pale woman. These remain powerful images in our culture, even if we no longer consciously connect them to tuberculosis. The ideal female body is still, in many contexts, a body that appears fragile, vulnerable, perhaps slightly unwell. Consumptive chic may have ended, but its shadow stretches into the present. The corset, that engine of consumptive fashion, never entirely disappeared. Time bends wanes. It evolved. In the early 20th century it transformed into the girdle, less rigid but still designed to compress the female body into artificial shapes. In the 1950s, foundation garments returned with a vengeance, squeezing waists and lifting busts into the idealized hourglass. The waist trainer, essentially a modern corset, has been promoted by celebrities and influencers well into the 2020s. The underlying message remained constant. The natural female body was not good enough. It needed to be reshaped, compressed, artificially narrowed. The ideal waist was always smaller than the actual waist. The ideal shape was always different from the natural shape. The connection to consumptive chic may be forgotten, but the practice continues. The 20th and 21st centuries have oscillated between celebrating tanned skin and celebrating pale skin, depending on decade and subculture. But the thin ideal has remained remarkably constant. Marilyn Monroe, often cited as proof that earlier eras preferred curvier women, wore a size 12, which in modern sizing would be closer to a size 6 or 8. She was slim by any reasonable standard, and she was replaced in cultural prominence by Twiggy, by Cher, by the supermodels of the 1980s, by Kate Moss, by the endless parade of thin models and actresses who have defined beauty standards for the past half-century and more. The average fashion model today has a body mass index that would qualify as underweight by medical standards. The average actress is significantly thinner than the average woman. The images that saturate our visual culture, in advertising, in film, in social media, overwhelmingly feature thin bodies. We do not call this consumptive chic. We do not consciously connect it to tuberculosis, but the preference for thinness that originated in the Romantic era's worship of the wasting body has never really gone away. In the age of social media, the consumptive aesthetic has found new expression. Consider the filters that are most popular on platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Many of them brighten the eyes, many of them pale the skin, many of them slim the face and narrow the nose. They create a look that is, whether by conscious intention or cultural inheritance, strikingly similar to the consumptive ideal. The doe eyes filter gives users the wide, luminous eyes of the tubercular fever patient. The porcelain skin filter gives them the translucent pallor of the anemic. The slim face filter gives them the wasted appearance of the consumptive in decline. These filters are enormously popular. Billions of photos are enhanced with them every year. Young women, primarily young women, are learning to see their unfiltered faces as flawed, their natural colouring as too dark, their natural shape as too full. The phenomenon has a name now: Instagram face. It describes the standardised look that emerges from heavy filter use. The same narrow nose, the same large eyes, the same porcelain skin, across millions of different faces. Individual features are smoothed away. What remains is a template. The template looks remarkably like a Victorian fashion plate. Psychologists have documented the impact. Young people who spend more time on social media report higher rates of body dissatisfaction, anxiety, and depression. The constant exposure to filtered, idealized images creates what researchers call social comparison, the tendency to evaluate oneself against others and to come up short. But this is not merely a problem of individual psychology, it is a problem of cultural inheritance. The filters that distort our images are built on beauty standards that stretch back centuries, standards that were shaped by tuberculosis, by romantic mythology, by the strange belief that dying was beautiful. We are, in a sense, applying arsenic wafers digitally. The women who ate actual arsenic wafers in the 19th century were not foolish. They were responding rationally to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural appearance was unacceptable, that they needed to transform themselves to be worthy of love and attention. The young women using filters today are responding to the same pressures. The delivery system has changed. The underlying demand has not. On some corners of the internet, the connection to illness has become explicit again. The sick girl aesthetic, or sad girl aesthetic, has emerged as a recognised style. It features, among other things, pale skin, prominent dark circles, thin bodies, a general appearance of illness or fatigue. The look is deliberately unhealthy. That's the point. On platforms like Tumblr and TikTok, images circulate that could have been lifted directly from 19th century fashion plates. Young women pose in white nightgowns, their collarbones prominent, their eyes shadowed. They describe themselves as delicate, fragile, ethereal. The hashtags include words like waif and consumptive. Some of these posts are ironic, some are expressions of genuine distress. Young people struggling with chronic illness, depression or eating disorders, finding community in shared aesthetics of suffering. The line between celebration and critique is often unclear. But whatever the intent, the effect is the same. Images of illness are presented as beautiful. Suffering is aestheticized. The consumptive ideal, which seemed to have died with the tuberculosis, sanatoriums, has returned in digital form. The proponents of this aesthetic are not unaware of its problems. Many discuss it ironically, or as a form of solidarity among people who actually struggle with chronic illness. Some frame it as reclamation, taking ownership of an identity that society has stigmatized. But the underlying message that there is something beautiful about looking sick echoes directly from the 19th century. Lord Byron would recognise it immediately. There are darker corners still. The pro-ana movement, short for pro-anorexia, emerged in the early 2000s on message boards and blogs. Its adherents treated anorexia not as a disease to be cured, but as a lifestyle to be embraced. They shared tips for extreme weight loss, posted thin-spiration images of emaciated bodies, and encouraged each other to reject treatment. The aesthetic language of pro-ana communities drew explicitly on the consumptive ideal. Members aspired to look ethereal, delicate, like a ghost. They posted images of Victorian fashion, of Ophelia drowning, pale women in white dresses. The connection to tuberculosis was sometimes explicit. One popular quote attributed beauty to the look of consumption. Social media platforms have spent years trying to suppress pro-ana content. Instagram bans certain hashtags. TikTok removes videos that promote eating disorders. But the communities persist, adapting to new platforms and new vocabularies. The young women in these communities are not stupid. They are not ignorant of the dangers. They know, intellectually, that what they are doing is harmful, but they are caught in a cultural trap, a trap that was set in the 19th century and has never been fully sprung. They have inherited a beauty standard that equates thinness with worthiness, pallor with refinement, fragility with femininity. They have been told, in 1,000 subtle and not-so-subtle ways, that their natural bodies are unacceptable, and they have responded by trying to become something else, something ethereal, something consumptive, something dying. This is what consumptive chic looks like in the 21st century. It's worth pausing to consider what consumptive chic cost us. Generations of women poisoned themselves with arsenic and lead in pursuit of an impossible standard. Generations of women compressed their bodies into corsets until they could barely breathe. Generations of women starved themselves, fainted from lack of oxygen, risked their health, and sometimes their lives to look like they were dying. And for what? For an aesthetic that was, at its core, an aesthetic of powerlessness. The consumptive. Woman was beautiful because she was weak. She was desirable because she was dependent. Her very appeal was built on her incapacity, her inability to walk far, to breathe deeply, to exist without constant support. This was not a coincidence. The consumptive ideal emerged at a time when women's public roles were severely restricted, when women's economic independence was almost impossible, when women's value was measured primarily by their attractiveness to men and their ability to bear children. The beauty standard reflected the social order, and it reinforced it. A woman who was too weak to work was a woman who had to be supported. A woman who might faint at any moment was a woman who needed constant supervision. A woman who cultivated the appearance of illness was a woman who accepted her role as decorative object rather than active subject. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a prison that women built for themselves, or rather a prison that they were taught to build, and then taught to call beautiful. And yet the prison persists, in modified form. We no longer require women to wear corsets. We no longer sell arsenic wafers in pharmacies. We no longer celebrate the consumptive death as the epitome of feminine beauty. But we still prefer thin women. We still photograph women to look pale and delicate. We still, in many contexts, value female fragility over female strength. The specific aesthetic of consumption has faded, but the underlying preferences have proved remarkably durable. Fashion models are still expected to be extremely thin enough that many of them exhibit signs of disordered eating. Actresses are still expected to maintain weights far below what is healthy. Young women are still bombarded with images that tell them their natural bodies are not good enough. And the message of those images is, at root, the message of consumptive chic, that female beauty requires suffering, that looking good means not being well, that the ideal woman is the woman whose body is in some kind of decline. What would it mean to reject this inheritance? Not to reject all beauty standards, which may be impossible, but to reject beauty standards that celebrate illness, to value health over pallor, to value strength over fragility, to see the natural variety of female bodies as beautiful rather than flawed. This is in fact what many movements have tried to do. The body positivity movement has worked to expand the definition of beauty beyond thinness. The health at every size movement has challenged the equation of thinness with health. Athletes and fitness enthusiasts have promoted muscular female bodies as beautiful. These are all, in a sense, rejections of the consumptive inheritance. The results have been mixed. The cultural preference for thinness remains powerful. The images in advertising and media remain dominated by thin, often pale bodies. The filters on our phones still slim and pale the faces they transform. But awareness is growing. The connection between beauty standards and harm is increasingly recognised, and the specific history of consumptive chic, of arsenic wafers and tuberculosis corsets, offers a stark reminder of how far beauty standards can stray from health and happiness. We ate poison to look like we were dying. We might want to choose differently now. There have always been those who pushed back. The Rational Dress Society in 1881, the dress reform advocates, the doctors who warned against tight lacing and arsenic, the feminists who argued that beauty standards were tools of oppression. In the 20th century, the resistance grew stronger. The women's suffrage movement challenged the idea that women should be decorative. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s attacked beauty standards as patriarchal constraints. The fat acceptance movement, beginning in the 1960s, pushed back specifically against the ideal of thinness. In recent decades, the body positivity movement has gained significant ground. It argues that all bodies are good bodies, that health and beauty come in many forms, that the ideal should be self-acceptance rather than self-modification. The fashion industry has made some gestures toward inclusivity. More plus-sized models appear in major campaigns. Some brands have committed to showing unretouched photographs. The average size of runway models has increased slightly from its extreme lows in the heroin chic era. But the progress is uneven. The beauty industry is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It profits from insecurity, from the belief that we need to be different than we are. Challenging the consumptive ideal means challenging enormous economic interests. And the cultural inheritance runs deep. The images that shaped our grandmother's sense of beauty shaped our mother's sense of beauty, which shaped ours. The consumptive ideal is not just in advertisements and fashion magazines. It is in our eyes. It is in the way we reflexively evaluate bodies, our own and others, against a standard that was set in the age of tuberculosis. Breaking free requires more than good intentions. It requires a sustained cultural effort, a rejection of inherited aesthetics, a conscious choice to see differently. What might a post-consumptive beauty look like? Perhaps it would value colour over pallor, the flush of exercise, the tan of time spent outdoors, the variety of skin tones that exist naturally in human populations. Perhaps it would value strength over fragility, the muscles of someone who moves through the world actively, the posture of someone who doesn't need support to stand upright. The female athletes of the Olympics, with their powerful legs and defined shoulders, might be celebrated rather than criticised for being too muscular. Perhaps it would value variety over uniformity, recognizing that beautiful bodies come in many shapes and sizes, that there is no single template for human attractiveness. Different cultures have celebrated different body types throughout history. The consumptive ideal is not a universal truth, but a particular historical moment, and moments pass. Perhaps it would value age as well as youth. The consumptive ideal was always a young ideal. The beautiful consumptive died before they could grow old. A post-consumptive beauty might find attractiveness in faces lined by experience, in bodies that have lived and worked and borne children. Perhaps, most importantly, it would decouple beauty from suffering. It would reject the idea that looking good requires harm. It would celebrate bodies that are healthy rather than bodies that appear to be dying. This would be a genuine revolution in aesthetics, a break from patterns that have persisted for centuries. It would require challenging not just individual beauty practices, but the entire framework that equates female value with female appearance. It may be too much to hope for. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. Some changes are already happening. The strong is the new skinny movement celebrates athletic bodies. The natural hair movement among black women rejects Eurocentric beauty standards. The disability rights movement challenges the assumption that beautiful bodies must be able-bodied. These are not complete solutions. Each movement has its own limitations and contradictions, but they represent genuine alternatives, different ways of thinking about bodies and beauty, different possibilities for what we might admire. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health, and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Consumptive chic was, at its heart, a way of looking at death. To understand this, we need to understand what death meant in the 19th century. And it was not hidden away as it is today. There were no hospitals where dying could happen out of sight, no funeral homes where bodies could be prepared and displayed by professionals. Death happened at home. Families watched their loved ones die. They washed the bodies, dressed them, sat with them through the long hours of vigil. Tuberculosis was everywhere in that world. One of every 4 deaths was caused by the disease. Everyone knew someone who had died of it, a sister, a cousin, a friend, a lover. The consumptive was not an exotic figure but a familiar one. The symptoms of the disease were visible in every household. Children grew up watching their parents cough blood into handkerchiefs. Parents buried children who had wasted to shadows. The slow decline of consumption was not an abstraction but a lived reality, playing out in bedrooms and parlours across the Western world. And so the culture did what cultures often do with death. It tried to make meaning of it. If consumption was going to kill so many people, then at least those people could die beautifully. If the disease was going to waste bodies away, then at least that wasting could be seen as ethereal rather than degrading. If death was coming regardless, then at least it could come romantically. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a massive cultural coping mechanism. It transformed the horror of a plague into something that could be admired, even aspired to. It made tuberculosis bearable by making it beautiful. This transformation was not cynical or deliberate. No one sat down and decided to aestheticize a plague. It happened gradually through 1,000 small cultural choices. The way artists painted dying figures, the way writers described consumptive characters, the way fashion responded to the physical markers of the disease. But the effect was profound. Death became glamorous. Suffering became attractive. The grave itself cast a seductive shadow. The problem with this coping mechanism was its cost. When death is beautiful, the dying are no longer pitied, they are envied. When suffering is attractive, the suffering are no longer helped, they are admired. The consumptive chic of the 19th century made it harder, not easier, to address the actual disease. If consumption was a spiritual ordeal that refined the soul, then perhaps it shouldn't be prevented. If consumptives were more creative and passionate than healthy people, then perhaps the disease served a purpose. If the consumptive death was beautiful, then perhaps it was a blessing rather than a tragedy. These attitudes were never universal. Doctors and public health advocates worked throughout the 19th century to combat tuberculosis. But the Romantic mythology made their work harder. It was difficult to mobilize public concern about a disease that the culture had decided to celebrate. When Koch proved that tuberculosis was contagious, the mythology began to crumble. But it had done its damage. For a century, the most deadly disease in the Western world had been wrapped in an aesthetic that made it seem almost desirable. We might wonder what other horrors we have learned to find beautiful. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of consumptive chic is how much of it survives. We no longer romanticize tuberculosis. The disease still kills over 1 million people each year, mostly in the developing world, but in wealthy countries it has been largely controlled. The Romantic mythology has faded. But the beauty standards that emerged from that mythology have proved far more durable. The preference for thin bodies, the valorization of pallor in some contexts, the equation of female beauty with fragility and vulnerability, the sense that suffering somehow enhances beauty. These ideas predate tuberculosis, but tuberculosis gave them a particular intensity and form. And they persist. When a young woman starves herself to achieve a weight that her body was never meant to reach, she is participating, unknowingly, in a tradition that stretches back to the consumptive ideal. When a fashion industry promotes models so thin that they require medical monitoring, it is echoing the aesthetics of the 19th century sickroom. We have forgotten the origin of these preferences. We have forgotten the arsenic wafers and the tuberculosis corsets. We have forgotten that we once literally tried to look like we were dying. But the preferences remain. They shape how we see bodies, how we judge beauty, how young women learn to see themselves. History does not repeat itself exactly, but it does rhyme. Consumptive chic gave way to heroin. Chic gave way to what? The patterns of aestheticized illness, of beauty built on suffering, of death made glamorous. These patterns recur across centuries. In the 1820s, young women aspired to look like they were dying of tuberculosis. In the 1990s, young women aspired to look like they were using heroin. In the 2020s, young women use filters that make their faces thinner, their skin paler, their eyes larger. The same features that mark the consumptive. The diseases change, the drugs change, the technologies change, but the underlying pattern persists. The belief that female beauty requires suffering, that the attractive woman is the diminished woman, that looking healthy is somehow less desirable than looking ill. Why does this pattern persist? What is it about human culture, or perhaps about patriarchal culture specifically, that keeps returning to the aesthetics of female suffering? Some theorists argue that it serves a function. A woman who looks fragile is a woman who needs protection. A woman who appears weak is not threatening. The consumptive ideal in this reading is not just about beauty. It is about control. It is about keeping women small, dependent, incapacitated. Others point to the fashion industry's economic incentives. An industry that profits from dissatisfaction has no interest in promoting self-acceptance. If women felt beautiful as they are, they would stop buying products designed to change them. Still others see something deeper, a human fascination with mortality that expresses itself through beauty. We find the dying beautiful, because we know we are dying. The consumptive woman is a mirror. She shows us our own impermanence dressed in silk and lace. Whatever the explanation, the pattern is clear, and patterns can be broken. To break the pattern requires something more than awareness. It requires a conscious choice to value health over appearance, to celebrate vitality rather than fragility, to find beauty and strength as much as delicacy. It requires, in a sense, choosing life over the aesthetics of death. This is not easy. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and social media, and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. The question is not whether beauty standards will change. They always do. The question is whether we'll guide that change consciously, towards standards that celebrate life rather than death. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Each of us carries the weight of aesthetic inheritance. We did not choose our beauty standards, any more than we chose our language or our religion. They were given to us, in the images we saw as children, in the comments adults made about bodies, in the heroes and heroines of the stories we were told. When we look in the mirror and feel dissatisfied with what we see, that dissatisfaction has a history. It is not natural or inevitable. It was constructed over centuries by artists and advertisers, by doctors and fashion designers, by romantic poets who found beauty in death, and Victorian mothers who fed their daughters arsenic. This does not make the feeling any less real. Cultural inheritance shapes us as profoundly as genetic inheritance. The consumptive ideal is in our bones, in the way we automatically evaluate faces and bodies against standards we did not consciously choose. But knowing the history can help. It can create distance between ourselves and our reflexive judgments. It can allow us to see our beauty standards not as truths but as artifacts, products of a particular time and place, shaped by a disease that killed millions and the mythology that grew up around it. We can look at a Victorian fashion plate and recognise it as an image of illness. We can look at a modern filter and see its ancestry in arsenic wafers and belladonna drops. And we can ask ourselves, is this what I want to inherit? Is this what I want to pass on? What does it mean to find beauty in death? The Romantics would say it reflects our deepest nature, our awareness of mortality, our longing for transcendence, our need to make meaning of the suffering that surrounds us. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps there is something in us that will always find the dying beautiful, the fragile compelling, the transient precious precisely because it is passing away. The cherry blossoms in Japan are celebrated for their brief beauty, the petals that fall after only a few days, the transience that makes them precious. There is something profound in finding beauty in impermanence. The consumptive ideal tapped into this. The beautiful woman fading away, more precious for her fragility, more poignant for her approaching death. But there is a difference between appreciating transience and demanding it. There is a difference between finding beauty in what is passing and requiring that beauty pass. The cherry blossoms fall of their own accord. The consumptive woman was encouraged to hasten her own decline. We can acknowledge the human impulse to find meaning in mortality without translating that impulse into a beauty standard. We can appreciate the poignancy of vulnerability without demanding that women be vulnerable. We can recognize the transience of all things without asking anyone to die for our aesthetic pleasure. Time siest us tous. The consumptive ideal was not inevitable. It was a choice made by artists and writers, by fashion designers and advertisers, by millions of individuals who decided what they found beautiful and what they did not. We can make different choices. We can choose to see health as beautiful. We can choose to admire strength as much as fragility. We can choose to celebrate bodies that are thriving rather than bodies that appear to be dying. We can look at a woman with colour in her cheeks and muscles in her arms and see not a violation of the aesthetic but a different kind of beauty, the beauty of vitality, of life fully lived. The women who swallowed arsenic wafers were not foolish. They were responding to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural bodies were not good enough, that they needed to look like they were dying to be beautiful. We no longer swallow arsenic, but the pressures remain. The question is what we will do about them. We can continue to inherit blindly, passing on beauty standards shaped by tuberculosis to children who have never seen the disease. Or we can break the chain of inheritance, consciously, deliberately, with full awareness of what we are doing. The first step is seeing the history in our beauty standards, seeing the arsenic in our filters, seeing the consumptive in the mirror. The second step is choosing to value health over illness, choosing to celebrate life over the aesthetics of death. It is not easy. It may not even be fully possible. We are all products of our culture, and the consumptive ideal has had 2 centuries to embed itself in our eyes and our expectations. But the attempt matters, the awareness matters, the choice to try matters. And so we return to where we began. A ballroom in Victorian London, women in their corseted gowns, their pale skin glowing in the candlelight, the beauty standard of an age, a standard built on disease, on suffering, on the slow wasting of tuberculosis. Imagine yourself in that room. The candles flicker, the orchestra plays, young women line the walls, each of them trying to embody an impossible ideal, the ideal of the dying. Some of them have swallowed arsenic that morning. Some can barely breathe beneath their corsets. Some have dropped belladonna in their eyes and now struggle to see across the room. All of them are caught in a system that demands they look ill to look beautiful. They did not know what they were emulating. They did not understand that the pallor they painted on was the pallor of anemia, that the flush they applied was the flush of fever, that the thinness they starved for was the thinness of dying. Or perhaps they did know at some level. Perhaps the allure of the consumptive was precisely its proximity to death. Perhaps beauty was always, for them, a memento mori, a reminder of mortality that made every moment more precious. We cannot know what they thought. The women in that ballroom left no diaries describing their beauty routines. The arsenic wafers that killed them were discreetly disposed of. The corsets that compressed their organs were laced up by servants who did not ask questions. What we know is the result. We know the fashion plates. We know the death certificates. We know the pattern that emerged, a pattern that equated beauty with illness, that made dying the highest form of feminine attractiveness. We are not so different. We still find beauty in things that are passing away. We still romanticize suffering, at least certain kinds of suffering. We still teach young women that their bodies are never quite good enough, never thin enough, never pale enough in some contexts, never perfect enough. The tools have changed. The pressures remain. The arsenic wafers are gone, but the hunger remains. The corsets are mostly gone, but the compression remains, now internal, psychological, the feeling of never measuring up. The belladonna drops are gone, but the filters remain, digital alterations that make our eyes larger, our faces thinner, our skin more death-like pale. And so, as the night deepens and the ballroom fades into memory, we leave behind the consumptive ideal, that strange worship of death dressed as beauty. But its echoes remain, in the filters on our phones, in the sizes on our clothing racks, in the images that tell us who and what is beautiful. Marie Duplessis died at 23, coughing blood into a handkerchief, and became immortal. Dumas wrote her story. Verdi set it to music. She became the template for the beautiful dying woman. Pale, passionate, doomed. John Keats died at 25, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps, and his friend watched helplessly as the greatest poet of his generation wasted away. His death became part of the Romantic mythology, proof that genius burns too bright, that the creative spirit consumes itself. Elizabeth Siddal swallowed laudanum and became a painting that still hangs in the Tate. Her husband, consumed with guilt, buried his poems in her coffin and then had her exhumed to retrieve them. Even in death she could not escape being a muse. The Bronte sisters, Emily and Anne and Charlotte, all died of the disease they wrote about. The parsonage at Haworth became a house of death, their father bearing child after child until only he remained. The nameless women who ate arsenic wafers died in their homes, their deaths recorded as something else, their sacrifice to fashion unremembered. They all paid the price of consumptive chic. We are still paying it, in ways we do not always recognise. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the fire carry you gently into sleep, and if you found some measure of insight in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Beauty does not require suffering. Remember that. Thank you for being here. Good night. The man who changed how Americans die kept embalmed bodies in his closets. Preserved heads sat on tables in his Brooklyn parlor. Thomas Holmes had already embalmed 4,000 Civil War soldiers at $100 each when Mary Lincoln summoned him to the White House. Her husband's body would travel 1,700 miles by train, viewed by 1.5 million Americans over 3 weeks. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this single funeral would empty the parlours of every home in America. Until 1910, the room where you watch television was called something else. It was called the parlour, and in that parlour families laid out their dead. They washed the bodies themselves. They dressed them in their finest clothes. They sat with them for days. Then, in a single generation, death left the home forever. The parlour became the living room because the dead no longer lived there. Tonight we trace that transformation. From the women who prepared their neighbours' bodies for half a crown, to the battlefield embalmers who followed the Civil War's carnage, to the professional funeral directors who made death their business. And at the centre of it all, tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4, the disease that sent the dying far from home, the disease that made shipping bodies back not a luxury, but a necessity. This is the story of how death became a profession, how what was once sacred became commercial, how what was once women's work became men's business, how the parlour became the living room. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the most profound and most overlooked transformations in human history. The moment when death stopped being something families did themselves in their own homes, with their own hands, and became something they paid strangers to handle. It is a transformation so complete that most people today have no idea it ever happened. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through drawing rooms and battlefield tents, through White House grief and frontier cemeteries. We'll meet the eccentric doctor who displayed corpses in his shop window, the women whose ancient work was swept away, and the entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in sorrow. We'll follow Abraham Lincoln's body on its 1,700-mile journey and watch as a nation learned to see death differently. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through lamplit parlours and gaslit streets, through the smoke of battle and the silence of the grave, through a world where death was intimate and into a world where it became invisible. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a farmhouse in Pennsylvania, 1843. It is February, and the cold has seeped into every corner of the house. In the front parlour, the formal room, the best room, the room where company is received, a woman lies still. She's 37 years old. She's been coughing for 18 months. The consumption has finally taken her. Her husband stands in the doorway, unsure what to do, but the women know. They always know. Within the hour, 2 neighbour women arrive. They have done this before, many times before. They bring basins and clean cloths. They bring herbs to mask the smell of sickness. They ask the husband to leave, gently but firmly, and they close the door. What happens next is ancient. They wash the body with care, with tenderness, with the unhurried attention of women who understand that this is sacred work. They close the eyes, they tie the jaw shut with a strip of cloth so the mouth won't fall open. They dress her in her best dress, the one she wore to church, the one she was married in perhaps. They comb her hair. By evening she lies in the parlour in a simple pine coffin her husband built that morning. Candles burn at her head and feet. The mirrors have been covered with black cloth, an old superstition, to prevent her spirit from becoming trapped. The clock has been stopped at the hour of her death. For the next 3 days the family will keep vigil. Neighbours will come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to bring food. The children will be lifted up to kiss their mother's forehead one last time. And then, on the 3rd day, the men of the community will carry the coffin to the churchyard, and she will be buried in ground her family has owned for generations. No strangers will touch her. No chemicals will be injected into her veins. No one will charge a fee. This is how human beings had handled death for thousands of years. In homes by hands that knew the deceased, surrounded by community. Death was not hidden away. It was not outsourced. It happened in the same rooms where families ate and argued and celebrated. And then, in the space of a single generation, all of it changed. This is that story. To understand the transformation we're about to trace, we must first understand the world that existed before it. In early 19th century America, death was everywhere. It was woven into the fabric of daily life in ways we can scarcely imagine today. A woman might bear 8 children and bury 4 of them before they reach the age of 5. A man in his prime might be felled by typhoid, cholera, or consumption before his 40th birthday. Death was not something that happened in hospitals, behind closed doors, managed by professionals. Death happened at home, in the same bed where you were born, surrounded by the same faces that had surrounded you all your life. And when death came, families knew what to do. The knowledge had been passed down through generations, mother to daughter, neighbour to neighbour. How to close the eyes, how to wash the body, how long to wait before burial. These were not mysteries. They were simply part of life, as natural and necessary as knowing how to bake bread or mend a fence. The women who performed this work were called many things. Layers out, watchers, sometimes simply the women who help. In England, they were paid half a crown for their services. In America, sometimes they were paid, sometimes they simply came because that was what neighbours did. Often, these were the same women who served as midwives, ushering life into the world at one end and ushering it out at the other. Historian Carol Weaver, studying Philadelphia city directories from the early 1800s, found these women listed as professionals, alongside nurses and midwives. They advertised their services. They had reputations to maintain. Death work was women's work, and it was respected work. But there were limitations to what families and neighbours could do. The human body, once life has left it, begins to decay. In summer, this process accelerates rapidly. Funerals had to happen quickly, within 2 or 3 days at most, and burial had to follow immediately. This meant that when someone died, their loved ones had to be nearby. A son working in a distant city might not make it home in time. A daughter married across state lines might never see her mother's face again. The undertaker, as he existed in this era, was not the figure we know today. The word itself simply meant someone who undertook tasks, any tasks. But by the early 19th century, it had come to be associated with the men who made coffins. These were carpenters and cabinet makers, furniture builders who added coffin making as a sideline. The oldest funeral home in America, founded in Williamsburg, Virginia, in 1759, was started by a cabinet manufacturer named Anthony Hay, who simply began making coffins in addition to tables and chairs. These men did not handle bodies. They did not perform funerals. They built boxes, simple pine for the poor, polished hardwood for those who could afford it, and families did the rest themselves. And then came the 1860s. And then came the war. And then came a scale of death that would shatter every assumption about how the dead should be handled. Between 1861 and 1865, approximately 620,000 Americans died in the Civil War. To put that number in perspective, it was roughly 2% of the entire population. In today's terms, that would be nearly 7 million deaths. And here was the terrible mathematics that changed everything. Most of these men died far from home. They died in Virginia and Tennessee and Georgia, in places their families had never seen. They died by the thousands in single afternoons. And their families, mothers, wives, children waiting in Massachusetts and Ohio and Pennsylvania, wanted them back. How do you send a body from Gettysburg to Boston in July, across 400 miles of railroad without refrigeration? You don't. Not unless you find a way to stop decay. And so, out of the carnage of war, a new profession would be born. Out of the desperate need to reunite families with their dead, out of the terrible mathematics of 600,000 deaths in places far from home, a transformation would begin that would eventually reach into every home in America. The neighbour women would be displaced. The parlour would be emptied of its dead. The ancient ways of handling death, ways that had persisted for countless generations, would be swept away by the demands of modernity. Death was about to become a business. And business, once established, does not easily relinquish its territory. Before we can understand what was gained, we must understand what was lost. For centuries, the preparation of the dead was women's work. It was intimate work, performed by hands that had often known the deceased in life. And it was work that carried a particular kind of knowledge that was passed from mother to daughter, from experienced neighbour to young bride, in an unbroken chain stretching back beyond memory. The layer-out arrived soon after death. Sometimes she was a relative, sometimes a neighbour, sometimes a woman known throughout the community for her skill and her discretion. She brought her own supplies, basins, cloths, sometimes herbs or oils. She asked the family to give her privacy, and she began. The work followed a ritual order. First, the eyes were closed, gently pressed shut while still pliable, before rigor mortis set in. A coin might be placed on each eyelid to keep them closed. The jaw was tied shut with a strip of cloth wrapped under the chin and over the top of the head. Without this, the mouth would fall open as the muscles relaxed, an indignity no family wanted to see. Then came the washing. The body was undressed and bathed with clean water, sometimes scented with lavender or rosemary. This was not merely practical. It was an act of care, a final service to someone who could no longer care for themselves. The layer-out worked slowly, respectfully, talking softly to the deceased as she worked, as though they might still hear. After washing came dressing. The deceased was clothed in their finest garments. For a woman, this might be her wedding dress, preserved for decades for this very purpose. For a man, his Sunday suit. For a child, and there were so many children, perhaps a christening gown. The hair was combed and arranged. Sometimes a lock was cut and saved, a memento for the living to be woven into jewellery or pressed into a locket. The hands were positioned, often crossed over the chest or clasped as if in prayer. And then the body was placed in the coffin, which had been lined with white fabric, and the coffin was placed in the parlour. For her work, the layer-out was paid a small fee. In England, this was traditionally half a crown, a modest sum but not insignificant for a working-class woman. In America, the payment varied. Sometimes it was money, sometimes it was goods, a chicken, a length of cloth. preserved vegetables from the cellar. Sometimes, among close neighbours, it was nothing at all. The understanding was that when death came to your own house, the favour would be returned. This system worked because communities were small and stable. People lived their whole lives in the same village, knew their neighbours intimately, and understood their obligations to one another. Death was not a private matter. It was a community event, and the community had roles to play. But as the 19th century progressed, those communities began to fracture. Young people left farms for cities. Immigrants arrived from distant countries without the networks of kin and neighbour that had sustained their ancestors. And in the anonymous streets of Boston and New York and Philadelphia, families found themselves facing death without the women who knew what to do. Every respectable home in 19th century America had a parlour. It was the front room, the formal room, the room where guests were received. The furniture was the best the family could afford. Horsehair sofas, velvet chairs, polished tables. The windows were draped in heavy fabric. The mantelpiece held the family's treasures, a clock perhaps, or photographs of stern-faced ancestors. The parlour was not a room for everyday living. Children were not encouraged to play there. The family gathered in the kitchen, in the sitting room, in spaces where spilled milk and muddy boots were expected. The parlour was reserved for occasions, for entertaining the minister when he came to call, for hosting young suitors under watchful parental eyes, and for death. When someone died, the parlour transformed. The mirrors were covered with black cloth, an old European superstition meant to prevent the soul from becoming trapped in its own reflection. The clocks were stopped at the moment of death, marking the transition from one state of being to another. Black crape was hung from the front door to signal to the neighbourhood that this house had been visited by death. The coffin was placed on 2 straight-back chairs, or on a special stand if the family owned one. Candles burned at the head and foot, their flames never allowed to go out. Flowers surrounded the body, not merely decorative, but practical. Their fragrance helped mask the inevitable smell of decay. For the next 2 or 3 days, the family kept vigil. Someone was always in the parlour, always watching. This practice, called sitting up with the dead or waking, had multiple purposes. Officially, it was to guard against premature burial, the nightmare fear that someone might be buried alive. But more practically, it was simply what you did. You did not leave your loved one alone. Neighbours came to pay respects. They sat with the family, sharing memories of the deceased. They brought food, so much food that families sometimes struggled to eat it all. Casseroles and pies and loaves of bread appeared on the kitchen table, left by visitors who slipped in and out without fuss. Grief was not a solitary experience. It was witnessed, accompanied, shared. Children were not shielded from any of this. They were lifted up to kiss grandmother's cold forehead. They were told to say goodbye to the baby brother who had lived only 3 weeks. Death was not hidden from them because death could not be hidden. It was too present, too frequent, too woven into the fabric of ordinary life. And when the wake was complete, when the visiting hours were done, the men of the community gathered. They lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and carried it out of the house, through the streets, to the churchyard. The funeral procession was a public event, a community marking the passage of one of its members. And at the graveside, the family watched as their loved one was lowered into the earth. This was the parlour's purpose. This was why the room existed. Not for entertaining, not for formal visits, but for this, the final dwelling place of the dead, the threshold between one world and the next. The parlour was the death room, and everyone understood this. It was simply how things were, how things had always been, how things would always be, or so it seemed. No one in 1843 keeping vigil in that farmhouse parlour could have imagined that this room would be renamed, that its purpose would be erased, that within a few generations Americans would have no idea what a parlour was for. They would have found it inconceivable that death could happen anywhere but here, in this room, surrounded by family, attended by neighbour, women who knew the ancient rituals. The professionalisation of death was unimaginable, because death was not yet a profession. It was simply life. Of all the diseases that haunted the 19th century, none claimed more lives than tuberculosis. It went by many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume the body from within. Phthisis, the ancient Greek term. The White Plague. But whatever you called it, the numbers were staggering. At its peak, tuberculosis killed 1 in 4 people in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. To live in the 19th century was to know tuberculosis intimately. Everyone had lost someone, a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend. The coughing was everywhere, in churches and workplaces and crowded tenement rooms. The blood-flecked handkerchiefs. The slow wasting, as the body grew thinner and paler over months or years. But tuberculosis did something else, something that would prove crucial to our story, crucial to the transformation we are tracing tonight. It made people die far from home. It scattered the dying across a continent, separated them from their families, their communities, their neighbour women who knew what to do. And when they died, in sanatoriums in the Alps, in boarding houses in Denver, in tent camps in the Arizona desert, their families wanted them back. Because there was no cure, doctors prescribed the only treatment they believed might help: fresh air, rest, and sunshine. This meant sanatoriums, institutions built in the mountains of Switzerland, in the Adirondacks of New York, in the high deserts of the American Southwest. Patients were sent away from their families, away from the miasmas of the city, to spend months or years breathing clean air and hoping for recovery. Many never came back. Not alive, at least. By 1880, Denver had earned a grim nickname: the world's Sanatorium. Health seekers flooded into Colorado by the thousands, drawn by promises of dry air and high altitude. They came from New York and Boston and Philadelphia, leaving behind everything familiar. Some recovered, many did not. And when they died, in Denver, in Colorado Springs, in Tucson, in places their families had never seen, a terrible question arose. How do you bring them home? The traditional system of death, the layer-out, the parlour, the community vigil, assumed that people died where they lived. It assumed that the women who knew what to do were nearby. It assumed that burial would happen quickly, in local ground. Tuberculosis shattered these assumptions. A mother in Massachusetts might receive a telegram telling her that her son had died in a boarding house in Arizona Territory, 3,000 miles away. With summer heat accelerating decay, with no refrigeration, with no way to get his body home before it became unrecognisable. Some families accepted the inevitable. They buried their loved ones where they fell, in frontier cemeteries far from ancestral ground. Lakewood's Golden Hill Cemetery in Colorado became the resting place for hundreds of tuberculosis victims, mostly paupers, mostly young, mostly far from anyone who loved them. But for those with money, there was another option. There were men who claimed they could stop decay. Men who could preserve a body long enough to make the journey home by rail. Men who had learned their trade in a different kind of far-from-home dying. Men who had confronted death on an industrial scale, who had developed techniques to preserve bodies under the worst possible conditions, who had turned the preservation of the dead into a business. Men who had learned their craft on the battlefields of the Civil War. This is where our two stories converge. The story of tuberculosis, scattering the dying across a continent, and the story of the Civil War, teaching men how to preserve the dead. Together, these forces would transform how Americans handle death. The railroad changed everything about American life. It collapsed distances that had once taken weeks to cross. It connected farms to markets, cities to hinterlands, families scattered across a continent. But it also created a new problem, one that previous generations had never faced. When people could travel hundreds of miles from home, they could also die hundreds of miles from home. And the railroad that made such journeys possible was not particularly interested in transporting corpses. Railroads had rules about the dead. An unpreserved body was considered a health hazard, and in an era before germ theory was fully accepted, the smell alone was enough to empty a passenger car. Most rail lines refused to transport bodies unless they were either embalmed or sealed in a Fisk metallic coffin. The Fisk coffin was an ingenious device, a cast-iron case shaped like a human body, with a glass viewing plate over the face, and an airtight seal that prevented gases and odours from escaping. It was also enormously expensive. A Fisk coffin could cost as much as a working man earned in 6 months. And during wartime, with iron being requisitioned for weapons and armour, they were almost impossible to obtain. This left embalming. The practice was ancient. The Egyptians had perfected it thousands of years before, but in America it was virtually unknown. Medical schools used preservation techniques to prepare cadavers for dissection, but ordinary people had no experience with it. The very idea seemed foreign, even macabre. But desperate circumstances create demand for solutions. And as the 19th century progressed, as tuberculosis sent thousands to die in distant places, as the railroad connected a continent but could not transport its dead, a gap opened in the market. The gap would be filled by men who understood chemistry, who had experimented with preservation, who saw opportunity where others saw only tragedy. One such man was Thomas Holmes. Born around 1817 in Brooklyn, Holmes was the son of a wealthy merchant. He studied medicine at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, graduating around 1845. But what captured his imagination was not healing the living. It was preserving the dead. As a student, Holmes had been frustrated by the poor preservation of cadavers used for anatomical study. Bodies were either inadequately preserved or not preserved at all. The chemicals used, arsenic, mercury, zinc compounds, were dangerous to the students who handled them. There had to be a better way. Holmes studied the work of Jean-Nicolas Ganel, a French chemist who had developed improved embalming techniques in the 1830s. He examined Egyptian mummies, trying to understand how the ancients had achieved preservation without modern chemicals. And gradually, through years of experimentation, he developed his own arterial embalming fluid, a solution he believed was safer and more effective than anything currently available. By 1860, Holmes was ready. He had his formula refined through years of experimentation. He had his technique perfected on medical school cadavers and unclaimed bodies. He had the confidence of a man who knows he has discovered something important. Time tossed to ones. All he needed was a reason for ordinary Americans, not just medical students, not just anatomists, to want their dead embalmed. He needed the market to come to him. The Civil War would give him that reason. It would create a need so desperate, so widespread, so impossible to ignore, that embalming would cease to be a curiosity and become a necessity. And a single death, a young colonel shot while pulling down a Confederate flag in Alexandria, Virginia, would give Holmes his first great opportunity. The Civil War began on April the 12th, 1861, when Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter in South Carolina. 6 weeks later, on May 24th, the war claimed its first famous victim. And in his death, Colonel Elmer Ellsworth would accidentally launch a revolution in how Americans handle their dead. Ellsworth was 24 years old. He was handsome, charismatic, and one of the most famous young men in America. He had toured the country with his militia unit, the United States Zouave Cadets, performing precision drill routines that drew enormous crowds. He had worked as a law clerk in Abraham Lincoln's Springfield office. He had accompanied the president-elect on the inaugural train to Washington. The Lincolns adored him. He was practically a member of the family, a younger brother to Abraham, a surrogate son to Mary, a playmate to Willie and Tad. When war came, he raised his own regiment, the 11th New York Infantry, recruiting largely from New York City firefighters. They called themselves the Fire Zouaves. On the morning of May 24th, Ellsworth's regiment crossed the Potomac River into Alexandria, Virginia. The city had just voted for secession, but Union forces were moving to secure it. As they entered the town, Ellsworth spotted something that enraged him: a massive Confederate flag flying from the roof of the Marshall House Hotel. The flag was so large it could be seen from the White House, a daily provocation to the president himself. Ellsworth was not the kind of man to let such a thing stand. With a small detachment of soldiers, he entered the hotel and climbed to the roof. He cut down the flag and began descending the stairs, the captured banner in his arms. He never made it to the bottom. James Jackson, the hotel's owner and a fierce Confederate sympathizer, was waiting on the stairway. He levelled a shotgun at Ellsworth's chest and fired. Time 1 to you, the colonel died instantly. A moment later, Corporal Francis Brownell shot and bayoneted Jackson in turn. The first Union officer to die in the Civil War was dead, and Washington went into mourning. Word of Ellsworth's death reached the White House within hours. Lincoln was devastated. My boy, he was heard to cry. Mary Lincoln was equally stricken. They wanted Ellsworth's body returned to them, wanted to honour him as the hero the Northern press was already proclaiming him to be. But there was a problem. A body in late May in Washington's heat would decay rapidly. If Ellsworth was to lie in state, if he was to receive the honours befitting a martyred hero, something had to be done. Thomas Holmes saw his chance. Holmes had connections. Through Secretary of State William Seward, he gained access to the Lincoln White House on the day of Ellsworth's death. There, he found the president in tears. Holmes made his offer. He could preserve Ellsworth's body. He could make it possible for the colonel to lie in state, to be viewed by thousands, to be sent home to his family in New York looking not like a corpse but like a man asleep. The process was called embalming. It was safe. It was effective. And Holmes would do it at no charge. Lincoln knew nothing about embalming, but he knew grief, and he knew that Ellsworth deserved better than a hasty burial in the Virginia heat. He agreed. What Holmes did next was a demonstration of his art. Using his proprietary embalming fluid, injected through the arteries, replacing the blood, saturating the tissues, he preserved Ellsworth's body so thoroughly that even close inspection revealed no sign of decay. The colonel's features were peaceful. His skin retained its colour. He looked, as Mary Lincoln would later whisper, like he was asleep. Ellsworth's body lay in state in the White House, the first time a private citizen had been so honoured. Thousands came to pay respects. Then the body was transported to New York City, where it lay in state at City Hall. More thousands came. Finally, Ellsworth was buried in his hometown of Mechanicville, New York. The entire process took more than a week. Without embalming, it would have been impossible. The Lincolns remembered. Less than a year later, when their 11-year-old son Willie fell ill with typhoid fever, probably contracted from contaminated water piped into the White House from the Potomac River, they watched helplessly as he weakened. On February 20th, 1862, Willie died. Mary Lincoln collapsed. She took to her bed and did not emerge for weeks. She never entered the green room again, the room where Willie had been embalmed. She never entered the Prince of Wales room where he had died. The grief would shadow her for the rest of her life. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted for her son. She wanted him preserved, as Ellsworth had been preserved. She wanted to be able to look at his face, to kiss his forehead, to pretend for just a moment that he might wake. Willie Lincoln was embalmed. His body was placed in a temporary vault in Georgetown's Oak Hill Cemetery. And Abraham Lincoln, president of a nation at war, found time to visit that vault again and again, to sit with his son's body, to weep alone. What Holmes had demonstrated with Ellsworth and Willie Lincoln, other men now sought to replicate on an industrial scale. As the war intensified, as battles claimed thousands of lives in single days, embalmers followed the armies like camp followers of a particularly macabre sort. They pitched tents near battlefields. They set up shop in abandoned barns and farmhouses. They posted signs advertising their services: bodies embalmed here, or embalming surgeon, satisfaction guaranteed. Some of these men had medical training. Others had worked as druggists or chemists. Still others were simply opportunists who had learned the basics of arterial injection and saw a chance to profit. The war created a seller's market. Demand was limitless. Families would pay almost anything to have their sons, husbands, and brothers returned to them. The embalmers developed elaborate marketing strategies. They printed business cards and distributed them to soldiers before battles. They offered prepayment plans. A soldier could pay in advance for his own embalming, ensuring that if the worst happened, his body would be preserved and sent home. This was both practical and deeply unsettling. Young men were being asked to plan for their own deaths, to make financial arrangements for the disposition of corpses they still inhabited. The process itself was crude by later standards. A battlefield embalmer worked on a table made from a door balanced on two barrels. He made an incision in the neck or thigh to access a major artery. The carotid or the femoral were preferred. He inserted a tube and pumped in his embalming fluid, usually a mixture containing arsenic, zinc chloride, or mercuric compounds dissolved in water and alcohol. The fluid replaced the blood, saturated the tissues, killed the bacteria that caused decay. The work was messy, malodorous, and dangerous. Blood had to be drained as the embalming fluid was pumped in. The gases of early decomposition had to be released. The cavity, the chest and abdomen, had to be treated separately, aspirated and filled with additional preservatives. All of this happened in field conditions, often within earshot of ongoing combat. The results varied enormously. Some embalmers were skilled, others were barely competent. Some used quality chemicals in proper concentrations, others diluted their mixtures to save money. Some took care with cosmetics and presentation, others delivered bodies that were preserved but barely presentable. But even a mediocre embalming job could preserve a body long enough to survive a railroad journey of several days, and for desperate families, that was enough. The prices were steep. Homes charged $100 per body, roughly $3,000 in today's money, or several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Other embalmers charged similar rates, sometimes more for officers or for expedited service. This meant that embalming was primarily an option for officers and wealthy families. The common soldier, if he died far from home, was likely to be buried where he fell, in a hasty grave on the battlefield, or in a mass trench with dozens of his comrades. The inequality was stark. A wealthy family in Boston could have their captain's son embalmed, dressed in his finest uniform, shipped home by rail, and buried in the family plot. A poor family in the same city might receive only a telegram, a notation that their private son had died at Antietam and been buried on the field. There would be no body to mourn over, no face to see one last time, no grave to visit. The war's death toll was democratic. Bullets did not discriminate by class, but the disposition of the dead very much was not. The numbers were staggering. Over the course of the war, approximately 40,000 bodies were embalmed, a tiny fraction of the 620,000 dead, but still an enormous number by any previous standard. Holmes alone claimed to have embalmed 4,000 men. He sold his embalming fluid to other practitioners at $3 per gallon. He made a fortune. Not everyone approved. The embalmers who followed the armies were widely seen as vultures, profiting from grief. They swarmed around camps after battle, soliciting business from shell-shocked survivors. They offered soldiers the chance to prepay for their own embalming, a morbid transaction that commanders feared was destroying morale. How could a man fight bravely if he was contemplating in advance the disposition of his own corpse? There were other concerns. Some embalmers were accused of price gouging, charging desperate families exorbitant fees in the aftermath of battle when alternatives were non-existent. Others were accused of shoddy work, taking payment and then delivering poorly preserved bodies that deteriorated before reaching their destinations. The industry was entirely unregulated. Anyone could call himself an embalming surgeon. There were no standards, no licenses, no accountability. In January 1865, General Ulysses Grant had had enough. He withdrew embalmers' permits and ordered them beyond the lines. The embalmers protested, but Grant was adamant. The demoralising effect on troops, he believed, outweighed whatever comfort the families might derive. 2 months later, the War Department issued General Order No. 39. This order required that any embalmer operating near military installations be licensed and supervised. It was the first attempt at regulation, a recognition that the trade had grown too large and too important to remain entirely uncontrolled. But by then the essential transformation had occurred. Tens of thousands of families had experienced embalming. They had seen their loved ones return to them looking peaceful, preserved, almost alive. They had learned that death need not mean immediate burial, that a body could travel hundreds of miles, that a son who died in Virginia could be buried in Massachusetts. When the war ended, these families would remember. And the men who'd learned the trade on battlefields would return to civilian life looking for new customers. Time Sathries. To understand what the embalmers were actually doing, we must briefly consider the chemistry involved. When a person dies, the body immediately begins to break down. Bacteria that normally live in the gut, kept in check by the immune system, begin to multiply unchecked. They digest the tissues from the inside out, producing gases that cause bloating and compounds that cause the characteristic smell of decay. Within hours in warm weather, a body becomes unrecognizable. Within days, it is unviewable. Embalming works by poisoning these bacteria. The chemicals used are, essentially, preservatives, the same class of substances used to prevent food from spoiling. Inject enough of them into the tissues and bacterial growth stops. Decay halts. The body is preserved. The earliest embalming fluids relied heavily on arsenic. Arsenic was cheap, readily available, and devastatingly effective at killing bacteria. A single body might receive up to 12 pounds of the poison. The results were dramatic. Bodies preserved for weeks, even months. But there was a problem. Arsenic is also devastatingly effective at killing humans. Embalmers who worked with arsenic-based fluids developed chronic poisoning. They suffered from skin lesions, digestive problems, nerve damage. Many died young. Medical students who dissected embalmed cadavers were exposed to arsenic residue, leading to illness and occasionally death. And there was another problem, one that would not become apparent for decades. Arsenic does not break down. When an embalmed body is buried, the arsenic remains in the ground forever. Civil War-era cemeteries are now leaching toxic arsenic into the soil and groundwater. A survey in Iowa City in 2002 found arsenic levels near an old cemetery at 3 times the federal safety limit. The search for safer alternatives began almost immediately. In 1855, a Russian chemist named Alexander Butlerow discovered formaldehyde, a compound that would eventually revolutionize embalming. Formaldehyde preserved tissue effectively without the extreme toxicity of arsenic. By the early 1900s, arsenic was banned from embalming fluids, replaced by formaldehyde-based solutions that remain the industry standard today. But in the Civil War era, arsenic was king, and the embalmers who used it were playing a dangerous game, preserving the dead while slowly poisoning themselves. On April 14, 1865, John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theatre. The president died the following morning, in a boarding house across the street, surrounded by members of his cabinet and his eldest son Robert. Mary Lincoln, shattered by grief for the 3rd time, first Ellsworth, then Willie, now her husband, was not present at the moment of death. She had been led away hours earlier, her wailing unbearable to the men keeping vigil. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted. She wanted Lincoln embalmed, as Ellsworth had been embalmed, as Willie had been embalmed. And she wanted his body taken home to Springfield, Illinois for burial. The journey would be unprecedented in American history. 1,700 miles, 7 states, 13 cities where the body would lie in state, 3 weeks of travel, viewing, mourning. The route would retrace, almost exactly, the journey Lincoln had taken 4 years earlier when he travelled from Springfield to Washington for his inauguration. He would go home the way he had come, but this time he would not be waving from the back of the train. It would be, in effect, a national advertisement for the possibilities of embalming. And every person who filed past that open coffin would carry away a lesson. Death could be delayed, managed, made presentable. The embalmer chosen for this monumental task was not Thomas Holmes, but a man named Charles Brown. Why Holmes was passed over is unclear. Perhaps he was unavailable. Perhaps there were political considerations. Perhaps Brown simply had better connections. Regardless, Brown was confident in his abilities. He declared that Lincoln's body would show no perceptible change over the entire journey. He was wrong, but only just. The funeral train departed Washington on April 21, 1865. It was dubbed the Lincoln Special, and the president's portrait was fastened to the front of the locomotive. The coffin rode in a specially decorated car draped in black crepe, the interior hung with mourning fabric, and the train carried another coffin, a smaller one. Willie Lincoln's body had been exhumed from his Georgetown vault. Father and son would make the journey home together, 3 years after Willie's death, reunited in the democracy of mortality. At every stop, enormous crowds gathered. In Baltimore, the city where Lincoln had slipped through in disguise 4 years earlier, fearing assassination, thousands now lined the streets to mourn him. In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people viewed the body in Independence Hall. In New York City, the procession stretched for miles, and the waiting time to view the coffin exceeded 5 hours. An estimated 1.5 million Americans viewed Lincoln's body directly, filing past the open coffin in city halls and state houses across the North. Another 7 million, nearly a quarter of the entire population, watched the funeral train pass through their communities. In an era before photography could capture moving images, this was how the nation said goodbye, by seeing the preserved body of their fallen president with their own eyes. 2 future presidents were among the mourners. In New York, 6-year-old Theodore Roosevelt watched from a window as the procession passed below. In Buffalo, 28-year-old Grover Cleveland stood in the crowd. By the time the train reached the western states, there were signs of deterioration. Lincoln's face had darkened. The features had begun to change. The swelling that is natural to death had progressed despite Brown's best efforts. At each stop, the embalmer did what he could, applying chalk-based makeup to lighten the skin, adjusting the features, masking with flowers and perfume. But nature was winning its slow victory. 3 weeks was a long time, even for the best embalming of the era. Still, the body remained viewable, recognizable, dignified, and that was remarkable enough. On May 4th, 1865, Lincoln's body finally reached Springfield. He was buried in Oak Ridge Cemetery, where Willie was laid to rest beside him. The journey was over. The nation had said goodbye. But the story does not quite end there. Decades later, in 1901, Lincoln's body was exhumed for reinterment in a more secure tomb. There had been an attempted grave robbery in 1876, and officials wanted to ensure the president's remains were safe. When the coffin was opened, witnesses reported that Lincoln's body remained in a most excellent state of preservation. The embalming had held for 36 years. Charles Brown's work had stood the test of time. Lincoln's funeral. Train accomplished something no advertising campaign could have achieved. It showed millions of Americans what embalming could do. It demonstrated that death could be delayed, that bodies could be transported, that families separated by hundreds of miles need not be separated from their dead. It planted a seed that would, in the coming decades, transform the entire culture of death in America. When the Civil War ended, thousands of men who had learned embalming on battlefields returned to civilian life. Some went back to their previous trades: carpentry, medicine, general labour. The war had interrupted their lives, and they wanted nothing more than to resume them. But others saw an opportunity. They had a skill that few possessed. They had experience that no one else could claim. And they had witnessed firsthand how desperate families were to have their dead preserved, how much they would pay, how grateful they were for the service. These men did not simply return home and hang out shingles. The transition was gradual, opportunistic, uneven. In the years immediately following the war, home funerals remained the norm for most Americans. Families still laid out their own dead, still held wakes in their parlours, still carried coffins to churchyards on the shoulders of neighbours. The ancient rhythms of death persisted. But around the edges, things were beginning to change. In cities, the old networks of community support had frayed, or never existed in the first place. Immigrants from Ireland, from Germany, from Italy arrived in neighbourhoods where they knew no one. They settled in tenements alongside strangers who spoke different languages, worshipped in different churches, came from different traditions. The women who had always performed laying out, the neighbour women, the church women, the women who knew what to do, were not here. They were an ocean away, in villages the immigrants would never see again. Families who had moved from the country to find factory work faced the same problem. In the village they had left, death was communal. Everyone knew everyone. Help arrived automatically, unbidden. In the city, death was isolating. You died in a rented room surrounded by strangers, and your family, if they were present at all, had no idea what to do next. Into this gap stepped the new undertakers. These men, and they were almost entirely men now, the women who had dominated death work for centuries being pushed aside, offered a package of services. They would provide the coffin, of course, as the old cabinet maker undertakers had always done. But they would also embalm the body. They would wash it, dress it, arrange its features into an expression of peaceful sleep. They would provide a hearse and transportation to the cemetery. They would coordinate with the church, the cemetery, the florist. They would handle everything. For grieving families, especially those without community support, this was immensely appealing. They did not have to learn the rituals their grandmothers had known. They did not have to touch the dead body of their loved one if they did not want to. They did not have to navigate the complex logistics of death in an unfamiliar city. They could pay someone else to manage the unmanageable, to impose order on chaos, to make death into something that could be purchased and scheduled. And so, gradually, death began to professionalise. The undertaker was no longer just a coffin maker. He was becoming something new, a death specialist, a grief manager, a professional handler of the transition from life to burial. He acquired new equipment, embalming tables with drainage channels, hand pumps and later electric pumps for arterial injection, a growing arsenal of chemicals and cosmetics. He developed new skills, arterial injection through various access points, cavity treatment with trocar and aspirator, restoration of features damaged by disease or accident. He built relationships with churches, with cemeteries, with doctors who could provide a steady stream of referrals, with livery stables that could supply horses and hearses. The work was becoming specialised, technical, and capital intensive. A man could not simply decide one day to become an undertaker. He needed equipment. He needed training. He needed a facility, a place to embalm, a place to display coffins, a place for families to gather. By the 1870s and 80s, a new kind of business was emerging. Not just coffin shops, but funeral establishments, places where all the services of death could be obtained under one roof. The undertaker was becoming the funeral director, a title that emphasised coordination and management rather than the manual labour of coffin building or the unsettling work of handling corpses. If we had to pick a single year when the professionalisation of death crystallised, it would be 1882. In that year, 3 things happened that would shape the funeral industry for generations to come. 3 developments, occurring almost simultaneously, that marked the transformation from craft to profession, from individual undertakers to a coordinated industry. That these 3 things happened in the same year was not coincidence. It was the culmination of trends that had been building for 2 decades, since the Civil War had demonstrated both the possibility and the demand for professional death care. The first was the founding of the Cincinnati School of Embalming. Joseph Henry Clark was a casket salesman for the Whitewater Valley Coffin Company. He travelled the roads of Ohio and Indiana, visiting undertakers in small towns and cities, taking orders for wooden coffins and metal burial cases. In his travels, he became increasingly aware of a problem. Embalmers had no standardised training. Some were skilled practitioners who had learned their craft on Civil War battlefields or in medical schools. Others were barely competent amateurs who had picked up the basics from a bottle of embalming fluid and a pamphlet. The quality of preservation varied wildly. And the public, understandably, was sceptical of a profession that seemed to have no standards at all. Clark saw an opportunity and a genuine need. He approached Dr. C. M. Lukens, an anatomy professor at Pult Medical College in Cincinnati. Together, they designed a course of instruction in the principles and practice of embalming. They would teach anatomy, the layout of the arterial system, the structure of the body cavity, the points of access for injection. They would teach chemistry, the composition of embalming fluids, the interaction of preservatives with tissue. They would teach technique, how to make an incision, how to raise an artery, how to pump fluid into a body without it leaking out. And they would grant certificates to those who completed the training, pieces of paper that would distinguish the trained professional from the untrained amateur. The first class assembled on Monday, March 8, 1882, in the amphitheatre of Pult Medical College. 7 students attended. The training lasted 6 days. It was rudimentary by later standards. 6 days to learn a trade that mortuary schools would eventually teach over months and years, but it was a beginning. It was an assertion that embalming was not something anyone could do, but something that required instruction, practice, and certification. The idea caught fire. Clark organised additional classes in Cincinnati through the summer and fall. Then he took his show on the road. In November, he rented space above a drugstore in Philadelphia and taught 15 students. In December, he secured a society hall in New York City and taught 17 more. By the end of 1882, Clark had trained 106 students in 4 major cities. This ended our first year's effort, Clark later wrote, to convince the people that embalming was a successful way of preserving the human dead. The Cincinnati School of Embalming, later renamed the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, remains in operation today. It is the oldest mortuary school in America, the direct descendant of those 7 students in that Cincinnati amphitheatre. Its graduates have scattered across the country and the world, carrying forward the standards that Clark and Lukens first established. The second development of 1882 was the founding of the National Funeral Directors Association. Alan Durfee, a funeral director from Michigan, had been organising since 1879. He understood something that many of his colleagues did not. A fragmented profession is a weak profession. Individual undertakers, competing against each other, undercutting each other's prices, lacking any common standards or shared identity, would never achieve the respectability that doctors and lawyers enjoyed. They needed to band together. They needed to establish standards. They needed to present a unified face to the public. In 1880, Michigan funeral directors held their first state convention. The idea spread to other states. And in 1882, funeral directors from across the country gathered in Rochester, New York for the first national convention. There, in that Rochester meeting hall, they established a national organization. They drafted a constitution. They elected officers. They debated policies and procedures. And they made a decision that would prove symbolically important, perhaps more important than any of the practical matters they discussed. They voted to stop calling themselves undertakers. The word undertaker had accumulated negative connotations over the years. It sounded morbid, unpleasant, vaguely sinister, like something out of a Gothic novel. It evoked images of men in black coats lurking round sickbeds, waiting for death, profiting from tragedy. The assembled professionals wanted something more dignified, more respectable, more suited to the elevated status they were claiming for themselves. They chose funeral director, a title that emphasized management and coordination, rather than the grim business of handling corpses. A funeral director sounded like someone who organized events, who coordinated complex logistics, who provided a service rather than performing a distasteful task. It was a title that could be spoken in polite company without causing discomfort. The rebranding was intentional and deliberate. It was part of a broader effort to elevate the status of the profession, to move it away from its origins in carpentry and battlefield medicine towards something approaching the prestige of doctors and lawyers. If you called yourself a professional, you needed to look like a professional, act like a professional, and speak like a professional. Undertaker did not fit that image. Funeral director did. 13 years later, in 1895, the trade magazine The Embalmer's Monthly would hold a contest to find yet another name, one even further removed from death. The winning entry was mortician, deliberately echoing the respectability of physician. Just as a physician dealt with the body's ailments, a mortician would deal with the body's final disposition. The parallel was flattering. But funeral director had already taken hold, and it remains the standard term today. As undertakers became funeral directors, they needed new spaces to work. The old model, building coffins in a carpentry shop, embalming bodies in the family home was no longer adequate. Funeral directors needed dedicated facilities. They needed embalming rooms with proper drainage. They needed display areas for coffins. They needed spaces where families could gather. And so the funeral parlour was born. The name was deliberate. Just as families had laid out their dead in the parlour at home, funeral directors would offer a parlour in their establishments. The room would be decorated to feel domestic. Comfortable furniture, soft lighting, flowers, all the accoutrements of the Victorian home. Families could come to this parlour to view their dead, to receive visitors, to hold the wake that had once happened, in their own front room. The transition happened gradually. Through the 1880s and 90s, funerals might take place at home or at the funeral parlour, depending on the family's preference and circumstances. But the trend was clear. More and more families were choosing to hand over the work of death to professionals. There were several reasons for this shift. First, embalming itself required specialised equipment that most homes did not have. The embalming table, the pump, the chemicals, the drainage. All of this worked better in a dedicated facility than in a family kitchen. Second, urbanisation had crowded families into smaller living spaces. A tenement apartment did not have a parlour. It barely had room for the living, let alone the dead. Third, attitudes were changing. The Victorian intimacy with death, the willingness to wash the body, to sit with it for days, to let children kiss the cold forehead, was giving way to a new sensibility. Death was becoming something to be managed at a distance, by professionals, rather than confronted directly. And fourth, there was tuberculosis. The fear of contagion from the bodies of those who had died of infectious disease made families hesitant to bring corpses into their homes. A funeral director's establishment, with its embalming and disinfection, seemed safer. The professionals, it was assumed, knew how to handle dangerous bodies without spreading disease. By the turn of the 20th century, the transformation was nearly complete. Most urban funerals took place in funeral parlours rather than family homes. Most bodies were embalmed by professionals rather than prepared by neighbour women. Death had been outsourced. And this shift had a curious linguistic effect. With death no longer happening in the home parlour, what was that room for? Its original purpose, the formal reception of guests, the laying out of the dead, had been taken over by the funeral establishment. The parlour sat empty, unused, a room without a function. In 1910, Edward Bock, editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, proposed a solution. He suggested renaming the parlour the living room, a name that emphasised life rather than death, activity rather than stillness. The old parlour, he argued, had become dark, gloomy and oppressive in the popular imagination. It was time to reclaim it. The Yit new name caught on immediately. Within a generation, parlour had become old-fashioned, a word your grandmother might use. Living room was modern, cheerful, forward-looking. The dead had been evicted from the house. The living room was for the living. In the transformation we have been tracing, something was lost. The women who had prepared the dead for generations, the layers out, the watchers, the midwives who ushered souls out of the world as well as into it, found their work taken over by men with embalming certificates and business cards. This displacement happened for many reasons. Embalming itself was part of it. The new chemical preservation techniques required equipment and training that the traditional layers out did not possess. They knew how to wash and dress a body. how to arrange features, how to keep vigil. They did not know how to inject arterial fluid or treat a body cavity. But there was also a social shift at work. The professionalisation of death was part of a broader 19th century trend that separated professional work from domestic work. Medicine was professionalising, pushing midwives aside in favour of male obstetricians. Law was professionalising, creating bar associations and licensing requirements. And death was professionalising, replacing the informal networks of neighbour women with formal businesses run by men. The rhetoric of professionalisation emphasised expertise, training, scientific knowledge. The traditional death workers, with their handed-down wisdom and their half-crown fees, were reframed as amateurs, inadequate to the challenges of modern death. Never mind that they had successfully prepared bodies for centuries. The new funeral directors had certificates. There was also money involved. A layer-out charging half a crown was not building a business. A funeral director offering a full package of services, embalming, coffin, transport, parlour facilities, could charge substantially more. Death was becoming an industry, and industries require capital, equipment, and margins. The displacement was not immediate or total. In rural areas, traditional practices persisted well into the 20th century. Some families continued to prefer home funerals, continued to prepare their own dead, continued to rely on the women who knew what to do. Even today, home funerals are legal in most states, though few families choose them. But in the cities, where the future was being made, the layers out faded from view. Their names disappeared from city directories. Their knowledge ceased to be passed down. Within a generation or two, most Americans had no idea that families had ever prepared their own dead. What was lost was not just work. It was a certain kind of intimacy with death itself. When families prepared their own dead, they confronted mortality directly. They saw what death looked like, smelled like, felt like. They performed the last services with their own hands. They could not pretend that death was something that happened elsewhere, to other people, managed by strangers. When death was professionalised, it became possible to avoid this confrontation. The funeral director handled the body. The embalmer made it look peaceful, almost alive. The family viewed the results in a comfortable parlour, surrounded by flowers that masked any odour. Death was packaged, managed, made presentable. This was a comfort to many. It is not easy to wash your mother's body, to close your child's eyes. The professionals offered relief from these terrible intimacies. But something was lost in the transaction. A certain knowledge, a certain acceptance, a certain understanding that death is not a professional matter, not a business transaction, but the most personal of all human experiences. Once the funeral directors had their association and their schools, they set about building barriers to entry. This is the standard pattern of professionalisation. An occupation that anyone can practice becomes a profession that requires credentials. The credentials, licenses, certifications, degrees, serve multiple purposes. They genuinely ensure a minimum level of competence. They also limit competition and allow higher prices. In the decades following 1882, funeral directors lobbied state legislatures for licensing requirements. They argued, not unreasonably, that embalming involved dangerous chemicals and public health considerations. An incompetent embalmer could contaminate water supplies, spread disease, or leave families with inadequately preserved bodies. State by state, licensing laws passed. To become a funeral director or embalmer, one would need to complete an approved course of training, pass an examination, and maintain a license in good standing. The days of battlefield embalmers setting up tents and offering their services to anyone with cash were over. The training programs themselves expanded. What had been a 6-day crash course in Cincinnati became a months-long program covering anatomy, chemistry, pathology, embalming technique, and business management. Mortuary schools opened across the country, each competing for students and prestige. By the early 20th century, Charles O'Donoghue, who had purchased Clark's Cincinnati School in 1909, was offering an expanded curriculum that went far beyond basic embalming. His students learned public health principles, human anatomy in detail, and the scientific basis of preservation. The school's full name, Cincinnati College of Embalming, reflected its aspirations to academic respectability. All of this professionalization came at a cost, passed on, inevitably, to the families purchasing funeral services. Where a simple home funeral with a pine coffin and a layer-out might have cost a few dollars, a professional funeral with embalming, a polished casket and parlour facilities could cost a working family's entire savings. Yet families paid. They paid because they believed the professionals offered something they could not provide for themselves. They paid because a respectable funeral had become a marker of social standing. They paid because they no longer knew how to do it any other way. And what of Thomas Holmes, the man who had started it all? After the Civil War, Holmes retired to Brooklyn. He had made his fortune, 4,000 bodies at $100 each, plus sales of embalming fluid at $3 per gallon to the growing army of embalmers who had learned from his example. By any measure, he had succeeded. He had transformed a fringe practice into a mainstream industry. He was ready to step back from the embalming table. But he could not entirely let go of his life's work. Holmes's Brooklyn home became a kind of macabre museum. Visitors reported that embalmed bodies were stored in his closets, corpses of unknown provenance, preserved as demonstrations of his technique. Preserved heads sat on tables in his parlour, displayed like curiosities or trophies. The man who had done more than anyone to normalise embalming in America lived surrounded by the preserved dead. This was not, perhaps, as strange as it sounds to modern ears, time. Ones. Holmes was a scientist, and scientists of his era often surrounded themselves with specimens. Medical museums displayed preserved organs and anomalies. Anatomists kept skulls and skeletons in their studies. The bodies in Holmes's closets were proof of his technique, evidence that his methods worked, advertisements for his embalming fluid. He kept them as other men might keep trophies or certificates of achievement. But it was still a curious way to live, surrounded by the preserved dead in a parlour populated by disembodied heads. Holmes had spent so many years in the company of corpses that perhaps the boundary between the living and the dead had blurred for him. Or perhaps he was simply eccentric, a genius who had never quite fit the mould of ordinary society. In his retirement, Holmes pursued other interests. He sold root beer, a popular beverage in an era before widespread refrigeration made other drinks practical. The same man who had preserved the bodies of Civil War heroes now bottled and sold a temperance drink to Brooklyn housewives. He continued to sell embalming supplies to the funeral directors who had learned from his example, maintaining his connection to the industry he had helped create. He was a businessman to the end, always looking for the next opportunity. There is one final irony in the story of Thomas Holmes. When he died in 1900, at approximately 83 years of age, Holmes left specific instructions regarding the disposition of his remains. His body was not to be embalmed. The father of American embalming, the man who had preserved presidents and colonels, who had made fortunes selling the promise of bodily preservation, who had kept preserved heads on his parlour tables, wanted no part of the process for himself. He wanted his body to return to the earth in the natural way, to decay as bodies had decayed for all of human history before he came along. Why? We can only speculate. Perhaps he'd seen too much, knew too much, understood too well what the chemicals did to human tissue. Perhaps, having spent his life interfering with the natural process of decay, he wanted his own death to follow the ancient pattern. Perhaps he simply did not believe that preservation served any real purpose, that the comfort it provided to the living was illusory, that the dead were dead regardless of what chemicals saturated their tissues. Whatever his reasons, the request was honoured. Thomas Holmes was buried, without embalming, his body allowed to decay naturally in the Brooklyn ground. It was a strange final statement from the man who had done more than anyone to make such natural decay seem shameful, inadequate, unmodern. The father of embalming chose, in the end, not to be embalmed. Throughout this story, tuberculosis has been a constant presence, sometimes explicit, sometimes lurking in the background, always shaping the conditions that made the professionalization of death both possible and necessary. It was tuberculosis that sent patients to die in distant sanatoriums, far from their families, creating the urgent need to transport bodies home across hundreds or thousands of miles. A mother in Boston whose son died at Saranac Lake in the Adirondacks needed embalming. A husband in Philadelphia whose wife died seeking the cure in Colorado needed embalming. Without preservation, these bodies would decay before they could reach home. Without embalming, the railroads would not transport them. Without professional undertakers who knew the process, families would be helpless. It was tuberculosis that drove the great health migration to the American West, filling Denver and Colorado Springs and Tucson with consumptives who would never return to their eastern homes alive. By 1890, more than a third of Colorado Springs' population had come seeking healthier air. Many recovered. Many more did not. When they died, their families faced a terrible choice: bury them in unfamiliar ground, far from ancestral plots, or pay to have them embalmed and shipped home. And it was the sheer scale of tuberculosis mortality, 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, an unrelenting drumbeat of death that touched every family, every community, every social class, that overwhelmed traditional community-based death practices. When death was rare, families could muddle through. When death was constant, when the laying out women were themselves dying, when communities were too fractured and mobile to sustain the old networks of mutual aid, something had to fill the gap. And it was fear of tuberculosis, fear of contagion, fear of the mysterious process by which the disease spread from person to person, that helped drive families to accept professional funeral services. Tuberculosis was known to be contagious, though the mechanism was not fully understood until Robert Koch identified the tubercle bacillus in 1882, the same year, not coincidentally, that funeral directing professionalized, that the first embalming school opened, that the National Funeral Directors Association formed. The timing was not accidental. The scientific discovery that tuberculosis was caused by a specific germ heightened anxieties about handling the bodies of the dead. Families were afraid. They worried about catching the disease from their dead relatives. They wondered whether washing and dressing a consumptive's body might expose them to infection. The intimate contact that the layers out had always practiced, the washing of the body, the dressing of wounds, the closeness of the work, now seemed dangerous. The funeral directors offered reassurance. They promised to handle the body safely, with professional detachment and proper precautions. They claimed that embalming disinfected as well as preserved, that the chemicals killed any lingering bacteria, that the body they returned for viewing was safe to be near. Whether this was scientifically accurate is debatable. Modern research shows that tuberculosis bacteria can survive in embalmed tissue for weeks, and that embalmers themselves face significant occupational risk, but it was psychologically comforting. Families could believe they were protecting themselves by hiring professionals. They could maintain a safe distance from the contaminated dead. There is another way tuberculosis shaped the funeral industry, a subtler influence, operating through aesthetics rather than fear. The disease had a peculiar beauty. Its victims, in the final stages, often retained a certain ethereal quality, pale, thin, translucent, as though they were already half departed from the physical world. This consumptive look had been romanticized throughout the 19th century. Poets and painters celebrated the beautiful death of the consumptive. The dying heroine of La Bohème, the pale heroines of Gothic novels, the consumptive artists whose genius seemed to burn brighter as their bodies failed. These were cultural archetypes of the beautiful death. When funeral directors prepared bodies for viewing, they drew on this aesthetic tradition. They used cosmetics to create a peaceful, sleeping appearance. The pale face, the closed eyes, the serene expression. They arranged features to suggest serenity rather than suffering. They made the dead look, as Mary Lincoln had said of Ellsworth, like they were merely asleep and might wake at any moment. This artifice, making death look peaceful, beautiful, almost like life, became central to the American funeral tradition. It persists today in the language of viewing and visitation, in the expectation that the body will be displayed in an open casket, looking its best. We want our dead to look like they're sleeping. We inherited this desire in part from the aesthetics of tuberculosis, from the beautiful death of the consumptive, translated into cosmetic practice by generations of funeral directors. By the early 20th century, the transformation was essentially complete. Death had become a profession. It had schools that trained practitioners and associations that represented their interests. It had licensing requirements that barred the untrained from practice and ethical codes that governed professional conduct. It had dedicated facilities, funeral homes, no longer called parlours, that name having passed out of fashion, where all the services of death could be purchased in a single transaction from a single provider. The industry grew rapidly in the early decades of the 20th century. Every city, every town of any size had its funeral home, often multiple funeral homes competing for business. The men who ran them were respected members of their communities, serving on school boards and civic organisations, maintaining the dignified demeanour that the profession required. They were often the first call when someone died, before the doctor, before the minister, before anyone else. The home funeral, once universal, became rare, and then almost vanished entirely. Most Americans born after 1920 would never see an unembalmed body. They would never participate in the washing and dressing of their dead. They would never experience death as an intimate family matter, as something that happened in their own homes, handled by their own hands. They would experience it as customers, purchasing services from professionals, receiving a prepared body at a scheduled viewing. This is the world we inherited. When someone dies today, we call a funeral home. We sit in a comfortable office and select a casket from a catalogue or a showroom. We discuss flowers and music and obituary notices. We receive the body, washed and dressed and cosmeticized by strangers we have never met, at a scheduled viewing in a room designed to look like a living room but is not anyone's home. We attend a service planned with professional guidance following rituals that have been standardized across the industry. We are mourners, not participants. We are customers, not caregivers, timed twos. Is this better or worse than what came before? The question admits no simple answer. The professionalization of death relieved families of difficult, sometimes traumatic work. It provided expertise that most people did not possess and did not want to acquire. It spared the bereaved from confronting the raw reality of bodily decay. It allowed for transportation of bodies across great distances, reuniting families separated by geography, the tuberculosis problem that had helped spark the revolution in the first place. But it also created distance between the living and the dead. It made death something that happens elsewhere, in facilities designed to be pleasant but impersonal, managed by strangers who have made mortality their trade. It transformed a universal human experience, perhaps the most universal of all human experiences, into a commercial transaction. And it made the actual reality of death, the coldness of the body, the stillness, the absolute finality, something most Americans never directly encounter. We see the prepared corpse, the sleeping face, the peaceful illusion. We do not see death itself. In recent years, there has been a small but growing movement to reclaim some of what was lost. Home funerals are legal in most states, and a growing number of families are choosing them, washing their own dead, holding vigils in their own living rooms, participating in death rather than delegating it. Natural burial, without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth, is gaining popularity among those who reject the artifice of conventional funerals. There is a sense, among some, that the professionalization of death went too far, that something essential was lost when we handed our dead over to strangers. But these remain minority practices, chosen by a small fraction of the population. For most Americans, death will continue to be handled by funeral directors in funeral homes according to procedures established over a century ago. The revolution that began on Civil War battlefields, that was broadcast to millions by Lincoln's funeral train, that was institutionalized in Cincinnati and Rochester in 1882, that revolution won. It won so completely that most Americans cannot imagine any alternative. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We began in a Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843, where neighbour women washed and dressed a body as women had done for centuries beyond counting. Time. Ones. We saw the parlour, the death room, where families kept vigil with their dead, where candles burned at the head and foot of simple pine coffins, where the clock was stopped at the moment of passing. We traced the disruption of this ancient pattern. We saw tuberculosis, the White Plague, killing 1 in 4 people across the Western world, sending patients to die in distant sanatoriums and Western territories, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do. We saw the railroad, connecting a continent but creating new problems, bodies that needed to travel hundreds of miles, decay that would not wait. We saw the Civil War, with its scale of death that overwhelmed every tradition, that created demand for solutions no one had imagined before. We met Thomas Holmes, eccentric genius, coroner's physician turned embalming pioneer, who preserved 4,000 soldiers at $100 each, and kept their embalmed heads in his Brooklyn parlor as trophies. We followed him to the Lincoln White House, where he preserved Colonel Ellsworth, the first Union officer killed, and Willie Lincoln, the president's beloved son. We rode the funeral train with Abraham Lincoln's body, 1,700 miles across 7 states, viewed by 1.5 million Americans, a national demonstration of what embalming could achieve. We watched as battlefield embalmers became civilian undertakers, undertakers became funeral directors, and funeral directors built an industry with schools and associations and licenses. We saw the Cincinnati School open its doors in 1882, the National Funeral Directors Association form in Rochester, the profession claim its dignity. This is not a simple story of progress or decline. It is a story of transformation, of an intimate human experience becoming a professional service, of women's work becoming men's business, of death leaving the home and entering the marketplace. It is the story of how we came to handle death the way we do today. What does this transformation tell us about ourselves? What does it reveal about the nature of human beings facing the oldest and most inescapable of all human problems? Perhaps this. We are a species that has always struggled with death, and we will grasp at any means of managing that struggle. We will embrace whatever technologies, whatever institutions, whatever arrangements of society promise to make death more bearable, even if that promise is, in the end, illusory. The promise of embalming was, at its heart, a promise of control. You cannot prevent death. It remains beyond any power, but you can delay its visible effects. You cannot bring back the dead, but you can make them look as though they might wake at any moment. You cannot stop time, but you can freeze a moment, the face at rest, the hands folded, the peaceful appearance that suggests sleep rather than extinction. The promise of professionalization was also a promise of control. If death is handled by experts, then we need not handle it ourselves. If the body is whisked away to a funeral home within hours, we need not see it in its raw state, need not watch the colour drain and the features stiffen. If specialists prepare the viewing, we need not confront the terrible work of making the dead presentable, the washing, the positioning, the cosmetic restoration. Control. That is what we purchased when we professionalized death. Not control over death itself, that remains forever impossible, but control over our experience of death. We arranged matters so that death would come to us filtered, managed, packaged in acceptable forms. We interposed professionals between ourselves and the raw reality of mortality. And yet, death remains. It remains despite our arrangements, despite our professionals, despite our technologies of preservation and presentation. No amount of embalming, no professional preparation, no comfortable funeral home can change the fundamental fact. The people we love will die. We will die. All the management and professionalization in the world cannot alter this by 1 second. Perhaps the question is not whether we gained or lost by professionalizing death. Perhaps the question is what we do with whatever intimacy with death we can still find, how we face the reality that no professional, however skilled, can face for us. What do we carry forward from this history? What echoes of these transformations still sound in our lives today? We carry the living room, the space that was once the death room, now renamed and reclaimed for life. Every time we gather in that room to watch television or entertain friends, we inhabit a space that was once defined by death, where our great-great-grandparents kept vigil over the bodies of their loved ones. The name changed in 1910. The space remains. We carry the expectation of the beautiful dead, the peaceful face, the serene expression, the appearance of sleep that suggests the deceased might wake at any moment. This aesthetic, born in the romanticisation of tuberculosis and perfected by generations of embalmers and funeral directors, shapes what we expect to see when we view a body. We would be disturbed to see death as it actually looks. The pallor, the sunkenness, the absolute stillness. We want the illusion. We carry the funeral industry itself, a multi-billion-dollar business that handles nearly 3 million deaths per year in America alone, employing tens of thousands of funeral directors and embalmers, operating tens of thousands of funeral homes in every city and town across the country. The Cincinnati School, the NFDA, the professionalization of death. These have become permanent features of our world, as established and as taken for granted as the medical profession or the legal profession. And we carry the loss of something older. The knowledge that families once possessed, how to prepare a body for burial, how to keep vigil through the night, how to confront death directly rather than through the mediation of professionals, has largely been forgotten. Most of us would not know how to lay out our own dead. Most of us will never try. The skills that were once passed from mother to daughter, from neighbour to neighbour, have been lost. This loss may be acceptable. Perhaps we prefer to have professionals handle death, just as we prefer to have professionals handle our plumbing and our taxes and our illnesses. There is no shame in specialisation. Modern life is built on the division of labour, on the delegation of tasks we cannot or will not do ourselves. But there may be something valuable in remembering that it was not always so. That for most of human history, death was handled by families, by communities, by women who knew what to do because they had been taught by women before them. That the professionalisation we take for granted is recent, barely a century and a half old. That it is contingent, the product of specific historical circumstances, not an inevitable feature of human society. That it is, in principle, reversible. We need not return to the old ways, but we can remember them. We can honour the layers out and watchers whose work has been forgotten, whose names appear in no history books. And we can ask ourselves, each time death comes into our lives, how much we wish to delegate, and how much we wish to do ourselves. Death comes to everyone. This we know. This is the one certainty in human life. The one fact that unites every person who has ever lived or ever will live. What we have traced tonight is how one society, in one era, chose to respond to that universal fact. How America moved from intimacy to distance, from participation to delegation, from community to commerce. How it transformed a family matter, handled by women in parlours, into a commercial service, handled by men in funeral homes. How it built an industry, a vast, sophisticated, profitable industry, on the unchangeable reality of mortality. Other societies have made other choices. Other cultures handle death in ways that would seem strange to us, and our ways would seem strange to them. Other eras will make choices we cannot imagine, will develop technologies and practices that would be as foreign to us as embalming would have been to our ancestors in that Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843. The professionalization of death was not inevitable. It was a response to specific circumstances: the Civil War, tuberculosis, urbanization, the railroad. Different circumstances might have produced different outcomes. And circumstances are changing again. The next transformation is already underway. Cremation is rising, now chosen by more than half of Americans, a complete reversal from a century ago. Natural burial is growing. Burial without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth. Some families are reclaiming home funerals, washing and dressing their own dead as their great-great-grandmothers did. The industry built by Thomas Holmes and Joseph Henry Clark and Alan Durfee is changing, as all industries must change when the world changes around them. What will remain constant is death itself, and the human need to make sense of it, to honour the dead, to find some way, any way, to say goodbye. Let us return one final time to that Pennsylvania farmhouse. The year is 1843. February. The cold has seeped into every corner of the house, and the fire in the hearth barely holds it at bay. In the parlour, candles burn at the head and foot of a simple pine coffin that the husband built with his own hands this morning, working through his grief with hammer and saw. The neighbour women have done their work and gone home. They washed the body with care and tenderness. They dressed it in the best dress, the one saved for just such an occasion. They arranged the features into peace. The community has come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to share food and memory. Tomorrow the men will carry the coffin on their shoulders to the churchyard, and the minister will speak the words that have been spoken over the dead since time beyond memory. In this moment, death is intimate. It is handled by hands that knew the deceased in life, that held her hand, that braided her hair, that cared for her in sickness. It happens at home, in the same rooms where the family eats and sleeps and lives, where the children play and the fire burns. It is witnessed, not managed. It is confronted, not delegated. It is present, visible, real. This world is about to change. 20 years from now, Civil War battlefields will teach a generation of men to preserve the dead with arsenic and zinc. A president's funeral train will show the nation what embalming can do, will demonstrate that death can be delayed, that bodies can travel. Tuberculosis will kill millions and scatter millions more across a continent, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do, creating desperate demand for the services of the new death professionals. The parlour will become the living room. The undertaker will become the funeral director. Death will leave the home, quietly, gradually, completely, and take up permanent residence in professional facilities handled by strangers who have made mortality their trade, who have certificates on their walls and chemicals in their tanks and showrooms full of caskets in every price range. All of this is coming. But tonight, in 1843, in this farmhouse in the hills of Pennsylvania, none of it has happened yet. Tonight, a family keeps vigil in the old way, as families have kept vigil for countless generations. Tonight, death is still a family matter. Tonight, the dead are still at home. And so, as the night deepens and the candles burn low, we leave that parlour behind. Its time is passing. The world is changing, shaped by war and disease and the relentless engine of professionalization. But the fact of death remains, as it remained for those neighbour women, as it remained for Thomas Holmes and his preserved heads, as it remained for Abraham Lincoln on his funeral train, as it remains for us tonight. We have travelled far tonight, from parlours to battlefields, from neighbour women with their basins and cloths to professional, embalmers with their pumps and chemicals. From a world where death was intimate and present, to a world where death is managed and distant. We have traced the arc of a transformation that shaped the world we live in, that made possible the funeral industry we now take for granted, that renamed the very rooms in our homes. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, another way that this singular disease shaped the world we inherited. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of candlelight guide you into sleep. Let the soft crackling of distant fire ease you into dreams. Let the knowledge that generations before us faced the same darkness, the same sorrow, the same mysteries of mortality. Let that knowledge offer some comfort. We are not alone in our mortality. We never have been. Every person who has ever lived has faced death, has lost someone they loved, has wondered what happens when the light goes out. We are part of an unbroken chain stretching back to the beginning of humanity. The women who laid out the dead, the layers out and watchers, the neighbour women who came when they were needed, knew something that we have largely forgotten. They knew that death is not an enemy to be defeated, not a failure to be hidden, but a passage to be honoured. They knew that caring for the dead is an act of love, not a transaction, not something to be purchased from strangers in a showroom. They knew that the hands that wash and dress a body, gently, tenderly, with the unhurried attention of those who understand the sacredness of the work, are performing something ancient and necessary and profoundly human. We professionalised death because we had to, because circumstances demanded it, because the old ways could not survive the pressures of war and disease and modernity. But perhaps, in some small way, we can still remember what was lost. Perhaps we can hold on to some thread of connection to those women in their parlours, keeping vigil by candlelight, performing the final acts of care for those they loved. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might find comfort in these stories of how we came to be who we are. This channel exists because people like you choose to listen, to follow, to share. And I am grateful. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for travelling with me through parlours and battlefields and funeral homes. Thank you for sitting with the dead alongside me for a little while in the darkness. Sleep now, if sleep will come. The dead are at rest. The living must follow. Good night. They called them lungers. 20,000 a year, packed into train cars heading west, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, racing the disease that was killing them. By 1900, 1 in 3 people living in Colorado had come there to die. Not for gold, not for land, not for the frontier. They came because their doctors had told them the truth. Go west, or go to your grave. Denver became the largest tuberculosis camp in the world, and it changed everything. The city, the state, the very idea of what the American West was for. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're travelling to the American West, to a mile-high city built on hope and desperation, where the dying came by the trainload seeking a cure that no medicine could provide. A city whose very identity was shaped by tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through frontier towns and tent colonies, through luxury sanatoria and sleeping porches, through the story of how disease built a state. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train car rolling westward across the Great Plains. It is the summer of 1892, and this particular car is different from the others. The windows are thrown open despite the dust. The passengers sit apart from one another when they can, and every few minutes someone coughs, a deep, rattling cough that seems to come from somewhere far beneath the lungs. Many of these passengers carry one-way tickets. They have sold their homes back east, said goodbye to families they may never see again, and put everything they own into the hope that the air of Colorado will save their lives. Some have money, enough for the luxury sanatoria that advertise in the eastern newspapers, promising sun-drenched terraces and fresh mountain air. Others have almost nothing, just enough for the train ticket and perhaps a week's lodging, after which they will figure something out somehow, or die trying. The mountains appear on the horizon, rising blue and distant above the brown plain. Snow gleams on the highest peaks even in summer. And somewhere ahead, still hours away, lies Denver, the mile-high city, the world's sanatorium, the last best hope for thousands of the dying. They have heard the promises. The air is pure, the sunshine is constant, the altitude itself has healing properties. Eastern doctors have told them to go west or die. And so they come, 20,000 a year by some estimates, filling entire train cars with their coughs and their hopes. This is their story. To understand why so many desperate people converged on Colorado, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in 19th century America. In the crowded cities of the eastern seaboard, tuberculosis was everywhere. It was the leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than any other disease. Entire tenement buildings were infected. Families watched helplessly as one member after another fell ill, wasted away, and died. The disease was called consumption because of the way it seemed to consume its victims from within. The cough, the fever, the blood in the handkerchief, the slow wasting away of flesh until the patient was little more than bones and skin. And always, always, the cough. Persistent, unstoppable, a constant reminder that the lungs were filling with disease. In the tenements of New York, families lived 6 or 8 to a room, breathing the same stale air, sharing beds, unable to isolate the sick from the healthy. The disease spread through families like fire through dry timber. A mother would catch it from her husband, then pass it to her children. By the time one generation was buried, the next was already coughing. The numbers were staggering. In 1850, tuberculosis killed more than 400 people per 100,000 in the United States. In the crowded immigrant neighborhoods of the eastern cities, the rate was even higher. Some tenements became so infected that landlords could not rent the rooms, not because tenants feared the disease, but because they had already seen what happened to the previous occupants. There was no cure, no effective treatment. Doctors could offer rest, good food, perhaps some morphine to ease the coughing, but they knew, and their patients knew, that these were palliative measures at best. The best they could hope for was to make the patient comfortable as the disease ran its inexorable course. Some physicians experimented with radical treatments. Bloodletting was still practiced, though it was beginning to fall out of favour. Cod liver oil was prescribed, as were tonics containing various combinations of alcohol and herbs. Some doctors punctured the chest cavity to collapse the lung, hoping that rest would allow the damaged tissue to heal. None of these treatments worked consistently. Most did more harm than good. The wealthy could flee to the countryside, to the mountains, to any place where the air was cleaner and the disease less prevalent. They could afford sanatoria in the Swiss Alps, where patients lounged on balconies wrapped in blankets, breathing the thin mountain air. But the poor had no such option. They stayed in the tenements, coughing into the darkness, waiting for the end that they knew was coming. And yet some doctors had noticed something peculiar. Patients who moved from the humid, crowded cities to drier, higher climates sometimes improved. The cough lessened. The fever subsided. Some patients who had been given weeks to live survived for years. A theory emerged. Perhaps the problem was not just the disease itself, but the environment in which the disease flourished. Perhaps the humid air of the cities, thick with coal smoke and factory fumes, and the exhalations of thousands of crowded inhabitants was the real enemy. Perhaps what the consumptive needed was fresh air, dry air, pure air. And where in America was the air purest? Where was it driest? Where did the sun shine more than 300 days a year? Where could patients escape the coal smoke and the humidity and the crowded conditions that seemed to make the disease spread so quickly? Colorado. The answer seemed obvious. Colorado's altitude, a mile above sea level in Denver, even higher in the mountain towns, meant thin, dry air. The lack of humidity meant fewer of the damp conditions in which disease seemed to flourish. The endless sunshine meant patients could spend hours outdoors, breathing the clean mountain air, soaking up the healing rays of the sun. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce was not slow to recognize the opportunity. Advertisements appeared in eastern newspapers proclaiming the state's miraculous climate. The air was 100% aseptic, the boosters claimed. The altitude, more than a mile above sea level, was itself therapeutic. The constant sunshine bathed patients in healing light. For families watching loved ones die, these promises were irresistible. What did they have to lose? If they stayed in the east, death was certain. But if they went west, if they reached Colorado, perhaps there was a chance. And so the migration began. By 1880, Denver had earned the nickname the World Sanatorium. By 1900, 1/3 of Colorado's entire population had moved there because of tuberculosis. It was, in a sense, the largest health-related migration in American history. The story of Colorado as a tuberculosis destination begins with the Civil War hero and railroad tycoon named William Jackson Palmer. Palmer was born in Delaware in 1836 to a Quaker family. During the Civil War, he distinguished himself as a cavalry officer, rising to the rank of Brevet Brigadier General and receiving the Medal of Honor for his actions. He was, by any measure, a man of exceptional ability and ambition. After the war, Palmer turned his attention to railroads, the great engine of American expansion. He came to the Colorado Territory in the late 1860s as a surveyor for the Kansas Pacific Railway, seeking possible routes through the mountains. He was accompanied by an English physician named William Abraham Bell. Together they saw something in this rugged territory that others had missed. It was not just the mineral wealth, though there was plenty of that. It was not just the scenic beauty, though the mountains were spectacular. It was the air itself, thin, dry, crystal clear. The kind of air that doctors back east were beginning to prescribe for their consumptive patients. On July 31st, 1871, Palmer and Bell founded a new town at the base of Pikes Peak. They called it Fountain Colony, later renamed Colorado Springs. And from the beginning, Palmer envisioned it as something more than an ordinary frontier settlement. He wanted to build a health resort, a place where the sick could come to heal, a destination that would attract not just settlers and miners, but invalids with money to spend. Palmer understood that the railroad could carry more than freight and settlers. It could carry the sick, the wealthy sick in particular, who would pay handsomely for the chance to recover in the mountain air. His Denver and Rio Grande Railway would be the artery through which this new industry would flow. The first section of the railway opened in 1871, running south from Denver across the Palmer Divide to Colorado Springs. It was the first narrow-gauge railroad in the West, an engineering achievement that opened the mountains to commerce and, crucially, to patients. The plan worked beyond his dreams. By 1880, tuberculosis patients were arriving in Colorado Springs by the hundreds. By 1900, the town was known as the City of Sunshine and America's Playground, one of the most popular health destinations in the United States. More than 15 sanatoria operated in the region. Palmer poured millions of his own money into the community. He donated over 1,600 acres for parks, hospitals, and schools. He gave land for Colorado College, for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, for several churches in the downtown area. He funded the Cragmore Sanatorium, a facility for tuberculosis treatment that would become one of the most famous in the nation. The houses along North Nevada Avenue were converted into boarding houses for consumptives. The large homes on the old North End built sleeping porches for their consumptive boarders. The area became known locally as Lunga's Row. Palmer shaped the very landscape of the city around, the needs of the health-seeking population. When he died in 1909, from injuries sustained in a horse-riding accident, not from disease, William Jackson Palmer left behind not just a railroad empire, but a city whose identity had been forged by tuberculosis. His legacy endures. The narrow-gauge railway he built still runs through the mountains. The college he founded still educates students, and the sanatorium he funded, Cragmore, eventually became the University of Colorado Springs. The man who saw health in the mountain air built a city to prove it. The term was not kind, but it was widely used. Lungas. That's what the locals called the tuberculosis patients, who poured off the trains by the thousands. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mill towns of New England and the crowded neighborhoods of Chicago. They came with letters of recommendation from their Eastern doctors. They came with newspaper clippings promising miracle cures. They came with everything they owned packed into a single trunk. And they came in all conditions. Some arrived in the early stages of the disease when the prognosis was still uncertain. These patients had the best chance of benefiting from the mountain air. With rest and good food and years of careful living, some of them would recover, or at least survive far longer than they would have in the East. But others arrived in the final stages of consumption. They came on stretchers too weak to walk. They came with hollow eyes and skeletal frames, coughing blood into stained handkerchiefs. For these patients, Colorado was not really a cure. It was a place to die in sunshine rather than in shadow. The quality of care depended entirely on one's ability to pay. The wealthy could afford the luxury sanatoria that charged $50 a week, enormous sums at the time. These institutions offered private rooms, special diets, live orchestras, and the attentive care of trained nurses. The middle class might find placement in more modest facilities at $7 per week, adequate care if not luxurious. But the poor, and many of the Lungas were poor, having spent their last savings on the train ticket west, had few options. Some ended up in tent colonies, rows of canvas shelters erected on wooden platforms at the edges of towns. They lived exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets, hoping that the open air would heal what medicine could not. Others had nothing at all. They slept in parks, they begged on street corners, they filled the jails of Denver, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood places like Cragmore. Founded in 1906 by Dr. Edwin S. Solly, Cragmore Sanatorium was designed from the ground up to cater to the wealthy consumptive. Located in the Austin Bluffs north of Colorado Springs, an area that came to be called Cragmore, it offered spectacular views of the Rocky Mountains and an atmosphere of refined luxury. Dr. Solly's dream was ambitious, to build a first-rate sanatorium for wealthy Lungas. He designed wide windows for every room, a sunroof to allow patients maximum time in fresh air and sunlight, and excellent food prepared by skilled cooks. General William Jackson Palmer donated funds toward the initial construction. The sanatorium's director, Dr. Alexius Forster, articulated the philosophy to create an atmosphere of happiness and cheerfulness. At Cragmore, the emphasis was not merely on physical treatment, but on maintaining the patient's spirits through a pleasant social environment. And pleasant it was. Cragmore became known as the most luxurious palace for well-to-do consumptives in the United States. Millionaires, musicians, artists, dancers and poets came to take the cure. The patients came from the main line of Philadelphia, from Boston, from New York, from the great centers of American culture and wealth. Constance Pulitzer, daughter of the newspaper magnate Joseph Pulitzer, spent time there. Broadway performers convalesced in its sun-drenched rooms. The sanatorium attracted a gregarious, cultured clientele who refused to let their illness dampen their spirits. The patients even published their own journal, which they called 98.6, a reference to the ideal body temperature to which they all aspired. The journal contained poems, essays, and humour, all produced by people who knew they might be dead within the year. It was in its way a monument to human resilience, or perhaps to human denial. The architecture itself was designed around the cure. Wide windows flooded every room with light. Sun porches allowed patients to recline for hours, breathing the mountain air while gazing at the peaks. The social calendar included parties, dances, and entertainments, though the patients were encouraged to rest between engagements. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, more like a resort than a hospital. There were romances between patients, affairs conducted in the shadow of death. People who might have only months to live found themselves attending dinner parties and afternoon teas, dancing with partners who were as sick as themselves. It was, in its way, a kind of denial, a refusal to surrender to the disease that was consuming them. If one was going to die, one might as well die in pleasant surroundings, surrounded by good company with champagne in one's glass. Cragmore thrived for 2 decades. The money flowed in, the patients kept coming. And then came October 1929. The stock market crash devastated Cragmore's clientele. The wealthy patients who had filled its rooms found themselves suddenly impoverished. Fortunes built over generations vanished in weeks, and the sanatorium, which depended on those fortunes, found its revenue collapsing. Some patients were forcibly removed when they could no longer pay their bills. Imagine it. Men and women who had come to Colorado expecting either to recover or to die in comfort, suddenly expelled from the sanatorium because their money had evaporated in the crash. They had nothing. No health, no wealth, no home. A few, devastated by their financial losses and their failing health, took their own lives. The sanatorium that had promised happiness and cheerfulness became, for some, a scene of despair. Cragmore struggled on through the Great Depression. It began accepting middle-class and working-class patients at reduced rates, $7 a week instead of $50. The parties grew quieter, the champagne disappeared, the atmosphere of refined luxury gave way to something more modest, more desperate. By the late 1940s, the sanatorium was bankrupt. It seemed destined to close, another casualty of the antibiotics that were making such institutions obsolete. Then came an unexpected reprieve. The federal government made an offer. It would financially support the sanatorium if Cragmore would accept tuberculosis-infected Navajo tribal members from Arizona and New Mexico. The director signed the contract, and in the early 1950s, Navajo patients were transported to Cragmore for care. It was a strange final chapter. The sanatorium that had catered to the wealthiest Americans now served some of the poorest, Native Americans whose communities had been ravaged by tuberculosis, often spread by contact with white settlers. In 1964, Cragmore was sold to the University of Colorado system. The sanatorium became a campus. Today, two of its former buildings, Cragmore Hall and Main Hall, house students at the University of Colorado Springs. The sun porches where dying millionaires once reclined are now classrooms. The dining room where champagne toasts were raised to uncertain futures now hosts academic conferences. Archaeologists from the university have recently begun excavating the grounds, finding artifacts from the sanatorium era, medicine bottles, patient belongings, fragments of a vanished world. They are digging up history in the shadow of Pikes Peak. But what of those lungers who arrived in Colorado with nothing? What of the thousands who spent their last dollars on train tickets, only to find themselves homeless and dying in a strange city? One woman saw their suffering and refused to accept it. Frances Weisbart Jacobs was born in Kentucky in 1843 and moved to Denver with her husband in 1863, when the city was barely 4 years old. She became known as Denver's Mother of Charities, a title she earned through decades of tireless work on behalf of the poor. As part of her charitable work, Jacobs regularly visited impoverished homes to bring food, coal, clothing, and soap. She was not afraid to touch an emaciated body. She did not flinch at the sight of blood. She often stopped to give aid to someone who had fallen on the street from a hemorrhage, a common occurrence in a city filled with consumptives. She watched as tuberculosis patients flooded into Denver, overwhelming its resources. By 1890, some 30,000 people were arriving in Colorado each year seeking the cure. Many had nothing. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets, and when they arrived, they found that no institution in Denver would admit penniless consumptives. They slept in the streets. They begged for food. They coughed in the public parks. Many of them ended up in jail, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. They lived and died on the city's streets, and Jacobs saw it all. She determined to do something about it. Jacobs launched a relentless campaign to arouse public awareness on behalf of the indigent consumptives. She sought the support of business people and political leaders. She found an ally in a young rabbi named William Stern Friedman, who shared her vision of a hospital that would serve the poor regardless of their religion. On April 8, 1890, articles of incorporation for the Jewish Hospital Association of Colorado were filed. The association bought land east of the city, and on October 9, 1892, the cornerstone of the hospital was laid. Just a month after construction began, tragedy struck. Frances Weisbart Jacobs fell ill with pneumonia. In November of 1892, she died. She was 49 years old. The hospital was named in her honour, but she never saw it open. The building sat completed but vacant for 6 years. First because of the devastating silver crisis of 1893, which collapsed Colorado's economy, and then because of continued fundraising difficulties. Finally, with assistance from the International Order of B'nai B'rith, a Jewish-led service organisation, the hospital found the funds it needed. On December 10, 1899, the National Jewish Hospital for Treatment of Consumptives admitted its first patients. The hospital adopted a remarkable motto: "None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter." Think about that. It was the first facility in Colorado, perhaps in the country, to treat impoverished tuberculosis patients completely free of charge. If you had money, you were turned away. If you had insurance, you were sent elsewhere. Only the truly destitute could enter. The hospital was funded entirely by donations from across the country. Jewish communities in particular supported it, though the institution served patients of all religions and ethnicities. It was a monument to the principle that medical care should not depend on ability to pay. The treatment was similar to other sanatoria of the era: fresh air, plenty of food, moderate exercise, and close supervision of every aspect of patients' lives. But what made National Jewish unique was its mission: to serve those whom society had abandoned, the dying poor who had come west with nothing but hope. For nearly 70 years, until 1968, the institution admitted only patients who could not afford to pay. All care was provided free of charge. The policy ended only when Medicare and Medicaid created new funding mechanisms for the poor. Today, more than 125 years later, the institution continues to operate as National Jewish Health. It is now a leading research and treatment centre for respiratory diseases, heart disease, and immune disorders. It has been ranked the #1 respiratory hospital in the United States for many years running. The free treatment policy has long since ended, but the hospital's commitment to respiratory care, born in the tuberculosis era, born from the vision of a woman who would not accept that the poor should die in the streets, remains. Frances Weisbart Jacobs never saw her dream realised, but her dream saved thousands of lives. Among the thousands of lungers who came to Colorado, one stands out in American legend. John Henry Holliday was born in Griffin, Georgia, on August 14, 1851, into a prosperous Southern family. His father was a druggist and sometime soldier. His mother, Alice Jane, was by all accounts a refined woman who instilled in her son a love of literature and music. When Holliday was 15 years old, his mother died of tuberculosis. He watched her waste away, watched the disease consume her from within. He could not have known then that the same fate awaited him. Holliday was educated, cultured, and ambitious. At 20 years old, he graduated from the Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery in Philadelphia, one of the finest dental schools in the country. He returned to the South to establish a practice, first in Atlanta, then in Griffin. He was, by all appearances, destined for a respectable life as a Southern professional. But shortly after opening his practice, Holliday developed a persistent cough. He knew what that cough meant. He had heard it before in his mother's bedroom in the months before she died. The doctors confirmed his fears: tuberculosis. The same disease that had killed his mother had found him. He was given, at most, a few months to live, perhaps longer if he sought a drier climate. The prescription was familiar to anyone who had studied medicine in those years. Go west, seek the dry air of the desert, the thin atmosphere of the mountains. Perhaps, just perhaps, the change of climate might slow the disease. And so John Henry Holliday, D.S., packed his bags and headed west. He was 22 years old and he expected to die. Holliday moved his practice to Dallas, Texas, hoping the drier climate might help. It didn't. The cough followed him, and so did the customers, or rather, the lack of them. Patients in Frontier, Texas were reluctant to sit in a dentist's chair while the dentist coughed blood onto their open mouths. His practice failed. He needed income. And on the frontier there was one profession that didn't mind if you coughed: gambling. Somewhere in those years, in the saloons of Dallas and Denison, in the cattle towns of Kansas, John Henry Holliday transformed. The cultured Southern dentist became something else entirely: a gambler, a drinker, and increasingly a man with a reputation for violence. He drifted through the frontier towns, Cheyenne, Denver, Dodge City, Las Vegas, in the New Mexico territory. He played faro and poker in smoke-filled saloons. He got into fights. He was arrested repeatedly for gambling and for violence. The disease was killing him slowly, and he seemed determined to live as recklessly as possible in whatever time remained. The whiskey helped with the cough, or at least dulled the awareness of it. Holliday drank heavily, a practice that surely hastened the progress of the disease, but he was dying anyway. What did it matter if he died a few months sooner, so long as those months were lived on his own terms? It was in this period that he acquired the nickname that would follow him into legend. Doc, not for his dental training, but because even hardened frontier gamblers could see that this thin, coughing man was a sick man, a dying man. In 1879, in Dodge City, Kansas, Doc Holliday met a lawman named Wyatt Earp. The two men formed an unlikely friendship, the dying gambler and the austere peace officer. It was a friendship that would lead them both to Tombstone, Arizona, and to immortality. By the time he arrived in Tombstone, Arizona in 1880, Doc Holliday was infamous. His reputation preceded him, a dangerous man, quick with a gun, unpredictable when drinking, and always coughing. Tombstone was a boom town, built on silver mining and populated by the usual frontier mix of miners, merchants, prostitutes, and outlaws. Wyatt Earp had come there to enforce the law, along with his brothers Virgil and Morgan. Doc Holliday followed his friend. The events that followed have been told and retold so many times that it's difficult to separate fact from legend. What we know is this. On October 26, 1881, the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday confronted a group of cowboys near the OK Corral. The gunfight lasted approximately 30 seconds. When it was over, 3 men were dead: Tom McClory, Frank McClory, and Billy Clanton. Virgil and Morgan Earp were wounded. Doc Holliday had been grazed by a bullet. It was, in terms of actual deaths, a minor incident. Frontier towns saw far worse. But the gunfight at the OK Corral would become the most famous shootout in American history, and Doc Holliday would become a legend. The irony was not lost on those who knew him. Here was a man who should have been dead years ago, a man whose lungs were slowly filling with the bacilli of tuberculosis, a man who coughed blood into handkerchiefs every day of his life. And he had walked into a gunfight and walked out alive. But the tuberculosis that had driven him west in the first place was a more persistent enemy than any outlaw. Through all his adventures, the gambling, the gunfights, the long nights in frontier saloons, the cough remained. The fever came and went. The disease that had already taken his mother was slowly, inexorably, claiming him as well. After the gunfight at the OK Corral, violence followed the Earps and Holliday. Virgil Earp was ambushed and crippled. Morgan Earp was assassinated while playing billiards. Wyatt launched a vendetta ride that left several men dead. Through it all, Doc Holliday rode alongside his friend, coughing between gunfights. Eventually the violence subsided. Wyatt Earp moved on to California, to Alaska, to the various ventures that would occupy his remaining decades. Doc Holliday drifted through the mining towns of Colorado, Leadville, high in the mountains, Denver, with its growing population of health seekers. He moved restlessly, perhaps hoping that one more change of scenery would give him relief. But there was no relief to be found. The disease had progressed too far. The 15 years since his diagnosis had been a gift. Most consumptives died within months, but the gift was running out. By the spring of 1887, the situation was dire. The long winters and high altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, had taken their toll on his already emaciated body. The thin air that was supposed to heal consumptives was now too thin for his damaged lungs to process. He needed something more. Holiday had heard of the hot springs at Glenwood Springs, a small town in western Colorado nestled in a valley at the confluence of the Colorado and Roaring Fork rivers. The waters were said to have healing properties. Native Americans had bathed in them for generations. The Ute people considered the springs sacred, imbued with the power to cure. Perhaps one more desperate hope. The springs might provide some relief. Perhaps the vapor caves, filled with the steam rising from the hot mineral waters, might ease his tortured lungs. He arrived in Glenwood Springs in the spring of 1887. He checked into the Hotel Glenwood, a modest establishment near the springs. Kate Horany, the woman known as Big Nose Kate, who had been his companion on and off for years, later claimed that she attended to him in his final days. He was 36 years old and he knew he was dying. Holiday spent the last 57 days of his life in that Colorado town. He visited the springs when he could walk. He soaked in the warm mineral waters. He breathed the steam of the vapor caves, hoping that the Indian medicine might accomplish what Western medicine could not. He played cards when he had the strength. Old habits die hard, even when the gambler is dying. He drank whiskey, which at least dulled the pain and the cough that never stopped. As the weeks passed, his condition deteriorated. He grew weaker. The cough became more constant. He spent more and more time in bed, too exhausted to make the walk to the springs. On November the 8th, 1887, the end came. According to the stories that have come down to us, Holiday was lying in bed at the Hotel Glenwood when he asked for a glass of whiskey. Someone, perhaps Kate, perhaps a hotel employee, brought it to him. He drank it, apparently with satisfaction. It may have been his last drink. It was certainly one of thousands he had consumed in his short, violent, remarkable life. Then he looked down at his bare feet sticking out from under the blankets. "This is funny," he said. And he died. The meaning of those last words has been debated ever since. Most historians believe that Doc Holliday, the gunfighter who had faced down outlaws and lawmen, who had walked into the OK Corral expecting death, who had lived for 15 years with a disease that should have killed him in months, had always assumed he would die with his boots on. In a gunfight, probably, or in some violent confrontation at a gambling table, or perhaps on the run from the law, shot down by a deputy in some dusty frontier town. That was how men like Doc Holliday died. To die in bed, of consumption, with bare feet, after all the violence, after all the near misses, after all the times he had cheated death at the hands of men, to be killed not by a bullet, but by a bacillus. It must have seemed absurd, funny even. The Glenwood Springs Ute Chief newspaper wrote in its obituary that Holiday had been baptized in the Catholic Church shortly before his death. This was based on correspondence between Holiday and his cousin, Sister Mary Melanie, a Catholic nun. No baptismal record has ever been found, but the story persists. The idea that the notorious gunfighter found religion at the end. Doc Holliday was buried in Linwood Cemetery, on a hillside overlooking the town of Glenwood Springs. The exact location of his grave is unknown. The records were lost or never kept. Somewhere on that hillside, unmarked, lies one more consumptive who came west hoping for a cure. An obelisk now marks the general area. A plaque reads, "This memorial is dedicated to Doc Holliday, who is buried someplace in this cemetery." It is a fittingly uncertain monument to a man whose life was full of legends, and whose death was oddly peaceful. Tourists hike up the trail to see where the famous gunfighter rests. They take photographs by the obelisk. They imagine the thin, coughing man looking down at his bare feet and finding it funny. Wyatt Earp did not learn of his friend's death until 2 months after it happened. The news reached him eventually, as news did in those days before telephones. The man who had saved his life in Dodge City, who had stood beside him at the OK Corral, who had ridden with him on the Vendetta ride, that man was gone. Wyatt Earp would live until 1929, dying in his bed in Los Angeles at age 80. He spent his final years consulting on Hollywood westerns, trying to set the record straight about what had really happened in Tombstone. Doc Holliday had no such opportunity. The disease that had chased him across the West, that had transformed him from a dentist into a legend, had finally caught up with him. He was 36 years old, which was, for a consumptive in the 1880s, a remarkably long life. Not all of Colorado's famous longers died of the disease. Some not only survived but thrived, and left their mark on the very landscape of the state. Robert Walter Speer was born in Pennsylvania in 1855, the son of a farmer. Like so many families of the era, the Speers were touched by tuberculosis, the disease that seemed to spare no household, no social class, no corner of America. In 1877, Robert's sister Margaret fell severely ill with consumption. The family, desperate, made the difficult decision to send her to Colorado for treatment. She was following a path that thousands had already taken, hoping that the mountain air might accomplish what Eastern doctors could not. It soon became clear that Robert himself had also contracted tuberculosis. He was 22 years old when he suffered a severe lung hemorrhage, the terrifying moment when the cough produces not just blood-streaked sputum, but actual blood, bright arterial red, filling the handkerchief, filling the mouth. In 1878, Robert Speer followed his sister westward. But rather than checking into a sanatorium, rather than taking the rest cure that most physicians prescribed, Speer did something different. He went into the mountains, high into the mountains, and found work on a ranch, hard physical labour in the open air at altitude. It was unconventional. Most consumptives were told to rest, to conserve their strength, to avoid exertion. The sanatoria prescribed carefully regulated activity, gentle walks, never too strenuous, always with periods of rest. The idea of a tuberculosis patient doing ranch work, hauling hay, mending fences, riding horses, would have struck most physicians as dangerous. But it worked. Slowly, Robert Speer's health improved. The cough lessened. The hemorrhages stopped. The weight he had lost began to return. Whether it was the altitude, the exercise, the outdoor air, or simply the luck of a constitution strong enough to fight off the disease, he never knew. What he knew was that the mountains had saved his life. Speer always credited that mountain ranch with his survival. For the rest of his life, he advocated for fresh air, outdoor activity, and the healing power of the Colorado climate. He had experienced it himself. He was living proof. With his health restored, Speer moved to Denver. He took a job at the Daniels and Fisher department store, a prestigious position for a young man on the rise. From there, he launched a career in real estate, then in Democratic Party politics. The former invalid was becoming a power broker. In 1904, Robert Speer was elected mayor of Denver. He would serve 2 terms, from 1904 to 1912, and then win election to a 3rd term in 1916. The former longer, the man who had come to Colorado expecting to die, became one of the most consequential mayors in the city's history. Robert Speer had seen the future of American cities, and it looked like Chicago. In 1893, Speer had attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, the great World's Fair that introduced millions of Americans to the possibilities of urban planning. The fair's centerpiece was the White City, a collection of neoclassical buildings arranged around grand plazas and reflecting pools. It was elegant, orderly, beautiful, everything that the crowded industrial cities of the era were not. Speer was entranced. He saw in the White City a vision of what Denver might become. Not a dusty frontier town, not a mining camp grown large, but a Paris on the Platte. A city of parks and boulevards, of monuments and fountains, of civic grandeur. When he became mayor, Speer set about making that vision real. The movement he championed was called City Beautiful, a nationwide effort to transform American cities through comprehensive urban planning. City Beautiful advocates believed that beautiful surroundings would produce better citizens, that parks and monuments would inspire civic pride and moral improvement. For Speer, there was also a personal dimension. He knew what fresh air and open spaces had done for his own health. The parks he built were not merely decorative, they were therapeutic. They were the city's lungs, bringing clean air into neighborhoods that might otherwise have been as congested as the tenements of New York. Under Speer's leadership, Denver doubled its park acreage in just 8 years. He built Civic Center Park, the green heart of downtown Denver, surrounded by the state capitol, the city and county building, and the Denver Art Museum. He cleaned up Cherry Creek, which had become virtually an open sewer, channeling it and creating parkland along its banks. He built the City Auditorium. He planted trees along the major streets. He created the boulevard that today bears his name, Speer Boulevard, running along Cherry Creek through the center of the city. Speer was not without his critics. He was accused of corruption, of awarding contracts to his friends, of running a political machine. Some of the accusations were probably true. He was a product of his era, and urban politics in the early 20th century was rarely clean. But his impact on Denver was undeniable. The city he left behind was fundamentally different from the city he had found. Greener, grander, more beautiful. Robert Speer died on May 14, 1918. During the global influenza pandemic that would kill more people than the recently concluded World War. The cause was double pneumonia, an ironic echo of the tuberculosis that had almost killed him 4 decades earlier. At least 10,000 people attended his funeral. He was the first mayor of Denver to die while serving in office. The city he had helped build mourned the Lunger who had stayed, who had survived, who had transformed a frontier town into a metropolis. Today, if you walk through Civic Center Park, past the fountains and the monuments, you're walking through Robert Speer's vision. The former consumptive who came to Colorado expecting to die left behind a city that will long outlive him. The impact of tuberculosis on Colorado went far beyond the hospitals and sanatoria. It shaped the very architecture of the state, the design of ordinary homes that still stand today. If you walk through certain Denver neighborhoods, Montclair for instance, you will notice something distinctive about the older houses. Many have dual porches on the side, open or only lightly enclosed. The floor plans are unusually open, with good airflow between rooms. The windows are large, designed to let in maximum light and air. These are TB houses. Designed specifically for families with tuberculosis patients, these homes reflected the medical wisdom of the era. Fresh air and sunshine were essential for treatment. A consumptive needed to sleep outdoors, or as close to outdoors as possible. The theory behind this was straightforward. Doctors believed that the tuberculosis bacillus thrived in stagnant humid air, the kind found in the cramped tenements of eastern cities. Fresh, dry air, constantly circulating, would dilute the concentration of bacteria. Cold air in particular was thought to invigorate the lungs and strengthen the body's natural defences. And so the sleeping porch was born. These were not the decorative porches found on southern mansions, designed for afternoon lemonade and social visits. Colorado sleeping porches were utilitarian, screened enclosures, usually on the second floor, equipped with beds and heavy blankets. Patients would sleep there year-round in all weather. In summer, the experience was pleasant enough. Cool mountain breezes, the scent of pine, the stars visible through the screens. But in winter, sleeping outdoors in Colorado took a peculiar kind of courage. The temperatures could drop well below zero. Patients would pile on blankets, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. They would wear woolen caps and mittens to bed. Their breath would freeze in the air above them, and yet they slept there, night after night, because their doctors had told them it was the only way. Some sanatoria took this principle to an extreme. At Glockner Sanatorium in Colorado Springs, patients were wheeled onto open-air porches even during snowstorms. The theory was that if fresh air was good, more fresh air was better, and the freshest air of all was cold winter air laden with snow. The patients wrapped themselves in blankets until only their faces were visible. Snow would accumulate on their blankets while they slept. In the morning, they would brush off the snow and, if they were still able, walk inside for breakfast. It sounds torturous, and yet many patients reported feeling better after sleeping in the cold. Whether this was the effect of the fresh air or simply the psychological benefit of doing something, of taking action against a disease that otherwise left them helpless, is impossible to say. The sleeping porch became a distinctive feature of Colorado architecture. While homes across America had porches for sitting, Colorado homes had porches for sleeping, screened enclosures where patients could spend the night breathing mountain air even in winter. Builders adapted their designs to accommodate the needs of the tuberculosis patients who comprise so much of their clientele. Houses were oriented to maximize southern exposure, ensuring that sleeping porches received the maximum amount of sunshine. Windows were designed to open wide, allowing cross-ventilation. Floor plans were made more open, reducing the number of small enclosed spaces where air might become stagnant. One remarkable structure from this era was the Molkery, built in 1888 by a German immigrant named Baron Walter von Richthofen, a distant relative of the famous Red Baron of World War I. Located in the Montclair neighbourhood, the Molkery served as a dairy barn, restaurant, hotel and tuberculosis treatment facility. The Baron was a remarkable character in his own right. He had served as an officer in the Prussian army before emigrating to America, where he made his fortune in real estate development. He saw in Colorado's tuberculosis trade an opportunity, and he designed the Molkery to capitalize on it. The treatment offered was the traditional German milk cure. Patients, called chasers by the locals because they were chasing the cure, would lounge on sun porches, drink mugs of fresh milk from the Baron's dairy cows, and breathe the supposedly health-restoring air. The idea was that the rich nutrients in fresh milk would help patients regain the weight they had lost to consumption. Combined with the fresh air and sunshine, the milk cure was believed to offer the best chance of recovery. Whether it actually worked is debatable, but the Molkery thrived for several years, attracting patients from across the country. The Baron had created not just a treatment facility but an experience, a taste of old-world elegance in the shadow of the Rockies. The Molkery operated until 1893. Today it houses a civic organisation, but its distinctive architecture, designed around the needs of tuberculosis patients, remains visible. The sleeping porch faded from popularity in the mid-20th century, replaced by air conditioning and antibiotics. But many of the old porches remain, enclosed now for year-round use, their original purpose forgotten. If you look carefully at older homes in Denver's historic neighborhoods, you can still spot them. Those second-floor additions with their distinctive banks of windows, their odd proportions, their suggestion of outdoor living, they are the architectural fingerprints of an epidemic. Perhaps the most distinctive architectural legacy of the tuberculosis era can be found in Colorado Springs, where strange octagonal structures dot the landscape, in backyards, at hospitals, in parks. These are Gardner huts, named for their designer, Dr. Charles Fox Gardner, and they represent one of the most innovative and poignant approaches to tuberculosis treatment. Dr. Gardner was himself a health seeker. Born in the East, he had contracted tuberculosis and come to Colorado Springs in search of relief. The mountain air served him well. He recovered sufficiently to attend medical school and eventually became a practicing physician in the very city that had saved his life. He understood from personal experience what tuberculosis patients needed. They needed air, they needed isolation, and they needed dignity, some sense of having their own space, their own home, even as they fought a disease that might well kill them. Dr. Gardner developed his design in the early 1900s, inspired by the shelters used by the Ute tribe, who had lived in the region for centuries. The Utes had survived Colorado winters in shelters that were open to the elements yet surprisingly livable. Gardner adapted their wisdom for a medical purpose. His huts were deceptively simple: an octagonal wooden floor, a canvas tent stretched over a wooden frame, with a conical roof that came to a point at the top. The octagonal shape was not merely decorative, it allowed for efficient airflow from all directions and made the structure more resistant to the high winds that swept down from the mountains. What made the design effective was the ventilation. The canvas walls were fastened 1 inch away from the floor, allowing a constant flow of fresh air at ground level. An opening at the apex let stale air escape. The patient inside was essentially living outdoors, exposed to the elements, breathing the cold mountain air day and night. Each hut was designed for a single patient. They were small, perhaps 10 feet across, but surprisingly well equipped. Many had electric lights, a luxury in the early 20th century. Small wood stoves provided heat for the coldest nights, though patients were encouraged to keep them low. The goal was cold air, not warmth. The huts contained a bed, chairs, a small dresser, and a system for calling nurses, often a bell or a flag that could be raised to signal distress. Patients decorated their huts with photographs, books, letters from home. These tiny shelters became their world. The idea was isolation. The patient was separated from other patients, reducing the risk of spreading the disease. Each cough, each expectoration, each exhaled breath remained within that patient's own space, and the constant exposure to fresh air was believed to be the best treatment available. There was also a psychological element. In the crowded sanatorium wards, patients were constantly reminded of their illness, by the coughs of their neighbours, by the empty beds of those who had died, by the pervasive sense of disease. In a Gardner hut, alone with the wind and the sky, a patient might almost forget that they were sick. Almost. Sanatoria across Colorado adopted the Gardner hut design. The modern woodmen of America Sanatorium, located northwest of Colorado Springs in Woodman Valley, had nearly 250 of these octagonal structures arranged in neat rows, a small city of the dying, each patient in their own canvas shelter. The Modern Woodmen of America was a fraternal organization, a kind of mutual aid society that provided insurance and benefits to its members. When tuberculosis struck the families of woodmen, the organization established its own sanatorium to care for them. At its peak, the facility could accommodate 400 patients. From above, the rows of huts must have looked like a military encampment. Or perhaps a village from some strange fairy tale. Each hut had its own small porch, its own patch of ground. Patients might wave to their neighbours across the way, exchange books or newspapers, compare symptoms and treatments. But at night, each patient was alone with the wind and the cold and the stars and the disease that was slowly claiming them. Patients might live in these huts for months or years. Some recovered, others died. The hut was home and hospital, and for many a final resting place. When a patient died, the hut would be cleaned, the bedding burned, and a new patient would move in, hoping for a different outcome. The turnover was constant. New patients arriving, old patients departing, some to resume their lives, most to be buried in the Sanatorium cemetery. When the sanatoria closed in the 1940s and 50s, made obsolete by antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis, they faced a practical problem: what to do with hundreds of octagonal huts. The sanatorium buildings themselves could be repurposed. They became hospitals, schools, office buildings. But the huts, those strange little canvas shelters that had housed the dying, seemed to have no obvious use. The answer, in the end, was simple: sell them. Residents and businesses across Colorado Springs purchased the former tuberculosis huts. They were sturdy structures after all. The wooden floors and frames had been built to last, and the octagonal design was charming in its way. People converted them to storage sheds, garden houses, art studios, playhouses for children. The canvas walls, of course, were gone, replaced with more durable materials, but the distinctive octagonal shape remained, unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Today, if you know where to look, you can find these huts scattered across the city. They appear in the most unexpected places, in backyards, in parking lots, alongside hiking trails. They have been painted, decorated, modified beyond recognition, but their bones remain the same. That octagonal floor, that peaked roof, that peculiar geometry of survival. One is on permanent display at the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum, preserved in something close to its original state. Visitors can step inside and see how patients lived. The small bed, the sparse furnishings, the canvas walls that offered so little protection from the elements. It is a sobering experience, standing in that tiny space and imagining months or years of confinement. Another has been converted into a small visitor centre at Rockledge Ranch, a living history farm on the outskirts of town. Two in Manitou Springs have become storage sheds, their medical history forgotten by their current owners. One, remarkably, has been transformed into a small cafe, serving coffee and pastries in a space that once housed the dying. At Penrose Hospital, itself the successor to the Glockner Tuberculosis Sanatorium, a hut stands in Marjorie Reed Memorial Park, preserved as a memorial to the era. A plaque explains its history to visitors who might otherwise walk past without a second glance. Some huts have been lost entirely, demolished, burned, left to decay. Others survive in such altered form that their origins are unrecognisable. But enough remain that a dedicated explorer can still map the tuberculosis era across the Colorado Springs landscape. It is a strange afterlife for these structures. Built to house the dying, they now hold gardening tools and lawn furniture. The disease that created them has been conquered, but the huts remain, quaint, elfin, oddly cheerful reminders of a time when architecture itself was pressed into service, against an invisible enemy. If walls could speak, these octagonal walls would have stories to tell. Stories of hope and despair, of recovery and death, of human beings fighting for life in tiny canvas shelters under the Colorado sky. The architectural innovations developed for tuberculosis treatment did not remain confined to sanatoria. They spread into mainstream design, influencing the way Americans thought about homes and health. The sleeping porch, developed for consumptives, became a standard feature of American homes in the 1910s and 20s. Real estate advertisements touted sleeping porches as signs of modern, healthful living. "Sleep in the open air," the advertisements urged. "Your body craves fresh air." Families who had no connection to tuberculosis found themselves sleeping outdoors on screened porches, breathing the night air. The practice was particularly popular in the summer months, when the alternative was suffocating in bedrooms without air conditioning. But some enthusiasts slept outdoors year-round, bundled in blankets, convinced that the fresh air would keep them healthy. This was the tuberculosis treatment, democratized. The same regimen that doctors prescribed for consumptives, fresh air, plenty of rest, exposure to the elements, became a lifestyle choice for the healthy. It was preventive medicine, the logic went. If fresh air could help the sick, surely it could keep the well from becoming sick in the first place. The emphasis on sunlight and ventilation also shaped early modernist architecture. The flat roofs and large windows that became hallmarks of 20th century design had their origins, in part, in the sanatorium, buildings designed to maximize patients' exposure to sun and air. Architects like Le Corbusier explicitly drew on sanatorium design in developing their modernist visions. The Villa Savoy, one of the most famous houses of the 20th century, features a solarium on the roof, a direct descendant of the cure porches where tuberculosis patients had once reclined. The ribbon windows, the open floor plans, the emphasis on light and air, all of these can be traced back to the architectural experiments of the tuberculosis era. The connection was not accidental. Many early modernist architects had personal experience with tuberculosis. Some had been patients themselves. Others had designed sanatoria before moving on to other commissions. The lessons they learned about ventilation, about sunlight, about the relationship between architecture and health informed everything they built afterward. Even the hospital design of today owes something to the tuberculosis era. The spacious patient rooms, the large windows, the attention to air quality, all of these features were pioneered in sanatoria where fresh air was believed to be the only cure. Before the tuberculosis era, hospitals were dark, cramped, poorly ventilated places. The very word hospital carried connotations of death and suffering. Patients avoided them when possible, preferring to be treated and to die at home. The sanatorium changed that. These were light-filled, airy, even beautiful buildings. They were designed not merely to treat disease but to promote healing, to create an environment in which recovery seemed possible. When the antibiotic era arrived and tuberculosis could actually be cured, the lessons of the sanatorium were applied to general hospital design. Walk through any modern hospital. Notice the large windows, the natural light, the attention to airflow. Notice the private or semi-private rooms designed to give patients some sense of personal space. Notice the gardens and courtyards, the outdoor spaces where patients can sit in the sun. All of this traces back, directly or indirectly, to the tuberculosis sanatoria of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mountain air of Colorado may not have cured tuberculosis, but the architecture that sprang from that desperate hope has shaped the way we design healing spaces to this day. When we walk through a modern hospital surrounded by glass and light, we are walking through a space shaped by the tuberculosis epidemic. The ghosts of the lungers walk with us. At first, Colorado welcomed the lungers. They were, after all, paying customers. They filled the hotels. They patronized the shops. They brought money from the east and spent it in the west. The economics was straightforward. A tuberculosis patient who came to Colorado for treatment might spend months or years in the state, paying for lodging, food, medical care, and entertainment. They were, in a sense, the ideal tourist, one who stayed indefinitely and spent continuously. Early tuberculosis sufferers were among the state's champions. They praised the climate to anyone who would listen. They wrote letters home encouraging others to make the journey. Some, like Robert Spear, recovered and became prominent citizens. Others, even those who did not recover, contributed to the economy until their final days. The boosters were enthusiastic. Colorado had something that no other state could offer: the combination of altitude, dryness, and sunshine that Eastern doctors prescribed for their consumptive patients. This was a natural resource like silver or gold waiting to be exploited. And so the advertisements went out. Colorado, the health paradise. Breathe the pure mountain air. Nature's cure for consumption. The state marketed itself as a destination for the dying, a place where the hopeless might find hope. The lungers came by the thousands. They filled the hotels, they rented rooms in private homes, they set up tents on the outskirts of town. And Colorado welcomed them, their coughs, their fevers, their money. But by the late 1890s, attitudes were beginning to shift. The turning point was germ theory. Throughout most of the 19th century, tuberculosis was believed to be hereditary, a constitutional weakness that ran in families. This theory, however wrong, at least had the virtue of making patients seem unthreatening. If tuberculosis was inherited, it could not be caught. Then came Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. Tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium. It was contagious. It could be spread from person to person through coughing, through sputum, through the very breath of the infected. Koch demonstrated his findings in Berlin, presenting slides of the rod-shaped bacteria he had isolated from the lungs of tuberculosis patients. Within a year, his discovery was confirmed by laboratories around the world. The truth was undeniable. Tuberculosis was infectious. The news spread slowly at first. Many physicians resisted the new theory, preferring the older explanations they had learned in medical school. But by the 1890s, the implications were becoming clear to both doctors and laypeople. Every cough from a lunger might contain millions of bacteria. Every handkerchief might be a source of infection. Every spittoon, every piece of shared crockery, every common space where consumptives gathered, all of these could be transmission vectors. The health seekers who had seemed harmless, even admirable in their courage, now seemed dangerous. They were not merely sick, they were contagious. They were walking, coughing carriers of a deadly disease. Colorado officials began to worry. What if the state's healthy residents became infected? What if the cure for some became the death sentence for others? The very policy that had built the state's economy, welcoming tuberculosis patients, now seemed like a terrible mistake. By the first decade of the 20th century, the welcome had turned cold. State officials began discouraging tuberculosis patients from coming to Colorado, at least certain kinds of tuberculosis patients. Those with early-stage disease, who had money for treatment and a reasonable chance of recovery, were still tolerated. The wealthy consumptive, the kind who could afford Cragmore or a private sanatorium, remained welcome. Their money still spent the same, regardless of their disease. But those with advanced or incurable forms of tuberculosis were told to stay away. State health officials issued warnings: do not come to Colorado unless you have sufficient funds for at least 1 year of treatment. Do not come unless you have a letter from an Eastern physician confirming that you are in the early stages of the disease. Do not come if you are already dying. The message was clear: we want your money, but not your corpses. The change was not subtle. Innkeepers who had once competed for the lucrative tuberculosis trade now refused to rent rooms to obviously sick visitors. The cough that had once signalled a paying customer now signalled a dangerous infection. Shop owners asked coughing customers to leave. Landlords included clauses in leases prohibiting consumptive tenants. The hotels were particularly zealous. A tuberculosis patient who died in a hotel room was bad for business. Other guests would hear of it. They would refuse to stay in that room, perhaps refuse to stay in the hotel at all. The value of the property would decline. Better to refuse the consumptive at the door than to deal with the consequences of their death. The stigma extended to the newspapers. "Two brothers are insane," screamed one 1906 headline in the Denver Post, describing two victims of the White Plague who had come from Cincinnati, lived in a tent and grown increasingly ill. The story treated them not as patients deserving sympathy, but as problems to be solved. Other headlines were equally harsh. "Dying consumptive found in park. Lunger arrested for begging. Health seekers become public burden." The newspapers that had once celebrated Colorado's healing climate now wrote of tuberculosis patients as if they were criminals. In the Colorado legislature, some representatives proposed a remarkable measure, requiring tuberculosis patients to wear bells around their necks, like lepers in medieval Europe, so that healthy citizens could avoid them. The image is almost medieval. Patients shuffling through the streets of Denver, bells tinkling with every step, warning the healthy to keep their distance. It was public humiliation dressed up as public health. The proposal did not pass, but the fact that it was seriously debated, that elected officials stood before their colleagues and argued for this measure, tells us something about how dramatically attitudes had changed. Other proposals were more successful. Spitting in public places was outlawed in many Colorado cities. This was, in fact, a sensible public health measure. The tuberculosis bacillus could survive for weeks in dried sputum, but the laws were enforced selectively. A healthy businessman who spat on the sidewalk might receive a warning. A consumptive who did the same might be arrested. During the Great Depression, the hostility intensified. The legislature passed a law prohibiting non-residents from receiving public assistance for tuberculosis treatment. If you came to Colorado sick and poor, the state would not help you. You could die in the streets, but you could not claim a dime from the state treasury. The sanatoria themselves were increasingly built on the outskirts of town. Cities wanted the economic benefits of the tuberculosis industry, the jobs for nurses and orderlies and cooks, the money spent on supplies and services, the business generated by visiting family members, but they wanted the actual patients kept at a safe distance, out of sight, out of cough. The modern Woodman of America Sanatorium, with its hundreds of gardener huts, was located miles from downtown Colorado Springs. Cragmore was built on a bluff north of the city, separated from the main population by geography. The message was unmistakable. We will treat you, but we do not want to see you. For the poor Lungers, those who had come west with nothing but hope, the discrimination was devastating. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets. They had liquidated their savings, mortgaged their homes, borrowed from relatives who expected never to see them again. They had said goodbye to families they might never see again, and when they arrived in the Promised Land, they found that no one wanted them. The advertisements had promised healing, the doctors had promised hope, but no one had mentioned what would happen if they arrived without money. Some ended up in the tent colonies that dotted the outskirts of Denver and Colorado Springs. These were not the orderly rows of gardener huts at the proper sanatoria. They were makeshift camps, canvas tents on wooden platforms, exposed to the elements, with little in the way of medical care or sanitation. The locals called these areas Lunger's Row. They were not hard to find. Just follow the sound of coughing, the sight of emaciated figures wrapped in blankets, the smell of illness. These were the people that the sanatoria would not take, that the hotels would not admit, that the boarding houses would not tolerate. Life in the tent colonies was harsh. The tents leaked in the rain. They provided little protection from the cold. Food was scarce. Medical care was virtually non-existent. Patients who were too weak to care for themselves simply lay in their cots, waiting for someone to bring them water, waiting for death. Some of the tent colonies were organised by charitable organisations which provided at least minimal oversight. Others were entirely informal, just groups of desperate people who had pitched their tents in the same location because there was nowhere else to go. The mortality rate in these camps was high. Without proper nutrition, without medical attention, without even basic sanitation, the consumptives weakened quickly. Some died within weeks of arriving in Colorado. Others lingered for months, their condition worsening steadily, their hopes fading. Others had not even the resources for a tent. They slept in the streets. They slept in parks and under bridges. They begged for money on street corners, their coughs punctuating their pleas. They coughed in public spaces, spreading the disease they had come to cure. The city authorities, unsure what to do with these homeless invalids, often resorted to the only solution they could think of. They put them in jail. Not for crimes, simply for existing. Simply for being sick and poor and having nowhere else to go. The jails were not equipped to handle tuberculosis patients. There was no isolation, no fresh air, no treatment. The consumptives simply coughed in their cells, infecting other prisoners, infecting the guards, spreading the disease through the incarcerated population. It was, in a sense, the worst possible outcome for public health. Instead of treating the sick, Colorado was concentrating them in closed spaces where the disease could spread freely. The jails became incubators for tuberculosis. Some of the jailed lungers died in their cells. Others were released when the authorities realized they were dying, sent back onto the streets to spend their final days wherever they could find shelter. A few were given train tickets back east, a cruel irony for people who had come west to escape death. It was this crisis, the spectacle of dying men and women jailed for the crime of poverty, that had motivated Francis Weisbart Jacobs to found National Jewish Hospital. Someone had to care for those whom everyone else had abandoned. None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. That motto was a direct response to the discrimination that the poor lungers faced. It was an acknowledgement that the tuberculosis industry had failed the most vulnerable, that the healing climate had become a death trap for those without means. The pattern established in Colorado would repeat itself across the American West. As germ theory spread, so did discrimination against tuberculosis patients. Cities that had once advertised themselves as health destinations began closing their doors. Phoenix, Arizona, which had marketed itself as aggressively as any Colorado town, began requiring tuberculosis patients to register with the health department. Pasadena, California, banned consumptives from certain public spaces. El Paso, Texas, established zones where tuberculosis patients were forbidden to live. Hotels posted signs refusing to accept consumptive guests. The language was often blunt. No, consumptives. Health seekers not welcome. TB patients must apply elsewhere. These signs hung in the lobbies of establishments that had once profited handsomely from the tuberculosis trade. Towns passed ordinances restricting where tuberculosis patients could live. They could not reside within a certain distance of schools. They could not rent rooms in certain neighborhoods. They could not, in some cases, walk on certain streets. The sick were being zoned out of public life. The irony was profound. The sick, who had been told that their only hope was to go west, found that the West did not want them. Some lungers fought back. They formed patient advocacy groups. They wrote letters to newspapers protesting their treatment. They pointed out that many of Colorado's most prominent citizens, including Mayor Robert Speer, had themselves been health seekers. If tuberculosis patients were good enough to build the state, why were they now being cast out? But the fear was too strong. The healthy majority, convinced that every cough might bring death, were not interested in the rights of the sick. They wanted protection. And if protection meant treating the ill as pariahs, so be it. It is a bitter irony. The states that had been built by tuberculosis patients, that had welcomed them when they brought money and boosted local economies, turned on them when they became too numerous, too visible, too threatening. The disease had not changed. The treatment had not changed. The climate had not changed. What had changed was the understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, and the fear that followed from that understanding. We should not be too quick to judge. Fear of contagion is a natural human response, rooted deep in our evolutionary history. The people of Colorado in 1900 had no way to protect themselves from tuberculosis except through avoidance. There were no antibiotics. There was no vaccine. Masks, if used at all, were primitive and of uncertain effectiveness. Isolation was the only tool they had. And yet we can acknowledge the tragedy of what occurred. We can recognize that the discrimination, however understandable, inflicted real suffering on real people. We can mourn for those who came seeking hope and found only rejection. But we can still mourn for the lungers who came west seeking a cure and found instead rejection, who had given up everything for the hope of another few years of life, only to discover that their disease made them pariahs, who had sold their homes and said goodbye to their families, only to die in tent colonies or jails far from anyone who loved them. They are buried in cemeteries across Colorado. Many of their graves are unmarked, their names forgotten. The stone markers,